Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
A familiar aura? Little Pagoda's words got Ye Guan curious, prompting the latter to ask, "Who's coming, Master Pagoda?" Little Pagoda was silent. Ye Guan pressed on, "Master Pagoda." Little Pagoda didn't respond. Ye Guan went silent. Master Pagoda really has a penchant for pretending like he's deaf when it matters. Ye Guan looked around in confusion. If it were his father or grandfather, Little Pagoda wouldn't have exclaimed just now. They had to be an unexpected visitor whom Little Pagoda was familiar with. Who are they? Ye Guan was dying of curiosity. Just then, Ye Qing shouted, "Brother Ye Guan." Ye Guan pushed aside his thoughts and looked at Ye Qing. Ye Qing smiled and said, "Don't get distracted now. Smile and wave at the crowd." Ye Guan grinned and looked around to find a boundless sea of people around him. The sea of people existed not just on the ground but up above as well. Ye Guan's wedding was today, so those willing to come would come. After all, it was an important occasion for the entire Guanxian universe. As Ye Guan looked around, he saw many familiar faces. However, he failed to see his father or grandfather, making him feel puzzled. When would they come out? Perhaps they were staging a grand entrance for themselves? Ye Guan couldn't help but laugh because his father and grandfather could actually do such a thing based on their personality. Ye Guan turned to look to his right and saw a young woman. Upon seeing her, he called out gleefully and started waving his hands. "Big sis." The young woman was none other than Yen. Today, Yen wasn't wearing her usual outfit, which was her crimson skirt. She was wearing a white skirt today embroidered with cloud prints. Her getup made her look less cool but more elegant. Yen's indifferent gaze landed on Ye Guan. Yen wasn't saying anything, so Ye Guan yelled, "Big sis, I'm here, sis." Everyone was speechless. Yen glared at Ye Guan, and she waved her fist slightly to warn him. Ye Guan chuckled at the warning. His sister was so fierce. If Master Pagoda were following his sister rather than him, he would have gotten smacked 3 times a day at the very least. Ye Guan stopped annoying his sister and looked around. Everyone cheered and congratulated him. Ye Guan cupped his fist and expressed his gratitude to everyone. Ye Guan looked up and saw several familiar figures above the clouds. They were the members of the Yen clan, Arya and Little White, along with Seniorin. Arya and Little White were licking their hawthorn candies. Arya waved at Ye Guan and shouted, "Grandson, have a fantastic night." Ye Guan's face darkened. He needed to find an opportunity to speak to Arya and make her change her way of addressing him. He found it really inappropriate for her to call him her grandson. Swoosh! Little White took out a ball-shaped object the size of a watermelon. She reached out to press the button on the ball-shaped object. Ye Guan's eyelid twitched. What is she doing? Thankfully, Arya stopped Little White in time. Arya said, "You can set off fireworks, but not this one." Little White gesticulated with her claws. Arya responded, "I know that this bomb is bigger and louder, but people will die if you use this." Little White blinked before gesturing with her claws. Arya slapped her own forehead. Her head was starting to hurt. Goodness. Meanwhile, the procession finally arrived at the Ye residence. The journey wasn't that long, as the Nalan and Ye residences weren't that far from each other. Ye Xiao and the elders of the Ye clan stood at the gates waiting for them. Seeing Ye Guan, Ye Xiao's face lit up. Ye Xiao then guided Ye Guan and Nalan Jia through the marriage procedure. Once they were done, Ye Guan held Nalan Jia's hand and entered the great hall of the Ye residence. Qin Guan was sitting on the main seat with a smile. She wasn't wearing her usual short sleeves and cotton skirt. Today, she was clad in a red gown, making her give off a festive air. Ye Guan turned to Qin Guan's left. The seat was empty. Ye Guan's heart sank. Will father come or not? He would get married today, so it would be a huge pity if his father failed to show up. Actually, it wasn't just Ye Guan. Everyone in the hall and the crowd outside were burning with anticipation. They were excited to see the Sword Master, and they thought it was a given that the Sword Master would come and witness his son's wedding. In addition, Pavilion Master Qin was already here, so the Sword Master would definitely be here soon. Thus, many people eagerly waited for the appearance of the Sword Master, especially the people of Nanzhou. They had never seen the Sword Master in person, and it made sense because Nanzhou was just a backwater province before Ye Guan's meteoric rise. Despite that, it wouldn't be strange if the Sword Master still thought of Nanzhou as the same backwater province many years ago. However, Ye Guan had decided to get married here, so the Sword Master would definitely be here. The crowd couldn't contain their excitement. Meeting the Sword Master meant a lifetime's worth of boasting material. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was staring at Qin Guan. Ye Guan smiled as well upon seeing Qin Guan's light smile, and the stone weighing down on his chest vanished at that. Indeed, his father would definitely be here. It was just impossible for him to be missing on his son's wedding. Without dwelling further on it, Ye Guan pulled Nalan Jia to stand in front of Qin Guan. Buzz! The buzzing of a sword abruptly pervaded the skies of Nanzhou. The sound was so loud that everyone instantly deduced the swordsman's identity. The gazes of everyone on the ground turned to the skies, and they saw a rift in space-time being opened right before their eyes. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light tore the rift open, and a man slowly walked out of the rift. The sword master? The man had an extremely familiar face, so most of the powerful cultivators knelt amidst their excitement and shouted, "Greetings, Sword Master." The Sword Master was here. The combined volume of everyone's voices was so high that their voice spread across the world and parted the clouds in the skies. It wasn't exactly strange, as the Sword Master was the Guanxian universe's subject of devotion. Mu Nian Nian looked at the Sword Master with a smile. Her younger brother was back. Princess Xian grinned brightly upon seeing the Sword Master. Her heart felt warm to see the Sword Master, as it had been truly quite a while since she last saw the latter. The Sword Master now had a bed full of white hair, but he still looked as charming as ever. Li Banzi stared deeply at the Sword Master. The smile on her lips carried a hint of bitterness. She hadn't seen him for so many years, so she was surprised to see that he was still as handsome as ever. Ye Guan broke out into a grin. "My father is here." The Sword Master waved his hand and said, "Please don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Please rise." He swept his sleeve, and a gentle force lifted everyone in the vicinity. With that, the Sword Master started walking toward the Great Hall of Ye residence. The Ye clan members and cultivators hurriedly paid their respects. Everyone in the Ye residence was bubbling with excitement. The Sword Master was here. He had come to their residence? The Ye clan members and cultivators were convinced that they could boast of this encounter for at least 10 lifetimes. The Sword Master entered the Great Hall with a grin. He sat on Ye Guan's left, looking really happy as he swept his gaze across Nailanjia and Ye Guan. Buzz! A buzzing noise echoed from outside the Great Hall. Boom! A ray of sword light struck the ground, creating a column of dazzling light that extended beyond the clouds. An inscrutable, oppressive aura that wasn't any weaker compared to the Sword Master's aura swept across everyone, shocking them. Who is it? How come they were so strong? Everyone cast curious gazes at the sky. Rumble! A rift in spacetime was torn open just then, and a blue-robed man walked out. The blue-robed man laughed boisterously and shouted, "Son, grandson, I'm here." Ye Guan and the Sword Master's face darkened. Son? Grandson? The blue-robed man was the Sword Master's father? The onlookers were stupefied. Most of the people here were unfamiliar with Sword Master Qingshan, but it made sense as Sword Master Qingshan was away more often than not during the Sword Master's era. However, the Sword Sect was an exception. Sword Master Qingshan was their ancestor, after all. The disciples of the Sword Sect knelt and shouted, "Greetings, ancestor." Sword Master Qingshan chuckled and said, "At ease." The disciples of the Sword Sect stood at ease and stared at the blue-robed man with thrilled eyes. They were aware of Sword Master Qingshan's existence, but the majority of them remained curious about him. Just then, the blue-robed man said, "Go on, I won't go in." The people of the Ye clan sighed in relief. Today, Ye Guan was getting married, and the Sword Master was his father, which meant the Sword Master would sit at the main seats. If Sword Master Qingshan were to enter, he would have to sit ahead of the Sword Master, which would be a bit appropriate. The Sword Master stared at Sword Master Qingshan and smiled. "Father, which wind blew you here today? I don't remember seeing you around when I got married." Ye Guan's face stiffened. "Oh, no, shit is about to get real?" The members of the Yang family shook their heads and chuckled bitterly. As usual, the father and son pair was bickering again. Sword Master Qingshan retorted, "Well, you didn't invite me." The Sword Master was furious, and he said, "I actually have to invite my own father to my own wedding? Are you serious?" Sword Master Qingshan's expression turned solemn at that, and he sounded serious as he said, "You know it was my first time being a father, and I'm sure you finally understand my feelings at the time. You're also a father, after all." The Sword Master was speechless. Ye Guan also had no idea what to say. His grandfather was a tad bit ridiculous. Sword Master Qingshan looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Am I right, my good grandson?" Ye Guan's head throbbed in pain. His grandfather was truly a devious individual. He had just arrived, but he had already thrown such a dangerous hot potato at him. Sword Master Qingshan was about to say something when a Nanjing appeared next to him and reminded him, "Today is Little Guan's wedding, you should not kick up a fuss." "Of course, I won't." Sword Master Qingshan smiled and replied, "Why would I do that?" Sword Master Qingshan opened his palm, and 2 storage rings flew over to Ye Guan and Nailanjia. "These are my wedding gifts." Ye Guan accepted the storage ring with a smile. "Thank you, grandfather." Sword Master Qingshan chuckled. He then pulled a Nanjing to the side. Ye Guan looked up, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It seemed his aunt had decided to abstain from attending the wedding. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan held Nailanjia's hand as they walked toward the Sword Master and Ye Guan. They took deep breaths and got ready to bow when the shrill cry of a sword pervaded the skies. Ye Guan turned and saw a rift in spacetime above them. A white-robed swordsman walked out of the rift. Ye Guan froze and went silent. "Who is he?" The Sword Master chuckled and explained, "He's my sworn brother, you can call him Uncle." "Uncle?" Little Pagoda said, "He's as strong as your father and grandfather." Ye Guan instantly fixed his posture and cupped his fist in greeting. "Greetings, Uncle." The unfettered swordsman was surprised. He examined Ye Guan from top to bottom and smiled. "Your grandfather always talks about you, and it seems that he wasn't exactly exaggerating." Ye Guan hurriedly said, "It's all because I inherited my family's excellent traits." Pfft! Sword Master Qingshan and the Sword Master burst out into laughter. Even Little Pagoda was impressed. "This brat is really good at licking boots." The unfettered swordsman chuckled and said, actually, we've already met. Ye Guan was stunned. Where? The unfettered swordsman smiled but remained silent. Little Pagoda chimed in, remember the stone steel in the profound world. Ye Guan realized it then. He could still remember how he managed to make a breakthrough in the profound world, all thanks to a few words on a stone steel that said the world is vast, and those who wield the sword are free. A meter-long sword in hand, who cannot be killed. Ye Guan could still vividly remember sensing the arrogance seeping out of those words. The unfettered swordsman smiled and said, you ought to get married first, and then we'll talk. With that, he moved to the side. Ye Guan nodded. Soon, Ye Guan and Nailanjia proceeded with the wedding ceremony. Just then, the path sword inside of Ye Guan trembled, and the shrill cry of a sword pervaded the air above Nanzhou. Rumble! A woman wearing a plain skirt appeared above the clouds. Ye Guan chuckled and exclaimed, Aunt. The woman vanished before reappearing in front of Ye Guan and Nailanjia. She stared deeply at Ye Guan without saying anything. It's really good to see you here, Aunt. Ye Guan exclaimed in excitement. The woman nodded before walking over to Nailanjia. She patted Nailanjia with her right hand, and a soft sword glow entered Nailanjia. She looked at Nailanjia and explained, from now on, I forbid anyone from killing you, so you'll be safe. Nailanjia hurriedly bowed and said, thank you, Aunt. Ye Guan hurriedly said, Aunt, how about me? Give me something, too. The woman glanced at him and said, I have shit, do you want to eat it? With that, she turned around and stood next to the sword master without even waiting for Ye Guan's reply. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The sword master chortled and said, all right, let the ceremony begin. Ye Guan nodded. He held Nailanjia's hand tightly, they were about to bow when, haha. A peal of boisterous laughter echoed as a massive rift in space-time appeared above everyone. A young man walked out of the rift, and his appearance caused the surrounding space-time quivered violently as Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao's voice echoed throughout Nanzhou. Space-time rifts manifested above ancient desolate city, and 20 elite cultivators walked out of the rift. Space-time quivered incessantly and turned illusory, seemingly unable to withstand the gathering of such powerful cultivators. Everyone was shocked. They were great-time sovereigns, and there were 20 of them? However, it seemed that the procession wasn't over just yet as 20 ordinary great sovereigns and dozens of divine sovereigns walked out of the rift. In total, there were more than 100 elite cultivators. It was a horrifying lineup. Quite a few denizens of the ancient desolate city panicked at the sight, and some of them even decisively ran away. However, the cultivators of the Guanxian universe and the all worlds were calm. Why? Because the sword master was here. And Nanjing and the others wore strange expressions. They couldn't help but smile dryly at the fact that the Heaven-Seizing clan had chosen the worst day to attack the Guanxian universe. If they had chosen another date, it could have been an issue. Today was different. The Guanxian universe didn't have to mobilize as many forces as the Heaven-Seizing clan to defeat the latter. Ye Guan was surprised to see Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao standing at the helm of the elite cultivators. He truly didn't expect Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao to come here, and he found it a pity that the true universe hadn't come here. What a pity. Ye Guan sighed. He had been hoping for the true universe to come and disturb his wedding. Compared to the Heaven-Seizing clan, he felt that the true universe was much harder to handle. Ha ha ha. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao boisterously laughed as he stared at Ye Guan and smiled. I brought more than half of my clan's elites. What do you think? This is enough as a show of respect, right? More than half? Ye Guan frowned and asked, why did you not bring everyone? Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's eyes narrowed at that. He was about to speak when he realized that something was amiss. Just then, Ye Guan stood next to a woman in a plain skirt. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao frowned while staring at the woman. For some reason, he felt uneasy staring at the woman, and it was all because he couldn't feel even the faintest trace of her aura. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao had become strong enough to perceive the aura of every cultivator. No one should have been able to hide their aura from him, but he truly couldn't sense the woman's aura, which meant that she wasn't simple. To make matters worse, the plain skirt lady was staring at him as if she was looking at an ant. Her gaze made Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao feel extremely uncomfortable. A swordsman was standing next to the plain skirt lady. The swordsman cast a contemptuous, mocking gaze at him. Are they not afraid of me? Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao frowned deeply as his anxiety intensified. Just then, he seemed to have sensed something as he looked to the right and saw two swordsmen outside the Ye residence. One was wearing a long blue robe, while the other was wearing white clothing embroidered with cloud prints. The two figures also cast mocking gazes upon Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's eyes narrowed. Fuck. So this was all a trap? He truly didn't expect that he would get trapped in the Guanxian universe. But now, there was no backing out. He had to risk it all. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao pointed at Ye Guan and roared, catch him alive. I'll face these four swordsmen myself. Boom. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao circulated the full extent of his cultivation base to suppress the four swordsmen. The fight was going to be 1 against 4, so he had to go all out. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao had never been afraid of uneven fights. The cultivators of the Heaven-Seizing clan rushed toward Ye Guan. They moved the fastest they had ever moved, and they cast the most powerful attack of their lives. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao had warned them not to underestimate Ye Guan, so they had long decided that once they attacked, they had to give it their all and kill Ye Guan in one shot. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Yang family remained unmoving above the clouds. The cultivators of the heaven-seizing clan moved fast, and they arrived in front of the Ye residence in the proverbial blink of an eye. Just then, the plain-skirt lady lifted her head. Spurt! An inexplicable scene transpired. Hundreds of heads flew into the air at the same time, spraying blood everywhere. Dull thuds echoed afterward, and the onlookers snapped out of their daze. Pin-drop silence descended as the onlookers stared in absolute disbelief. They're all great sovereigns, but they died, just like that? What the fuck? The mighty great sovereigns couldn't even fight back. Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo looked as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He froze and went silent, but his mind was anything but silent. They're dead? They died in an instant? Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo's eyes filled with horror, and his voice was trembling as he stammered, Why you? Who are you? The plain-skirt lady stared quietly at Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo. She was staring at him as if she was looking at an ant. The plain-skirt lady's contemptuous gaze infuriated Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo, and he roared, How dare you look down on me? He clenched his right fist, and an indescribable, powerful aura surged out of him. The surrounding space-time seemed to pulsate beneath the influence of his aura. The onlookers held their breaths, thinking that Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo was about to attack, but he turned around and tore a rift in space-time before decisively jumping into it. The onlookers were speechless. He ran away. Ye Guan was stunned as well. He thought that Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo would throw all caution to the wind and attack, so he was caught off guard when Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo tucked his tail between his legs and ran. This is absurd. Ye Guan couldn't let Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo live to see another day because he would certainly become a massive headache. With that in mind, Ye Guan turned to his plain-skirt aunt and said, Aunt. The plain-skirt lady turned to look at him and said, Can't catch up to him. You can't catch up to him? Ye Guan's expression darkened. Are you pulling my leg? Who in the vast expanse is fast enough to escape from you? Ye Guan turned to look at his father. The sword master blinked innocently, but he sounded serious as he said, He's too fast. I can't catch up to him as well. Ye Guan went silent. Damn it. Ye Guan wasn't born yesterday, so he knew that his father and his aunt had basically told him to go and deal with Sovereign heaven-seizing Deo by himself. Ye Guan couldn't believe that they had left him with a big headache to deal with again. The sword master smiled and changed the topic. We should begin. Ye Guan felt helpless. Qin Guan suddenly called out, Wait. The sword master looked at her in confusion. Qin Guan rolled her eyes and said, Little Jia's parents aren't here yet. She then looked at Nailin Ming and smiled. Please come up here and sit with us. Someone brought 2 chairs next to Qin Guan. Nailin Ming and his wife were stunned. They never thought that Qin Guan would let them sit in the front with them and allow them to receive Ye Guan and Nailin Jia's bows. Nailin Ming hurriedly said, Pavilion Master Qin, it's fine. We'll just stand. Qin Guan smiled and said, Today, we aren't such prestigious figures. We're just Little Jia and Little Guan's parents. Please have a seat. Let's not keep them from their bedroom any longer. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ye Guan chuckled while Nailin Jia's ears and cheeks turned red. Nailin Jia pinched Ye Guan's palm upon hearing the latter laugh. Nailin Ming chuckled and relented. He held the hand of his beautiful wife and sat in front of Ye Guan and Nailin Jia. However, they were still a bit nervous. After all, they were sitting next to the Sword Master and Pavilion Master Qin. Just then, Ye Xiao chuckled and exclaimed, Bow to heaven and earth. No need. The heavenly Deo of Nanzhou peeked out of the clouds above the Ye residence and said, There's no need to bow toward me. Everyone laughed boisterously at the heavenly Deo's words. Ye Guan and Nailin Jia were basically the masters of the Guanxian universe, so the heavenly Deo of Nanzhou wasn't bold enough to make them bow toward it. Moreover, the Sword Master and Qin Guan were here. However, Ye Guan didn't think too much about it. He brought Nailin Jia with him and bowed. They still had to go through the formalities, after all. As for status, he had never thought of himself as above others. After seeing them bow to heaven and earth, Ye Xiao said, Bow to the parents. Ye Guan and Nailin Jia turned around and slowly bowed to the 4 elders. Looking at the couple, Qin Guan and the Sword Master exchanged smiles and glanced at each other. The Sword Master quietly held Qin Guan's hand. Bow to each other as a couple. Ye Guan and Nailin Jia faced each other and bowed slowly to each other. Ye Xiao laughed heartily and shouted, Escort them to the bridal chamber. Nailin Jia's red ears turned a shade redder. Thankfully, there was a red veil covering her face, so no one could see her flushed face and red ears. Ye Guan chuckled and pulled Nailin Jia away. However, he seemed to have thought of something as he turned to his parents and aunt with a worried look. The Sword Master smiled and said, Go ahead. Ye Guan hesitated before staring at his plain-skirt aunt and asking, Aunt, are all of you still going to fight each other? The plain-skirt lady nodded without saying anything. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. The plain-skirt lady stood up and started walking away. Just then, the Sword Master grabbed her hand and looked at her quietly. The plain-skirt lady smiled and said, It's fine. With that, she turned and started walking away. The Sword Master called out, Wait. The plain-skirt lady turned to look at the Sword Master. Don't worry. The Sword Master smiled and said, I'm not worried, I just want you to help me with one thing. The plain-skirt lady nodded. Sure. The Sword Master turned to the blue-robed man and the unfettered swordsman before saying, Father, big brother, don't worry and just go ahead. Once everything is settled, I'll come and look for you too. The blue-robed man smiled and glanced at the unfettered swordsman. The unfettered swordsman nodded, and the two turned into a ray of sword light that disappeared into the distant horizon. The sword master's expression was somewhat solemn, worry flashed in his eyes. Ye Guan held his hand tightly and whispered, "It'll be fine." The sword master turned toward the vast expanse and said, "It's hard to say." Ye Guan was momentarily stunned, and then her expression turned solemn soon afterward. The sword master was extremely worried. He turned to Ye Guan and sighed to himself. He had to take responsibility, and he couldn't just leave everything to the plain-skirt lady. He had suffered back then, and he couldn't let his son go through the same hardships. The sword master walked up to Ye Guan, and he smiled upon seeing Ye Guan's worried face. "Don't overthink it. I'm still around, and I'll deal with it myself." "Okay," Ye Guan said. He liked how his father had said that he would deal with it himself. The sword master laughed heartily before turning to look at the plain-skirt lady. "Chinger, this brat needs a ton of experience, and I'm thinking of making him cultivate in the chaotic star world. I'm worried about the idea of letting him go there by himself, so I want you to help me by babysitting him. Can you do it for me?" "Babysitting?" The plain-skirt lady's expression stiffened. Ye Guan was astonished, and he hurriedly asked, "Senior, what's the chaotic star world?" The mysterious lady explained, "It's a dangerous world filled with perils that even great sovereigns would be hard-pressed to survive. Congratulations, you're entering the big stage. Unfortunately, you'll be in extreme danger this time, and I mean it." "It's fine." Little Pagoda called out and said, "Someone's going to babysit him." The mysterious lady had no idea what to say to that. The plain-skirt lady quietly stared at Ye Guan. Her thoughts were inscrutable, so it was difficult to see whether she had decided to agree to the sword master's request or not. Ye Guan was surprised. He didn't expect that his father would ask for such a thing. It was a welcome surprise because his aunt was an extremely powerful supreme elite. Ye Guan felt safe staying around such a powerful supreme elite. In fact, Ye Guan felt that he and his aunt could defeat even the sword master. The sword master shook his head and laughed in the face of the plain-skirt lady's silence. They were siblings, so it wasn't that difficult for him to deduce her thoughts. The sword master grabbed her hand and said gently, "Chinger, I don't feel at ease about the idea of letting someone else take him there. Do me this favor once, will you?" The plain-skirt lady nodded lightly and agreed. Okay. She would never say no to any of his requests. In fact, she would kill herself without hesitation so long as the sword master demanded it. Of course, the same was true for the sword master. The plain-skirt lady suddenly asked, "How long should I take care of him?" The sword master pondered briefly before saying, "Until he becomes a great sovereign. What do you think?" The plain-skirt lady glanced sideways at Ye Guan before saying, "Okay." The sword master grinned. He looked at Ye Guan and said, "Listen to your aunt and focus on cultivating." Ye Guan nodded repeatedly as if he were a chicken pecking rice. "I will." The sword master chuckled, but he didn't say any more words before disappearing into thin air with his hand holding Ye Guan's hand. The wedding was over, so the crowd had dispersed. Soon, Ye Guan, Jia, and the plain-skirt lady were left all alone. The plain-skirt lady stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "I'll give you half an hour to consummate your marriage. Hurry up." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Meanwhile, the sword master and Ye Guan were strolling among the stars in a certain corner of the vast expanse. Ye Guan asked, "You're trying to prevent a war from breaking out." "I just have to stop Chinger from making a move," the sword master said with a nod before explaining. "Even if father and big brother spar with each other, they won't end up fighting to the death because their goal is to kill Chinger, or perhaps they want to die at Chinger's hands." Ye Guan asked, "Is it because she defeated them at the time?" The sword master nodded. "I believe Lady Chinger saw through your intentions," Ye Guan remarked. "I agree." The sword master smiled and said, "She's so smart, so." The sword master caught himself in time and shook his head before saying, "No, I think she just doesn't want to say no to me. You know it's not a long-term solution, right?" Ye Guan asked. The sword master nodded lightly and said, "Let's just keep on buying time and cross the bridge when we get there." Worry flashed past Ye Guan's eyes as she said, "I'm just worried that she'll weaken our little Guan's Deo heart." The sword master laughed and reassured her, "I don't think that will happen. Our little brat's head between his shoulders is pretty good, and I think he has matured enough. Actually, I'm confident that Chinger will assuage his arrogance." Ye Guan rolled her eyes at him and said, "That's rich coming from someone who's exceedingly arrogant and boastful. So what if he's arrogant? I don't think there's something wrong with that." The sword master chuckled. It seemed his wife cared more about his son than him. Well, every parent throughout the vast expanse would have the same attitude as Ye Guan toward their children. Ye Guan and Jia were sitting on the bed while facing each other. Ye Guan lifted Jia's red veil, revealing her beautiful face underneath. Jia's beauty had always been unparalleled, and the variety of emotions shown in her demeanor, such as shyness, anticipation, and nervousness, made her look even more alluring and charming. Ye Guan's heart skipped a beat, and his blood started boiling in excitement. Jia noticed Ye Guan's rough breathing and muttered, "Ye Guan, you." Ye Guan pulled her into a tight embrace, interrupting her sentence. Jia's ears and face grew hot and red. She knew what he wanted to do. "Ye Guan, wait, I have something I have to tell you." Ye Guan interrupted her with a trembling voice. "Let's talk about it next time." What happened next could be easily deduced. A few days later, Ye Guan left Nanzhou with the plain-skirt lady. Together, they headed toward the chaotic star world. Ye Guan had been in ecstasy over the past 3 days. His plain skirt aunt only gave him an additional 30 minutes, but Ye Guan begged for an extra 3 days. He had already been given an inch, so he would definitely get a beating if he were to demand for a mile. Ye Guan glanced sideways at the plain skirt lady and found that she was wearing a plain skirt that made her look modest and elegant at the same time. Of course, the aura she was giving off made her appear withdrawn, but she had always been like that. Ye Guan already knew that she didn't particularly enjoy talking. Ye Guan asked, "Aunt, can we go somewhere else first?" The plain skirt lady stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt a bit uneasy in the face of her calm gaze. For some reason, the plain skirt lady's gaze made Ye Guan feel as if he were naked. He felt like there was nothing he could hide from the plain skirt lady. The plain skirt lady was quiet, but she didn't immediately reject his request. Ye Guan found courage from somewhere and said, "Aunt, I want to go to the stone village." The plain skirt lady turned, and her gaze pierced the depths of the vast expanse. Of course, she was quiet, and her thoughts were impossible to deduce. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. He could somehow feel that there was something on her mind. Ye Guan enlisted the mysterious lady's help for them to find their way to Stone Village. Ye Guan wanted to travel through space-time, but the plain skirt lady grabbed his shoulder, and they were engulfed by a white light. Upon recovering his vision, Ye Guan saw that they were standing next to a river. He looked around and saw mountains with peaks as sharp as swords piercing the clouds. A village composed of houses made out of stones could be seen a kilometer away from them. The village was large, and there were tens of thousands of homes inside of the village's walls. For some reason, Ye Guan could hear deafening explosions from the village. The houses inside the village alone told Ye Guan that they were staring at none other than the stone village. Ye Guan and the plain skirt lady walked slowly toward the village. A powerful aura abruptly swept toward them. The plain skirt lady frowned. She pinched her fingers together and was about to take action when the mysterious lady suddenly appeared in front of them. She stared in the direction of the stone village and shouted, "I'm one of you." The mysterious lady didn't dare to let the plain skirt lady make a move. She was afraid that the plain skirt lady would annihilate the entire stone village if she were allowed to make a move. Fortunately, the powerful aura vanished. It seemed someone had recognized the mysterious lady's aura. The mysterious lady turned to look at Ye Guan and the plain skirt lady. "Let's go." Ye Guan nodded, and they started walking into Stone Village. Ye Guan instantly noticed many powerful auras in the village, and some of the auras clearly belonged to great sovereigns. He looked into the distance and saw a group of young men standing in a half-squat while waving their arms around. The fist force coming from their fists made the air in front of them tremble beneath the combined power of their fists. Ye Guan understood it just then. The deafening explosions earlier had come from their fists. Ye Guan stared deeply at them and saw that their auras were strong even though their cultivation bases weren't that high. Their gazes were sharp, and their killing intent was surprisingly powerful and dense. A tall middle-aged man was standing in front of them. His back was as straight as a pencil, and his arms were folded in front of his chest. He swept his fierce eyes across the youths in the clearing, and his voice boomed powerfully as he said, "Martial arts is like building a tall building. A strong foundation is absolutely necessary. If your foundation is weak, you'll eventually collapse. Hence, your foundation has to be strong and firm, and it can be done by strengthening your foundation while you're still young. The better your foundation is, the further you can go in the future." "Sir, yes, sir," the young men shouted. Just then, a young man raised his right hand and said, "Martial instructor, sir. I have a question." The tall middle-aged man looked at him and asked, "What is it?" The young man cupped his fist and asked, "When can I go to the true universe?" The tall middle-aged man chuckled and said, "What? You already want to go to the true universe?" "Yes," the young man said with a nod before explaining, "I heard that Ye Guan of the Guanxian universe is an extremely talented individual. At 18 years old, he's already strong enough to kill divine sovereigns. He's widely acclaimed to be the most talented person throughout this vast expanse, but I'm not convinced. I won't be convinced until I fight him." Ye Guan cast his gaze on the young man. The young man was an Immortal Realm cultivator. The Immortal Realm was just one cultivation base away from Ye Guan's current realm, Earth Immortal Realm. Ye Guan deduced that the young man was a force to be reckoned with. The tall middle-aged man laughed heartily and said, "It's a great thing that you have the courage to challenge him. However, I want you to know that you should never underestimate him. He has single-handedly made his way into the true universe by killing a myriad of young talents. He is unbelievably strong, so I don't want you to underestimate him." Despite the tall middle-aged man's words, the young man remained indignant. "Is Ye Guan really that powerful, martial instructor, sir?" The tall middle-aged man nodded and asked back, "Why do you think our true universe is so wary of him?" With that, the tall middle-aged man swept his gaze across the youths in front of him and said, "Don't get me wrong, our true universe is extremely strong. However, we are not invincible. The vast expanse's size is beyond our imagination, so there'll always be people out there who are stronger than you. Once you're out there, I want you to lower your head instead of being too full of yourself. I've seen too many people die due to their arrogance." The youths clenched their fists tightly and didn't say a word. The tall middle-aged man walked up to the young man and said with a smile, "The true universe and the Guanxian universe are arch-enemies, but we have to admit that the Guanxian universe also has powerful supreme elites. For example, Ye Guan is almost unrivaled among the younger generation of our true universe. It's exactly because of that fact that all of you will have to work even harder. Of course, it's all for the sake of the true God. The young man nodded and said, I understand. You should go on. Then, the middle-aged man said. With that, the youths continued to cultivate. Ye Guan took one last glance at them before walking into the distance with the plain-skirt lady. However, the mysterious lady stayed outside of the pagoda rather than returning to the world inside the pagoda. The mysterious had done it on purpose, as no one could pay the price of provoking the plain-skirt lady. In other words, prevention was better than cure, especially when against the plain-skirt lady. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Senior, do you know where she is? The mysterious lady replied, just walking down this street. Ye Guan nodded, and he was starting to feel a bit anxious. Will Ye Guan remember me? Honestly, he had no idea. You wild brat, someone shouted from somewhere, you've come to steal food again. I'm sure you already know, but I'm going to repeat it again. Your appetite is too big for anyone to satisfy. You're going to drive just about anyone bankrupt. Ye Guan turned and saw a young woman running out of a stone house. The young woman was hugging a sack of sweet potatoes while running away. Uncle Lin, I really am starving. Once I'm done with these sweet potatoes, I won't eat any more sweet potatoes for my next meal, the young woman exclaimed. Ye Guan froze and stood rooted to the spot upon seeing the young woman. The young woman was wearing a shabby skirt. Her hair was a little messy, resembling a bird's nest. Her face was covered with charcoal ash, but her eyes were as clear as a placid lake. She was hugging an entire sack of sweet potatoes. She was obviously hungry because she was taking huge bites of a sweet potato, even though she had yet to clean it. Seeing that no one was chasing her, she heaved a sigh of relief before sitting at the corner of a street. She continued on taking huge bites of her sweet potato, making her look like she was absolutely starving. Ye Guan slowly walked up to her. The young woman was stunned to see Ye Guan, but she quickly hugged her sack of sweet potatoes. She cast a wary glance at Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt a pang of pain in his heart upon seeing her wary gaze toward him. He crouched and asked softly, Do you know me? The young woman stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before shaking her head. Ye Guan clenched his fists tightly. Will you come with me? He asked. He extended a trembling right hand toward her. The young woman stared deeply at him before shaking her head. Ye Guan fell silent. After a long while, he took out a large bowl and gave it to her. This is yours. The young woman was unwittingly transfixed on the large bowl, and she remained silent as she stared at it. Ye Guan asked again, Come with me, please. The young woman shook her head and said, No. Hearing that, Ye Guan couldn't speak for a while. Eventually, he took out a storage ring and gave it to her. This ring contains a lot of delicious food, and they're all your favorites. Take this ring and enjoy your food. The young woman was quiet. Ye Guan muttered, I'll get going now, then. The young woman remained silent. Sadness flashed past Ye Guan's eyes at the young woman's silence, but he eventually got up to leave. Just then, the young woman suddenly got up. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and turned around to take a look at her. However, the young woman didn't even spare him a glance as she hugged the large bowl and started walking away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared at her departing figure before eventually walking away. The two walked in the opposite direction from each other, and neither of them turned around even once. The young woman inexplicably started crying, and her tears fell onto the large bowl. Soon, she found herself standing before a stone hut. She put away the large bowl before entering the hut. The hut contained nothing but 4 small wooden beds placed flush with each other. The young woman's gaze turned blank upon seeing the 4 wooden beds. The memories of her past inundated her, and she realized that she was truly happy at the time. Just then, a lady slowly walked into the house. It was the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady said, He was worried, so he told me to come and see if you needed anything else. The young woman sat down on the bed before she lay down completely. She put her arms behind her head and looked at the ceiling in silence. The mysterious lady walked up to her and lay on the bed as well. When did you recover your memories? The young woman replied, I recovered them the moment I saw him. The mysterious lady was taken aback. The young woman explained, I didn't expect it either. The mysterious lady asked, Why did you not leave with him, then? The young woman replied, I loved him, and it taught me a lesson. The mysterious lady fell silent, unable to refute. She knew that the biggest problem between Ye Guan and Ye Guan was the fact that one of them was a denizen of the true universe while the other was the king of the Guanxian universe. At the moment, it was a dilemma with no correct answer. What about you? Ye Guan asked, You've been following him, just what are you planning? What? The mysterious lady replied blandly, Are you scared that I might harm him? Ye Guan shook her head and said, Sometimes, you overthink more than big sister. The mysterious lady laughed at that. Ye Guan suddenly said, Go on then. The mysterious lady got up and looked at Ye Guan. What about you? She asked. Ye Guan said, I'd like to stay here a little longer. The mysterious lady nodded lightly and turned around to leave. Just as she was about to open the door to exit the hut, the mysterious lady recalled something, and she couldn't help but ask, Did you guys really not use any protection? Swoosh! The mysterious lady's figure blurred to avoid a flying brick. She left a peal of laughter in her wake as she turned into a ray of light that disappeared into the distance. Left all alone in the stone hut, Ye Guan picked up the large bowl and stared quietly at it for a very long time. Ye Guan had been waiting for the mysterious lady's return from the stone village. Soon, the mysterious lady finally returned. How was it? He asked. The mysterious lady replied, You don't have to worry about her. Ye Guan nodded. He wanted to ask more questions, but he realized that there was no need for him to ask so many questions. With that in mind, Ye Guan's eyes fell on the plain-skirt lady. And, let's go. The plain-skirt lady waved her sleeve, and the two of them vanished into thin air. The cultivators of the Heaven-Seizing clan had no choice but to retreat into the boundary in the aftermath of their surprise attack against the Guanxian universe. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was the most frustrated out of everyone. He had brought about 100 elite cultivators of the Heaven-Seizing clan to attack the Guanxian universe, but he had to return all by himself without those elite cultivators. To make matters worse, their failure had made them obtain nothing, but they had also lost roughly 70% of the Heaven-Seizing clan's forces. The entire Heaven-Seizing clan was in shock. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was currently sitting on a random rock in the middle of a chaotic chunk of space-time. The members of the Heaven-Seizing clan stood quietly behind him. The clan members had no idea just why Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao had decided to retreat so fast and out of the blue. Afterward, Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao even ceased all communication to focus on his closed-door seclusion. The expressions of the Heaven-Seizing clan members were sour and heavy. Of course, they also looked a bit afraid. It couldn't be helped because the clan leader had returned to the clan by himself without his crew. None of them thought that the Guanxian universe would end up being so scary. It had to be known that more than 10 great time sovereigns had gone with the clan leader to the Guanxian universe. In other words, the fact that the clan leader had returned by himself was a huge flag. The people criticizing Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao had no idea about what had transpired on that day. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao also didn't tell them about what had happened. In the end, they could only deduce that internal strife had to have broken out while they were traveling toward the Guanxian universe. Boom! A powerful aura burst out of Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. The aura was so strong that the members of the Heaven-Seizing clan fell into a daze. The aura of a great destiny sovereign? The process didn't end here. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's aura grew increasingly stronger, and the space-time around him quivered violently. The members of the Heaven-Seizing clan hurriedly left. They didn't wish to disturb him. Meanwhile, a Grand Elder of the Heaven-Seizing clan, Heaven-Seizing K, suddenly asked in a low voice, "Did the true universe end up making any moves against the Guanxian universe?" "No," said an elder in a low voice, "the true universe didn't attack the Guanxian universe. In fact, they immediately pulled out their troops upon hearing that we've decided to attack the Guanxian universe." Heaven-Seizing Q's expression turned gloomy. "We've been had." The expressions of the other elders turned sour as well. They had truly been bamboozled. Of course, it wasn't like they were completely faultless. They had made a mistake by launching an ambush without assessing the situation, which led to them getting bamboozled by the true universe. Naturally, none of the elders were daring enough to complain as the mission was kick-started by Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. A member of the Heaven-Seizing clan suddenly said, "I received news that Ye Guan is heading to the chaotic star world." Heaven-Seizing K frowned. Chaotic star world? Yes. What is he going to do there? Chaotic Star World was a place that even great sovereigns avoided, and it was more special than the Heaven-Seizing clan's boundary of their own universe. Of course, it was a place filled with perils that'd certainly catch anyone by surprise. The Chaotic Star World was at odds with the true universe, so the true universe sent troops to prevent the denizens of the Chaotic Star World from escaping the world. In other words, the entrance to the Chaotic Star World was heavily guarded. "I don't know. Is he by himself?" Heaven-Seizing K asked. "It seems like he's gone with a woman wearing a plain skirt." "A woman? Yes. Are you sure there's no one else?" "Yes, I'm sure. The martial goddess and the other supreme elites of the Guanxian universe are on the Suhen battlefield at the moment." The revelation surprised Heaven-Seizing K, and he paced back and forth for a long time before saying, "We'll get rid of them." The old man was slightly taken aback. Heaven-Seizing K exclaimed, "It's an extremely rare opportunity." The old man hesitated and asked, "How come?" Heaven-Seizing K explained, "Think about it. Our Heaven-Seizing clan has just suffered a lot against the Guanxian universe. Do you really think that the Guanxian universe will even think that we're going to attack Ye Guan again so soon?" The old man fell silent. Heaven-Seizing Q's words made sense, but something felt off. Heaven-Seizing K continued, "The Guanxian universe has gotten too arrogant. Ye Guan has actually decided to head to the chaotic star world with just one person. That decision alone is the epitome of arrogance. We should definitely carry out another ambush." "Another ambush?" The Heaven-Seizing clan members were shocked. Having made up his mind, Heaven-Seizing K ordered, "Gather the remaining elite cultivators of our clan. We'll go there and kill him together with that woman." The old man hesitated for a while before saying, "Pardon me, Grand Elder, but I really think that there's something weird about all this. Shouldn't we wait for our clan leader to come out of closed-door seclusion before we make a decision? Why should we wait?" Heaven-Seizing K was furious, and he yelled, "This is an extremely rare opportunity for our clan. If we miss this chance, it'll be extremely hard for us to try and kill Ye Guan once he's back at the Guanxian universe." The old man wanted to say something, but Heaven-Seizing K said, "Are you scared, Heaven-Seizing Lai?" Heaven-Seizing Lai replied in a low voice, "I just think that this matter is of huge importance, and we should let our clan leader decide our next course of action." Heaven-Seizing Q's voice sounded cold as he said, "The clan leader is in closed-door cultivation at the moment. Do you even have the guts to disturb him? I know that you're familiar with his personality. If clan leader were in my shoes, he would definitely even up creating the same plan as mine." The Heaven-Seizing clan members went silent because Heaven-Seizing K was right. Their clan leader would definitely approve of such a strategy if he were in Heaven-Seizing Q's shoes. Heaven-Seizing Lai, Heaven-Seizing K said before continuing, there are only two of them. Think about it, even if that plain skirt lady is strong, she'll just be a great time sovereign at best. If I were to exaggerate, she would be a great destiny sovereign. We still have two great destiny sovereigns on our side. The plain skirt lady is as good as dead, we just have to besiege her. Heaven-Seizing Lai was silent. He was cautious and meticulous, so he preferred waiting for Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's decision upon coming out of closed-door seclusion. Just then, Heaven-Seizing K said, how can we achieve great things if we keep on staying passive? Yes, I think we should give it a shot, said another member of the Heaven-Seizing clan. Our opponents are just Ye Guan and a woman wearing a plain skirt. Ye Guan is extremely talented, but he's much too young. There's no way he can defeat us. As for that plain skirt lady, Heaven-Seizing K trailed off. He waved his hand dismissively before saying, I'll deal with her myself. Anyway, we must not lose this rare opportunity. Let's go. With that, the remaining elites of the Heaven-Seizing clan took to the skies with Heaven-Seizing K. Of course, Heaven-Seizing K brought the Heaven-Seizing clan's remaining two great destiny sovereigns with him. Soon, hundreds of beams of light flew across the vast expanse, and they all headed straight to Ye Guan and the plain skirt lady. Ye Guan went quiet after leaving Stone Village. A frown marred his face, and it seemed as though many things were weighing on his mind. Unbeknownst to others, he had realized that Ye had recognized him the moment their gazes met. However, Ye had chosen to act otherwise. Ye Guan couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't force her into doing something that she didn't want to do. Just then, the mysterious lady said, don't dwell on it. Focus on cultivating and becoming even stronger. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. The mysterious lady was right. His priority was to become even stronger. He only had 1 year left until his duel against the Adjudication Sword Master. He had challenged her, so if he failed to beat her by then, he would embarrass not just himself but the entire Guanxian universe. After all, he was the representative of the entire Guanxian universe. Ye Guan seemed to have recalled something as he made a sidelong glance toward his plain skirt aunt. She had been withdrawn all this while, and she had never spoken unless Ye Guan had taken the initiative to speak. No, this won't do. I have to make her talk to me so that our nephew-aunt relationship will improve. Ye Guan pondered briefly as he said, Aunt, Little Pagoda often tells me things about you. Little Pagoda instantly broke out into a cold sweat. He started trembling out of nervousness, knowing that he would get wiped off the face of this world if his little master replied with nonsense. The plain skirt lady stared at Ye Guan and asked calmly, what has he said about me? He said that you never had to use a second move to kill. Is it true? What do you think? You probably don't even need a second move to destroy universes, not to mention kill cultivators. I think you're just that strong, Aunt. You're mistaken, the plain skirt lady said. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The plain skirt lady added, you were mistaken by using the word probably. Ye Guan's expression stiffened while Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. When do you plan on becoming a great sovereign? Asked the plain skirt lady. I'm planning on taking my time, Ye Guan replied and explained, if I take my time, we'll be able to stay together for much longer, which means I'll inevitably learn a lot from you. Father will visit me more often as well with you next to me. The plain skirt lady went quiet at Ye Guan's remark. Ye Guan suddenly said, Aunt, I have a sword technique that I'd like to show you. Can you take a look at it and give me some pointers? Ye Guan opened his palm, and a sword manifested in his hand. He didn't wait for the plain skirt lady's reply. He took a stance with his sword and thrust it forward. Boom! The space-time at the tip of his sword collapsed. It was a sword move emblazoned with the power of the sword Dao. Ye Guan had derived the sword technique from the palm Dao, which was a martial skill described in the True God Dao manual. Each sword was a Dao, and each Dao was a sword. In other words, Ye Guan's each and every sword move would be emblazoned with his faith in his invincible sword Dao, making each move incomparably powerful. In fact, Ye Guan reckoned that only great sovereigns and above could withstand such attacks. Ye Guan's eyes were full of anticipation as he turned to look at the plain skirt lady, but the plain skirt lady was silent. The light in her eyes hadn't changed at all. Ye Guan felt a bit nervous. Was it no good at all? The plain skirt lady decided to be frank, but she faltered upon noticing Ye Guan's nervousness. Ye Guan truly resembled her older brother, so her heart softened upon seeing his trepidation. Her gaze softened, and she decided to rephrase her words. You're only 18 years old, but your sword Dao faith is already so strong. You have to know that a swordsman with such resolute and powerful sword Dao faith is incredibly rare, even millions of years ago, said the plain skirt lady. Ye Guan was thrilled and happy. He felt great upon hearing such a high evaluation from his almighty aunt. However, the plain skirt lady added, unfortunately, your sword Dao still has many flaws. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, what flaws? The plain skirt lady asked, is becoming invincible your goal? Ye Guan nodded. The plain skirt lady asked, in your eyes, what does invincibility mean? No one can kill me, while I can kill everyone, Ye Guan replied. The plain skirt lady shook her head and went silent. Ye Guan quickly asked, what's wrong? The plain skirt lady said, the way you described invincibility makes you sound like you're just a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Are you saying that my wish to become invincible was just born out of ignorance because I still haven't fought those who are truly powerful? Why are newborn calves unafraid of tigers? It's because they're young and have no clue of the dangers of this world. They do not know the extent of a tiger's strength, but once they see the ferocity of a tiger, will they become afraid of tigers? Ye Guan fell silent. If a newborn calf remains unafraid of tigers and still dreams of defeating them despite seeing the ferocity of such tigers, it means their courage is truly rare and valuable. In other words, if your faith remains stable and unshaken despite fighting against someone who is truly powerful, we can then say that your faith in your sword Dao has truly been proven. It is not commendable to dream of climbing the heavens, but it is commendable to actually attempt to climb the heavens despite knowing its true height, said the plain-skirt lady. Was that why father asked you to train me? Ye Guan asked. The plain-skirt lady nodded and said, it is one of the reasons, yes. I will definitely learn as much as I can from you, then, Aunt. You're already doing great. Ye Guan was delighted to hear that. However, the plain-skirt lady added, of course, my brother was still a bit better than you when he was your age. Ye Guan's expression froze. Why are you praising father in front of me? Little Pagoda was speechless. In his own opinion, Ye Guan's aptitude for cultivation had definitely exceeded that of the sword master. Ye Guan was definitely the most talented among the 3 generations of the Yang family. Little Pagoda thought about it and realized that destiny would always think of his brother as the best, so it made complete sense. The plain-skirt lady suddenly asked, where is the chaotic star world? The mysterious lady replied, go north. The plain-skirt lady nodded lightly. She grabbed Ye Guan's shoulder, and the spacetime in front of them turned illusory. Soon, the spacetime before Ye Guan peeled away, creating a terrifying scene that forced Ye Guan to close his eyes. Moments later, everything returned to normal. Ye Guan opened his eyes and found that he was staring at a magnificent and seemingly endless stretch of starry skies. He couldn't hear any noises aside from his own breathing and the pounding of his heart, which made the scenery eerie, even though it was picturesque. Ye Guan's eyes soon landed on a shining door that spanned a few million kilometers in width and height. It was a surreal sight. Ye Guan took a closer look and discovered squirming runes on the door. It seemed the door itself was made out of inscrutable, ancient runes that were giving off an extremely terrifying energy undulation. Ye Guan realized that he was staring at the door to the chaotic star sea, and he reeled in shock. He was sure that there was a significant distance between Stone Village and this place, but his aunt managed to bring him here in just a few seconds. It was so absurd that Ye Guan couldn't quite believe it. Just then, the mysterious lady said, the expedition army was once here to conquer the chaotic star world. And they failed. Ye Guan asked. Yes, the mysterious lady said before explaining, the chaotic star world is more dangerous than the heaven-seizing universe's boundary because of the tribulations that exist in the chaotic star world. A great example of this is the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations for great sovereigns. The terrifying destiny tribulation can also be found in the chaotic star world, and as its name says, it's a tribulation that those who want to become great destiny sovereigns will have to withstand. The existence of these tribulations and calamities is the reason the chaotic star world is frequented by those who want to become even stronger, as these calamities and tribulations are rare outside the chaotic star world. Rare. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Why are there so many of them here, then? It's all because this place is special, the mysterious lady explained. The chaotic star world was the final sanctuary of the remnants of the civilization that the divine Dao civilization had replaced. The remnants were forced to retreat here, and they built many terrifying tribulation arrays. At first, the tribulation arrays were under their control, but the arrays went out of control for some reason. Out of control? Ye Guan asked. Yes, and the existence of those tribulation arrays is the reason this place has become such a terrifying place. The tribulation arrays here can descend upon anyone at any time. However, those strong enough to survive such tribulations and calamities will always end up becoming significantly stronger than before they decided to visit the chaotic star world. So the tribulations and calamities were the reason the expedition army had failed to conquer the chaotic star world. Ye Guan asked. Yes, you could say that. Even experts stronger than the troops of the expedition army will find it difficult to adjust to so many calamities and tribulations. Of course, the denizens of the chaotic star world had also fought fiercely against the expedition army, and I'll let you know that they're extremely strong. Tempered by the harsh environment of perpetual calamities and tribulations, the denizens here are beyond your imagination. They're also exceedingly ruthless, which makes sense considering their environment, said the mysterious lady. Have they never thought about leaving? Of course, they had contemplated leaving. In fact, I remember that they had created a team of supreme elites to fight their way out. However, they would lose their terrain advantage outside the chaotic star world, which means the expedition army had been consistently pushing them back into the chaotic star world. In the end, the true universe concluded that the chaotic star world is too weak to defeat the troops of the expedition army outside the chaotic star world. Ye Guan fell silent at that. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Ye Guan's family, the Guanxian universe would have long fallen against the true universe. The mysterious lady continued. Your father did the right thing by making you train here. You'll achieve tremendous growth here. Ye Guan nodded in agreement, and he couldn't help but feel excited at the challenges that he would inevitably have to face in the chaotic star world. Just then, the plain-skirt lady said, let's go. With that, she started walking toward the shining door. Ye Guan followed closely behind her. Rumble, The space-time behind Ye Guan and the plain-skirt lady was abruptly torn open, and almost 100 powerful auras surged out of the rift, hitting Ye Guan in the back. Ye Guan frowned and turned around to see members of the Heaven-Seizing clan walking out of a space-time rift. Ye Guan was taken aback, and he couldn't quite believe the sight before him. Is the Heaven-Seizing clan filled with a bunch of madmen? They've come knocking on my doors again despite that harsh lesson? Heaven-Seizing K cackled maniacally upon seeing Ye Guan and the plain-skirt lady. Ye Guan had gotten too careless, and he had decided to bring only one person with him. Heaven-Seizing K was convinced Ye Guan's carelessness was born from his arrogance. The other members of the Heaven-Seizing clan smiled. They would have been afraid if the supreme elites of the Guanxian universe were here, but there wasn't anyone else here aside from Ye Guan and a woman wearing a plain skirt. This is going to be like taking candy from a baby? Heaven-Seizing Q's gaze landed on the plain skirt lady. He stared deeply at her before glancing at his men and saying, "Go for Ye Guan's head. Remember, do not hold back and attack him together. I'll deal with this woman, and I'll let her see what it means to be a great sovereign." Heaven-Seizing K took a step forward, and a dull roar echoed from him as his aura surged crazily. He beckoned at the plain skirt lady with his hand and said mockingly, "Woman, do you have balls to fight me, a mighty great sovereign?" Heaven-Seizing Q's voice boomed powerfully, and his voice alone made the starry skies quiver ever so slightly. His domineering great sovereign aura swept across the starry skies as it surged crazily. The members of the Heaven-Seizing clan decisively rushed toward Ye Guan, and Ye Guan was shocked to find that the two cultivators at the helm of the group were great destiny sovereigns. The terrifying auras of the two great destiny sovereigns locked onto Ye Guan. They were considered to be one of the most terrifying beings throughout the vast expanse, while Ye Guan was just an Earth Immortal realm cultivator. He was like a paltry ant against the two great destiny sovereigns, seemingly incapable of fighting back. Heaven-Seizing K had decided to mobilize almost 100 of the Heaven-Seizing clan's powerhouses along with two great destiny sovereigns. Clearly, they were resolved to kill Ye Guan, and they didn't want any mistakes to happen. They had to get rid of him today to prevent any future disasters from happening to the Heaven-Seizing clan. Meanwhile, Heaven-Seizing Q's gaze was fixed on the plain-skirt lady. His killing intent pervaded the air, but he didn't make a move because his goal was to keep the plain-skirt lady occupied while the rest of the clan members were busy against Ye Guan. If she made a move, he would also make a move. Of course, he was extremely wary. He didn't dare to underestimate her. After all, Ye Guan's status was special, so his bodyguard had to be an extraordinary figure. Still, Heaven-Seizing K wasn't afraid there were just too many of them. However, Ye Guan remained calm. His aunt's figure seemed to grant him a huge sense of security. The plain-skirt lady stared at the oncoming great destiny sovereigns and flicked her fingers. Snap! A ray of sword light flashed, and about 100 heads went flying. The headless corpses of the heads seemed unaware that they had already perished as they were still in a mad dash toward Ye Guan, which created a horrifying scene. Heaven-Seizing K looked like he had been struck by lightning. He stood rooted, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. The incongruous sight looked like absolute nonsense to him, and his brain couldn't quite comprehend it. However, the reality was harsh, and roughly 100 elites of the Heaven-Seizing clan had indeed perished with just one sword move from the plain-skirt lady. Of course, the two great destiny sovereigns had perished as well. Heaven-Seizing Q's figure quivered like an aspen tree as he stammered, how is this? How is this possible?" He was dreaming. This was simply possible, so he had to be dreaming. A great destiny sovereign was killed in an instant? Is that even possible? Unfortunately, Heaven-Seizing K had no choice but to accept the cold reality. It was then that he finally understood how the powerhouses of the Heaven-Seizing clan had perished on that day. Their deaths had been mysterious because they didn't manage to create any waves, but it turned out that they had perished in an instant. The plain-skirt lady before him had killed those powerhouses in just one move. Doomed, he was doomed. Heaven-Seizing Q's face turned ashen. He stared at the plain-skirt lady in horror as if he were staring at a ghost. The plain-skirt lady's strength far exceeded his imagination. Ye Guan was also shocked. He had already witnessed the power of his plain-skirt aunt back in Nanzhou, but he still couldn't quite get over his plain-skirt aunt's prowess despite seeing it many times before. Just then, he finally realized just how big the prank his Master Pagoda had pulled on him. "My aunt is a great sword immortal? A great sword immortal, my ass?" The plain-skirt lady stared coldly at Heaven-Seizing K and asked, "I want you to point at where you had come from." Heaven-Seizing K turned deathly pale, but he remained defiant. "I won't tell you even if you kill me." Ye Guan pointed at the right and chimed in, "Aunt, he came from that way." Heaven-Seizing K was rendered speechless. The plain-skirt lady quietly put two of her fingers together before slashing out in the direction Ye Guan had pointed out for her. Hum! The path sword in Ye Guan let out a resonant hum and flew out. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was in the middle of his closed-door seclusion when he noticed something off. His eyes shot wide open, and his face changed drastically upon looking up. His figure blurred, and he rushed out of the Heaven-Seizing world without an ounce of hesitation. Just then, a sword descended and struck the Heaven-Seizing world. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated as the Heaven-Seizing world was torn into pieces. The plain-skirt lady had swung her finger sword without much thought, but the resulting move was still powerful enough to annihilate an entire world? No, it wasn't just the Heaven-Seizing world. The boundary next to it was obliterated as well, leaving Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao to stare dumbfoundedly at where the Heaven-Seizing world and the boundary once floated. Heaven-seizing world is gone? Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao's mind buzzed, and a bout of dizziness struck him. Swoosh! An old man appeared beside him. The old man was heaven-seizing Lai. He was the one who had decided not to follow heaven-seizing K in hunting Ye Guan down. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao turned and roared, what the hell happened? Heaven-seizing Lai hesitated for a while before he told Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao about heaven-seizing Q's plans. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao was beyond infuriated upon hearing that heaven-seizing K had actually decided to besiege the plain-skirt lady along with Ye Guan. What the fuck is wrong with that idiot? His ancestors are a bunch of fuckers for nurturing such a dumbass. Heaven-seizing Lai went silent at that, but he really wanted to tell his clan leader that he was heaven-seizing Q's ancestor. However, heaven-seizing Lai decided not to express his thoughts. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao was extremely furious at the moment, so it'd be wise not to provoke him. Otherwise, Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao would vent his anger out on him. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao's face was flushed red in fury. He truly didn't expect that heaven-seizing K would bring the elites of the heaven-seizing clan with him to chase after Ye Guan. In addition, heaven-seizing K had even done it arbitrarily. That idiot. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao cursed, feeling like he was about to explode from all the fury that had accumulated in him. The Guanxian universe had killed many of his clan members, but they didn't wipe out his entire clan. In other words, they would eventually recover given enough time, but heaven-seizing K had just doomed the entire clan. Damn it! How do I have such a dumb clan member? He was seriously at his wit's end. Heaven-seizing Lai asked hesitantly, Clan leader, what should we do? Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao was silent, and a gloomy expression suffused his face. His original plan was to rebuild the clan, but the clan was no more, and even their headquarters was gone. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao was angry, but his dread was stronger than his fury. Time seemed to have come to a standstill when Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao saw that oncoming sword earlier. A single glance was enough for him to determine that he would die if even the shockwaves of the oncoming attack managed to hit him. He had escaped with his life by running with all his might. The plain-skirt lady's prowess was simply out of this world. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao finally spoke, are there any survivors? The young talents of our clan weren't in the heaven-seizing world. They went outside to cultivate and train, but there aren't that many of them, heaven-seizing Lai said in a low voice. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao closed his eyes slowly. His eyes remained shut for quite a while before he said, take them with you and find somewhere else to start anew. Change their first and last names, and then help them become stronger. Heaven-seizing Lai nodded and said, I understand. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao muttered, I was supposed to become even stronger during this reincarnation, but it seems that the opposite has happened. Heaven-seizing Lai sighed under his breath. The heaven-seizing clan was no more? I guess I have to take things more seriously now, Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao said. He then grabbed heaven-seizing Lai and disappeared into thin air. Not long after they left, a light spot appeared near the annihilated boundary. A white-robed woman emerged from the light spot. She was a beautiful woman capable of taking just about anyone's breath away. She looked around with a frown and muttered, I wonder who annihilated this world and its boundary. A green-robed woman emerged from the light spot, and she was as beautiful as the white-robed lady. She looked around and smiled before saying, Sister, I think we're in the divine Dao universe, the universe our ancestors always talk about. The white-robed woman pondered briefly before saying, I'm not sure. The green-robed woman asked, should I tell our clan members about this discovery? Not yet. The white-robed woman shook her head and said, let's get a better understanding of this place first. If we tell our clan members about this discovery, we might end up attracting trouble once they come here. The green-robed woman revealed a proud smile and said, we're members of the Zantai clan, should we even be afraid of anyone? The white-robed woman frowned and said, I've told you this many times, but we must not underestimate anyone. Why won't you listen to me? The green-robed woman giggled and stuck her tongue out, saying, all right, I'll listen to everything you say. The white-robed woman rolled her eyes before saying in a serious tone of voice, I want you to think about it. What do you think it means for someone to wipe out an entire world along with its boundary? It means that the perpetrator must be an extremely terrifying existence. Back then, even our ancestors couldn't do this. The green-robed woman's expression turned heavy. The white-robed woman looked around carefully before saying, come on, then. Let's look around. With that, the two transformed into streams of light that disappeared somewhere. Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor were sitting across each other with grim expressions. They had just received news about the destruction of the heaven-seizing world. Left Counselor Feng Qi said, Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao brought almost 100 members of the heaven-seizing clan to the Ye residence, and they ended up being at the hands of a woman wearing a plain skirt. The same woman has just obliterated the heaven-seizing world. Left Counselor Feng Qi looked worried as she added, we've truly underestimated the Guanxian universe's strength, especially the strength of that plain skirt lady. It can't be helped. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi trailed off before saying, the same plain skirt lady was in that war 30 million years ago, and she stood next to the sword master. However, she never made a move throughout the war, so we had no idea about the extent of her prowess. Who could have known that she was this powerful all along? Left Counselor Feng Qi replied, I think she wanted to help the sword master achieve divine transcendence at the time. It might be the reason she didn't make any moves throughout the war. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi went silent. Left Counselor Feng Qi suddenly stood up and said, the Guanxian universe is much more powerful than what we previously thought. We have to make a report for the true god to peruse. With that, she turned around and left the true god hall. The plain skirt lady opened her palm. The path sword flew to her hand, and she put it away. Ye Guan froze and stammered, and the sword. Oh, I forgot, the plain skirt lady replied. She took out the path sword and gave it back to Ye Guan. Ye Guan immediately put it away. He didn't want to rely heavily on the path sword, but it was still essential to him. Of course, he had the right to decide whether he would use the path sword or not. Let's go, said the plain skirt lady before she started walking toward the shining door. And, the heaven-seizing world Ye Guan started. Is gone, the plain skirt lady said, finishing Ye Guan's sentence. Gone? Ye Guan was beyond stupefied. A sword move had actually completely obliterated the heaven-seizing world? He couldn't quite believe it, but a thought popped up in his mind, and he hurriedly said, and, I know where the true world is. Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. The plain skirt lady was stunned upon hearing Ye Guan's words. Meanwhile, the mysterious lady turned to Little Pagoda and said, at this rate, he's going to end up as a freeloading, lazy bum. Little Pagoda said, I also think that he's going to get addicted to asking for help. The plain skirt lady stared silently at Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt slightly guilty under her gaze. And, the plain skirt lady extended her palm, and the path sword appeared in her hands. Without wasting any time, she slammed the sword on Ye Guan's right arm. Crack! A crisp noise echoed, and Ye Guan's face changed drastically. Veins bulged all over him, and his blood vessels looked like they were on the verge of exploding. Even more terrifying than the pain was that he felt as though his soul was being devoured, and every bone in his body felt like they were being cut open by a knife. The word excruciating would be an understatement to describe such pain. Ye Guan soon collapsed to the ground and let out a shrill scream of agony. After what felt like an eternity, he curled up in the fetal position on the ground while trembling uncontrollably. The plain skirt lady stared silently at him. Ye Guan was devoid of blood, and sweat dripped profusely down his face. The ordeal lasted but a few moments, but he looked utterly exhausted. Eventually, the color returned to Ye Guan's complexion. The plain skirt lady saw that and said, let's go. With that, she started walking toward the shining door. Ye Guan was feeling much better than earlier, so he immediately followed her. The plain skirt lady suddenly asked, do you know why I decided to beat you up? Ye Guan nodded and said, I can't keep on relying on you for my problems. The plain skirt lady made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, I liked you a lot when we first met. You were weak, but you had the heart of a true warrior. You faced challenges with courage and your brain without relying on anyone. You were also obstinate when it comes to sticking to your morals and beliefs. However, you've just made it clear to me that you're no longer the same Ye Guan I had met back then. You can no longer see the bigger picture, and frankly, The plain skirt lady trailed off. She shook her head before continuing. I'm disappointed. Ye Guan's head drooped, and he didn't say anything in response. However, he eventually broke the ice and said, actually, this is all your fault. It's your fault for being so powerful. The plain skirt lady stared quietly at Ye Guan. I was really scared when I saw you obliterate an entire world with just a single sword move, and I still can't quite grasp just how powerful you are, and I'm sure I look like I'm relying on you a lot, but you're like a god to me, and who won't rely on their own god. The plain skirt lady was silent. She opened her palm, and the path sword appeared in her hand. Ye Guan's eyelids twitched, and he went as quiet as a mouse. The plain skirt lady made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, I'm going to start beating you up every day if you still haven't reached the great sovereign realm 1 month later. Ye Guan's expression stiffened, but he could only smile bitterly at her declaration. The two soon reached the shining door, but it remained closed even though they were already so close to it. Rumble! The shining door trembled, and a figure clad in purple armor walked out of it. The horrifying aura he was giving off made even the space-time around him quiver incessantly. The mysterious lady exclaimed, an expedition army troop. Ye Guan was stunned. The figure clad in purple armor was a great sovereign. The figure clad in purple armor swept their gaze across the plain skirt lady and Ye Guan before saying, the chaotic star world is beyond this door, and outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. The plain skirt lady waved her sleeve. Boom! The gargantuan shining door collapsed. The figure clad in purple armor was horrified, but the plain skirt lady ignored them and turned to look at Ye Guan. Let's go, she said. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. With that, the two walked away, leaving the stupefied figure clad in purple all by themselves. The true universe had spent an enormous amount of resources and effort to build the shining door many years ago, and it was all for the sake of preventing the denizens of the chaotic star world from leaving the chaotic star world. The ancient array emblazoned on the shining door had been stopping them from leaving, but now, the array was no more. Shockingly, it was destroyed with just a wave of a sleeve, stupefying the figure clad in purple. The figure clad in purple knew that even great time sovereigns wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on the gargantuan door, but the woman earlier merely waved her sleeve, and the shining door crumbled. The figure clad in purple was shell-shocked. After passing through a haze of white light, Ye Guan soon found himself in the middle of nowhere. He was about to speak, but he turned around and froze upon realizing that his aunt was missing. Aunt, he called out to no avail. Ye Guan looked around and failed to see her. Just then, the plain skirt lady's voice echoed in his head. There are a few figures here that aren't too bad. I'll go and beat them up first, so you should go ahead and have fun by yourself. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. In the end, he shook his head and smiled wryly to himself. His aunt's temper was as fiery as usual. Ye Guan took a deep breath and looked around. He was indeed in the chaotic star world. Ye Guan's eyes abruptly widened upon sensing something off. He opened his palm, but the path sword didn't appear. Ye Guan was stunned. He attempted to call upon the Dao imprint and the divine tree of nature, but he received no response from them. Don't look at me, Little Pagoda hurriedly said to Ye Guan using voice transmission. All of your items have been sealed, including me. He then realized something and quickly corrected himself. No, I misspoke. I'm not an item. Naturally, the mysterious lady heard their conversation and remarked, "You're a genius, Master Pagoda." Little Pagoda's expression turned ugly at the mysterious lady's remark, but he didn't retort. Everything is sealed. Ye Guan shook his head. My aunt sealed them? He had neither artifacts nor anyone's help. He was no longer the Sword Master's son or the king of the Guanxian universe. He had become nothing but just Ye Guan. He was back to square one. Ye Guan pondered over it before smiling. All right. He pivoted on his wheel and headed into the distance. He had just taken a few steps when he felt the hairs on his back stand on end. He looked up and caught the tail end of a lightning bolt. Crackle! A red lightning bolt struck the ground, creating a powerful explosion. It's a calamity? Ye Guan's heart jumped to his throat. His figure blurred, and he transformed into a ray of sword light that swiftly headed for the distance. Soon, he came to a halt but was horrified to see a red clump above his head. Ye Guan's face changed drastically. The calamity can track me? With that conclusion in mind, Ye Guan had no choice but to face it head-on. Ye Guan opened his palm, and his sword intent took to the skies. Boom! However, a divine lightning bolt descended. Ye Guan hurriedly created a sword made out of sword energy while reeling in shock. Boom! A powerful explosion occurred at the point of collision, and Ye Guan's sword made out of sword energy was destroyed upon impact. Ye Guan was blasted away, and he flailed around while falling toward a mountain range. Boom! A dull explosion echoed when Ye Guan struck the ground. The impact was so strong that it took Ye Guan a while to crawl out of the muddy pit. His clothes were scorched, and his head resembled a messy bird's nest. He looked quite miserable as his blood started dripping out of the cracks in his skin. Evidently, he had suffered severe injuries from the collision just now. Ye Guan was horrified. He had no idea that a lightning bolt could be so terrifying. He took out a spiritual pill and swallowed it, but his expression soon froze. He realized that he only had 10 spiritual pills left to use because his aunt had sealed most of his items. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Things had just become more difficult? Ye Guan didn't dwell on it. He sat cross-legged to recuperate. An hour later, Ye Guan looked down at himself and judged that he had recovered about 80% of his strength. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the distance, and a white beam of light flashed and crashed into a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The impact was so strong that the mountain crumbled into pieces, haphazardly scattering debris in all directions. Alarmed, Ye Guan hurriedly retreated to avoid the debris. Crash! A dark beam of light struck the ground, sending shockwaves that disintegrated the oncoming debris. A disheveled figure hurriedly ran away from the dark beam of light, but the figure coincidentally moved closer to Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes fell on the figure, and he discovered that the figure was a young woman wearing a white dress. A long sword was in her hand, and she was being orbited by 3 swords. Ye Guan turned to the dark beam of light and found that it had dissipated, revealing the figure of a gray-haired old man. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, but his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's eyes. Overall, he had a fierce demeanor. Ye Guan quietly retreated. These 2 figures were divine sovereigns, but the prowess they had displayed just now was beyond the prowess of the run-of-the-mill divine sovereigns out there. Ye Guan couldn't allow himself to get dragged into such muddy waters, so he decisively chose to leave. Fairy Lu Yin, the gray-haired old man said, "You may leave after leaving the tribulation-avoiding stone behind." The young woman remained quiet as she extended her left hand and created a finger sword by sticking both of her fingers together. Without any word, she decisively swiped her finger sword across the sword in her right hand. The young woman's blood seeped into the sword and dripped down its tip, but she ignored the sharp pain. She gestured with her left hand and pointed her sword at the gray-haired old man. Sealing sword technique, she muttered, and the sword in her hand flew toward the gray-haired old man. However, her attack didn't end there. Numerous tiny space-time rifts abruptly manifested around the gray-haired old man, and the rifts spat out swords. Are you mad? The gray-haired old man's expression turned ugly. You actually used a forbidden technique. The gray-haired old man gestured with his hands, and a dark-colored energy flooded out of him. The flying swords managed to trap the gray-haired old man and keep him occupied, but the young woman had evidently paid a huge price. Her visage was as pallid as a corpse, and she looked completely exhausted. Lu Yin's figure blurred, and she transformed into a beam of sword light that rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned when he felt something soft hit his back. The young woman had fallen on his back. Ye Guan was quiet. What is she doing? The young woman wrapped her left hand around Ye Guan's neck and threatened, I want you to bring me to the Tianxian clan. Your life is in my hands, so you better bring me there. Hearing that, Ye Guan backflipped and pushed the young woman beneath him. He didn't bother to wait for her reaction as he punched her throat. Crack! A grotesque noise echoed from the young woman's neck, and she spat a mouthful of blood. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet as he stood up and stomped on Lu Yin's stomach. Squelch! Ye Guan's foot pierced Lu Yin's stomach, tearing her insides apart. Lu Yin's eyes were wide with disbelief. She never thought that Ye Guan would decisively kill her. Lu Yin was about to speak, but Ye Guan kicked her head. Swoosh! Lu Yin's head flew away, leaving behind a trail of crimson in the air. Lu Yin had died with her eyes wide open. However, Ye Guan remained expressionless at the gory sight. Like a habit, he put away Lu Yin's storage ring. He had no intentions of interfering, but Lu Yin had tried to drag him down with her by threatening him. Ye Guan initially wanted to avoid any trouble, but Lu Yin clearly thought the opposite, so Ye Guan decided to make a move. He moved without any mercy at all. Clearly, Ye Guan wasn't the type to go easy on his enemies just because they were a woman. The flying swords orbiting the black-robed old man disappeared. The black-robed old man cast a wary gaze on Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked at the black-robed old man without saying anything. He gathered all his power, ready to attack at any moment. He was only at the Earth Immortal realm, but he wasn't afraid of divine sovereigns. Of course, the black-robed old man's true power was beyond divine sovereigns, but Ye Guan was still not afraid of him. The black-robed old man frowned upon seeing Ye Guan's calmness. After a few moments of silence, he retreated. He had chosen not to fight. Evidently, the black-robed old man didn't feel confident fighting Ye Guan. The young man had killed Lu Yin in the proverbial blink of an eye, and the black-robed old man had sustained severe injuries. Thus, the right move here was to avoid fighting. Ye Guan also wasn't confident about defeating the black-robed old man, so he didn't give chase. The black-robed old man soon vanished in Ye Guan's vision. Ye Guan opened his palm, and Lu Yin's storage ring appeared in his hands. He looked into it and found that the ring had about 1,000,000 spiritual cores as well as a few random items. Ye Guan had the Path Sword, the Divine Tree of Nature, and the Sword Master's Dao imprint, so run-of-the-mill spiritual artifacts were nothing to him. Ye Guan soon found a stone, and he picked it up. The stone wasn't big, it was as big as his palm, and it was emblazoned with inscrutable and mysterious ancient runes. The mysterious lady exclaimed, "That's a tribulation-avoiding stone." Ye Guan quickly asked, "Tribulation-avoiding stone?" The mysterious lady replied, "A tribulation-avoiding stone is priceless here." Ye Guan instantly grew curious. "How come?" The mysterious lady said, "There are tribulations all over this place. Even great sovereigns have to be careful and make sure that they won't catch the eye of anything unwanted. However, a tribulation-avoiding stone will help you avoid those things. In other words, this stone will help you avoid tribulations and calamities." Ye Guan muttered, "I see." Indeed, the calamity that he had encountered earlier had been a massive headache. It had almost sent him on his way to the afterlife. The mysterious lady continued, "I heard that the Divine Dao civilization's predecessor went to conquer regions in the chaotic star world, but the natives of the chaotic star world managed to repel some of their forces, and those places became forbidden zones." The mysterious lady sounded hesitant as she said, "You can use that tribulation-avoiding stone to visit those special regions. Who knows? You might get to witness the might of the people whose roots are even deeper than the Divine Dao civilization." "Really?" Ye Guan asked, "Have you seen them before?" "Nope," the mysterious lady said and explained, "We had to do some research when we were about to besiege this place, which is the reason I know what I know. The natives here aren't as strong as the denizens of the true universe, but they aren't weak. Those whose roots span beyond the Divine Dao civilization are particularly stronger. They possess mysterious abilities that have given the true universe a massive headache." "What's the name of the civilization before the Divine Dao civilization?" The mysterious lady replied, "The Eternal Civilization." Ye Guan frowned slightly and repeated, "The Eternal Civilization." "Yes," the mysterious lady said and explained, "Apparently, one can achieve eternal life by becoming strong enough during the Eternal Era. However, the great Daoist Brush Master felt that eternal life is extremely burdensome to the vast expanse. In the end, the plunder of resources will cause the collapse of every civilization, universe, and world out there, which means those with eternal lives actually don't have eternal lives. The great Daoist Brush Master changed things, and eternal life no longer exists since then. People and even spirits will eventually return to dust." "Did the Eternal Era end because they fought for their beliefs?" Ye Guan asked. The mysterious lady said, "Yes, their ideologies clashed, and they ended up fighting. The great Daoist Brush Master emerged victorious, and the Eternal Civilization was forced to settle in this world." Ye Guan was still confused. How come the great Daoist Brush Master allowed them to live? The mysterious lady responded, "Who knows?" Ye Guan nodded without asking any more questions. He looked down at the tribulation-avoiding stone in his hand and smiled. The tribulation-avoiding stone would help him save a ton of time and a lot of trouble. Ye Guan put the stone away and turned to look at the horizon, wondering about the identity of his aunt's enemy. Rumble? A low rumble echoed just then as several powerful auras tore through space-time and appeared not too far away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned to look at the three newcomers and found that one of them was the black-robed old man from earlier. Ye Guan's face darkened. Shit, he actually called for backup. The black-robed old man glared at Ye Guan and roared, "Let's kill him." He turned into a dark beam of light that shot toward Ye Guan. The remaining two old men didn't bother speaking. They rushed toward Ye Guan and circulated the full extent of their Divine Sovereign cultivation bases. In total, 3 Divine Sovereign Realm cultivators were flying toward Ye Guan at once. Their cultivation bases were at the divine sovereign realm, but these three old men were much more powerful than the average great sovereigns outside the chaotic star world. Realizing that he was no match for them, Ye Guan's figure shook as he hopped onto his sword and flew far away. However, how could the black-robed old man let him leave just like that? The black-robed old man chased after Ye Guan along with a grey-robed old man and a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man lowered his guard slightly and showed a hint of contempt at the sight. It seemed that Ye Guan was just all talk because he had decided to run away rather than fight them head-on. With that thought in mind, he felt somewhat regretful. He should have just dealt with the young man by himself. He had called for backup, which meant that there would be some bloodshed over who would become the owner of the tribulation-avoiding stone. It was rather infuriating. Driven by anger, the black-robed old man picked up the pace. Just then, Ye Guan came to a halt. He whipped around and slashed out with his sword. The attack was emblazoned with his sword Dao. Ye Guan didn't dare to be careless against three divine sovereigns. He decisively strengthened his attack with his sword Dao. The expression of the black-robed old man changed drastically. He never expected that the young man in front of him could turn the tables so swiftly. He was taken by surprise, but he reacted quickly and summoned an impressive divine shield to defend himself. Boom! The divine shield shattered with a thunderous explosion, and the impact sent the black-robed old man stumbling backward. However, Ye Guan didn't stop there. He charged forward and lifted his sword for another powerful strike. A combination of 36 slashes, the beheading heaven's sword art? The power of 36 swords was combined into one sword move, sending the black-robed old man flying at least a few kilometers away. Incredibly, a nearly 10-kilometer-long chasm had appeared between Ye Guan and the black-robed old man. Ye Guan took a stance with his sword, but he didn't dare to attack once more. The sword Dao attack and the beheading heaven's sword art consumed too much profound energy for him to keep on using. He had just performed 2 sword moves, but he already felt like collapsing. Unfortunately, the black-robed old man was still alive. In fact, he looked like he had only suffered a minor injury. Clearly, the cultivators here were a cut above the rest when compared to the cultivators outside. Meanwhile, the 2 old men clad in black robes hurriedly came to a halt. They didn't dare to make a move upon seeing Ye Guan's sword move. Their eyes depicted the disbelief that had gripped their hearts. The young man was so strong. The black-robed old man was also shocked. He looked at Ye Guan and asked curiously, "How come you're so strong when you're just an Earth Immortal realm cultivator?" Ye Guan stared at the black-robed old man before saying, "I'm just 18 years old." 18? The 3 old men were stunned, confused about Ye Guan's response. However, their expressions turned grim upon realizing what Ye Guan was trying to say. Ye Guan was a heaven-defying talent, and despite his age, he was extremely powerful. "I have relatives," Ye Guan muttered. The black-robed old man stared quietly at Ye Guan. Was he threatening them? To be honest, the black-robed old man was worried. Ye Guan's strength could only be explained by saying that he definitely had a powerful family behind him. However, the black-robed old man just couldn't bear to part with a tribulation-avoiding stone. In addition, tribulation-avoiding stones were extremely precious. He needed one to explore the forbidden zones of the chaotic star world. He also needed it to save someone's life aside from the prospect of obtaining powerful inheritances and mysterious treasures. Ye Guan saw the black-robed old man's hesitation. He was about to speak, but the black-robed old man suddenly shouted, "Hold on." The black-robed old man's gaze became as sharp as knives, prompting Ye Guan to stare at the black-robed old man with furrowed brows. "You can't fool me? I know you're just trying to scare us away with your talent by claiming that you have relatives who will avenge you. I wasn't joking when I said that." Ye Guan insisted in a low voice. "Oh, really?" The black-robed old man chuckled and said, "Come on, then. Tell me, what's the name of your clan?" Ye Guan went silent at that. He was convinced that these people had never heard of the Guanxian universe. The black-robed old man's expression grew sinister in the face of Ye Guan's cold shoulder. "There's no use fooling me. I'm old, but I still know how to differentiate between right and wrong. I mean, just think about it." Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "I'm just 18, but I'm already an Earth Immortal realm cultivator. Stop it with the nonsense. I want you to tell us the identity of your backer." Ye Guan stared deeply at the black-robed old man and said, "The Sword Master. Have you heard of him?" The black-robed old man stared at Ye Guan. "You're just buying time to recover." Hearing that, Ye Guan knew that the jig was up. He turned around decisively and hopped onto his sword. The black-robed old man was furious. "How dare you try to deceive me?" he roared. "Chase him. I want his head." Ye Guan turned around and shouted, "Damn it, I wasn't lying. I really have backups, and they are all invincible figures. My aunt is invincible, my uncle is invincible, my grandfather is invincible, and even my father is invincible." "Shut up," the black-robed old man shouted. "I don't and will not believe even a word from your mouth." Ye Guan. Ye Guan rode on his sword across the seemingly endless mountain range. He pushed his speed to the extreme, and his shuttling through the endless mountains would occasionally emit a wisp of sword energy that would split a mountain peak in half. 3 peak divine sovereign realm cultivators chased closely behind him, wreaking havoc all the way. Their reckless movement destroyed the mountains on their path, kicking up a tower of dust and debris, which created a terrifying scene that shook the heavens and the earth. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He wasn't lying, but the 3 old men refused to believe him. However, this also raised his suspicions. His aunt's reputation didn't seem as prominent as he thought. The True Universe and the Heaven-Seizing clan seemed unaware of her identity, and the cultivators here seemed ignorant of her as well, which was strange. Ye Guan had no choice but to escape from the three old men. He was too weak to confront them at the moment. Divine Sovereign Realm cultivators were no match for him back in the Guanxian universe, but the chaotic star world had made him realize that not every Divine Sovereign was equal. There was a difference in quality between the two Divine Sovereigns, and the Divine Sovereigns of both the Guanxian universe and the True Universe seemed unable to compare to the Divine Sovereigns of the chaotic star world. With that in mind, Ye Guan didn't even dare to imagine just how horrifying the great sovereigns of the chaotic star world were. Ye Guan pushed aside his thoughts and picked up the pace. He moved extremely fast, and the three old men were starting to get left behind after an hour and a half of relentless chasing. Of course, Ye Guan knew that depleting his energy in this manner wasn't a solution because the three old men would never give up. Ye Guan needed a plan, and he had to execute it as soon as possible. The black-robed old man cast a piercing gaze at Ye Guan. He was shamed and angry at the thought that a young man had humiliated him. He was certain that if such news were to leak, he would become everyone's laughing stock. His anger and shame were like firewood to the raging furnace of his heart. An unknown amount of time passed until Ye Guan finally came to a halt. The black-robed old man frowned, and he quickly came to a stop as well. He didn't dare to show any disdain toward Ye Guan. The two moves Ye Guan had shown him earlier had left him genuinely frightened. Ye Guan turned around and swept his gaze across the old men before saying, "Elders, if I'm willing to hand over the tribulation-avoiding stone, will you let me go?" The three old men were stunned. Did he just decide to surrender? The black-robed old man looked wary as he asked, "What scheme is this?" Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "If we fight one-on-one, there's a chance of winning, but my chances of winning against three opponents at once are zero, especially if the opponents are powerful divine sovereigns. With that in mind, I chose to give up on the tribulation-avoiding stone and save my life. It's a precious stone, but can I even use it in the afterlife? I have to be alive if I want to enjoy it." The black-robed old man looked deeply into Ye Guan's eyes. The young man wasn't stubborn, and he knew how the world operated. It was no wonder he had such a high cultivation base despite his age. However, the black-robed old man just couldn't abandon the thought that Ye Guan had a trick up his sleeve. "You know we can just kill you to obtain the tribulation-avoiding stone, right?" the black-robed old man asked with a sneer. Ye Guan did not bother arguing. He opened his palm, and the tribulation-avoiding stone appeared in his hand. He sent it flying with a wave of his sleeve, but it landed in the hands of the gray-haired old man rather than in the hands of the black-robed old man. Ye Guan turned around and fled decisively. Ye Guan's actions had truly caught the three old men off guard. The gray-haired old man was especially stupefied. No, he was shell-shocked. Why did the young man give the stone to him? Just then, he sensed the gaze of the black-robed old man, and he hurriedly put away the tribulation-avoiding stone. He cast a wary gaze at the black-robed old man and asked, "Chen Quan, are you trying to do something here?" Chen Quan insisted solemnly. "Gu Yu, it's mine." Gu Yu's eyes narrowed. His profound energy swirled imperceptibly within him, and he made sure that he was ready to fight at any moment. "It's yours? How come I don't see your name on it?" asked Gu Yu. Chen Quan's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man said, "Chen Quan, Gu Yu, I have no interest in the tribulation-avoiding stone. Chen Quan, you promised me 3 million spiritual cores in exchange for helping you kill that young man. However, the young man has surrendered, and I'm willing to surrender my claim to the stone so long as you give me 3 million spiritual cores each." "Of course, I'm going to leave as well," said the gray-robed old man. Chen Quan and Gu Yu frowned, but the gray-robed old man remained calm. Soon, Chen Quan opened his palm, and a storage ring flew toward the gray-robed old man. The ring contained exactly 3 million spiritual cores. The gray-robed old man stared deeply at Gu Yu. Gu Yu didn't dare to reject the gray-robed old man's offer, as it would be dangerous if the gray-robed old man decided to interfere in their upcoming tournament. Gu Yu and Chen Quan also realized it just then there was indeed a reason the gray-robed old man had made such a bold request. Gu Yu opened his palm, and a storage ring flew over to the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man didn't stand on courtesy as he accepted the storage ring. Afterward, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Only Gu Yu and Chen Quan were left staring at each other with thick, killing intent swirling in their eyes. Chen Quan suddenly said, "He was an extraordinary young man. I think there was a reason he had obediently handed over the tribulation-avoiding stone. I'm pretty sure that he's waiting for either of us to receive severe injuries. Once that happens, he'll step up and take the tribulation-avoiding stone for himself." Gu Yu said calmly, "What do you think we should do, then?" Chen Quan responded, "Gu Yu, you know how important that stone is to me. My son decided to go to the Shangxing sect with someone, and they're currently trapped there. I need this stone to save them. I'm willing to pay you 10 million spiritual cores in exchange for this stone." 10 million spiritual cores, it was a huge sum in the chaotic star world. However, Gu Yu shook his head and said, "Chen Quan, I'm sure you know the value of this stone. In addition to allowing you to avoid calamities and tribulations, it also allows you to access secret realms. If I were to sell it, the starting price would be at least hundreds of millions of spiritual cores. However, you're only offering me 10 million spiritual cores. I can't feel your sincerity." Gu Yu's expression changed, and he stopped mid-sentence because Chen Quan was rushing toward him. Chen Quan's eyes were full of killing intent as he glared at Gu Yu. He knew that the young swordsman had a scheme in place when he willingly relinquished the tribulation-avoiding stone. No, it wasn't even a scheme at all because the young swordsman had tossed the tribulation-avoiding stone to Guyu. In other words, if Chen Quan wanted the tribulation-avoiding stone, he had to take it for himself. A fierce expression suffused Guyu's expression in the face of Chen Quan's offensive. It was impossible for him to voluntarily hand over the tribulation-avoiding stone. How could he willingly give up a treasure chest that he was about to take for himself? Soon, the two engaged in a fierce battle. They were incredibly powerful, so every single move they exchanged caused cataclysmic destruction to their surroundings. In fact, the shockwaves of their moves alone had turned quite a few mountains into dust. About an hour later, Guyu found himself being completely suppressed. Boom! An hour later, a deafening explosion pervaded the air. Guyu was blasted away, and Chen Quan chased after him with a punch. Chen Quan's fist imprint rushed toward Guyu. Boom! The fist imprint struck Guyu, and he flew away as if he were a kite with its strings cut. The moment he recovered his balance, he was shocked to discover that his fleshly body was no more. Guyu hurriedly said, Chen Quan, the tribulation-avoiding stone is yours. You can take. Chen Quan abruptly appeared before him and punched his soul. Boom! Guyu's soul burst into flames. Guyu was no more. Chen Quan opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. The storage ring contained the tribulation-avoiding stone along with over 5 million spiritual cores. Chen Quan's eyes shone with intense killing intent. I just have to kill you, and the tribulation-avoiding stone is mine. He put the storage ring away and looked around. Young swordsman, I know you're here. Come out. However, he received no response. Chen Quan's divine sense burst out of him, and it enveloped everything a few kilometers away from him. He frowned slightly upon failing to sense even a single trace of Ye Guan. Did he actually leave? Chen Quan pondered for a moment and was about to leave when the spacetime in front of him was torn open, and a figure dashed out of it. The figure wasn't Ye Guan, it was the grey-robed earlier who had left earlier. Chen Quan's face fell, but he decisively sent a punch. Kaboom! The two figures were forced to retreat from each other. When Chen Quan recovered his balance, he glared at the grey-robed old man and asked, Feng Mu, are you the Oriole all this while? Feng Mu sneered and said, tribulation-avoiding stones are precious divine objects, how can I not be tempted? I'm sure you can only exert 70% of your maximum power due to the injuries you sustained while fighting Guyu. If you were uninjured, I wouldn't have dared to come out. However, you're injured, so you no longer have any chances of winning against me. Still, I'm willing to let you go as long as you obediently hand over the tribulation-avoiding stones to me. Chen Quan glared at Feng Mu and chuckled as if the latter's words were absurd. You can try, he challenged. Feng Mu squinted. He didn't bother wasting any more time talking. His figure trembled, and he disappeared. The spacetime in front of Chen Quan was abruptly torn open, and a terrifying force rushed over toward him. Chen Quan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He rushed forward and threw a punch toward Feng Mu. Boom! The spacetime around the two trembled before collapsing at once. However, the two had yet to have their fill as they immediately rushed toward each other the moment they recovered their balance in midair. Soon, a cacophony of noises filled the air, and the two fought non-stop for an entire day and night. It had been quite a while since they started fighting, but neither of the two looked like they were about to lose soon. More hours passed just like that, and Feng Mu decided to stop attacking. Chen Quan's vitality seemed endless, and he couldn't find a way to defeat Chen Quan. In the end, he couldn't do anything other than glare at Chen Quan. The cogs in Feng Mu's mind turned, and he eventually made a decision. He transformed into a ray of light that disappeared into the horizon. Ultimately, Feng Mu had chosen to escape, and it made sense. He had already made 6 million spiritual cores, so he didn't have to risk his life any further than this. Chen Quan breathed a sigh of relief. However, his expression changed once more. He whipped around and sent a punch toward the oncoming attack. Crack! A crisp noise reverberated as the oncoming sword light shattered upon making contact with Chen Quan's fist. However, Ye Guan clearly wasn't done just yet as a dazzling ray of sword light fleeted across the air and made a beeline for Chen Quan. The ray of sword light looked particularly dazzling than earlier. Beheading Heaven's sword art? Boom! The ground beneath Chen Quan's feet cracked open even before Ye Guan's attack could land. Soon, the immensely powerful sword light prickled Chen Quan's face, and it struck him in the proverbial blink of an eye, blasting him away. Unfortunately, Ye Guan wasn't satisfied just yet. Sword Deo attack. Every sword was a Deo? Crackle! Chen Quan's fleshly body disintegrated along with the spacetime around him. Chen Quan was strong enough to withstand Ye Guan's sword moves, but it was only true if he were at his peak. Unfortunately, his two opponents had weakened him drastically to the extent that he was no longer Ye Guan's match. Chen Quan's soul had just emerged from his fleshly body, but a sword immediately pierced it, pinning it to the ground. Chen Quan looked up and found Ye Guan walking over toward him. Incredibly, he wasn't angry. He was all smiles as he said, I knew you were around here. I knew it. I hate to admit this, but young man, you are truly extraordinary. Ye Guan was confused, and he asked, why did you not give up on the tribulation-avoiding stone? You knew I was here, right? Chen Quan was quiet. Ye Guan was about to speak when Chen Quan grinned and said, young man, there's a certain mountain range a few thousand kilometers away, and there's a secret realm hidden in that mountain range. It's called the Shangqing Secret Realm. It houses the powerful Shangqing sect that has existed for billions of years. The Shangqing secret realm is filled with quite a few calamities and tribulations, so it's incredibly dangerous, but you will be able to avoid those tribulations and calamities with the help of this tribulation-avoiding stone. Chen Quan opened his palm, and a storage ring flew over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked down at the storage ring and found 20 million spiritual cores inside of it. Ye Guan stored the storage ring and turned around to leave. Chen Quan stared at Ye Guan's departing figure and muttered, "Young man, you have to go there. Damn it, you troublemaker. Your father can no longer protect you, so you have to live cautiously if you somehow manage to survive this ordeal." Chen Quan's voice had yet to finish echoing through the air, but his soul had already disintegrated. Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a spiritual pill to consume. As soon as he swallowed the pill, the pure energy of the pill filled him up. It spread slowly toward his body and limbs. Soon, he recovered most of his energy. Ye Guan ate more spiritual pills until he fully recovered. Once he was done, he opened his palm, and Chen Quan's storage ring appeared in his hand. There were 12 spiritual pills in it. They weren't particularly great, they were only immortal grade. Other than that, there were 20 million spiritual cores inside the storage ring. Chen Quan was quite poor. Of course, Ye Guan was speaking in the eyes of the king of the Guanxian universe. At the moment, he was just Ye Guan, so 20 million spiritual cores was far from a meager amount. Ye Guan put the storage ring aside and frowned. Shangqing sect? Ye Guan inwardly asked, "Senior, have you heard of the Shangqing sect?" The mysterious lady spoke, "I've never heard of such a sect. Actually, I'm not familiar with the Eternal Era." Ye Guan nodded. His figure trembled, and he turned into a streak of sword light that vanished into the horizon. He had decided to go out there and take a look. The mysterious lady suddenly spoke, "Your enemies here aren't on the same level as the opponents you've been fighting so far. They're a bit smarter than the usual riff-raff, so I advise you to be careful." Ye Guan nodded in acknowledgement. The black-robed old man had been an extremely powerful and smart opponent, so Ye Guan couldn't fathom why the old man, despite being aware of his presence, had been unwilling to give up the tribulation-avoiding stone. The reason definitely wasn't mere greed. Ye Guan didn't think that the black-robed old man would make such a foolish move. Ye Guan shook his head, not dwelling on it any further. Ye Guan had realized that he couldn't underestimate anyone here, especially the old fossils who had been cultivating for so many years. They were tricky opponents, and they were also extremely powerful. In other words, Ye Guan had to err on the side of caution here. Soon, Ye Guan arrived at a mountain range and found a valley. A huge chunk of the valley was enveloped by dark clouds filled with lightning. Occasionally, a lightning bolt would flash and hit the ground. Ye Guan's expression turned serious upon seeing the dark clouds. "What an oppressive aura." The mysterious lady said, "You're staring at what is called the time tribulation. It appears when one has reached the great time sovereign realm." Ye Guan asked curiously, "Senior, why are there so many tribulations and calamities here?" "There are two reasons behind it," said the mysterious voice before explaining. "As I've mentioned, the remnants of the civilization that the divine Dao civilization had replaced banded together to construct terrifying arrays against the great Daoist Brushmaster. Unfortunately, their arrays went out of control, which led to a backlash that engulfed this world with a variety of tribulations and calamities. The second reason is that no one has established an order here, similar to what your father and my big sister had done on the Guanxian universe and on the True universe, respectively. Without order, there is chaos. Thus, chaos reigns here." "I understand," Ye Guan said with a nod. His gaze then fell on a mountain enveloped by thick clouds. He couldn't really see it, but it was sticking out, so it had to be housing the Shangqing secret realm. Ye Guan transformed into a sword light and flew toward his destination. In an instant, he reached the entrance of a valley. He looked in and saw lightning bolts occasionally fleeting in his vision. The sheer power of the lightning bolts made the entire mountain tremble. Ye Guan felt like he was staring at what the end of the world would look like. Ye Guan took a moment to compose himself before raising his foot to walk into the valley. However, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind him. Ye Guan turned around to look, and he saw two figures calmly walking over toward him. One of the figures was a woman dressed in a cloud-patterned embroidered skirt. Her figure was graceful, and her features were picturesque. A high-quality jade was also tied around her waist, indicating her social status. A white-robed young man bearing a striking resemblance to the young woman was standing next to the latter. They were both looking at Ye Guan. Ye Guan moved to the side, allowing them to pass. Just then, the young woman asked, "Young lord, are you here to explore the Shangqing secret realm?" Ye Guan was surprised. He didn't expect that she would ask him a question, but he still replied, "I'm just here to take a look." The young woman examined him from top to bottom. "Earth Immortal Realm." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." The white-robed young man and the young woman were astonished. They stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. "You came here despite your cultivation base." Ye Guan was silent. He was aware that it was indeed a bit strange for someone with his cultivation base to come here. The white-robed young man and the young woman were Time Immortal Realm cultivators, while he was just an Earth Immortal Realm cultivator. The realms above the Earth Immortal Realm were the True Immortal Realm, the Heaven Immortal Realm, the Peak Immortal Realm, the Dao Immortal Realm, and finally, the Time Immortal Realm. The difference between their cultivation bases was a whopping 4 realms. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. He also thought that his cultivation base was ridiculously low for this place. Without dwelling on it, He looked at the two of them and smiled. I'm just here to have a look. I have no intentions of going in. Ye Guan decided to make sure that he wouldn't attract too much attention. Otherwise, a powerful powerhouse would put him in his place. The young woman shook her head and said, Young lord, your strength is too low here. You shouldn't have come here. Setting aside the secret realm's danger, I think you will be hard-pressed to even defend yourself against those with ill intentions. You should hurry and leave. Ye Guan stared deeply at the young woman and smiled. Thank you for the warning. The young woman nodded and started walking into the valley with the white-robed young man by her side. The white-robed young man suddenly said, Sis, he's grossly overestimating his abilities. I really can't fathom the massive weight of his guts for him to come here as an Earth Immortal realm cultivator. Why did you even bother warning him? The young woman's delicate brows furrowed. What harm is there in giving a warning? The white-robed young man calmly retorted, For someone who doesn't have a clear understanding of themselves, your reminder grants him but a brief respite from death. He's just going to die somewhere else. The young woman shook her head and said, He must have come here accidentally. I don't think there's someone out there at the same cultivation base as him foolish enough to come here out of their own volition. That's why I chose to give him a warning. If he's willing to listen, that's great. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do. The white-robed young man smiled and said, I wouldn't have reminded him if I were you. After all, there's nothing for me to gain by giving such a warning. What is there for you to gain from a mere warning? The young woman made a sidelong glance at the white-robed young man and snapped, I truly have no idea how you have such a bad personality. You shouldn't be so ruthless and selfish. Kindness begets kindness, and evil begets evil. Your selfishness and ruthlessness will eventually catch up to you by accumulating enough bad karma. The white-robed young man smiled, not bothering to argue. Soon, the two finally entered the valley. Ye Guan waited for a while before heading to the valley. Ye Guan felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on him the moment he set foot into the valley. Ye Guan's expression turned grim as he stared at the time tribulation clouds ahead of him. He was too weak to withstand time tribulation lightning, so he wouldn't have dared to come here if it weren't for a tribulation avoiding stone in his possession. Of course, Ye Guan reckoned that his master pagoda was strong enough to withstand such lightning. A region filled with lightning was located not too far away from the valley entrance. Ye Guan saw 7 individuals working hard to maintain an array to resist the thunderous wrath of lightning. The 7 individuals took turns casting spells to sustain the defense-oriented array, but they were clearly getting exhausted. It wouldn't be long until death took them away. Ye Guan chose not to intervene. He had a tribulation-avoiding stone, but he didn't want to expose it in such a place. He could save those 7 individuals, but he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't respond to his kindness with malice once it was revealed that he had a tribulation-avoiding stone. Human nature was unpredictable, and Ye Guan wasn't a gambler. He could hardly protect himself at the moment, so he wasn't willing to haphazardly conduct good deeds until he had absolute strength. Ye Guan steered clear of the region filled with lightning and made his way toward the depths of the by walking along the periphery. He eventually stumbled upon a crack in the mountain, and there stood a mountain thousands of meters high beyond the crack. Ye Guan could vaguely make out the silhouettes of towering buildings on the summit of that mountain. Ye Guan was convinced that it had to be the legendary Shangqing sect. Ye Guan followed the trail before him and soon reached the foot of the mountain. He turned and saw a stone stele roughly 10 meters on his right. 2 large characters were engraved on the stone stele Shangqing sect. Ye Guan's keen ears caught a cacophony of noises on the summit. He picked up the pace and soon reached the summit. As expected, there was an ongoing fight at the summit. The white-robed young man from earlier and the young woman wearing a cloud-patterned embroidered skirt were fighting against something wielding an iron sword. Their opponent was an iron puppet. The puppet was fighting 1 against 2, but it was completely suppressing the white-robed young man and the young woman. In addition, the iron puppet's attacks were complex, leaving the two with almost no room to counterattack. Ye Guan's expression changed at the sight. The puppet was stronger than Chen Quan. If it were in either the Guanxian universe or the true universe, even a great sovereign from either universe wouldn't be a match for this puppet. The mysterious lady suddenly said, You're staring at a puppet born from the long-lost art of puppetry. I've only read about puppetry being described in ancient texts. It is truly baffling that such a terrifying art once existed throughout the vast expanse. The puppet before you is equivalent to a half-step great sovereign in strength. A half-step great sovereign? Ye Guan nodded. He knew the puppet had to be at least stronger than a divine sovereign. Moreover, it looked to be made out of a special material. For some reason, the duo's attacks couldn't harm the puppet. It'll be great if you manage to learn the techniques, arts, and martial skills of the eternal civilization. I'm sure you'll become even stronger by then, the mysterious lady said. Ye Guan smiled. He was about to respond when the puppet swung its sword toward the white-robed young man, sending the latter flying at least a few kilometers away. However, the puppet didn't chase after the white-robed young man. It whipped around and dashed toward the young woman. The young woman's expression changed sharply. She waved her sleeve, and a ray of light shot out. Boom! The light shattered with a loud explosion, and the young woman was blasted away in the resulting shockwaves of the collision. The puppet chased after her, and it leaped into the air and thrust its sword toward the young woman. It had moved so fast that it had reached the young woman in the proverbial blink of an eye. The young woman went beyond pallid upon realizing that there was no way she could block the oncoming sword thrust. Just then, a hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her away. The young woman looked up and saw a young man thrusting his sword forward to meet the puppet's sword attack. Boom! The young man's sword managed to stop the puppet's attack, but the puppet's attack contained so much power that the remnant energies managed to send Ye Guan and the young woman flying several hundred meters away. When they finally recovered their balance, Ye Guan looked down at his right hand. His right hand had split open, revealing the white bones underneath his torn skin. What horrifying power! Ye Guan was shocked. Swoosh! The puppet abruptly vanished into thin air. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He pulled the young woman to the side and said, "Miss, the puppet is too strong. Just in case, you should stay on the sidelines for now. Leave the puppet to me." Ye Guan rushed toward the puppet, leaving the young woman to stare at him agape. The young woman in a cloud-patterned embroidered skirt was kind enough to warn him of the dangers of the place earlier, so Ye Guan didn't ignore her plight. However, the puppet was far stronger than Ye Guan had expected, astonishing him. At the same time, he was thrilled. Since his recent breakthrough, he had been wanting to have a good fight to measure his own strength. The puppet before him was the perfect sparring partner. Ye Guan thrust his sword toward the puppet, and it reached the puppet in the blink of an eye. The puppet didn't retreat in the face of the sword thrust. It retaliated with the same sword move, aiming for Ye Guan's throat. It seemed willing to give up its life to take Ye Guan's life, but Ye Guan wasn't going to fall for the puppet's antics. Ye Guan was aware that the puppet's body was as hard as iron and impervious to conventional weapons. Ye Guan didn't dare to play right into the puppet's cards. He leaped to the side and dodged the attack, but the puppet's sword thrust turned into a sword slash, slashing fiercely toward Ye Guan in a beautiful arc. Astonished, Ye Guan lifted his sword up to his chest to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed, and Ye Guan flew at least a few kilometers away. Blood dripped down Ye Guan's lips when he finally recovered his balance and came to a halt. The young woman was alarmed. She rushed over to Ye Guan's side and asked, "Are you okay?" Ye Guan wiped the blood from the corners of his lips as he looked at his right shoulder. His right shoulder had split open, and blood was flowing haphazardly out of his wound, creating a horrifying sight. The puppet was truly a frightening opponent. It excelled at both offense and defense, making it seem as though it had no openings to exploit. Just then, the puppet held its sword vertically and placed the blade a few inches away from its glabella. It raised its left hand and created a sword finger before pointing at the ground. Seeing that, Ye Guan grabbed the young woman and said, "Miss, this puppet is too strong for us to fight. We have to retreat." Ye Guan's voice had yet to finish echoing through the air, but the puppet was already charging toward them. Ye Guan held the young woman's hand and dragged her away in a bid to escape. The young woman blushed at Ye Guan's firm grip on her hand. When had a man been so close to her? Instinctively, she struggled, but Ye Guan's grip on her hand was too firm and strong. In addition, they were in a dangerous situation, so she decided to ignore her instinct in the meantime. "It's not that I want him to hold my hand. I even tried to shake him off, but he's holding my hand so firmly that I can't even move it," she thought to herself. "Sis, I'm still here." A young man's voice reverberated from behind. "Don't leave me behind." The young woman came to her senses upon hearing the young man's voice, and she couldn't believe that she was just about to abandon her younger brother. She looked back and was surprised to find that there was already a gap of about a kilometer between them. Fortunately, the puppet didn't continue on chasing both Ye Guan and the young man but had instead retreated to a distant hall. The three breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the puppet's retreat. Ye Guan took an immortal-grade spiritual pill and swallowed it. He offered one to the young woman and said, "Miss, take this." The young woman didn't reject his kind gesture and said, "Thank you." However, she put it away rather than consuming it. The white-robed young man saw that and chimed in, "What about me? Where's mine?" Ye Guan merely glanced at the white-robed young man before saying, "My apologies, but I have a limited number of spiritual pills." Ye Guan was lying, but the white-robed young man's lips twitched slightly upon hearing Ye Guan's excuse. He then glared at Ye Guan, but the latter decisively ignored him before sitting down cross-legged and closing his eyes to recover from his injuries. The young woman took out a white jade bottle and handed it over to Ye Guan. "Here," she said. To Ye Guan's surprise, the white jade bottle contained 5 supreme divine-grade spiritual pills. Ye Guan knew that resources were scarce here, which meant spiritual pills of such grade were incredibly rare. The black-robed old man earlier didn't even have such a pill, but the young woman before him had generously produced 5 such pills for him. Ye Guan quickly deduced that she definitely had a special status. Ye Guan didn't stand on ceremony and said, "Thank you." The young woman smiled and said, "My name's Nanggong Shui. What's your name?" Ye Guan responded, "Ye Guan." The white-robed young man suddenly asked, "Are you from that Ye clan located in the southern Mist Divine continent?" Ye Guan shook his head. The white-robed young man asked, "Are you a rogue cultivator?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." The white-robed young man went silent as he stared deeply at Ye Guan. However, Nanggong Shui was shocked. "You are a rogue cultivator?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Nanggong Shui smiled. "Wow, you're so impressive in spite of your status as a rogue cultivator. You managed to reach such a high level of strength without relying on your family members or parents. You've done something really impressive." Ye Guan laughed sheepishly and said, "Thank you." Nanggong Shui pursed her lips and smiled. The gleam in her eyes brightened as she examined Ye Guan from top to bottom. Ye Guan was wearing a white robe, but Nanggong Shui also caught a glimpse of blue clothing beyond his white robe. Ye Guan's posture was fine, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were shining brightly like stars. His facial features combined to form a harmonious relationship that made Ye Guan incredibly handsome. In addition to his courteousness and easygoing demeanor, he truly seemed like a graceful gentleman. Nang Gongshui got so engrossed in her examination that the white-robed young man tugged at her sleeves and shook her back to reality. You shouldn't stare at otters like that, sis. It's impolite. Nang Gongshui's face flushed red. The white-robed young man was dumbfounded. He wasn't dim-witted, so he could see that his sister had a great impression of the young swordsman. The white-robed young man pulled Nang Gongshui aside and said, Sis, he's a rogue cultivator. Nang Gongshui calmly responded, so what if he's a rogue cultivator? The white-robed young man sounded serious as he spoke in a deep voice, don't play dumb. We're members of the prestigious Nanggong clan, and our marriages aren't up to us to decide. Your feelings for him are only going to hurt you and him. Nang Gongshui was both ashamed and furious as she retorted, what are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about, Nang Gongyun? She raised her hand and delivered a juicy knuckle sandwich to Nang Gongyun's face. Bam! Caught off guard, Nang Gongyun was blasted 100 meters away. Nang Gongyun went numb and despondent. Meanwhile, Ye Guan finally stood up. He was on the cusp of completely recovering from his injuries, but he judged that he would fully recover once they had escaped. Ye Guan looked at Nang Gongshui beside him and asked with a smile, Lady Nang Gongshui, what are your plans? Nang Gongshui asked back, what about you? Ye Guan's gaze landed on the summit of the mountain. He smiled and said, I want to keep trying. Nang Gongshui looked at Ye Guan and asked, are you confident? Ye Guan shook his head and said, not 100%, but I still want to try. Nang Gongshui immediately said, I'll go with you, then. Ye Guan hesitated. Nang Gongshui stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, are you afraid that I'll drag you down? Ye Guan smiled and replied, how could that be? Lady Nang Gongshui, you're extremely powerful. If I were to fight you, I wouldn't have the confidence to win. He wasn't lying. The young woman in front of him was a time immortal realm cultivator, which meant that she was a formidable cultivator. If he were to engage in a one-on-one battle with her, he wouldn't be confident of his victory. Nang Gongshui laughed. Let's go together, then. Ye Guan thought about it before nodding. All right. Ye Guan then looked at Nang Gongyun. Nang Gongyun said before Ye Guan could say anything, I will go with you too, of course. You should go back to the clan, said Nang Gongshui. Nang Gongyun was stunned. Nang Gongshui used a stern voice to explain, you're too weak. You'll only be in danger if you stay here. Nang Gongyun couldn't block even a single sword move from the puppet. In other words, he would just be a burden if he were to stay with them. Nang Gongyun was a bit displeased, but Nang Gongshui narrowed her eyes at him, making Nang Gongyun inadvertently take a few steps backward. Clearly, Nang Gongyun was afraid of his sister. Nang Gongyun made a sidelong glance at the summit and sighed in his heart before saying, you should be careful, then, sis. I'll go back to the clan first. Nang Gongyun glanced deeply at Ye Guan before walking away. Ye Guan turned to Nang Gongshui and said, let's go. Ye Guan turned around and started walking toward the summit, eager to confront the puppet. In no time, the two arrived at the summit and found the puppet standing at the entrance of a hall. Ye Guan didn't bother talking. He disappeared, and the puppet vanished as well. Swoosh! The air let out two ear-splitting shrill cries at practically the same time as two dazzling sword lights flew through the air and rushed toward their respective targets. Ye Guan didn't dare to confront the puppet head-on. When his sword was only half a meter away from the puppet, Ye Guan abruptly unleashed his sword domain, and a domineering oppressive force instantly suppressed the puppet. Nang Gongshui's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, a sword domain. The puppet's speeding sword was abruptly slowed down, while Ye Guan's sword reached the puppet's neck in the blink of an eye. The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was forced to retreat hundreds of meters away. Ye Guan was shaken upon coming to a stop. The puppet's strength and defense had exceeded his expectations, but he didn't dwell on it any further as the puppet was already closing in toward him. Ye Guan abruptly thrust his sword. Sword Dao attack a sword move emblazoned with the sword Dao. Nang Gongshui's eyes widened into saucers as she muttered blankly, that sword move. Boom! The puppet staggered backward upon taking the brunt of Ye Guan's attack. Ye Guan chased after it and slashed out with his sword. Shockingly, his singular sword move contained the power of 30 instances of beheading heaven's sword art. Bam! A massive sword light descended upon the puppet like a waterfall, and its immense power sent it flying toward a stone wall. However, the stone wall merely shook slightly without taking even the slightest damage. Ye Guan grew even more solemn. He had noticed that the puppet was completely unscathed despite taking 2 mighty blows from him. Nang Gongshui stood next to Ye Guan with a grave expression. However, it seemed that the puppet had no intention of letting them stew in their shock for a while longer as it stood up and charged forward. It raised its sword and slashed out multiple times, creating a seemingly endless amount of sword lights in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan was stunned. He didn't expect that the puppet also had a sword art in its arsenal. Left without even the luxury of thinking, Ye Guan stepped out and thrust his sword toward the oncoming puppet, performing yet another attack emblazoned with the sword Dao. Crackle! The myriad of sword lights were extinguished, and Ye Guan was sent flying away. However, the puppet suffered the same fate, and if it hadn't been for the stone wall behind it, it would have flown much farther. As soon as Ye Guan stopped, he felt as if his intestine was torn apart, blood flowed out incessantly from his mouth. Nang Gongshui suddenly appeared next to Ye Guan. She bent down before taking out a supreme divine grade spiritual pill. Ye Guan accepted the pill, and his injuries healed rapidly. Nangang Shui muttered, "Young Lord Ye, the puppet is too strong, we should." Ye Guan interrupted, "Don't worry." With that, he jumped right back into the fray. Nangang Shui was taken by surprise. Was he really going to continue fighting? Nangang Shui was right. Ye Guan kept on challenging the puppet. At first, the puppet would always win by a landslide, but Ye Guan didn't mind as he knew that he would improve significantly over the next few days. Ye Guan was right. It only took him a few days to improve drastically. Boom! As usual, Ye Guan cut a sorry figure as the puppet sent him flying away. However, there was something different with Ye Guan's defeat today. As soon as Ye Guan recovered his balance and stood up, a powerful aura burst out of him. It was the aura of a true immortal realm cultivator. Nangang Shui's eyes flashed in astonishment upon witnessing Ye Guan's breakthrough, and it was all because she truly didn't expect that Ye Guan was capable of making breakthroughs during battle. Ye Guan's breakthrough into the true immortal realm had significantly boosted his overall prowess significantly. Swoosh! Ye Guan vanished, and a radiant sword light erupted. The stance was depicted in the Beheading Heaven's sword art, but Ye Guan had emblazoned the sword move with 35 layers of the sword Dao, increasing its overall power by several folds. In fact, the attack had become so powerful that the world seemed to split open. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the puppet flew toward the stone wall as if it were a kite with its string cut. The stone wall shook violently upon impact, and Ye Guan's eyes lit up in excitement upon seeing a deep gash in the puppet's sturdy body. I did it! Ye Guan was thrilled. Indeed, fighting was the best way to become stronger. His fight against the puppet demanded his full attention the whole time, as a single instance of destruction could mean suffering severe injuries. Ye Guan's heightened senses allowed him to unleash his potential, which allowed him to make a breakthrough. Ye Guan struggled for quite a while against the puppet until he found the opportunity to send another fully concentrated strike. The sword move remained the same 39 Beheading Heaven's sword art emblazoned with 39 layers of the sword Dao. The puppet cut a sorry figure in midair. It failed to withstand Ye Guan's sword attack, and it struck the stone wall once more. However, Ye Guan clearly had no intentions of letting the puppet rest as he charged toward it once more. Yet another sword strike. The puppet instinctively raised its sword to protect itself. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the puppet was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stone wall. It had just come to its senses, but a sword had already pierced its head. The puppet stiffened and went rigid. Thud! Ye Guan collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. He was completely devoid of energy. It was just too exhausting. Ye Guan had just confirmed that emotionless, terrifying puppets unafraid of death were more challenging compared to fighting human opponents. Meanwhile, Nangang Shui still couldn't move on from what she had witnessed. She truly couldn't quite believe that the swordsman before her could defeat a half-step great sovereign puppet. What a formidable young man! It was no wonder that the most powerful cultivators were once rogue cultivators. After a brief rest, Ye Guan put away the motionless puppet. He started talking to Nangang Shui before proceeding toward the gate. The two were extremely vigilant, and they didn't dare to be careless. Creak! A creaking sound echoed, and the two walked past it. However, Ye Guan and Nangang Shui abruptly froze upon seeing someone walking in their direction. Someone's here? The other party also froze upon seeing both Ye Guan and Nangang Shui. They definitely didn't expect to see anyone here. However, the other party's eyes widened the moment they clapped his eyes on Ye Guan. Why you, it's actually you, exclaimed the other party. They grabbed Ye Guan's arm and shouted, "Damn it, give me back my money. Hurry up and return my money." Ye Guan was both flustered and confused. He truly couldn't remember having borrowed money from anyone. Ye Guan was confused. What money do I have to return? He tried to pull his arm away, but the man had a death grip on his wrist. Ye Guan couldn't move his right hand at all. What an insane amount of strength. The man glared at Ye Guan and exclaimed, "Return my money. Return it." Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and said, "Senior, I think you got the wrong person." "Is your surname Ye?" asked the man. Ye Guan was visibly surprised. "How did you know? Is your father the sword master, Ye Xian?" Ye Guan was stupefied. "He knows my father?" Clearly, Ye Guan's shocked expression was enough of an answer for the man as he laughed and said, "It seems that I didn't get the wrong person. Return my money." Ye Guan laughed sheepishly and said, "Senior, we don't even know each other, but you're asking me to return your money. How am I supposed to return your money when I don't even have it in the first place?" In response, the man opened his palm, and a sheet of paper floated over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan glanced at it and was stunned to see what was written on the piece of paper. "I borrowed countless treasures here today, and my son will return what I owe." "My son will return what I owe?" Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the man and asked doubtfully, "My father wrote this." "Yes, and he even left a bloody fingerprint." Ye Guan's face darkened upon seeing the fingerprint. What kind of father makes his son pay for what he owes? Is there even anyone else like that out there aside from my father? Ye Guan suddenly felt that his grandfather hadn't made his father suffer enough hardships. "Return my money," said the man in a calm and composed tone of voice, but his hand was holding Ye Guan's wrist tightly, refusing to let go. He seemed afraid that Ye Guan would run away. After a few moments of hesitation, Ye Guan said, "Senior, I don't think what you said makes sense." The man glared at him and said, "You aren't thinking of running away, are you?" Ye Guan replied, "My dad owes you, not me. But he said that you'll pay for what he owes? You're his son, aren't you?" There's a saying that it's only natural for a son to repay his father's debts, so what's the problem here, said the man. Ye Guan went quiet before eventually asking, how much? Ye Guan didn't mind paying his father's debt if he could afford it. He was his father, after all. The man grinned at Ye Guan's question. Clearly, Ye Guan had acknowledged that he indeed had to pay for his father's debt. It's not that big of an amount, it's just tens of billions of spiritual cores. What? Ye Guan exclaimed in shock with wide eyes, tens of billions of spiritual cores. Nang Gongshue's eyes widened as well and her face was filled with disbelief. Tens of billions of spiritual cores? How is that even possible? The man nodded and said, yes, and he also borrowed countless divine treasures. Ye Guan immediately shook his head, refusing to pay. He didn't need a father like Ye Xian anyway. The man's face darkened. Are you going to run away? He had no way to deal with the young man's father. The young man's father was the king of relying on others, but the young man himself was different. He was still young, so the man had 10,000 ways to deal with him. In the worst-case scenario, he could just rob the young man. Wait, I don't think it's robbery for me to demand money from someone who owes me. It's only right for someone to pay their debts, after all. Ye Guan stared deeply at the man before inwardly asking, if I give it my all, what are my chances of beating him? Little Pagoda replied, it's guaranteed. Ye Guan was overjoyed. Guaranteed that you'll lose to him, that is, Little Pagoda added. Ye Guan's froze. Anyway, just a friendly reminder, but he can hear what you're saying to me. Little Pagoda pointed out. Ye Guan went silent out of embarrassment. I'm being reasonable here compared to your father. The man stared at Ye Guan and explained, your father robbed he borrowed divine treasures and a ton of spiritual cores from me. He then wrote down an IOU saying that his son would repay his debt. You're his son, right? In other words, you're paying. A debt has to be repaid, isn't that so? Ye Guan thought about it for a while before asking, Senior, why don't you just go to my father? If I could just get everything back from your father, would I even be talking to you right now? The man inwardly lampooned. Of course, he kept his thoughts to himself. He was still the Ye Guan spirit, after all, and he had a reputation to maintain. The IOU says that his son would repay his debt, so why would I go to him? Asked the man. Ye Guan suddenly laughed out loud and replied, Senior, you're right. It is only natural for one to repay their debts. Since it is my Yang family that owes this debt, my Yang family will pay it back. A puzzled look flashed past the man's eyes when he saw Ye Guan's change in attitude. He felt slightly wary, and he knew that he had to be careful when dealing with the sword master's descendant. Ye Guan then said, I don't have any money at the moment. The man instantly frowned. Ye Guan continued, of course, our Yang family does not renege on our debts. What about this? I'll sign another IOU, and if I can't pay off my father's debts, I'll have my son pay it for me. Little Pagoda was utterly speechless. Do you have a son? The man glared at him and asked, where is he? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, he's not born yet. How impudent. The man was furious. He recalled what had transpired many years ago, and the script was exactly the same. The man was so infuriated that he shouted, like father, like son indeed. You and your father are using the same methods to con me. He pushed the debt to you, and you're trying to push it to your son. Do you really think I'm that dumb? The man's fury made him inadvertently release a tinge of his aura, and the world became illusory as it trembled incessantly. Clearly, it couldn't withstand the man's power. Ye Guan was stupefied. He could tell that the man was beyond great sovereigns. My father's too much. How can he borrow money from someone and then push the debt to his son? I can't believe he can do something so cruel. It's simply outrageous. The man said, let's not waste any more time. I know that your Ying family runs a huge business, so you must be very rich. Return my money, and I'll leave immediately. What do you think? It sounds good, right? Ye Guan was a bit helpless as he replied, Senior, I really can't afford to pay you at the moment. The man sounded cold as he asked, aren't you the owner of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion? Ye Guan was silent. It seemed the man was well aware of how the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was operating, considering how he had chosen to visit Ye Guan to ask for repayment. The man continued, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's riches can rival the Guanshan universe's wealth, so how come you can't pay me back? Ye Guan sighed and said, if you really want me to pay you, Senior, it's not like it's impossible. I'm also willing to pay, but my assets are sealed at the moment. If you can help me break the seal on my assets, I will gladly give you everything I have on me. Little Pagoda chuckled upon hearing that. This brat is playing dirty again? If the seal in Ye Guan wasn't made by the plain-skirt lady, the man before Ye Guan could definitely shatter it. After all, the man was a legendary figure whose existence spanned tens of millions of years. Unfortunately, the seal in Ye Guan was made by the plain-skirt lady. Asking someone to even attempt to break the seal that she had left behind was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. The man frowned and asked, a seal? Is it in your body? Ye Guan quickly nodded and said, yes. The man placed his right hand on Ye Guan's shoulder and was stunned moments later. He didn't expect that Ye Guan was telling the truth. However, it was true, a seal had truly been placed in Ye Guan. Ye Guan explained, Senior, the one who sealed me is extremely strong, so. The man interrupted with a dry laugh and asked, they're extremely strong. Ye Guan nodded. He sounded serious as he said, yes. Do you know how powerful I am? How powerful are you? Back then, I could destroy your father with one hand. Ye Guan didn't reply. Of course, he didn't believe the man's words. Otherwise, his father would have been unable to borrow such a huge amount of money and treasures. The man seemed to have seen through Ye Guan's thoughts. You don't believe me? He asked. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. The man calmly explained, your father was strong at the time, but his strength didn't belong to him. Instead, the man paused mid-sentence before shaking his head and continuing. Forget it? It's pointless to talk about these things today. I'll help you break the seal, and you can return my money afterward. Then, we will no longer owe each other anything. Ye Guan agreed and said, all right, but this seal is really strong. Senior, you know nothing about my strength, exclaimed the man with a burst of boisterous laughter before he placed his right hand on Ye Guan's shoulder again. Swoosh! A terrifying power surged into Ye Guan. The man was going to break the seal? The man didn't think much of the seal in the young swordsman. Objectively speaking, there weren't that many people capable of defeating him, the U-Spirit. In fact, the number of individuals enough to defeat him could only be counted on one hand. In other words, the U-Spirit was virtually invincible so long as those people refrained from making a move. The U-Spirit's hand had just landed on Ye Guan's shoulder when a burst of sword light erupted from Ye Guan. The U-Spirit's face immediately changed, and he stared wide agape at Ye Guan before cursing, fuck, you. He tried to retract his hand to no avail. Squelch! The ray of sword light pierced the U-Spirit and pinned him to the ground. The U-Spirit wanted to move, but he was horrified to find that he had been completely immobilized. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. The man was incredibly powerful, and Ye Guan knew that he had to make use of his aunt's power to come out on top against the man. How about the IOU? The sword master had signed it himself, so what did it have to do with him? The U-Spirit gasped in shock and muttered, that woman is following you. Ye Guan looked at him with a smile and asked, are you referring to my aunt? The U-Spirit nodded. Ye Guan replied, yes, my aunt brought me here to become even stronger by experiencing many perils. The U-Spirit was seething fury as he said, did you just try to scheme against me earlier? Huh? Is this how your family acts? Ye Guan was confused. Why is he so agitated? The U-Spirit continued. After protecting her brother, she's now protecting her nephew. If your family keeps this up, how can anyone do anything against you guys? Huh? Don't you feel like you guys are crossing the line here? Goodness. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the U-Spirit before walking up to the ladder. The U-Spirit went still at the bizarre sight. What are you trying to do? Ye Guan grabbed the U-Spirit's hand. In one deft, fluid movement, Ye Guan removed the U-Spirit's storage ring before grabbing Nangang Shui and running away. The U-Spirit stood completely rooted in shock. I just got robbed. That little bastard actually dared to steal my storage ring? What the fuck? One universe. Ye Guan was confused. What money do I have to return? He tried to pull his arm away, but the man had a death grip on his wrist. Ye Guan couldn't move his right hand at all. What an insane amount of strength. The man glared at Ye Guan and exclaimed, return my money. Return it. Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and said, Senior, I think you got the wrong person. Is your surname Ye? Asked the man. Ye Guan was visibly surprised. How did you know? Is your father the sword master, Ye Xian? Ye Guan was stupefied. He knows my father? Clearly, Ye Guan's shocked expression was enough of an answer for the man as he laughed and said, it seems that I didn't get the wrong person. Return my money. Ye Guan laughed sheepishly and said, Senior, we don't even know each other, but you're asking me to return your money. How am I supposed to return your money when I don't even have it in the first place? In response, the man opened his palm, and a sheet of paper floated over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan glanced at it and was stunned to see what was written on the piece of paper. I borrowed countless treasures here today, and my son will return what I owe. My son will return what I owe? Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the man and asked doubtfully, my father wrote this. Yes, and he even left a bloody fingerprint. Ye Guan's face darkened upon seeing the fingerprint. What kind of father makes his son pay for what he owes? Is there even anyone else like that out there aside from my father? Ye Guan suddenly felt that his grandfather hadn't made his father suffer enough hardships. Return my money, said the man in a calm and composed tone of voice, but his hand was holding Ye Guan's wrist tightly, refusing to let go. He seemed afraid that Ye Guan would run away. After a few moments of hesitation, Ye Guan said, Senior, I don't think what you said makes sense. The man glared at him and said, you aren't thinking of running away, are you? Ye Guan replied, my dad owes you, not me. But he said that you'll pay for what he owes? You're his son, aren't you? There's a saying that it's only natural for a son to repay his father's debts, so what's the problem here? Said the man. Ye Guan went quiet before eventually asking, how much? Ye Guan didn't mind paying his father's debt if he could afford it. He was his father, after all. The man grinned at Ye Guan's question. Clearly, Ye Guan had acknowledged that he indeed had to pay for his father's debt. It's not that big of an amount, it's just tens of billions of spiritual cores. What? Ye Guan exclaimed in shock with wide eyes, tens of billions of spiritual cores. Nangang Shui's eyes widened as well and her face was filled with disbelief. Tens of billions of spiritual cores? How is that even possible? The man nodded and said, yes, and he also borrowed countless divine treasures. Ye Guan immediately shook his head, refusing to pay. He didn't need a father like Ye Xian anyway. The man's face darkened. Are you going to run away? He had no way to deal with the young man's father. The young man's father was the king of relying on others, but the young man himself was different. He was still young, so the man had 10,000 ways to deal with him. In the worst-case scenario, he could just rob the young man. Wait, I don't think it's robbery for me to demand money from someone who owes me. It's only right for someone to pay their debts, after all. Ye Guan stared deeply at the man before inwardly asking, if I give it my all, what are my chances of beating him? Little Pagoda replied, it's guaranteed. Ye Guan was overjoyed. Guaranteed that you'll lose to him, that is, Little Pagoda added. Ye Guan's froze. Anyway, just a friendly reminder, but he can hear what you're saying to me. Little Pagoda pointed out. Ye Guan went silent out of embarrassment. I'm being reasonable here compared to your father. The man stared at Ye Guan and explained, your father robbed he borrowed divine treasures and a ton of spiritual cores from me. He then wrote down an IOU saying that his son would repay his debt. You're his son, right? In other words, you're paying. A debt has to be repaid, isn't that so? Ye Guan thought about it for a while before asking, Senior, why don't you just go to my father? If I could just get everything back from your father, would I even be talking to you right now? The man inwardly lampooned. Of course, he kept his thoughts to himself. He was still the Ye Guan spirit, after all, and he had a reputation to maintain. The IOU says that his son would repay his debt, so why would I go to him? Asked the man. Ye Guan suddenly laughed out loud and replied, Senior, you're right. It is only natural for one to repay their debts. Since it is my Yang family that owes this debt, my Yang family will pay it back. A puzzled look flashed past the man's eyes when he saw Ye Guan's change in attitude. He felt slightly wary, and he knew that he had to be careful when dealing with the sword master's descendant. Ye Guan then said, I don't have any money at the moment. The man instantly frowned. Ye Guan continued, of course, our Yang family does not renege on our debts. What about this? I'll sign another IOU, and if I can't pay off my father's debts, I'll have my son pay it for me. Little Pagoda was utterly speechless. Do you have a son? The man glared at him and asked, where is he? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, he's not born yet. How impudent. The man was furious. He recalled what had transpired many years ago, and the script was exactly the same. The man was so infuriated that he shouted, like father, like son indeed. You and your father are using the same methods to con me. He pushed the debt to you, and you're trying to push it to your son. Do you really think I'm that dumb? The man's fury made him inadvertently release a tinge of his aura, and the world became illusory as it trembled incessantly. Clearly, it couldn't withstand the man's power. Ye Guan was stupefied. He could tell that the man was beyond great sovereigns. My father's too much. How can he borrow money from someone and then push the debt to his son? I can't believe he can do something so cruel. It's simply outrageous. The man said, let's not waste any more time. I know that your Ying family runs a huge business, so you must be very rich. Return my money, and I'll leave immediately. What do you think? It sounds good, right? Ye Guan was a bit helpless as he replied, Senior, I really can't afford to pay you at the moment. The man sounded cold as he asked, aren't you the owner of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion? Ye Guan was silent. It seemed the man was well aware of how the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was operating, considering how he had chosen to visit Ye Guan to ask for repayment. The man continued, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's riches can rival the Guanshan universe's wealth, so how come you can't pay me back? Ye Guan sighed and said, if you really want me to pay you, Senior, it's not like it's impossible. I'm also willing to pay, but my assets are sealed at the moment. If you can help me break the seal on my assets, I will gladly give you everything I have on me. Little Pagoda chuckled upon hearing that. This brat is playing dirty again? If the seal in Ye Guan wasn't made by the plain-skirt lady, the man before Ye Guan could definitely shatter it. After all, the man was a legendary figure whose existence spanned tens of millions of years. Unfortunately, the seal in Ye Guan was made by the plain-skirt lady. Asking someone to even attempt to break the seal that she had left behind was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. The man frowned and asked, a seal? Is it in your body? Ye Guan quickly nodded and said, yes. The man placed his right hand on Ye Guan's shoulder and was stunned moments later. He didn't expect that Ye Guan was telling the truth. However, it was true, a seal had truly been placed in Ye Guan. Ye Guan explained, Senior, the one who sealed me is extremely strong, so. The man interrupted with a dry laugh and asked, they're extremely strong. Ye Guan nodded. He sounded serious as he said, yes. Do you know how powerful I am? How powerful are you? Back then, I could destroy your father with one hand. Ye Guan didn't reply. Of course, he didn't believe the man's words. Otherwise, his father would have been unable to borrow such a huge amount of money and treasures. The man seemed to have seen through Ye Guan's thoughts. You don't believe me? He asked. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. The man calmly explained, your father was strong at the time, but his strength didn't belong to him. Instead, the man paused mid-sentence before shaking his head and continuing. Forget it? It's pointless to talk about these things today. I'll help you break the seal, and you can return my money afterward. Then, we will no longer owe each other anything. Ye Guan agreed and said, all right, but this seal is really strong. Senior, you know nothing about my strength, exclaimed the man with a burst of boisterous laughter before he placed his right hand on Ye Guan's shoulder again. Swoosh! A terrifying power surged into Ye Guan. The man was going to break the seal? The man didn't think much of the seal in the young swordsman. Objectively speaking, there weren't that many people capable of defeating him, the U-Spirit. In fact, the number of individuals enough to defeat him could only be counted on one hand. In other words, the U-Spirit was virtually invincible so long as those people refrained from making a move. The U-Spirit's hand had just landed on Ye Guan's shoulder when a burst of sword light erupted from Ye Guan. The U-Spirit's face immediately changed, and he stared wide agape at Ye Guan before cursing, fuck, you. He tried to retract his hand to no avail. Squelch! The ray of sword light pierced the U-Spirit and pinned him to the ground. The U-Spirit wanted to move, but he was horrified to find that he had been completely immobilized. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. The man was incredibly powerful, and Ye Guan knew that he had to make use of his aunt's power to come out on top against the man. How about the IOU? The sword master had signed it himself, so what did it have to do with him? The U-Spirit gasped in shock and muttered, "That woman is following you." Ye Guan looked at him with a smile and asked, "Are you referring to my aunt?" The U-Spirit nodded. Ye Guan replied, "Yes, my aunt brought me here to become even stronger by experiencing many perils." The U-Spirit was seething fury as he said, "Did you just try to scheme against me earlier? Huh? Is this how your family acts?" Ye Guan was confused. Why is he so agitated? The U-Spirit continued. After protecting her brother, she's now protecting her nephew. If your family keeps this up, how can anyone do anything against you guys? Huh? Don't you feel like you guys are crossing the line here? Goodness. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the U-Spirit before walking up to the ladder. The U-Spirit went still at the bizarre sight. What are you trying to do? Ye Guan grabbed the U-Spirit's hand. In one deft, fluid movement, Ye Guan removed the U-Spirit's storage ring before grabbing Nangang Shui and running away. The U-Spirit stood completely rooted in shock. I just got robbed. That little bastard actually dared to steal my storage ring? What the fuck? One universe. The U-Spirit was caught off guard. In addition to failing to recover what he was owed, he also got robbed. What was the meaning of this? He quickly calmed down, but his expression was ugly. The sword master had borrowed money from him, but the little bastard just now had straight up robbed him. The current generation has truly gotten better compared to the previous one. Of course, he wasn't in the right state of mind to even care about his stolen storage ring. Right now, his priority was to try and escape. A ray of sword light was still pinning him down. He couldn't move, and he wouldn't dare to do so, even if he could move. The sword light belonged to that woman, so if he dared to move recklessly, she might snuff out his soul with a snap of her fingers. She had decided to protect 2 generations of the Yang family. The U-Spirit sighed to himself. He reminisced about the time the sword master had threatened him, and he thought about what had just happened to him. He smiled bitterly. The Yang family was truly despicable. First, they lied to him, and now, they had just robbed him? To make matters worse, the U-Spirit had no idea where to go to seek justice for himself. After a long time, he looked up and said, "Your Excellency, I'm good friends with your brother." Meanwhile, Ye Guan was running as fast as he could with Nangang Shui. He was excited and nervous at the same time. How could he not when the storage ring he had just stolen contained 3 billion spiritual cores? To be exact, it was almost 3 billion spiritual cores. It was a massive sum, and he truly didn't expect that the man just now would turn out to be such a rich individual. In addition to spiritual cores, there were more than 100 bottles of precious elixirs. The lowest grade among them were divine grade elixirs. There were also more than 10 divine treasures. Of course, they couldn't be compared to unranked divine treasures such as the Sword Master's Dao imprint and the Time Mirror, but they were still extremely valuable. What a rich man. Ye Guan couldn't help but sigh. There was indeed a huge gap between the rich and the poor in this world. The rich were super rich, and the poor were super poor. Meanwhile, Nangang Shui was allowing Ye Guan to lead her away by the hand. She cast a curious gaze upon Ye Guan. She was truly convinced that he was a rogue cultivator, but Ye Guan clearly wasn't a rogue cultivator. In fact, his origins had to be extraordinary. The mysteries around Ye Guan made Nangang Shui feel like uncovering them. Ye Guan soon arrived before a great hall. He looked up and saw a plaque that said Shangxing Sect. The Great Hall looked old, and the effects of the ruthless passage of time on the Great Hall could be seen even from the outside. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui started walking toward the Great Hall, but Nangang Shui suddenly said, "Young Lord Ye." Ye Guan looked at her with a confused look. She lowered her head slightly, and her ears turned red as she muttered, "Can you let go of my hand now?" Startled, Ye Guan quickly let go of her hand. He had been in a hurry to escape, so he had inadvertently grabbed her hand. He was thrilled to have discovered the Shangxing Sect's Great Hall, and he got so excited that he had forgotten the fact that he was still holding Nangang Shui's hand. He felt embarrassed, and he hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Nangang Shui laughed and said, "It's fine. Anyway, shall we head inside and take a look?" Ye Guan sighed in relief and said, "Sure." The two walked into the Great Hall, and they were immediately struck by a musty smell along with a cloud of dust. Ye Guan waved his sleeve lightly, and the dust in the Great Hall was swept away. He looked around and found that the Great Hall was desolate and empty. The Great Hall didn't have anything at all aside from the statue of an old man. The old man was wearing a daoist robe, and he had a head full of white hair with a stern expression. A horsetail whisk was in his hand, and his gaze was fixed on something. Ye Guan approached the statue and bowed deeply. One had to be respectful toward elders in secret realms. Miracles could happen so long as one showed respect, and a great example of this unfolded before Ye Guan. The statue before them trembled slightly, and an old man walked out of it. Nangang Shui approached Ye Guan with a cautious look. Ye Guan was wary as well. Respect was one thing, but he still had to be cautious. The old man's gaze landed on Ye Guan. He frowned and said, You've been obfuscated from heaven's will. Your fate has become unpredictable and unreadable, said the old man with narrowed eyes. Ye Guan was silent. The perpetrator was probably his father or his aunt. The old man's eyes gleamed sharply as he said, Your origins are not ordinary. Senior, are you perhaps the sect master of the Shangqing sect? Indeed. To be honest, we've come here for an opportunity from you. If you feel that we're not too bad, why don't you give us some good? Why don't you give us an opportunity? The old man was slightly taken aback. He soon laughed heartily and said, You're so straightforward that I don't even know what to say. Nangang Shui looked at Ye Guan and smiled dryly. Young Lord Ye is so amusing. Ye Guan chuckled. He felt that it was better to be honest and straightforward rather than beat around the bush. He was here to ask for something, and he thought that beating around the bush would just be a waste of time. The old man examined Ye Guan from top to bottom before saying, You're so young, but you've already established your own sword dao, and it is quite resolute as well, which is rare. My Shangqing sect's inheritance won't be of much use to you. Ye Guan felt like he was about to have a headache, but he had no plans of giving up just like that, so he said, Senior, I encountered a puppet before I entered this place. That puppet was really strong. Was it refined by the Shangqing sect? The old man smiled and said, You must be talking about the ancient divine puppet. It was indeed created by the Shangqing sect. Why? Are you interested in the methods to refine one? Ye Guan hurriedly nodded and said, Yes. However, the old man shook his head and explained, I can indeed give you the refinement method, but you won't be able to refine an ancient divine puppet of that grade. Why? Do you know how much money is needed to refine such an ancient divine puppet? Money? Ye Guan blinked and asked, Are they expensive? The old man nodded and answered, Yes. The puppet you've encountered is at the peak of the divine sovereign realm, but its actual prowess is closer to the great sovereign realm, which makes it a half-step great sovereign. A certain array is necessary to refine such a puppet, and it's an array that requires billions of spiritual cores. The necessary precious spiritual materials are expensive as well, and you might need to fork out at least 3 billion spiritual cores for them. In total, I estimate that 5 billion spiritual cores are required to refine an ancient divine puppet of that grade. 5 billion spiritual cores? Ye Guan was shocked. He was rich, but he didn't think it was a good idea to spend that much money to refine something. Nangang Shui was shocked as well. Their Nangang clan was a great clan in the chaotic star world, but 5 billion spiritual cores was an amount that their clan still couldn't readily muster. The old man added, If you want to refine a great sovereign realm puppet, you would have to spend at least 10 billion spiritual cores. Even during our glory days, we only managed to refine 2 great sovereign, and we had to ask for every sect member's contribution. Of course, even though we paid a huge price for it, it was really strong. An ancient divine puppet in the great sovereign realm is at the same level as a great time sovereign, but its true prowess far exceeds that of a great time sovereign. Ye Guan asked, Senior, can you teach me how to refine a divine puppet? The refinement method would be useless in someone else's hands, but it was a different story in Ye Guan's hands. Yes, it was expensive, but he was rich. Of course, he wasn't rich enough to refine such puppets in bulk, but he believed he could make a few of them at the very least. His reasoning for insisting on learning the refinement method was that he had to be prepared for the upcoming full-blown war between the Guanxian universe and the true universe. If he made ample preparations today, fewer people in the Guanxian universe's camp would die in the future. Where was he going to find money? Well, his mother had plenty. However, the old man was puzzled. As I said, refining an ancient divine puppet is going to be expensive. Are you sure you still want to learn it? Yes, Senior. Ye Guan nodded and said, I would really appreciate it if you taught me how to refine an ancient divine puppet. The old man pondered briefly before saying, Well, I can teach you, but you have to promise me something. Please tell me what it is, Ye Guan replied. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world. The old man stared at him and said sternly, Well, it's nothing too complicated. I just want you to find the Shangqing sect a worthy successor. I only require 2 prerequisites from the successor candidates. First of all, they must be extremely talented. Of course, their character has to be great as well, and they must also be willing to revive the Shangqing sect. Anyway, the second prerequisite is that they must be close to you. They must be extremely close to you. Ye Guan was baffled. Why must they be close to me? The old man laughed, but he didn't say anything in response. The second he laid his eyes on Ye Guan, he instantly discovered that he was a young man with extraordinary origins. Someone had obfuscated him from heaven's will for him, and throughout history, he knew of only 2 people capable of such a thing: the great Daoist Brushmaster and the one who had created an entire civilization of their own. However, the young man had not even a trace of destiny aura on him, so he couldn't possibly be the chosen one. The second individual was the one who had created the eternal civilization, the eternal sovereign. He was known as the first sovereign, and he was also the most powerful great sovereign who had ever existed. However, those 2 had nothing to do with the young man, which scared him since it meant that there was another extremely powerful existence even stronger than the eternal sovereign and the great Daoist Brushmaster. Most importantly, they had a special relationship with the young man. His plans were simple. The Shangqing sect's revival would only succeed if it had a powerful enough backer. The young swordsman was the perfect backer he could ever ask for. There were 2 reasons he didn't tell Ye Guan to become the successor of the Shangqing sect. Ye Guan's beliefs and faiths had already been established, which was evidenced by his sword Dao. In other words, the Shangqing sect's inheritance wouldn't be that useful to him. Secondly, he was afraid that the Shangqing sect's inheritance wouldn't be able to keep up with Ye Guan. If Ye Guan received the inheritance and ended up forgetting about it, it would be too much of a waste. Thus, the old man had no choice but to settle for less. He decided to make Ye Guan pick someone extremely close to him. Ye Guan stared deeply at the old man and saw that the latter had no intention of explaining. He didn't bother to pry any further and merely answered, sure. The Shangqing sect has to be a really powerful sect. Anyway, their inheritance wouldn't be that useful to Ye Guan, but it might be useful to Ye Qing and the others. With that in mind, he decided to make Ye Qing revive the Shangqing sect. Ye Guan thought about it and came to the conclusion that it wouldn't be bad to become a sect master for fun. Perfect, said the old man with a smile. He opened his hand, and 2 storage rings flew toward Ye Guan. The old man explained, one of them contains the refinement method of an ancient divine puppet, while the other contains the Shangqing sect's inheritance as well as all of the resources needed to revive it. The old man's gaze was laced with worry as he stared at Ye Guan. This little bastard won't just take all these for himself, right? The storage ring contained a vast amount of resources enough to tempt just about anyone out there, which made the old man worried about the possibility that Ye Guan might run away with it. Ye Guan seemed to have seen through the old man's thoughts as he laughed and said, Senior, rest assured, I'm not that greedy. The ancient divine puppet refinement is good enough for me, and won't I become worse than a beast if I were to lay my hands on more? Especially without your permission. The old man's worries were assuaged by Ye Guan's earnest look. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. He was indeed a fine young man for a swordsman, and the old man felt that it was a pity that the Shangqing sect's inheritance wasn't suitable for him at all. Just then, Ye Guan asked, Senior, what about this young lady next to me? The old man's gaze landed on Nangang Shui, and he asked, do you like her? Nangang Shui blushed at those words. Ye Guan felt as if he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Senior, you've misunderstood. We're just friends. I mean, fate has allowed us to meet, so why don't you give her a thing or two as well? Ye Guan explained. Nangang Shui froze. She didn't expect that Ye Guan would proactively advocate for her. A strange feeling rose in her heart as she stared deeply at Ye Guan. The old man smiled. He examined Nangang Shui from top to bottom before saying, you're already a time immortal in spite of your young age, which means that you must be a heaven-defying talent. The old man paused to ponder before flipping over his palm. A big, pitch-black imprint floated over toward Nangang Shui. That's an imprint known as the Binding Heaven Divine Imprint, and the legendary Binding Heaven Array is inside of it. Once activated, you will be able to trap even a great sovereign. Trap a great sovereign? Nangang Shui was thrilled. She bowed deeply and exclaimed, thank you for the gift, Senior. The old man smiled. His gaze turned to Ye Guan, and he said, I hope you won't forget what I asked you to do. I mean, I hope you will find the Shangqing sect a worthy successor. Ye Guan nodded and replied, I'll do my best. The old man nodded. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Senior, what exactly happened back then? The old man shook his head and said, it's all water under the bridge. Was the divine Dao bloodline involved? Ye Guan asked, but his words caused the light in the old man's eyes to turn icy cold. An invisible force abruptly pervaded the great hall. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui were stunned, and their expressions turned grim. The old man was but a mere strand of a soul, but he was still capable of exuding such power. If he were complete and was at his peak. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui didn't dare to even imagine just how powerful the old man had been during his glory days. The old man shook his head, and the oppressive force vanished. The old man looked at Ye Guan and asked, Young Lord Ye, you're aware of the divine Dao bloodline? Ye Guan nodded and replied, yes, a little. The victor becomes king while the defeated become outlaws. Our Shangqing sect lost, so there's nothing much for me to say anymore. Young Lord Ye, I'll entrust the revival of the Shangqing sect to you. The old man's figure blurred as he slowly faded away. He looked up and stared at the clouds outside of the great hall. His eyes were full of longing and regret. He had cultivated for so long that he was unwilling to let go of everything and return to dust just like that. The old man sighed before disappearing completely. Ye Guan felt a little emotional at the scene that had just unfolded before him. He could only imagine how glorious the Shangqing sect had to have been, and he thought if the Guanxian Academy would meet the same fate as the Shangqing sect. He sighed to himself and decided not to think about it anymore. He could only do what he could do. It was no use to worry about the future of the Guanxian universe when they had priorities to tackle. Ye Guan looked at Nangang Shui and said, Lady Nangang Shui, let's go. Nangang Shui nodded and said, all right, let's go. With that, the two departed the great hall with smiles. They were all smiles as they had profited tremendously after succeeding in their endeavors. Nangang Shui glanced sideways at Ye Guan with a light smile, and no one could tell what she was thinking. On the other hand, Ye Guan could not wait to refine an ancient divine puppet. His current goal was to create a great sovereign puppet. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui walked for quite a while until Ye Guan reached the place where the bizarre man from earlier had been pinned to the ground. The man was missing, puzzling Ye Guan. Where did he go? Is he dead? Ye Guan reached a conclusion and soon left with Nangang Shui. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui soon found themselves near the lightning region. Ye Guan was astonished to find that some people were still maintaining the array before them. They revealed hopeful looks upon seeing Ye Guan and Nangang Shui. One of them hurriedly said, "Please lend us a hand. We will never forget such a favor if you lend us a hand." Ye Guan swept his gaze across them and judged that they would die in just 15 minutes if he were to leave them to their own devices. Ye Guan thought about it briefly before saying, "I'll draw the lightning to me, and all of you should escape while the lightning bolts are busy with me." Ye Guan was in a good mood today, so he decided to make friends today. The people behind the array were overjoyed upon hearing Ye Guan's words. Swoosh! Ye Guan wasted no time and transformed into a ray of sword light that rushed toward the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts converged and became a beam of lightning that rushed toward him. Meanwhile, the cultivators beneath him started fleeing. Ye Guan's face turned heavy at the oncoming beam of lightning. The calamitous bolt of lightning was indeed terrifying. It could easily kill a divine sovereign. Ye Guan had no plans of facing it head-on. He was getting ready to turn back and run away, but the lightning seemed to have sensed something, and it changed trajectory, avoiding him. The onlookers were shocked by the astonishing turn of events. Ye Guan was surprised as well, but he quickly realized that it had to have been because of the tribulation-avoiding stone in his possession. Speaking of the tribulation-avoiding stone, Ye Guan glanced at the people beneath him and saw that they were staring at him. He could sort of guess what they were thinking from the expressions on their faces, but whatever. Ye Guan's figure flashed, and he reappeared in front of the people he had saved. He swept his gaze across them without saying anything. One of them smiled and said, "Greetings, my name is Chen He. What's your name?" Ye Guan replied, "Ye Guan." "Yeah." Chen He asked, "Are you from that massive Ye clan in the southern Mist Divine continent?" Ye Guan shook his head and said, "Nope." Chen He fell into deep contemplation while staring at Ye Guan. Not wanting to waste any more time here, Ye Guan looked at Nangang Shui and said, "Let's go." Nangang Shui nodded and replied, "Okay." With that, the two turned around and left. Chen He's gaze turned cold as he stared at their departing figures. "Brother Chen He," a young man called out to him and said, "He has a tribulation-avoiding stone? I also saw them walking out from there earlier." Hearing that, everyone's expression turned grim. The light in Chen He's eyes turned sinister as he said, "They were all smiles when they came out of that place. They must have obtained something while they were in there." The rest of them nodded, and their eyes started shining in a fiery light. Chen He said, "Tend to your wounds, and we'll chase after them once we're all healed up." With that, he sat down cross-legged and started tending to his wounds. A young man sounded worried as he said, "Brother Chen He, I don't think that young man is simple." Chen He replied, "I examined him and saw that he's just a paltry true immortal realm cultivator. My father, Chen Quan, is a peak divine sovereign realm cultivator. Is there any reason for us to be afraid of him?" Chen He's words reassured everyone. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui were walking in the clouds, and Nangang Shui looked upset as she said, "You saved them, but they didn't even say thank you. How absurd." Ye Guan replied, "I don't really need any thank you, but what's worse is that they harbor ill intentions toward me." Nangang Shui frowned and said, "Even though you saved them? They're worse than beasts." Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and said, "Lady Nangang Shui, what are your plans?" Nangang Shui asked back, "What about you?" Ye Guan looked around and said, "I'm going to find a quiet place where I can focus on cultivating." His aunt had made it clear that she wanted to leave him to his own devices, so Ye Guan decided that he would just find a quiet place for him to focus on cultivating for the time being. Nangang Shui suddenly said, "Would you like to come to my Nangang clan?" Ye Guan was astonished. Nangang Shui explained, "My Nangang clan is located in a rural corner of the westernmost divine continent where lightning tribulations are very rare. I can give you a good place to cultivate. The region's attributes are also favorable to cultivators." Ye Guan seemed a bit hesitant despite that. Nangang Shui noticed it, so she continued, "You will definitely need a ton of resources to refine the puppet we saw earlier. I'm sure you will find it troublesome and difficult to gather the resources that you need for your puppet refinement. With that in mind, I suggest you come to the Nangang clan. We'll help you, which means you won't be inconvenienced as often as you would have been if you were to remain a lone wolf." Ye Guan smiled upon hearing that and said, "I'll have to take you up on that offer, then." Nangang Shui broke out into a smile, and she exclaimed, "Let's go, then." Ye Guan nodded. The two were about to leave when white lights came shooting toward them from the distant horizon. The lights tore across the clouds, and they landed in front of them. The light soon dimmed, revealing the figures of a few people. They were none other than Chen He and his crew. Ye Guan remained calm, while Chen He's gaze turned cold. Chen He grinned and said, "Young Lord Ye, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have a tribulation-avoiding stone, right?" "Yes, I have one," said Ye Guan. "Wow, you're honest," Chen He remarked. Ye Guan went quiet. Chen He continued, "Young Lord Ye, you're too young to stand up against us, but since you saved us earlier, I'll leave you a path to life. You're just a true immortal realm cultivator, after all, so it'd be best if you take me up on my offer. Hand over the tribulation-avoiding stone, and we'll let you go." Furious, Nangang Shui roared, "Have you got no shame? If it weren't for young Lord Ye, all of you would have died beneath the lightning bolts. I didn't hear any of you say thank you to him, but in addition to failing to express your gratitude to your benefactor, you're even trying to rob him now? You people are worse than beasts." Toi. Chen He chuckled and said, "So what? I would have expressed my gratitude if he didn't have a tribulation-avoiding stone. It is a shame, but it is necessary. If I were to refrain from doing this, this world would annihilate me sooner rather than later. Nangang Shui glared at him and taunted, are you not afraid of us turning the tables around and killing you all? Haha, why would I be afraid when I have such a strong father? Chen He guffawed and said, well, it's not my fault that my father is so strong. Ha ha ha, Nangang Shui was furious when she heard Chen He. She clenched her fists tightly, and the disgust on her face intensified. She had never met someone as shameless as Chen He. Chen He ignored her and looked at Ye Guan. He was about to say something when Ye Guan suddenly disappeared. A ray of sword light rushed toward him. Chen He did not think that Ye Guan would attack without even saying anything. His face changed drastically, and he wanted to retaliate, but a mysterious force wrapped and immobilized him. A sword domain? Chen He felt as though thousands of mountains were weighing down on him. He felt heavy, and he couldn't move an inch. Shwick! A sword pierced his forehead, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The people behind him went pale when they saw that Chen He was suppressed in the blink of an eye. They immediately tried to escape, but Ye Guan rushed toward them and slashed out. Heads went flying in all directions. The riffraff was killed in an instant. Ye Guan had made it look so easy, but it had to be known that they weren't weak under any circumstances. Of course, Ye Guan could still kill them, but it would have been a bit difficult if they had fully recovered and hadn't suffered a mental shock upon witnessing Chen He's swift death. The shock had paralyzed their minds, and they lost their heads as a result. Nangang Shui's heart was gripped by extreme shock as she watched Ye Guan behead their enemies one after another. She knew that even though Ye Guan's cultivation base was low, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, Ye Guan's display of prowess at the moment had exceeded Nangang Shui's expectations. Has he been pretending to be weak so that he can kill those stronger than him? Ye Guan walked slowly toward Chen He, who was still breathing. He cast a fearful gaze upon Ye Guan, and he was trembling like an aspen tree as he said, my dad is a peak divine sovereign. He's not going to let you go if you kill me. He opened his hand, revealing a scorched transmission talisman. He had decided to ask his father for help. Ye Guan frowned and was about to kill Chen He, but Chen He was abruptly overcome by fear. Why can't I contact him? How can this be? Nangang Shui calmly asked, maybe because he's dead. Nonsense. Chen He yelled, my dad is a peak divine sovereign realm cultivator. Even if a few great sovereigns were to besiege him, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. How could he be dead? Nangang Shui asked, but what if he's actually dead? There's no way he's dead. Chen He shouted. Nangang Shui said, do it again, then. Chen He crushed another transmission talisman, but there was still no reply. Blood drained from Chen He's face as his heart was gripped by fear. Now, he was truly afraid. He had been fearless because he knew that his father was there to help him even if the sky were to collapse upon him. However, he couldn't contact his father anymore, which meant he no longer had a backer. You poor thing, Nangang Shui sounded as if she pitied Chen He as she muttered, you've lost your father at such a young age. Ye Guan was stunned as she stared at Nangang Shui. Nangang Shui's cheeks flushed in embarrassment, thinking that she might have gone a bit too far. Chen He wanted to say something, but Nangang Shui punched him. Boom! Chen He exploded into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were obliterated. Nangang Shui clapped her hands to dust them off. Her eyes were filled with disgust and scorn as she said, I feel like my hands have gotten dirty by killing such a disgusting person. She then looked at Ye Guan and broke out into a grin. We should go, young lord. Ye. Ye Guan nodded. All right. He proceeded to retrieve Chen He and his crew's storage rings, and they all contained a total of 10 million spiritual cores. It wasn't a huge amount to him, but it was better than zero. In addition, who would complain that they had too much money? Ye Guan didn't keep it all for himself. He gave half of it to Nangang Shui. At first, she declined, but Ye Guan insisted. In the end, she could only smile and accept the 5 million spiritual cores he had offered to her. About an hour later, Ye Guan and Nangang Shui arrived at the westernmost divine continent. Ye Guan looked around and noticed a myriad of calamities blotting out the skies. Each and every one of them was a terrifying sight to behold, and they were unpredictable. A calamity could even appear right above anyone's head, which would be terrifying. Nangang Shui suddenly grabbed Ye Guan's arm and said, follow me. With that, she dragged Ye Guan with him as they flew away together. Any other cultivator would have any issues traversing such a dangerous region, but Ye Guan was astonished to discover that Nangang Shui seemed capable of clairvoyance. The path she had taken was devoid of any calamities, and even when they appeared, Nangang Shui would always find the path to dodge them perfectly. Ye Guan wanted to ask about it, but it seemed Nangang Shui had seen the surprise on his face as she explained, we've been researching these calamities for a long time, and we already know how they work, and it allows us to coexist with them. Of course, there are exceptions. Sometimes, they are born unstable. Ye Guan smiled and said, it must have been difficult living in a place like this. Nangang Shui was about to respond when the spacetime in front of them was abruptly torn apart. An old man walked out of the rift. Nangang Shui exclaimed, third uncle. The old man glanced at Ye Guan before focusing his gaze on Nangang Shui. Welcome back, the old man said with a smile. Nangang Shui nodded and explained, third uncle, let me introduce you to young Lord Ye. He's a friend whom I just met. The old man looked at Ye Guan and asked, are you from the Ye clan in the southernmost divine continent? Ye Guan shook his head and said, no. Oh. The old man looked away and stared at Nangang Shui. Your father told me to fetch you, so let's go. Nangang Shui nodded. She then glanced at Ye Guan and said, let's go. Ye Guan nodded and replied, "Sorry." The old man glanced at Ye Guan, but he didn't say anything about it. Soon, they all arrived at the Nangang clan. The Nangang clan was located deep within a mountain range, and Ye Guan could see countless mysterious arrays enveloping the skies above the mountain range. They soon made their way to the Nangang residence. Nangang Shui gave Ye Guan a residence with a courtyard where he could stay temporarily. Ye Guan entered the courtyard, went into his room, and closed the door before making his way into the world inside the tiny pagoda. Thankfully, his aunt didn't seal the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan sat down cross-legged and took out the ancient divine puppet refinement method to study. He studied it for nearly a day before he got a good grasp of it, and he quickly realized that refining an ancient puppet was more difficult than he thought. An ancient divine puppet demanded a ton of resources for its refinement. It would have been fine if it only needed a ton of resources. The issue was that those resources were rare, and each of them would cost anyone an arm and a leg. Ye Guan found himself in a difficult situation. If he were in the Guanxian universe, he wouldn't have to worry about this issue, but it was exceedingly difficult to try and gather such precious materials here. Still, Ye Guan had no plans to give up his plan just like that. Ancient divine puppets were just too strong for him to ignore. Ye Guan had even decided to refine a great sovereign puppet rather than just a half-step great sovereign puppet. In the end, Ye Guan had to put away the ancient divine puppet refinement method. "It seems that I'll still have to ask for Lady Nangang Shui's help," he muttered. He stood up and left the world inside the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan left his room and closed the door behind him, but he was startled to find Nangang Shui standing in front of him the moment he turned around to leave. The long white dress she was wearing was as white as snow, and her gorgeous figure was made even more breathtaking by the white dress. The light in her eyes was rather cold, which matched perfectly with her outfit. Ye Guan walked up to her and asked, "Lady Nangang Shui, what's wrong?" Nangang Shui lowered her head. She looked upset, but she remained silent. Ye Guan was a little puzzled. "Lady Nangang Shui, we shouldn't have come back here. What happened?" "The members of the Shui clan in the northernmost divine continent had visited us just now. They're hoping to establish an alliance between our clans through marriage between our members. My father and big sister have already agreed to their offer." "An alliance through marriage?" Ye Guan fell silent. He was more familiar than anyone with the fact that clans love to form alliances through marriage. It was also the expansion weapon of choice as it created a strong relationship between clans. Ye Guan was just an outsider, so he had no right to say anything about the matter. Nangang Shui suddenly asked, "What do you think?" Ye Guan smiled, and he sounded polite as he said, I still think that it's better to get married to someone you love. A loveless marriage would just be painful for both parties." Nangang Shui grinned brightly and nodded. "I think so, too." "What a joke," a cold voice boomed from the side. Ye Guan turned and found a young man dressed in a pristine white robe. He was handsome, and the handheld fan in his hand made him emit a graceful air, but he still couldn't compare to Ye Guan in the looks department. Regardless, he wasn't that far off and was handsome in his own right. Nangang Shui's expression darkened, and her smile vanished in an instant. The white-robed young man walked up to Ye Guan and glared at him. "Do you know why clans form alliances through marriage?" he asked. Ye Guan nodded and replied, "Because it's a win-win for both parties." The white-robed young man scoffed and said, "It seems you know the logic behind it, so how come you still dared to say something so absurd?" He chuckled before Ye Guan could reply and continued. "Well, I guess it's not strange. I heard from Nangang Yun that you're a paltry rogue cultivator. How can a rogue cultivator understand the importance of marriage alliances between clans and families?" "I don't understand it because my family doesn't need to create alliances through marriages," Ye Guan retorted. "Oh," the white-robed young man replied sarcastically, "it must be because no one wants to marry the members of your family." Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the white-robed young man before turning to look at Nangang Shui. "You're too good for him, and you deserve better than a dumbass for your husband." Nangang Shui froze, but a chuckle soon emerged from her lips. Her demeanor brightened up as she broke out into a grin. Meanwhile, the white-robed young man was enraged. "Fuck you! How dare you insult me? Shui Chen, where have your manners gone?" Nangang Shui chimed in, "Can you speak in a more civilized manner like young Lord Ye?" Shui Chen was rendered speechless. He then glared at Nangang Shui and said, "Nangang Shui, your parents have already agreed to our marriage. Both sides have reviewed and signed the relevant documents, so you're already my fiancé." "No, I didn't say that I'd agree to it," Nangang Shui interrupted him and said, "I still haven't reviewed the relevant documents, so the so-called marriage contract between us is non-existent. And even if the documents have been reviewed and signed, I still won't acknowledge you as my fiancé." Shui Chen pointed angrily at Ye Guan and roared, "Is it because of this man?" Nangang Shui wanted to say yes, but it meant redirecting Shui Chen's anger upon Ye Guan. Shui Chen wasn't that much of a threat, but it was unwise to provoke the Shui clan. Nangang Shui's voice sounded similar to a mosquito's droning as she muttered, "It has nothing to do with him." "Nothing to do with him?" Shui Chen roared. "Nangang Shui, do you really think that I'm a fool?" He then looked at Ye Guan and threatened, "If you're still here after 10 seconds have passed, I'll kill you and annihilate your family." Little Pagoda heard that, and he couldn't help but say, "There was once someone as bold as him." The mysterious lady asked, "Who?" Little Pagoda replied, "Tianya." The mysterious lady was at a loss for words. Upon hearing Shui Chen's words, Ye Guan couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Why do people nowadays like to annihilate clans? Do they think that it makes them look impressive? Ye Guan shook his head. Xue Chen saw that, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He's ignoring my warning? He's ignoring the warning of my Xue clan? His blood boiled, and he lifted his hand to point a finger at Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan vanished before he could say anything. Smack! A crisp noise echoed as Xue Chen flew away. He caught a sorry figure in the air as he flew like a cut that had lost its string. A loud noise echoed as he crashed into a nearby wall. The impact was so strong that the wall crumbled, burying Xue Chen beneath the rubble. Ye Guan calmly said, I've given you enough face by listening to your tirade. Just then, Nangang Shui grabbed Ye Guan's hand and dragged him away. Confused, Ye Guan asked, What's going on, Lady Nangang? Nangang Shui's expression was grave as she explained, Xue Chen is from the Xue clan of the northernmost divine continent. You basically kicked a hornet's nest by slapping him. The Xue clan won't let you go, they'll come at you with all their might. It's all my fault, I really shouldn't have visited you today. If I hadn't, he wouldn't have vented his anger on you. I really messed up. Ye Guan chuckled. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, Do you regret it? Ye Guan laughed. Regret? I wasn't looking to get involved, but it is what it is. The mysterious lady burst into laughter and said, Good. Men should be more assertive. So what if you want to get involved? Ye Guan's mouth fluttered open to respond to Nangang Shui when a powerful aura descended to surround him and Nangang Shui from all sides. Ye Guan frowned at the encirclement from a few dozen cultivators. Nangang Shui went pale at the sight. She gripped Ye Guan's hand tightly and said, Don't worry, I won't let them harm you. Ye Guan glanced at her, but he remained silent. A woman emerged from the crowd and walked over to them. She appeared to be in her 20s, her facial features were exquisite, and her figure was slender. She was dressed in a light green long dress, the hem of her dress was adorned with embroidered flowers. Overall, her outfit and demeanor made her look elegant to behold. Ye Guan examined the woman, and she bore a striking resemblance to Nangang Shui. However, the woman's vibe radiated extreme cold, which was in contrast to Nangang Shui's warmth. Nangang Shui hurriedly jumped in front of Ye Guan. She looked slightly nervous as she muttered, Sister. The woman was none other than her older sister, Nangang Han. Nangang Han stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I want to talk to him. No way. Nangang Shui immediately refused. She stared intently at Nangang Han and said, Sister, this has nothing to do with him. I'm the one who slapped Xue Chen. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't get him involved in our affairs. Nangang Han made a sidelong glance at Nangang Shui and asked, Do you want to save him? Nangang Shui's expression fell, and she sounded annoyed as she asked, What do you mean? Nangang Han didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on Ye Guan as she said, I want you to come with me by yourself. With that, she turned around and walked toward a nearby building. Nangang Shui held Ye Guan's arm and refused to let go of him. Ye Guan had no plans of getting involved in the affairs of the Nangang clan, but Nangang Shui had been defending him. They had also overcome a life and death situation together, so Ye Guan felt like protecting Nangang Shui. He made a sidelong glance at Nangang Shui and grinned. I'll go talk to her. Nangang Shui looked guilty as she muttered, I shouldn't have brought you to the Nangang clan. You wouldn't have gotten involved in all this if I hadn't brought you here. It's my fault. Ye Guan reassured her with a laugh. No worries. Anyway, I'll go talk to your sister. Shaking her head, Nangang Shui said, It won't work. My sister is a tough nut to crack. If you go in, she'll make things difficult for you. How about, we run away together? As the words slipped out of her lips, her face flushed red. What am I saying? She felt indescribably ashamed of herself, and she wanted the ground to open up and swallow her so that she could hide from Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned. Run away? Why are we going to run away? Nangang Shui summoned the courage to meet Ye Guan's gaze and said, I know that you're a rogue cultivator, but I'm not going to look down on you. We can go anywhere with just the two of us. Trust me, I can endure hardships. We can work together and earn a living. I'm cool with that. It was practically a confession. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have uttered such embarrassing words even if someone were to threaten her, but things had gone over to the extreme end. If she stayed here, she would just become a pawn in the Nangang clan's politics. She didn't want to become a political tool. She was incredibly embarrassed, and her hands were trembling uncontrollably, but she gathered the courage, every bit of courage in her heart to look directly into Ye Guan's eyes. Upon hearing Nangang Shui's words, Ye Guan fell silent. He could feel that she had some feelings for him. However, he truly didn't expect that in such a short time together she had ended up developing feelings for him. Perhaps it might just be a tiny bit of affection, but who could say for sure? Putting those thoughts aside, Ye Guan smiled and said, Don't worry. I'll go talk to your sister first. Trust me, my family has an academy, and we're scholars, so we know how to talk to people in a reasonable way. Nangang Shui shook her head repeatedly and said, You don't understand. My sister once had feelings for a man, but our parents separated them. She has become an entirely different person since then. If you go in, she'll make things difficult for you. Ye Guan pondered for a moment before saying, How about this? I'll go talk to her first. If things don't work out, we can consider ELO leaving. Ye Guan broke out into a cold sweat. He barely managed to catch himself in time and avoided saying the word eloping. Nangang Shui's cheeks flushed red. She lowered her head slightly as her heart filled with overflowing joy. Eventually, she composed herself and muttered, Then, go talk to my sister. I'll be waiting for you. Ye Guan nodded. All right. With that, he turned around and started walking toward a particular building. Meanwhile, Little Pagoda couldn't help but say, "Why do girls like this little guy so much? I really don't understand it." The mysterious lady said, "Is he not handsome in your eyes?" Little Pagoda replied, "I don't think he's that handsome." The mysterious lady said, "Are you blind?" Little Pagoda went silent at that. The mysterious lady continued, "My big sister's books are full of handsome men, but I think none of them are as handsome as Ye Guan. If he weren't from the Guanxian universe, he might get along with my big sister." Just then, Little Pagoda asked, "Do you think there's a possibility that something might happen between him and your big sister?" The mysterious lady questioned, "What? What's with that train of thought?" After a moment of silence, Little Pagoda explained, "I've followed the Ying family for 3 generations, and something similar happened with the first 2 generations. I'm not too sure if the plot will remain the same because the 3rd generation's character is drastically different to the first 2 generations." The mysterious lady answered, "I think it's unlikely. My big sister is more of a solo player, and she doesn't like to do it with men." The mysterious lady stopped mid-sentence and said, "My apologies, it seems that you've influenced me the wrong way. It appears that I've inadvertently picked up your coarse vocabulary. Perhaps it's because we've been together for so long." Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. The mysterious lady continued. "Anyway," Little Pagoda asked, "what's wrong?" The mysterious lady replied, "Us 4 sisters have vowed to live and die together. We also vowed that if one of us were to get married to someone, we'd all get married to the same person." Are you guys mad?" Little Pagoda exclaimed in disbelief. The mysterious lady said, "That's probably why Ye Guan resents Ye Guan so much. I think it's related to that vow." The mysterious lady sighed softly and said, "I really didn't expect Ye Guan to make such a decisive move while I wasn't paying attention. She enjoyed the act but left the clean-up to us. Ye Guan is handsome, but you're just a pagoda, right? What's the point of telling you such details?" Little Pagoda had no idea what to say to that. Upon entering the building, Ye Guan immediately saw Nangang Han and Nangang Yun staring at him. Ye Guan pondered briefly before deciding to settle things diplomatically. Just as he was about to speak, Nangang Han suddenly said, "My brother told me that you're a rogue cultivator. Is that right?" Ye Guan replied, "Well, not exactly." Nangang Han stared at Ye Guan and frowned. "Not exactly." Ye Guan nodded and explained, "My family runs an academy and a merchant guild. They're not bad." Nangang Han suddenly stood up. She walked up to Ye Guan and looked down at him. "Honestly, I really don't like you," she said. Ye Guan frowned deeply at that. Nangang Han said, "You are both naive and idealistic. You also don't know your place. Just who do you think you are? Do you really think that the likes of you can stay with my sister? Just think about your identity and my sister's identity, and you'll find the answer to that question." "It sounds harsh, right?" Nangang Han shook her head lightly and said, "But it's the truth. You'd harm her and yourself if you were to insist on staying with her." Ye Guan briefly pondered about it before saying, "I believe that background and status are important, but we shouldn't measure a person's worth solely based on those 2 things. One's wealth and status do not determine whether one is good or bad. I think hard work is more important than anything else. Becoming outstanding on your own terms and through your own hard work is the mark of true excellence. One shouldn't become arrogant just because their ancestors had achieved something great. After all, that glory belongs to one's ancestor rather than to oneself." Nangang Han sneered and said, "How naive." Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. Nangang Han continued, "Forgive me for being straightforward, but someone like you is at the bottom of society. You'll never understand the importance of having a powerful background. You're naive enough to believe that individuals can overcome everything by hard work, but it is such a foolish notion that it's laughable. I don't want to waste my breath telling you what I think. Society is a good enough teacher, and it's going to teach you just how harsh the reality is. Let's get straight to the point. I want you to name your price." Ye Guan was a bit surprised. "Name my price?" Nangang Han opened her palm, and a storage ring flew over to Ye Guan. "Leave my sister, and the 3 million spiritual cores inside that storage ring are yours. Is that enough?" Ye Guan went quiet. He felt quite insulted. "Not enough." Nangang Han sneered and said, "You have quite the appetite. 5 million spiritual cores it is, then." Another storage ring flew toward Ye Guan, and Nangang Han added, "If you think that it's humiliating, then just suck it up. We're talking about 5 million spiritual cores here." Ye Guan was somewhat surprised as he swept his gaze across the 2 storage rings. Nangang Han added, "Surprised? Haven't seen this much money before? Or, have you never been humiliated like this?" Ye Guan stared deeply at Nangang Han and said, "I understand what you're trying to do here. You want to tell me that the difference between our family backgrounds is too great and that I'm not worthy of becoming related to the Nangang clan." "Bingo," Nangang Han said while staring at Ye Guan. With that, she tossed another storage ring and said, 10 million spiritual cores. I think that should be enough." Ye Guan shook his head with a smile, but he didn't say anything in response. A cold light flashed in Nangang Han's eyes as she said fiercely, "I can make you disappear without a trace, but I don't want a mere rogue cultivator to ruin my relationship with my sister. I also don't want to hurt her. However, I still have a bottom line, and it's 10 million spiritual cores. Take it or leave your life behind." Ye Guan thought over his response before saying, I wanted to settle this matter diplomatically as an ordinary person, but it seems that an ordinary person's words do not hold much weight in your eyes. In that case, we should change roles. That way, we can finally have a proper conversation. Ye Guan took out a storage ring and handed it over to Nanggonghan. Take a look, he said calmly. Nanggonghan's brows furrowed slightly, but her expression changed drastically once she saw what was inside the storage ring. She was so shocked that she unknowingly took a few steps backward. The storage ring contained billions of spiritual cores. Nanggonghan cast a stupefied gaze upon Ye Guan and stammered, Why you? Ye Guan walked toward a chair and sat down. He poured tea for himself and took a sip before saying, Nanggong Shui is my friend, and our friendship isn't based on her family background. Forgive me for being straightforward, but whenever I make friends, I never really consider their family background. And when it comes to family backgrounds, I can say with confidence that I'm invincible among my peers. In fact, even invincibility might be an understatement. Won the adjudication sword master. Nanggonghan felt as if her world had turned upside down as she stared at the calm and composed young man before her. She truly didn't expect to see billions of spiritual cores in a storage ring. Even the Nanggong clan couldn't produce such an amount, but this young man not only had such a huge amount, but he was also daring enough to show his wealth to them. It meant that he wasn't afraid of the Nanggong clan. Nanggonghan's brows furrowed slightly, and her heart filled with confusion. Could he be related to those two forces? It was possible since he was daring enough to hit Xue Chen. He was also so calm that it was uncanny. Nanggonghan's expression turned serious. She looked at Ye Guan and bowed at the waist before saying, I was impolite just now. Please don't hold it against me, young master Ye. Ye Guan was somewhat surprised at the decisive move. It meant Nanggonghan was a difficult opponent to handle because she was capable of adapting to her situation in the proverbial blink of an eye. Nanggonghan continued, Young master Ye, are you from the martial sect or the holy sect? Ye Guan chuckled and said, If I say that I'm not from either of them, will you change your attitude toward me? Nanggonghan knew that Ye Guan was mocking her, but she remained composed as she said earnestly, Young master Ye, you hit Xue Chen, and the Xue clan will not let you off so easily. Their cultivators are on their way here, and they've also memorized what you look like. Ye Guan frowned. It seemed like he would soon have to fight against the Xue clan's cultivators. Nanggonghan asked, What are your plans, young master Ye? Ye Guan smiled and said, I understand your concerns. Don't worry, I won't implicate your Nanggong clan. I'm taking my leave, then. He stood up and walked away, but Nanggonghan said, If you're from either the martial sect or the holy sect, my Nanggong clan will face the Xue clan together with you, and we won't interfere with the matter between you and my sister. Swoosh! Nanggonghan's words had yet to finish echoing through the air, but a sword had already arrived a few inches away from her throat. Ye Guan stared deeply at the gorgeous woman before him and said, Your sister seems like a mere commodity to you. You seem willing to give her to anyone with a powerful background, am I right? Nanggonghan met Ye Guan's gaze, but she remained silent. Ye Guan continued. Lady Han, I want you to keep in mind that Lady Nanggong Shui isn't a commodity to be sold to those with power and wealth. From now on, her affairs are my affairs. If your Nanggong clan pressures her again, I hope you won't blame me for being impolite. With that, he turned around and walked away. Just as he reached the doorway, a young woman emerged from the side of the door. It was Nanggong Shui. She had heard the conversation between Ye Guan and Nanggonghan. She stared quietly at Ye Guan as tears dripped down her cheeks. Ye Guan muttered, Come with me. He had decided to see her matter to the end with her. If he allowed Nanggong Shui to stay here, she would suffer a tragic and horrible fate. Nanggong Shui nodded. Okay. Ye Guan led Nanggong Shui away. Just then, dozens of powerful auras surrounded them. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, but the auras vanished before he could even make a move. Ye Guan turned to glance at Nanggonghan behind him before disappearing into the distant horizon with Nanggong Shui in tow. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared next to Nanggonghan. The old man sounded grim as he said, Do you really think that he's from either the martial sect or the holy sect? Nanggonghan remained expressionless as she said, Even if he's not from either of those two, his origins are definitely extraordinary. The black-robed old man nodded and said, He's unafraid of Xue Chen despite his family background. He has also managed to remain calm and composed before the Nanggong clan. His background must be quite impressive. Nanggonghan shook her head at the remark and said, You overlooked something. The black-robed old man asked, What is it? Shanbo, Nanggonghan said, What do you think of his sword move earlier? Shanbo was silent for quite a while before he responded. It seemed like a casual move on his part, but it contained a terrifying might. He's an exceptional talent. Nanggonghan nodded at that and said, I just heard that he and Xue Chen had entered the Shangqing sect's secret realm. The spiritual cores and spiritual treasures he has in his possession might be from the Shangqing sect. Of course, it's also possible that they truly belong to him. His composure, despite his paltry cultivation base, means that he has an extremely powerful backer. Shanbo's face darkened. What should we do? It would be a lie to say that he didn't get tempted at the sight of billions of spiritual cores. If a clan were to obtain that much wealth, they would be able to nurture countless top-tier talents in the future. Nonetheless, Nanggonghan still had her reservations. Nanggonghan whispered, It's simple. He hit Xue Chen, right? The Xue clan will definitely look for him, so we just have to watch from the sidelines. It'll soon become clear whether he's from either the martial sect or the holy sect. How clever. Shanbo praised with a chuckle before saying, then, Nangang Shui. Nangang Han closed her eyes and said, she made her bed, so she has to lie in it. Shanbo nodded slightly at the remark and went silent. The major clans of any world out there would look tight-knit in the eyes of outsiders, but the truth was that it was a cold place mostly devoid of familial bonds. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui were speeding across the skies. Surprisingly, Nangang Shui didn't look sad. She looked happy, and she would even surreptitiously glance at Ye Guan whenever possible. Your sister is pretty remarkable, isn't she? Ye Guan asked, breaking the ice. Yes, Nangang Shui agreed and said, she handles most of the clan's affairs. In fact, she's my father's secretary. Ye Guan turned to Nangang Shui and asked, do you regret leaving the clan? Nangang Shui smiled. Regret? What's there to regret? The clan was a nice place to live when I was still young. My sister doted on me as well, but she became extremely cold after that incident. Everyone is a chess piece in her eyes, and it includes me and our brother. Nangang Shui's head drooped as her expression turned gloomy. Ye Guan said, your sister is not that good of a person. Nangang Shui went silent at that, but she abruptly turned to look at Ye Guan upon seemingly recalling something. Her gloomy expression vanished, replaced by solemnity as she said, my sister wanted your storage ring, but she still decided to let you leave along with me. I think she has her own doubts regarding your identity, so she decided to refrain from attacking until her questions are answered. She's definitely planning on using the Shui clan to test you. The Shui clan will definitely not let you go, and they'll send powerful elites to take care of us. I'm sure that's the reason my sister decided to let us leave. Ye Guan was somewhat surprised as he stared at Nangang Shui. He didn't expect that Nangang Shui had already thought that far. From now on, the Shui clan will keep on chasing us until they've captured us. Even if we somehow manage to evade capture, my sister will eventually make a move once she has confirmed that you lack a powerful background, Nangang Shui added. Ye Guan chuckled and asked, why do you sound like you don't think that I have a powerful background? Nangang Shui sighed and explained, you didn't know about the Shui clan nor the Nangang clan, so you must not be from either the martial sect or the holy sect. The Shui and Nangang clans aren't afraid of any other powers out there aside from the martial sect and the holy sect. In other words, the Shui clan and the Nangang clan will soon be chasing after us, but it's fine. I'm not afraid to die, and I think it's nice that I'm going to die with you. Ye Guan laughed. We're not going to die. Nangang Shui cast a puzzled gaze at Ye Guan. Why not? Because I have Master Pagoda, exclaimed Ye Guan with a grin. Don't use me to brag. Little Pagoda snapped. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Nangang Shui asked, Master Pagoda. Ye Guan snapped back to reality and nodded earnestly. Yes, Master Pagoda is the one who raised me, and he is an extremely powerful existence. He's unparalleled throughout history, and... Stop. Little Pagoda interrupted, what do you want from me? Ye Guan smiled awkwardly and said, Master Pagoda, I only have one request. Can you please bring out the path sword for me? I promise not to use it recklessly, I'll use it only against groups. After a moment of silence, Little Pagoda said, first of all, I appreciate that you hold me in such high regard. I truly didn't expect that you'd think I'm capable of breaking your aunt's seal. Really, I really appreciate it. Thank you for believing in me. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Master Pagoda can't break aunt's seal? I have to find another way, then. Master Pagoda, can you help me conceal my aura? Ye Guan asked. Little Pagoda replied, I can't help you with that. I'll put in a good word for you and ask aunt to help you upgrade, said Ye Guan. Little Pagoda laughed and said, it's no use. If you were your father, I may have believed you, but your words are ineffective on me. Then, I'll speak ill of you, said Ye Guan. What the fuck? Little Pagoda exclaimed, why are you so wicked? Ye Guan smiled wryly and said, Master Pagoda, I'll really appreciate it if you help me to the best of your abilities. I mean, just take a look at my situation. Can you reconsider? Little Pagoda said in a deep voice, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your aunt specifically told me not to assist you, so you'll have to rely on yourself this time. Ye Guan had no idea what to say to that. Moments later, Ye Guan heard multiple shrill cries from the distant horizon. Soon, dozens of powerful auras swept over, causing the space to distort and creating a terrifying sight. They're here? Nangang Shui walked up to Ye Guan's side and grabbed his hand. Are you afraid? She asked. Ye Guan shook his head and said, no. Nangang Shui smiled lightly and said, you can be afraid. I'm with you, after all. Ye Guan smiled but remained silent. Nangang Shui stared deeply at the calm and composed Ye Guan, and her feelings for him grew at a rapid pace. Her face suddenly turned red for some reason, and she looked down, afraid to meet Ye Guan's gaze while holding his hand tightly. Nangang Shui suddenly felt that it wouldn't be so bad to die today so long as they would die together. Ye Guan remained calm as he stared at the oncoming Shui clan cultivators. He already had a plan in mind. If one couldn't defeat one's foes with force, one had to rely on one's wit to win. Dozens of powerhouses soon landed in front of Ye Guan and Nangang Shui. A great sovereign stood at the helm of the group, while the rest of the group were all elites at the divine sovereign realm. The lineup was so strong that Ye Guan immediately realized that there was no way he could beat them. Meanwhile, Little Pagoda turned to the mysterious lady in the tiny pagoda and asked, he can't call for help, and he also doesn't have the path sword. How do you think he's going to deal with all this? The mysterious lady replied, I don't know. Little Pagoda laughed boisterously and said, I think this brat is about to get beaten up. I'm sure it's going to be fun to see him getting beaten up. Ah, I really want to see that. Ha ha ha. As they faced the dozens of elites before them, Nangang Shue's expression became extremely solemn. She held Ye Guan's hand tightly, knowing that they weren't a match for the people before them. However, she wasn't afraid. It was just death, nothing serious. Ye Guan remained calm as well. He had no backers, but he had a plan in mind. His experience had told him that there were 3 ways to go about a battle: beat them up, talk to them and fight once negotiations had broken down, and bluff one's way out of a pinch. The Grand Elder of the Shui clan stood at the helm of the elites. He and the other Shui clan members looked extremely gloomy, their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared intently at Ye Guan. Ye Guan had slapped the Shui clan's heir and had even stolen the latter's bride. It was the biggest and worst humiliation possible. Shui Feng glared at Ye Guan and was just about to speak when Ye Guan suddenly stepped forward. How dare you? Ye Guan bellowed, and his voice echoed like thunder. Shui Feng and the others were stunned. Nangang Shui was stunned as well, and she cast a shocked gaze at Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared at Shui Feng and sneered, the tiny Shui clan actually dared to chase after me to kill me. Who gave you the courage to do such a thing, you bunch of filthy insects? Shui Feng's face turned ugly at the remark. The people behind him were about to make a move, but he stopped them by raising his hand. Shui Feng stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, Who are you? Shui Feng sounded calm and composed, but he was stupefied deep inside. Ye Guan was too arrogant. He was arrogant to the extent that Shui Feng started doubting the intel that they had gathered on Ye Guan. Perhaps he had a great background? Ye Guan didn't bother to speak and unleashed his powerful martial force. Boom! The aura of a martial god filled the air between Ye Guan and the Shui clan forces. The faces of Shui Feng and the others changed drastically. Shui Feng looked horrified, and he started trembling like an aspen tree. Are you from the martial sect? Ye Guan snapped, get lost. The Shui clan members were both angry and fearful. Shui Feng immediately said, I apologize for the inconvenience. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to stop you. With that, he turned around and decisively left with the Shui clan members. Wait! Ye Guan cried out. Shui Feng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Ye Guan, seemingly puzzled. Ye Guan stared intently at Shui Feng and asked, You're leaving just like that? Shui Feng asked in a deep voice, What do you want, young master? Ye Guan said, I want you to leave your storage rings behind. The elite cultivators behind Shui Feng were furious. Their auras surged crazily and blotted out the skies. Shui Feng clenched his fists as he stared at Ye Guan, but he didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan fearlessly met Shui Feng's gaze as he said, The Shui clan will be annihilated if you guys don't leave your storage rings. Are you willing to test my patience? The Shui clan had never suffered such a humiliation. The owners of the powerful auras behind Shui Feng were so furious that they seemed like they were about to erupt in fury anytime soon, but Shui Feng stopped them in time. Shui Feng looked at Ye Guan and smiled. My Shui clan has made a mistake, so it's only right for us to apologize and make amends. Shui Feng took off his own storage ring, but the powerful elites of the Shui clan behind Shui Feng remained unmoving as they glared at Ye Guan with incensed eyes. Shui Feng turned around and swept his gaze across the clan members behind him. The clan members were unwilling, but they had to leave their storage rings behind. Shui Feng turned around and took one final glance at Ye Guan before leaving with the Shui clan members in tow. Ye Guan collected the storage rings. The combined value of the storage rings was more than 30 million spiritual cores. Ye Guan shook his head and sighed. The Shui clan is too poor. I truly didn't expect to see a great sovereign carrying only 10 million spiritual cores in their storage ring. I wonder how they've been surviving. Meanwhile, Nangang Shui shook her head in disbelief. The amount Ye Guan had just mentioned was considered a huge fortune in the chaotic star world. Let's go, Ye Guan said. He held Nangang Shui's and pulled her away. As they left, Nangang Shui couldn't help but ask, Are you really from the martial sect? Ye Guan smiled. Guess. Nangang Shui shook her head, No, I don't think so. Ye Guan was a bit surprised. Why? Nangang Shui chuckled and said, I don't even think that you're a denizen of the chaotic star world, so I don't think you're from the martial world. Where are you from? Are you from outside? Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Nangang Shui. Nangang Shui whispered, If you were from the chaotic star world, you wouldn't have pretended that you're from the martial sect. Ye Guan asked, How strong is the martial sect? They're strong, Nangang Shui replied, extremely strong. She squeezed Ye Guan's hand and said, Let's leave. Ye Guan was unaware of the martial sect's terrifying might, but Nangang Shui knew that pretending to be a sect member of the martial sect was a worse crime than slapping Shui Chen in the face. The martial sect's ruthlessness was the reason Shui Feng didn't dare to make a move. Anyone in the chaotic star world wouldn't dare to offend the martial sect, so there couldn't be a denizen out there daring enough to pretend as though they were a sect member. Ye Guan noticed Nangang Shui's unease and chuckled. I can't leave. Nangang Shui was puzzled. Why? I have to become a great sovereign here, Ye Guan responded. Nangang Shui asked, Are you a young master who only came here to train? Ye Guan laughed and said, I guess it's something like that. Nangang Shui looked down and asked, How powerful is your family? Ye Guan blinked and replied, My family isn't bad. Nangang Shui rolled her eyes at him and stayed silent. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, The old man earlier isn't stupid. He might notice that there's something wrong and turn back to kill us. We should find a secluded place for us to stay and cultivate. You have a tribulation avoiding stone. Nangang Shui pointed out and said, we should go to a secret realm so that we can take full advantage of the tribulation avoiding stone. She pulled Ye Guan with her and said, follow me. With that, the two disappeared into the horizon once more. Meanwhile, the mysterious lady suddenly laughed and asked, Little Pagoda, are you disappointed? Little Pagoda said, he has truly inherited the art of bluffing from his father. The mysterious lady laughed and said, I also wanted to see him getting beaten up, haha. Xue Feng and the elites of the martial sect were in the clouds. Their expressions were grim, and a clan elder spoke, Grand Elder, I don't think he's from the martial sect. What if he is? Asked Xue Feng. The clan elder went silent. Xue Feng said, I'm not daring enough to gamble. The stakes are just too high. If we were to make any mistakes, our Xue clan would face an unprecedented calamity. The clan elder asked, what should we do now? Xue Feng opened his palm, and an image of Ye Guan appeared in his hand. He looked indifferent as he said, I'll personally visit the martial sect myself. If he's truly a sect member of the martial sect, I'll represent our clan to apologize. This matter will come to a close then, but if he's not a sect member. A flash of killing intent fleeted across Xue Feng's eyes as he continued. No one will be able to save him, even if the Eternal Sovereign was still alive. He turned around and turned into a beam of light that disappeared into the clouds. Meanwhile, Nangang Han was sitting in a huge hall while hearing Shanbo's reports. Nangang Han squinted and asked, you're saying that he's not just a great sword sovereign, but he is also a martial god. Shanbo nodded and said, yes. Nangang Han clenched her right hand. Shanbo hesitated briefly before asking, what if he's really from the martial sect? Nangang Han shook her head and said, no way. Curious, Shanbo asked, how can you be so sure? Nangang Han explained quietly, if he were from the martial sect, why had he departed our clan residence? Of course, even if he's not from the martial sect, we can already say that he has a remarkable background. Should we get involved? Shanbo asked. Nangang Han closed her eyes, and a glimmer of determination fleeted across her eyes as she muttered, tens of billions of spiritual cores. Nangang Han created simulations in her head and soon reached a conclusion. Once we've confirmed that he has no ties to either the martial sect or the holy sect, then. Meanwhile, an old man stuck to Xue Feng like glue, which annoyed him. Xue Feng looked around and eventually found a middle-aged man standing not too far away from him. The middle-aged man's name was Chen Wu, and he was one of the martial sect's elders. Xue Feng saluted and said, Elder Chen Wu. Chen Wu glanced at Xue Feng and asked, what does the Xue clan want from me? Xue Feng handed over Ye Guan's portrait to Chen Wu and asked, I'm just here to ask a question, Elder Chen Wu. Is he a sect member of the martial sect? Chen Wu stared deeply at the portrait before shaking his head. No. Xue Feng's face darkened. What's wrong? Asked Chen Wu. Xue Feng's expression was grim as he explained, he attacked our clan's heir, and then he pretended that he's a sect member of the martial sect. Chen Wu squinted, he really did that? Are you sure? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. Xue Feng hurriedly said, I wouldn't have come here to ask for permission if he hadn't done that. How bold. Chen Wu chuckled and said, he's daring enough to pretend like he's one of our sect members. It was a bold and interesting move in my opinion. He's got my curiosity earlier, but now, he's got my attention. Xue Feng stared deeply at Chen Wu and declared, I'm taking my leave. Then, Elder Chen Wu. We've already confirmed that he's not a sect member of the martial sect, after all. Chen Wu nodded and said, go ahead and leave. Xue Feng bowed lightly and walked out of the hall. Once he was outside, his expression twisted into an ugly grimace. Damn it, he had been had. He was so furious that he felt like exploding. Boom! Xue Feng stomped and reappeared in the air before transforming into a streak of light that rushed somewhere else. A monstrous and brutal aura seeped out of him, everything between heaven and earth seemed to tremble beneath his aura alone. A purple-robed young man entered the great hall of the martial sect after Xue Feng's departure. He bowed toward Chen Wu and greeted, Master. Chen Wu said, a representative of the Xue clan claimed that someone has pretended that they're a member of our martial sect. The purple-robed young man froze and muttered, they pretended like they're a sect member. Yes. Chen Wu smiled and asked, what do you think? The purple-robed young man's reply came a bit late as he said, the Xue clan is not daring enough to deceive us, so they must be telling the truth. However, those bold enough to pretend like they're a sect member all had extraordinary backgrounds. It must be the same for our pretender this time. You got it right. Chen Wu nodded and said, I think so, too. The purple-robed young man looked at Chen Wu and asked, do you want me to go and take a look? Chen Wu nodded. All right. The purple-robed young man bowed and turned around to leave, but Chen Wu called out to him. Tianhe? What are you going to do once you've found him? Asked Chen Wu. Tianhe pondered briefly before saying, first of all, I'll investigate the truth behind the surface. Why did he pretend like he's a member of our sect? I'm also going to check if he had committed evil while using us as their backer. Lastly, if he was forced to pretend like he was a sect member of the martial sect or risk dying, then it's fine. I'll take a look at him, and if he is talented enough, I'll invite him to become a sect member of the martial sect. Upon hearing Tianhe's words, Chen Wu broke out into a grin. Well said. If he hasn't committed any wrongdoing and has decent talent, why not let him become a part of the martial sect? The martial sect is open to it? Go ahead. Tian He bowed slightly and turned around to leave. Chen Wu gazed at his departing figure with a light smile and eyes filled with a subtle appreciation. Nangang Shui guided Ye Guan through the starry sky. Thanks to the tribulation avoiding stone, the two of them were able to ward off the tribulations and navigate through them unscathed. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui strolled toward the distant horizon. Just then, Ye Guan asked, "Where are we going?" Nangang Shui replied, "We're going to the Starry Sea Secret Realm." Ye Guan stared at Nangang Shui and repeated, "The Starry Sea Secret Realm." Nangang Shui smiled and explained, "The sacred grounds of the ancient sects and powers that had perished after the battle during that era became forbidden zones, all thanks to the tribulations and calamities that had settled there. Even great sovereigns won't dare to enter them unless absolutely necessary. In addition, they're long gone, but no one can guarantee that they didn't manage to leave behind any traps or experts to protect their precious inheritance." Ye Guan pondered for a moment before asking, "Are we going to cultivate there?" Nangang Shui nodded and said, "Yes, we'll find a safe spot to cultivate once we enter the secret realm. I'm sure the Shui clan will hesitate at the idea of entering a secret realm just to pursue us." Ye Guan chuckled and replied, "All right, then." However, he recalled something and asked, "The martial sect and the holy sect?" Nangang Shui explained, "The martial sect and the holy sect were established during the eternal civilization, and they're the only forces from that era that are still alive. A myriad of ancient powers and sects perished in that fateful battle, but they somehow survived, so their heritage is incomparable to any other forces." Ye Guan nodded slightly. "I see." Nangang Shui made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, "From what I know, the true universe is the current ruler of the outside world. Are you, from the true universe?" Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I'm from the Guanxian universe." Nangang Shui nodded slightly, not saying anything more. Ye Guan then asked, "You know the true universe?" Nangang Shui's expression became solemn as she said, "Of course, I know. The true universe had once attacked the chaotic star world. The martial sect and the holy sect joined forces to fight a common enemy, even though they're arch-enemies. Thankfully, the true universe's troops faltered in the face of the chaotic star world's tribulations. Otherwise, we would have suffered defeat at the time." Nangang Shui's expression became even more solemn as she continued. "The expedition army is truly formidable. Great sovereigns went one-on-one against their troops. We lost 36 great sovereigns while they only lost 22. The expedition army?" Ye Guan went silent. The Guanxian universe had yet to encounter the true universe's expedition army, so they still didn't have an exact idea of their strength. However, Nangang Shui's words just now made him realize that the expedition army's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. Great sovereigns were held in high regard almost everywhere, but they seemed weak compared to the expedition army. The two continued talking about a variety of topics until they found themselves standing in front of a ruin. There was an expansive dark cloud hanging above the ruins, and lightning flashed incessantly within the cloud, which made the entire stretch of the sky above the ruins feel eerie at sight. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui were struck by a wave of something ominous as they walked into the ruins. Ye Guan gazed at the dark clouds with a grim look. The tribulations here were extremely terrifying. The tribulations in the Guanxian universe and the true universe were mere child's play in comparison to it. Pointing into the distance, Nangang Shui said, "That's the Starry Sea Secret Realm, and I have no idea what dangers are inside of it." "I guess we'll find out once we get there," said Ye Guan with a smile. The two walked away. The closer they got to the lightning region, the stronger the lightning became. In fact, the lightning had become so strong that Ye Guan found it difficult to breathe just staring at them. Ye Guan felt uneasy. The lightning here was much stronger than the lightning at the Shangqing sect. Ye Guan reckoned that if every single lightning bolt within the expansive dark clouds were to strike down at once, even Master Pagoda would die. They had a tribulation-avoiding stone, but they still felt uneasy at the terrifying sight. Just then, dozens of powerful auras appeared behind them. Ye Guan turned and saw Shui Feng along with his group. Shui Feng's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Ye Guan. The Shui clan members behind him were furious as well. Their eyes were filled with killing intent that was so thick it made Ye Guan feel like these people would eat his flesh and consume his blood just to assuage their fury. However, their fury was justified. After all, a brat had deceived them into voluntarily giving up their storage rings. It was a disgrace that couldn't be overridden by a simple, run-off-the-mill revenge. Ye Guan's eyelids twitched. He grabbed Nangang Shui's hand and ran into the secret realm. Upon entering the lightning region, dozens of lightning bolts plummeted toward them. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui's expressions changed. Shui Feng and his group came to a halt right in front of the lightning region. Evidently, they didn't dare to enter the lightning region. Shui Feng stared intently at the falling lightning bolt, but shockingly, the lightning bolts avoided Ye Guan and Nangang Shui when they were just a few meters away from the latter's heads. Ye Guan and Nangang Shui sighed in relief, and they ran as fast as they could away from Shui Feng and his group. Shui Feng and his group members were stunned. An old man exclaimed, "He has a tribulation-avoiding stone." Shui Feng and the others exchanged shocked looks. They didn't expect that Ye Guan would have such a rare spiritual treasure. Another old man spoke with a heavy tone of voice. He entered the Starry Sea Secret Realm. "Are we going to follow them?" Shui Feng looked into the distance and said, "Let's wait." The Shui clan members were solemn. Ye Guan was just right in front of them, but they weren't daring enough to chase after him. Shui Feng glared at the secret realm, and he growled through gnashed teeth. "They'll eventually come out." Ye Guan and Nangang Shui finally found themselves inside the ruins they had seen earlier. A solemn atmosphere hung in the air around the ruins, and judging from the marred walls, a great battle had to have unfolded here. Nangang Shui walked briskly to a stone stele. With a wave of her sleeve, the dust on the stone stele vanished, revealing 3 emboldened words: Starry Sea Sect. Nangang Shui turned to Ye Guan and muttered, "The Starry Sea Sect must have been annihilated." Ye Guan nodded. He looked around until his gaze finally settled on a dilapidated hall hundreds of meters away. Half of the hall was missing, and it looked like it had been ripped apart. "Let's go there and take a look," Ye Guan suggested. Nangang Shui nodded, and the two started walking to the grand hall. Along the way, Ye Guan discovered quite a few corpses strewn across the ruins. Ye Guan was awestruck upon discovering that the corpses were preserved impeccably, making them appear as though they were alive, even though they had died long ago. Nangang Shui remarked, "They must have been great sovereigns when they were still alive." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "Why do you say so?" "The fleshly bodies of great sovereigns will last for an eternity," Nangang Shui explained. Ye Guan nodded thoughtfully. The two continued talking until they arrived at the dilapidated Grand Hall. The Grand Hall had retained only half of its former glory, and they only found a statue of a woman in white. An ancient book covered in celestial stardust glimmered in multiple colors in the woman's right hand. All of a sudden, Nangang Shui bowed deeply toward the statue. Ye Guan was astonished. Nangang Shui smiled at him and said, "You told me to be respectful in places like this." Ye Guan chuckled upon hearing that. Just then, the statue quivered, and a woman dressed in white emerged gracefully from the statue. Ye Guan's expression stiffened, and Nangang Shui quickly moved even closer to Ye Guan before directing a wary gaze upon the woman. The woman in white's gaze was on Ye Guan, and she frowned in confusion upon seeing him. Ye Guan recovered his wits and bowed. "Greetings, senior." The woman in white examined Ye Guan and chuckled. "You're an interesting young man." Ye Guan couldn't understand her cryptic words. The woman in white leisurely stepped out of the grand hall. Sweeping her gaze across the ruins before her, a fleeting light of bewilderment shone in her eyes. After a while, she asked, "What happened to the divine Dao civilization of the great Daoist Brushmaster?" Ye Guan replied, "It's gone." The woman in white turned to Ye Guan and asked, "It's gone?" Ye Guan nodded and said, "The true universe destroyed it." The woman in white squinted her eyes. "The true universe?" Ye Guan nodded and explained what happened between the true universe and the divine Dao civilization. The woman in white laughed boisterously and exclaimed, "So even the great Daoist Brushmaster has met his end." Ye Guan was silent as he stared at the woman in white. The woman in white obviously harbored deep resentment toward the great Daoist Brushmaster. The woman in white laughed for quite a while before she composed herself and muttered, "It's a shame that I couldn't witness the collapse of the divine Dao civilization." Ye Guan remained quiet. The great Daoist Brushmaster was a peerless supreme elite, so he didn't dare to disparage the latter. The woman in white suddenly looked at Ye Guan and examined him intently. After a while, she shook her head slightly and said, "You already have your own path. It is meaningless for you to take someone else's legacy. It's meaningless." Ye Guan quickly pulled Nangang Shui over to him and said, "She's the right fit." The woman in white stared at Nangang Shui, but she remained quiet. Honestly, she wasn't particularly fond of Nangang Shui. Nangang Shui's talent was inferior when compared to Ye Guan. Moreover, Ye Guan possessed a great Dao destiny, so he was the perfect inheritor of legacies. Nangang Shui grew rejected upon seeing the woman in white's silence. It wasn't that difficult to deduce the latter's thoughts after seeing her go silent the moment her eyes landed on Nangang Shui. Nangang Shui held Ye Guan's hand and lowered her head. The woman in white's expression changed drastically upon seeing Nangang Shui holding Ye Guan's hand. She chuckled and exclaimed, "I guess that works as well." Nangang Shui raised her head in confusion. The woman in white asked, "Are you willing to become the sect master of the Starry Sea sect?" Nangang Shui didn't immediately reply. She glanced at Ye Guan, and the latter nodded instantly. Nangang Shui grinned and said, "I'm willing." The woman in white stared at Ye Guan and said, "Protect us." Ye Guan was confused. "Protect you too?" The woman in white nodded and explained, "I'm going to give her the Starry Sea sect's remaining Starry Sea energy, and she'll instantly become a great sovereign once I'm done." "She's going to instantly become a great sovereign?" Ye Guan froze and went silent at the remark. Eventually, he asked carefully, "There's a way to instantly become a great sovereign?" The woman in white nodded and said, "Of course." Ye Guan was stupefied. What the woman in white was about to do was similar to a supreme elite handing over their cultivation base to their disciples. Ye Guan hesitated for quite a while before asking, "Can you give me some, too? My family is mean to me, and they even left me to fend for myself at such a young age. I had to gather and eat leftovers just to survive." Ye Guan had to admit that he was truly tempted. It couldn't be helped as it was a chance to immediately become a great sovereign. If someone were to hand over such an opportunity to him, he would accept it with relish, as it meant instantly completing his aunt's task for him. In addition, what could their enemies outside do to them once he became a great sovereign? The great sovereigns outside would become mere ants before him. No, it wouldn't be just great sovereigns. Ye Guan reckoned that he might become strong enough to stand a chance against his aunt. Hearing Ye Guan's words, the woman in white shook her head. "No." Perplexed, Ye Guan asked, "Why?" The woman in white smiled and said frankly, "I don't want the inheritance of my Starry Sea sect to become someone else's dowry." The Starry Sea sex inheritance would be valuable to just about anyone out there aside from the young swordsman in front of him. The Starry Sea sex inheritance would be easily overshadowed by the young man's Dao. In fact, Ye Guan would eventually forget that it even existed. To put it simply, Ye Guan was too exceptional for the Starry Sea sex inheritance. However, Nangang Shui was different. With the help of the young swordsman, Nangang Sua would be able to bring out the full potential of the Starry Sea sex inheritance. She might even succeed in reviving the sect. Ye Guan was rendered speechless by the woman in white's words. The woman in white's smile deepened as she added, "Well, she's your woman, so is there even any difference if I give her the inheritance?" Nangang Shui blushed and lowered her head slightly. "Master, I'm not his woman," she muttered. The woman in white chuckled. Her gaze remained on Ye Guan as she instructed, "Go and stand guard for us, will you?" Ye Guan asked, "Senior, how long will it take?" "At least 2 hours," she replied calmly. Ye Guan smiled and nodded. "All right." With that, he turned around and left. The woman in white shifted her attention to Nangang Shui. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she asked, "Do you know his background?" Nangang Shui shook her head. There was a veil of mystery surrounding Ye Guan's origins. The woman in white sighed softly, and a complex look suffused her face. Nangang Shui clenched her hands as she muttered, "His background." The woman in white said in a low voice, "He has an extraordinary background. His destiny has been obfuscated by someone, and I only know of 2 people capable of doing such a thing. One of them is the Eternal Sovereign, the Great Sovereign who was invincible among his peers. The second one is the Great Daoist Brush Master." Nangang Shui quietly absorbed the revelation, but her trembling hands revealed her emotions. The woman in white said, "He's destined for greatness. If you want to stand next to him and be of help to him, you must become much stronger than you are at the moment. Otherwise, you'll just become an ornament. You'll fade into obscurity once he becomes even stronger." Nangang Shui sighed deeply, and she confessed with a tinge of bitterness. "I can feel that he doesn't harbor a deep affection for me, or perhaps, none at all. It seems more like he's reluctant to reject me. I think that's why he still keeps me by his side." The woman in white walked up to Nangang Shui and said, "Silly girl. I want you to remember that when it comes to dealing with men, you shouldn't be too passionate. Haven't you heard the saying about how what's easily acquired is often undervalued? You should focus on becoming even stronger at the moment and building your own tower of independence. Don't be too attached to him. Strive not just for self-reliance but for the ability to support him." Nangang Shui's gaze was filled with uncertainty as she asked, "What if he ends up not liking me at all?" The woman in white shook her head and smiled gently. "Silly girl, whether he likes you or not is his business. Your feelings for him are your own feelings. He's not obligated to reciprocate your feelings. The world doesn't move according to your whims and desires." Nangang Shui went silent at that remark and nodded after a long while. "I see. And that's why you have to focus on becoming even stronger right now," the woman in white exclaimed and chuckled. "Women shouldn't lose what makes them unique once they develop deep feelings for a man. We must not lose ourselves, our independence, and our personality. Otherwise, we'd only be inviting the mocking of others, and they'd look down on us." Nangang Shui nodded. "I understand." The woman in white smiled and said, "Once you've become a great sovereign, you should spar with him and give him a good beating." Nangang Shui was puzzled. "Why?" The woman in white explained, "A female great sovereign is incredibly attractive. The majority of men have this certain, twisted fixation about conquering women who are stronger than them. You have to ignite that kind of desire in him, do you understand?" Nangang Shui blinked and exclaimed, "Master, you really know a lot." The woman in white laughed heartily and said, "I know quite a few techniques as well, and I'll teach you some of them later." Nangang Shui's curiosity was piqued. "What techniques?" The woman in white blinked mischievously. She leaned in to whisper a few words into Nangang Shui's ear. "Ah." Nangang Shui's face flushed a deep crimson. She immediately covered her face with both her hands and stammered, "That place can be used, too? That's." The woman in white let out a peal of boisterous laughter. "Of course, it can be done using that place as well." She whispered a few more words into Nangang Shui's ear. Nangang Shui quivered incessantly out of embarrassment. She grabbed the woman in white's hand and stopped her from talking. "Master, it's too much for me. Can we just start?" The woman in white laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Sure." The woman in white waved her sleeve, and the spacetime inside the great hall shattered. The woman in white opened her palm and shouted, "Go." Boom! A divine mirror soared into the sky and hovered in the starry sky. The woman in white opened her palm once more and shouted, "Come." Boom! The divine mirror trembled violently, causing the starry sky to quake. A powerful stellar force burst out of the divine mirror and transformed into a pillar of stellar light that descended and converged on Nangang Shui's head. Boom! Nangang Shui quivered vigorously as a powerful aura burst out of her. The woman in white suddenly leaned and placed a finger on Nangang Shui's glabella. A stellar imprint appeared on Nangang Shui's glabella, and the stellar energy from the pillar of stellar light surged toward her glabella. Nangang Shui's eyes widened. Her aura surged crazily. She was about to become a great sovereign. Ye Guan's expression was grim as he stared at the unfolding sight. It was his first time witnessing an inheritance that included a cultivation base increase. Ye Guan was sure that it would have drawbacks, but it didn't mean that it was all bad. Ye Guan turned toward the distant horizon upon seemingly sensing something. The dark clouds in the distance were trembling, and thunderous booms echoed incessantly from within the expansive clouds. Ye Guan's expression changed drastically. The lightning calamities and tribulations were being stirred into action. Dozens of lightning bolts burst out of the dark clouds and made a beeline for the woman in white and Nangang Shui. Ye Guan didn't hesitate to charge at the oncoming lightning bolts, but the woman in white interrupted him by saying, "These lightning bolts are beyond what you can handle. Allow me to take care of them." The woman in white waved her left hand. Stellar energy surged from her palm and created a wall in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning bolt struck the wall, and it trembled violently. The woman in white's gaze turned to the group of Shui clan members in the distance, and she shouted at Ye Guan, "I want you to hold them back for 2 hours." Ye Guan turned toward Shui Feng and the Shui clan members. Shui Feng and his group were staring at the woman in white and Nangang Shui. They instantly understood what was happening. Nangang Shui was in the middle of receiving an inheritance. An old man next to Shui Feng spoke solemnly, "What should we do?" The woman in white was definitely a supreme elite, so they didn't dare to make any rash movements. Shui Feng stared deeply at the woman in white and said, "She's too busy transmitting her inheritance to Nangang Shui and defending the two of them against the lightning calamities and tribulation." The old man next to Shui Feng made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, "Are we going to eliminate him first, then?" Shui Feng shook his head and said, "We're going to kill Nangang Shui and the woman in white before anything else. We can't let Nangang Shui receive that inheritance." With that, he stumped and rushed toward the woman in white. The elites behind Shui Feng followed closely behind Shui Feng. They also understood that Nangang Shui's strength would soar once she had received the complete inheritance of the woman in white, and they also stood no chance against the woman in white. Of course, there was another reason behind their decision. They wanted the divine mirror above the woman in white. In other words, killing the woman in white meant obtaining a divine item from a secret realm. However, Ye Guan suddenly appeared in front of Shui Feng. Shui Feng's expression turned ugly. "Get lost," he roared and flicked his sleeve. A powerful wave of energy rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was but a paltry true immortal realm ant in Shui Feng's eyes, and he was unwilling to take an ant seriously. Ye Guan responded by thrusting his sword toward Shui Feng. It was an attack emblazoned with the sword Dao. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He changed his grip on the sword and slashed out heaven rend. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Shui Feng flew hundreds of meters away from Ye Guan after taking the latter's attack. He was left dumbfounded when he finally landed on the ground. He wasn't the only one. Every Shui clan elite was shocked. Shui Feng was a great sovereign, and Ye Guan was just a true immortal realm cultivator. However, he actually managed to send Shui Feng flying with his attacks. What was going on here? The Shui clan elites were struck with unparalleled astonishment. Shui Feng stared at Ye Guan and muttered in disbelief, "That move." Boom! A loud explosion echoed from afar. Everyone turned and found that Nangang Shui was emitting a terrifying aura. The Divine Sovereign Realm. Nangang Shui had just made a breakthrough into the Divine Sovereign Realm from the Time Immortal Realm, but her aura was still surging crazily with seemingly no signs of abating. Shui Feng's expression darkened. At this rate, Nangang Shui would soon become a great sovereign? A horrifying killing intent blossomed in Shui Feng's eyes. He glared at Ye Guan and roared, "Kill him first? Let's attack him together." Shui Feng and the Shui clan elites wasted no time and rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled sinisterly in the face of so many elites. He took a step forward, and boom! His fleshly body erupted in a terrifying conflagration. He had ignited his fleshly body in exchange for power. Ye Guan was well aware that under normal circumstances, he stood no chance against the opponents before him. Thus, he decisively ignited his own fleshy body. Igniting his fleshly body in exchange for the power that would allow him to stand toe-to-toe against his opponents was a great trade. Ye Guan's aura surged crazily as his fleshly body burned. At the same time, a figure suddenly flew out from within him and headed straight for Shui Feng. The figure was the ancient divine puppet that he had obtained from the Shangqing secret realm. Shui Feng's face changed drastically upon seeing the ancient divine puppet. Boom! Caught off guard, Shui Feng was blasted hundreds of meters away by a single sword strike. When he came to a halt, he looked down at his arm in shock. Meanwhile, Ye Guan had transformed into a streak of sword light and rushed toward the nearby divine sovereigns. He slashed out with his sword Heaven Rend Quick Draw 1. Ye Guan became much more powerful upon igniting his fleshly body. His sword strike contained the combined power of 40 sword moves, and a terrifying conflagration erupted from Ye Guan's sword as he slashed out. Boom! The divine sovereign at the helm was obliterated. His fleshy body and soul crumbled into ashes. An instant kill. The Shui clan divine sovereigns were also forced back hundreds of meters away by Ye Guan's mighty slash. As they came to a stop, astonishment filled their hearts, and their faces contorted with incredulity as they looked at Ye Guan. Did he just instantly kill a divine sovereign? They couldn't believe it at all, and they felt like their worldview had been turned upside down. After all, Ye Guan was merely a true immortal realm cultivator. His cultivation base meant that this group of divine sovereigns would never take him seriously. Thus, they had never imagined, even in their wildest dreams, that Ye Guan would be capable of killing a divine sovereign with one sword move. The divine sovereigns stood frozen in disbelief. Shui Feng noticed that and bellowed, "What are you doing standing there and just looking at him? Kill him." With that, the Shui clan members set any reservations aside and rushed toward Ye Guan at the same time. However, Ye Guan welcomed their charge. In fact, he stumped with his right foot and harnessed the power of space to propel himself right in the middle of the divine sovereigns. Hum! A resonant hum filled the air, and a symphony of swords dancing in harmony with the elements soon pervaded the skies. Ye Guan raised his sword and sent a divine sovereign flying into the distance, and he twisted in midair to send a sweeping slash toward the oncoming divine sovereigns behind him, sending them staggering backward. Ye Guan's sword was enveloped by mighty flames that were burning using his fleshly body as a wick. Ye Guan wasn't wielding the path sword at the moment, but his every sword move was like a natural disaster, incredibly powerful. The divine sovereigns caught up in the flames of his fleshly body were either seriously injured or had their fleshly bodies reduced to ashes. Ye Guan was fighting against a dozen divine sovereigns by himself? The divine sovereigns were horrified as the flames around Ye Guan rose to the skies. The sheer might of Ye Guan's sword was incredulous, especially whenever he used the heaven-rend quick draw. None dared to meet his sword head-on. Soon, a deafening silence descended upon the battlefield. Ye Guan didn't make another move, as his objective was cut and dried. He just had to buy time until Nangang Shui had received the woman in white's complete inheritance. Meanwhile, Shui Feng was still fighting against the ancient divine puppet. He saw the stalemate and roared, "Why are you guys afraid of him? He has ignited his fleshly body in exchange for power. He's incredibly strong at the moment, but it's just a fleeting burst of power. Keep on fighting him, and he'll soon be exhausted. He'll be a sitting duck by then." The divine sovereigns exchanged glances, and their eyes flashed with determination. They bent their knees slightly in preparation to rush toward Ye Guan once again. Just then, Ye Guan opened his palm, and a stone flew out. It was the tribulation-avoiding stone in his possession. The Shui clan members were astonished. What was he trying to do here? Ye Guan swept his gaze across them and said, "Consider that stone my gift to you." The strongest among the divine sovereigns snatched the tribulation-avoiding stone out of midair. The rest of the divine sovereigns stared at him with a hint of distrust. The tribulation-avoiding stone could be sold for 100 million spiritual cores at the very least, so who wouldn't be tempted before such a spiritual treasure? Shui Feng saw that and bellowed, "He's buying time? This foolish brat wants to make you fight each other? Hurry up and kill him." Ye Guan stared at the strongest divine sovereign and said, "Will you even need the Shui clan with that stone in your hand? Can you amass over 100 million spiritual cores even if you were to toil away for the Shui clan for your entire life?" The divine sovereign in question fell into deep contemplation. Ye Guan continued, "With a tribulation-avoiding stone in hand, I'm sure all of you will be able to explore quite a few secret realms together. You people are talented enough to become great sovereigns, you simply need resources to do so. How can you afford those resources with your meager stipends in the Shui clan? Do you really think that you'll become a great sovereign with the Shui clan's help, considering just how burdensome it is to raise a great sovereign? Fuck you." Shui Feng roared. He was still fighting the ancient divine puppet, but he widened the distance between him and the puppet to roar at Ye Guan, "You scheming scoundrel! How dare you sow discord in my Shui clan?" Ye Guan paid no mind to the enraged Shui Feng. His eyes were fixed on the strongest divine sovereign among the divine sovereigns here. "He's not a threat to you at the moment since his hands are full. This means that you can leave, no one can stop you from leaving. You have to decide quickly. Once he defeats my puppet, he'll tell you to give him the tribulation-avoiding stone. What will you do by then?" The divine sovereign clenched his hands tightly, seemingly in turmoil. He could leave, but it meant betraying the clan? Ye Guan was about to say something, but the divine sovereign beat him to the chase and said, "Young master Ye, I really have to admit that your words almost swayed me." Ye Guan narrowed his eyes, and the profound energy within him surged. He got ready to make a move at any moment. The divine sovereign stared intently at Ye Guan and said, "If I take this stone with me and leave with the others, we'll inevitably turn on each other for the sake of this stone. Moreover, I'm sure you'll retrieve your puppet at the right moment, allowing Elder Shui Feng to chase after us." The divine sovereign shook his head and smiled. "Young master Ye, you truly have a brilliant mind. If I had fallen for your words, we would have all perished due to internal strife. I genuinely admire your wits. It is rare among people of your age." Ye Guan was silent. It seemed that he had underestimated them. The divine sovereign suddenly said, "Everyone, I'll keep this stone for now. Once we've killed this young man, we'll return the stone to the Shui clan and let the clan leader decide its disposition." The other Shui clan members nodded one after another. Originally, they had some ideas of their own, but they broke out into cold sweat after the strongest divine sovereign had revealed the details behind the young man's words. Ye Guan was indeed cunning and scheming, they had almost fallen for his words. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the strongest divine sovereign among the group of divine sovereigns rushed toward Ye Guan. The remaining divine sovereigns followed closely behind their leader. Ye Guan's scheme had infuriated these Shui clan members, and their killing intent became so towering that it seemed capable of inundating everything between heaven and earth. Facing the oncoming group of divine sovereigns, Ye Guan didn't waste any words. He transformed into a streak of sword light and slashed out. Although his plan hadn't succeeded entirely, it wasn't completely useless. He had consumed a spiritual pill moments ago, so his strength had recovered significantly. Ye Guan couldn't afford to hold back. He raised his sword for a swift and decisive slash. 41 heaven rends as one. The heaven rend quick draw using the power of 41 swords at once was Ye Guan's current limit. His fleshy body was too weak to withstand 42 swords and more at once. A dazzling conflagration erupted, and the expressions of the divine sovereigns changed drastically. The sword move had yet to arrive, but its overwhelming aura had already descended upon them like mountains pressing down on their shoulders, briefly stifling their breathing. Rumble! The sword move tore even the space-time in front of Ye Guan apart as the strongest divine sovereign was sent flying away. The divine sovereigns behind the strongest divine sovereign retreated like a tide. However, Ye Guan decisively chased after them. Rip! A ripping noise echoed as a sword light flew across the air and rushed toward the retreating divine sovereigns while tearing apart every inch of space-time in the way. Ye Guan was facing more than 10 divine sovereigns, but he showed no signs of falling behind. Horrifyingly enough, his aura was growing even stronger with each passing moment. All of a sudden, Xue Feng flinched after seemingly sensing something. He whipped around to stare at Nangang Xue. Nangang Xue's aura was undergoing a qualitative change, and the sight made Xue Feng roar, "Kill that woman first? Hurry up!" The divine sovereigns immediately abandoned Ye Guan and rushed toward Nangang Xue. However, a streak of sword light landed not too far away from Nangang Xue. Staring at the oncoming group of divine sovereigns, Ye Guan grinned sinisterly and rushed toward them to unleash a sword strike. 41 heaven rens as one. The strongest divine sovereign was horrified. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled at incredible speeds. He was already a few hundred meters in just a blink of an eye, leaving his companions behind. The divine sovereigns whom the strongest divine sovereign had left behind couldn't react in time. A grotesque noise echoed as they were torn apart, and blood haphazardly splattered in all directions. The sword move had left Ye Guan exhausted, and the ephemeral power he had obtained was waning as his fleshly body sloughed off in chunks. The strongest divine sovereign stared deeply at Ye Guan. Ignoring the gory sight, he said, "You must be tired. We won't stop you if you choose to leave." The tables had turned. The strongest divine sovereign was now the one buying time. He knew that he just had to wait, and Ye Guan's fleshly body would eventually perish. He decided not to make a move because even a cornered rat would bite a cat, and Ye Guan's attack just now had filled his heart with dread. He would have died if he hadn't retreated in time. In addition, Ye Guan had handed over a tribulation-avoiding stone to him, so he decided to let Ye Guan leave if the latter decided to leave. After all, a mere Ye Guan couldn't compare to the Starry Sea Sect's inheritance and a tribulation-avoiding stone. Ye Guan was silent, and he gripped his sword tightly. The strongest divine sovereign spoke once again, "You're still young, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Leave, and you'll face a bountiful future along with a myriad of women waiting on you. Why fight to the death here for one woman?" Ye Guan stared deeply at the divine sovereign and said, "I'll think about it." The strongest divine sovereign's expression turned malicious. "You're just trying to buy time." He pointed out and roared, "Now die." Ye Guan opened his left palm and clenched it forcefully. Boom! A powerful conflagration erupted from within him. He had chosen to ignite his soul? One Vila, previously translated as beheading heaven's sword art. This term has been retconned for consistency purposes. I'm changing the terms manually in over a dozen chapters, so I might miss some. Please do tag me in our Discord channel if you see a stray beheading heaven's sword art somewhere. Thank you so much. Ye Guan's decision to ignite his soul left the strongest divine sovereign shocked and furious. You've decided to ignite your soul? Are you crazy? You. His sentence hung in the air as he decisively retreated. He wouldn't have retreated if Ye Guan hadn't ignited his soul. However, Ye Guan had chosen to go to such an extreme length, so he decided to retreat. He really didn't want to risk his life, considering how he had just obtained a tribulation-avoiding stone. The other Xue clan members retreated as well. How could they reap the profits that a tribulation-avoiding stone would bring them if they were dead? It seemed everyone was still thinking about the tribulation-avoiding stone. Xue Feng went pale at the sight. He was not afraid of competent enemies but incompetent allies. His allies had just told him that they were incompetent at being allies and would rather prioritize their vested interests rather than the clan's interest. "All of you come here and deal with this puppet," Xue Feng roared. The group of divine sovereigns hesitated briefly before rushing toward the ancient divine puppet. Xue Feng immediately sped toward Ye Guan, but he quickly came to a halt when a powerful aura erupted in the distance. Xue Feng cast a shocked gaze upon Nangang Xue and saw that her aura had surged crazily toward the heavens and had swept across the starry sky up above. The spacetime above Nangang Xue failed to withstand the power of her cultivation base and collapsed. She had finally become a great sovereign? Xue Feng's expression turned ugly. He wanted to make a move, but the woman in white glared at Xue Feng. Xue Feng trembled beneath the woman in white's glare. "Retreat," he shouted. Swoosh! Ye Guan suddenly disappeared. A divine sovereign fighting the ancient divine puppet trembled, and his expression changed drastically. He was about to turn around, but a sword pierced his glabella. Blood dripped down from the wound on his glabella, and when he collapsed, the figure of a young man appeared behind him. It was Ye Guan. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the divine sovereign's storage ring flew into his hand. The storage ring contained the tribulation-avoiding stone that Ye Guan had given up earlier. Xue Feng and his group were furious, but they didn't dare to linger. They receded like a tide, and it only took them a few seconds to disappear from Ye Guan's sight. Ye Guan didn't give chase. He was utterly exhausted. His fleshly body was gone, and his soul was weak. Ye Guan slowly collapsed, feeling like he just needed to rest for a while. It had been a long time since he had fought like this. When he was about to hit the ground, a fragrant breeze swept across him, and Ye Guan found himself in the arms of a young woman. Nangang Shui held Ye Guan gently in her arms. Her eyes were full of tenderness and concern as she stared at him. Rest well, she muttered. Ye Guan smiled and closed his eyes. The fight just now had been a real challenge to him, and he had to go all out just to stand a chance against them. However, Ye Guan had also profited from the exhausting encounter. He could feel that he was about to make another breakthrough. Nangang Shui looked down at Ye Guan in her arms with a light smile. The woman in white let out a sigh as she stared at Nangang Shui. It seemed her disciple would get completely destroyed by Ye Guan. After all, once a woman started liking a man, their relationship could only go in either of the following two ways: either they would live happily ever after, or they would have to wallow in sorrow. After a while, Ye Guan's soul had recovered slightly. He woke up and got up before turning to look at Nangang Shui. He grinned and asked, "You've become a great sovereign." Nangang Shui smiled and exclaimed, "Yup." Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "That was really impressive." Nangang Shui winked mischievously and said, "You can't beat me anymore." Ye Guan froze at the remark before erupting into laughter. Nangang Shui was overjoyed as she stared at Ye Guan with eyes full of affection. Seeing that, the woman in white decided to help her disciple. She stared intently at Ye Guan before asking, "Young Lord Ye, what do you think of my Shui?" Ye Guan's expression stiffened before responding, "She's great." The woman in white smiled and said, "Young Lord Ye, I won't beat around the bush. You're a smart man, so I'm sure you've already noticed Shui's affection for you. Am I right or not?" Nangang Shui blushed furiously at the remark, seemingly overwhelmed by shyness. Glancing at Nangang Shui, Ye Guan nodded. "Yes, I know." He was neither dumb nor blind to not see Nangang Shui's affection for him. Nangang Shui glanced surreptitiously at Ye Guan, and her flushed cheeks became even rosier, and her gaze toward him deepened with affection. The woman in white smiled and suggested, "How about you get married today?" Ye Guan froze and went silent. It was such a curveball that Ye Guan had no idea how to react to it. Nangang Shui looked down without saying anything. She looked like she would follow her master's arrangement. However, Ye Guan remained silent. The woman in white frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. Nangang Shui's figure trembled ever so slightly. Ye Guan walked in front of Nangang Shui. He stared deeply at her before saying, "Lady Shui, I've noticed your surreptitious gazes toward me while we were on our journey, and I've long realized that you like me. I'm flattered, but you deserve to know what I'm about to tell you. My name is Ye Guan, and I'm from the Guanxian universe. Most importantly, I'm already married." Nangang Shui turned as pale as a sheet of paper while the woman in white sighed. "Sorry." Ye Guan muttered before turning around to leave. Nangang Shui called out, "Wait." Ye Guan stopped and turned to face Nangang Shui. Nangang Shui approached him with measured steps and locked eyes with him as she said, "Since you're already married, why did you even give me those signals?" "Signals?" Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I didn't give any signals." Nangang Shui stared intently at Ye Guan and explained, "I'm talking about why you even bothered to speak up for me? Why did you offend both the Shui clan and the Nangang clan for my sake? Why did you take me away? And why did you risk your life for me?" Ye Guan was quiet. Nangang Shui shouted, "Say something." Ye Guan said softly, "You warned me of the dangers in the Shangqing secret realm, and you told me to leave. That was our first meeting. I grew fond of you because you were kind. I decided to help you because I considered you a friend without overthinking it, but you ended up developing feelings for me." Nangang Shui revealed a self-deprecating smile. "So it was my mistake." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "Lady Shui, you're beautiful and gentle, and you genuinely cared about me. I was really happy." Nangang Shui grabbed Ye Guan's hand, interrupting him mid-sentence. She trembled like an aspen tree as she muttered, "Then just stay here, okay?" Ye Guan shook his head. Nangang Shui was furious. She raised her hand to punch Ye Guan, but her fist came to a halt upon meeting his gaze. Ye Guan had yet to recover his fleshly body, and he was still in his fragile soul form. Nangang Shui's gaze softened, and she couldn't bring herself to punch Ye Guan. Tears welled up in Nangang Shui's eyes upon realizing that Ye Guan had just rejected her. She turned around, and her voice was trembling as she said, "Go away. I don't want to see you ever again." Ye Guan sighed under his breath and said, "Lady Shui, please take care of yourself. If the opportunity presents itself, I'll come here to see you again." Nangang Shui spun around and glared at him. "Why? Are you going to turn me into one of your concubines?" Ye Guan hurriedly said, "No, no, no. Master Pagoda wants me to have concubines, but I don't dare to even think of doing such a thing. Master Pagoda, leave." Nangang Shui glared at Ye Guan and roared, "I'm really going to hit you if you don't leave this instant." The fires of Nangang Shui's fury burned fiercely. Ye Guan didn't dare to stay. He turned around and left, vanishing into the horizon. Nangang Shui cackled upon witnessing Ye Guan's departure, but her crazed laughter soon became choked sobs as tears dripped down her cheeks. The woman in white sighed as she walked up to Nangang Shui and said, "Brat, there is a saying about how it is lonely at the summit, and it is true because those who are truly invincible have abandoned many people to reach the summit of their path. That young man looks honest and kind, but he's a bastard pursuing the peak of cultivation. Even worse, he's indecisive when it comes to his relationship with women, and I'm sure he'll break many more hearts in the future." Nangang Shui lowered her head slightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. "I want to hate him, but I can't bring myself to hate him. My heart is crying out for him. He also didn't hide the fact that he's already married, so I think he's a good man." Nangang Shui then laughed at herself and said, I've heard that liking someone is a humbling experience, and I never really believed it. However, I finally understand that they weren't lying. The woman in white sighed. A woman falling in love was a tribulation in itself, but if a bastard were the subject of her affection, it would be a great tribulation? Master, Nangang Shui said, I want to stay here and cultivate. The woman in white nodded and replied, sure, but I won't be here to be with you. Nangang Shui was confused. Why not? The woman in white explained, I'm just a mere fragment of a soul, so I can't stay for too long. It's already a miracle that I'm still here. I've completely exhausted myself after handing over my complete inheritance to you. In other words, this is goodbye and eternal farewell. Nangang Shui cried like a child as hot tears dripped down her cheeks and fell like rain to the cold, hard ground. In the blink of an eye, she lost two people whom she considered precious. She had become a supreme elite, a great sovereign, but she was still a young woman. She couldn't quite accept the consecutive hardships she had to face. The woman in white wiped Nangang Shui's tears away and said softly, it'd be great if you managed to revive the Starry Sea sect, but it's fine even if you can't revive the sect. Sects would always rise and fall, it has always been like that since time immemorial. Nangang Shui sobbed as she held the woman in white's hand. The woman in white continued, you're too kind and soft-hearted. You're also heartbroken, and it's not good to dwell in such a state for long. Feelings aren't guaranteed to be reciprocated, so I hope you won't hate him just because he rejected you today. Actually, I think that he does like. The woman in white vanished into a wisp of smoke before she could finish her sentence. She was gone forever. Nangang Shui froze and went silent. She looked around and saw nothing but the ruins of a once mighty sect. Realizing that there was no one else around her, Nangang Shui's heart was struck by an indescribable loneliness. Ye Guan slowly traversed the starry skies, looking gloomy and depressed. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, do you like Lady Nangang Shui? Master Pagoda, sometimes, I think I'm a bad person, Ye Guan replied. Little Pagoda was confused. What do you mean? Ye Guan stared into the distant starry skies and explained, I sometimes think about how good it would be if Little Jia, Lady Ji Xian, Lady Qian, Senior Yi, Ye and Lady Shui could be together in harmony. Wouldn't it be great if that happened? Little Pagoda said, men are like that. They want to have their cake and eat it, too. Ye Guan snorted and said, they're all great and beautiful women. Having any of them is already a blessing, but I want them all. I just feel like I can't get enough of any of them. Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. The mysterious lady said, I didn't expect you to say that. I thought you'd say something self-serving. Ye Guan shook his head and admitted, men are lustful and greedy, and so I am. The mysterious lady asked, do you like Lady Nangang Shui? Ye Guan replied softly, she's a great person, and I don't want to lie to her. Little Pagoda said, then don't go around seducing girls in the future. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly, I haven't really seduced any of them. Do you want me to just avoid girls altogether? Sigh, you're just a pagoda. What do you know about human relationships? Little Pagoda was dumbfounded. The mysterious lady laughed. Ye Guan no longer dwelled on the matter. He sat down and started to reconstruct his fleshly body. He decided to set aside any thoughts he had about women. Women are only going to affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Soon, Ye Guan recovered his fleshly body. He looked down at himself and sighed. Every single fight he had so far had been brutal fights that had always ended in his body either getting destroyed or severely injured. Ye Guan waved his sleeve upon recalling something, and the ancient divine puppet that had managed to suppress Shui Feng appeared in front of him. Ye Guan examined the ancient divine puppet and decided to find a way to increase the puppet's strength. Ye Guan reckoned that once this puppet became a great sovereign realm puppet, it would be able to easily destroy Shui Feng. With yet another goal in mind, Ye Guan's figure quivered as he turned into a beam of sword light that vanished into the horizon. A woman appeared at where Ye Guan once stood. The woman was none other than Nangang Han, and she was accompanied by Shanbo. We received news that Shui Feng of the Shui clan had escaped from the Starry Sea secret realm. Something must have happened there, Shanbo reported. Shui Feng was a great sovereign, so they didn't dare to approach him. Nangang Han frowned, feeling uneasy. Where is Nangang Shui? Why is he not with her? She muttered. Step. Shanbo froze upon hearing footsteps from behind them. Nangang Han whipped around and saw a young woman walking toward them. The young woman was Nangang Shui, and her visage seemed to be covered with a layer of frost as she stared coldly at Nangang Han. Her sunny and gentle demeanor could no longer be found. Nangang Han asked, he didn't take you with him. Nangang Shui didn't stop walking toward Nangang Han. Nangang Han's brows furrowed. She glanced at Shanbo, and Shanbo nodded in response. He reached out with his right hand, and a powerful aura locked onto Nangang Shui. Nangang Shui waved her sleeve in response. Boom! Shanbo was instantly reduced into a bloody mist after a loud explosion. He was a peak divine sovereign, but he died with just a single gesture from Nangang Shui. Nangang Han's expression changed drastically. You. Nangang Shui walked up to Nangang Han and stared intently at her. From now on, I am the clan leader of the Nangang clan. Nangang Han's face turned cold. You dare. Boom! Nangang Han's words had yet to finish echoing when she was reduced to a bloody mist. Nangang Shui looked around and muttered, forgetting someone should be quite easy, right? With that, Nangang Shui's figure blurred, and she vanished into thin air. An hour later, a great sovereign descended upon the Nangang clan, and it was quickly followed by an eruption of boundless spiritual energy. The Nangang clan soon welcomed a new clan leader. 3 days later, Nangang Shui resisted a destiny tribulation in the Starry Sea. It was a fierce tribulation that lasted over 3 days, and it ended in her victory, which allowed her to become a great destiny sovereign. The chaotic star world now had 5 great destiny sovereigns after the birth of Sovereign Shui. The Nangang clan changed its name and became known as the Starry Sea sect. They started inviting disciples to pass down their Dao techniques. However, the sect had 2 strange extra rules that no one could quite understand. The Starry Sea sect wouldn't accept any swordsmen, and those with the surname Ye weren't welcome to the sect. Everyone found those rules to be quite weird. Today, 2 distinguished women decided to visit the martial sect. One of the women was a gorgeous woman clad in a purple robe, and she was also wearing a veil with a purple ribbon edge. The other woman was a young woman wearing a snow-white skirt, a sword was in her hand, and her gaze was both icy and ruthless. The entire martial sect was alarmed by their visit, and it felt like the sect had descended into a state of war emergency. Sect Master Wu Xian emerged and led a group of martial sect disciples to face the 2 women. Wu Xian's gaze turned grim upon seeing the young woman holding a sword. These 2 women were the representatives of the True Universe Left Counselor Feng Qi and the Adjudication Sword Master. Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled politely and said, "Pardon us for the intrusion, Sect Master Wu Xian." Wu Xian stared at Left Counselor Feng Qi and asked, "May I know the reason behind your visit?" Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and said, "We're here to talk." Talk? Wu Xian asked, sounding curious. Left Counselor Feng Qi asked, "Sect Master Wu Xian, have you ever thought about going to the outside world?" Wu Xian's eyes narrowed at the remark. Left Counselor Feng Qi, "Please go straight to the paint," he said. Left Counselor Feng Qi's smile deepened as she said, "The True Universe would like to work with the martial sect." Wu Xian immediately shook his head and said, "Our sect will not submit to anyone, not even to True God." The Adjudication Sword Master frowned, and she bent her knees ever so slightly in preparation to make a move anytime. Left Counselor Feng Qi pointed out, "We know that the Holy Sect is your enemy, and we're willing to assist your martial sect in eradicating the Holy Sect. Once the Holy Sect is eradicated, your martial sect will be the sole ruler of the chaotic star world. By then, the True Universe is willing to lift the restriction on the chaotic star world, allowing cultivators from the chaotic star world to cultivate in the True Universe." Wu Xian stared intently at Left Counselor Feng Qi and asked, "What do we have to sacrifice for that?" "We just want you to establish an alliance with you. The goal is to annihilate the Guanxian universe," replied Left Counselor Feng Qi. "The Guanxian universe?" Wu Xian's brows furrowed. He had never heard of the Guanxian universe. The Left Counselor Feng Qi continued, "It's straightforward, right? Agree, and we'll help you annihilate the Holy Sect. Afterward, the True Universe will recognize you as the ruler of the chaotic star world. The chaotic star world will be under your martial sect's jurisdiction, and you, Wu Xian, will never have to enter the True God Hall and pay respects to the True God. You'll have your own free will, and you won't be under the True Universe." Wu Xian was silent. The True Universe's offer was attractive, but he had his concerns. An alliance to deal with the Guanxian universe. It was his first time hearing about the existence of the Guanxian universe, but the fact that the True Universe couldn't deal with the Guanxian universe by itself meant that it was a formidable force. In other words, they might get in trouble if they were to accept the True Universe's offer. "I need to think about it," Wu Xian replied. Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and said, "Feel free to think of it. However, I'd like to warn you that we're going to the Holy Sect once we leave, so you need to make your decision soon." Wu Xian's expression soured. Left Counselor Feng Qi's words were tantamount to a threat, but he didn't say anything. The martial sect was one of the top superpowers in the chaotic star world, but it was still mediocre compared to the True Universe. Left Counselor Feng Qi went quiet and turned around to leave with the Adjudication Sword Master. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the 2 women. The middle-aged man was none other than Chen Wu. Chen Wu's gaze was on the Adjudication Sword Master as he said with a smile, "I've heard that the Adjudication Sword Master is the #1 swordsman in the True Universe. I'd like to exchange pointers with you today." The Adjudication Sword Master cast a nonchalant glance at Chen Wu. "Make your move, then," she said indifferently. Chen Wu laughed and sent a punch. It was a powerful punch that seemed to contain the violent power of an erupting volcano. A terrifying force rushed toward the Adjudication Sword Master, and every single disciple of the martial sect found it difficult to breathe in the face of the punch. They looked up and stared at the fist imprint with alarm. The Adjudication Sword Master casually swung her sword. Swoosh! The fist imprint shattered, and Chen Wu was blasted thousands of meters away. The space-time beneath his feet collapsed as he tried his best to stop flying by using both of his feet as brakes. The disciples of the martial sect were stupefied. It had to be known that Chen Wu was the strongest martial instructor of the martial sect. He was second only to the sect master in strength, but a young woman had actually defeated him with just one sword move. Chen Wu looked down at the long gash on his right arm. After a long silence, he turned to look at the Adjudication Sword Master in the distance and remarked, "Impressive." However, the Adjudication Sword Master didn't say anything in the face of the compliment. She left quietly with Left Counselor Feng Qi. Chen Wu's expression turned extremely solemn as he turned to Wu Xian. "If they join forces with the Holy Sect," he trailed off. Wu Xian nodded. "I understand, but think about it. The fact that the true universe had to ask for help in dealing with the Guanxian universe meant that the Guanxian universe must be extraordinary. The true universe's offer is great, but once we agree, I'm afraid that they'll find a way to turn us into their puppets. Chen Wu nodded and said, indeed, but we're in a passive position at the moment. If they join forces with the Holy Sect, our martial sect. Chen Wu didn't dare to complete his sentence. After a long silence, Wu Xian said, she's cunning. What she's doing will force our martial sect and the Holy Sect into a brutal conflict. Both of us will have to lean on the true universe if we want to defeat the other. What crafty woman. Wu Xian muttered. Chen Wu sighed softly in response. The overbearing true universe had found it beneath them to engage in negotiations with weaker forces, so they had simply demanded the surrender of the chaotic Star World's forces. Their domineering attitude had allowed the forces of the chaotic Star World to unite against a common enemy. In fact, even the martial sect and the holy sect with long-standing feuds against each other had put their grudges aside to fight the true universe. However, it seemed that the true universe had finally learned how to employ the carrot, not just the stick. They had decided to adopt a softer approach, which meant that the chaotic Star World could never be as united as they had been at the time. After all, the smaller forces on the chaotic Star World wouldn't unite and help the martial sect and the holy sect against the true universe so long as the true universe didn't threaten their lives. Chen Wu looked at Wu Xian and urged, decisions must be made. I'll visit the holy sect, replied Wu Xian before vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, Left Counselor Feng Qi and the Adjudication Sword Master slowly made their way to the holy sect among the clouds. Crackle! A lightning bolt shot down, and the Adjudication Sword Master lifted her sword. Boom! The lightning bolt shattered with a swing of her sword. Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and asked, what do you think? Will the martial sect agree? The Adjudication Sword Master was silent. Left Counselor Feng Qi said, I think he'll also visit the holy sect. The Adjudication Sword Master was quiet as she stared at Left Counselor Feng Qi. Left Counselor Feng Qi looked around and whispered, the holy sect and the martial sect's decision don't really matter. We just need chaos to erupt here, and then we'll lift the blockade and give the other forces here the same offer that we had given to the martial sect and the holy sect. I'm sure the smaller forces won't refuse. Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and added, by then, this place is destined to become a territory of our true universe. The Adjudication Sword Master didn't say anything to that. Left Counselor Feng Qi changed the topic and said, I heard that Ye Guan is here. The Adjudication Sword Master's eyes narrowed, and she exclaimed, find him. Left Counselor Feng Qi looked at the Adjudication Sword Master. You have an arrangement with him, she said, reminding the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master said coldly, I won't kill him. I just want to beat him up. Left Counselor Feng Qi sounded solemn as she said, the plain skirt lady is with him. The Adjudication Sword Master raised her brows and replied, I'll beat them up at the same time, then. Left Counselor Feng Qi shook her head and said seriously, Saijing, she destroyed the heaven-seizing world and killed a great time sovereign in one move. Her strength. Left Counselor Feng Qi didn't complete her sentence, but the Adjudication Sword Master saw through what she was trying to say. The Adjudication Sword Master wasn't the plain skirt lady's match. The true universe wasn't daring enough to underestimate the plain skirt lady. The true universe wasn't as foolish as the heaven-seizing clan. Since the plain skirt lady annihilated the heaven-seizing world, they started analyzing the breadth of her strength. They came to the conclusion that the plain skirt lady was far stronger than they could imagine, which meant that most of them weren't her match. The Adjudication Sword Master was calm as she responded, I know that she's strong, but I'm not afraid of her. Anyway, I really have to beat Ye Guan up. Left Counselor Feng Qi laughed while shaking her head. Yan Saijing disliked Ye Guan, but Feng Qi had no idea why. She was immensely curious about the reason, as she was well aware that not just any people could provoke Yan Saijing's irritable personality. In addition, it seemed that Yan Saijing was slightly obsessed with Ye Guan. Left Counselor Feng Qi took a moment to compose herself before saying, we should pick up the pace and head to the holy sect. With that, the two of them vanished into thin air. Chaotic Star City was the biggest and liveliest city throughout the chaotic Star World. The city was built by both the martial sect and the holy sect, and both powers managed the city together. Ye Guan headed straight for the biggest merchant organization in chaotic Star City, the Yunhai Merchant Guild. The beautiful young woman skimmed through the list Ye Guan had given her. After a long while, she said, sounding serious, young lord, the items you've listed here are precious spiritual treasures, and they're very expensive. Ye Guan smiled and said, name it. The young woman looked up at Ye Guan. Upon realizing that Ye Guan was serious, the young woman skimmed through the list once more and said, all of these items will cost you at least 500 million spiritual cores. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. The young woman was astounded, and she said, 500 million spiritual cores. Clearly, she was worried that Ye Guan had misheard her. Ye Guan nodded once more and said, yes, you said 500 million spiritual cores. How long will it take you to acquire the items on this list? The young woman stared deeply into Ye Guan's eyes. Moments later, she said, if you're willing to pay an additional 100 million spiritual cores, I can find everything you need in 3 days. Otherwise, it'll take us at least half a month. An additional payment? Ye Guan frowned slightly. The young woman saw that and explained with a smile, I am not lying to you, young lord. Every single item on this list is precious, and we don't even have some of the items here. We have to procure them from somewhere, and it's also going to be express delivery to consolidate your orders. Unfortunately, we'll have to pay a premium for that. Ye Guan replied, sure, I understand. The young woman stood up and said, young lord, we will need you to pay a deposit because the money involved is much too large for us to complete our end of the deal unsecured. Ye Guan asked, how much? The young woman replied, 300 million spiritual cores. So the deposit is half of the total amount due. Ye Guan opened his palm, and a storage ring flew toward the young woman. The young woman examined it briefly before saying, young lord, please give me a moment. With that, she turned around and left to enter another room. A grey-robed old man was in the room, and the young woman rushed toward the former. Excitement was apparent on her visage as she whispered something into the grey-robed old man's ears. The grey-robed old man was thrilled. Really? The young woman smiled and handed over the storage ring in her hands. Take a look at it, she exclaimed. The grey-robed old man smiled upon seeing what was inside the storage ring. We've got ourselves a fat sheep. It's been a while since we got one, and we finally have one, the grey-robed old man exclaimed. However, he suddenly frowned upon thinking of something. The fact that he has 600 million spiritual cores in his possession means that his background must be extraordinary. Are you sure about this, Manager Qin? The young woman, Manager Qin, replied with a smile, I've examined him. He's just a paltry true immortal realm cultivator. He's probably from a rich family, and he's probably one of those arrogant young masters who are rich but dumb, so I think we can harvest him. Yes, we must harvest him. The grey-robed old man still had his reservations, but the money involved was enough for him to set his concerns aside. The grey-robed old man grinned and added, we can't just do it once. We have to do it twice just to be sure. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was leaning back on a chair with closed eyes. His current goal was to upgrade the puppet he had in his possession rather than to create a brand new Great Sovereign Realm puppet. Of course, he also needed to raise his own cultivation base. His cultivation base was truly his biggest weakness, but it had just become more pronounced to him now that he was fighting people who could be considered supreme elites. Ye Guan had even noticed that he could no longer kill his enemies as swiftly as before, even with the Path Sword. After all, most of his recent enemies had been divine sovereigns and great sovereigns, and his low cultivation base was starting to affect him negatively during battles. Ye Guan cleared his thoughts and entered the world inside the tiny pagoda. He sat down cross-legged and made several gestures with his hands to activate the universe beholdment skill. Soon, a vortex of spiritual energy converged on him. Boom! Ye Guan's aura surged crazily as the spiritual energy in the air inundated him. He was about to make another breakthrough. He had noticed while fighting Xue Feng that he just needed a little push to reach the next realm. 24 hours later, Ye Guan opened his eyes. The air around him distorted as his powerful aura burst out of him in all directions. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He was finally a heaven immortal realm cultivator. Ye Guan opened his palm and created a sword made out of sword energy. He took a stance and emblazoned the sword with 45 layers of his sword Dao before swinging it in front of him. Boom! Ye Guan's sword carved the world open, creating a pitch-black void. The world quickly recovered, but it didn't diminish the incredible feat Ye Guan had just achieved. He had just emblazoned his sword with 45 layers of his sword Dao. Ye Guan grinned. He reckoned that if he were to perform Heaven Rend and emblazoned it with 45 layers of his sword Dao, the resulting attack would be so powerful that perhaps even divine sovereigns would perish in an instant if they dared to try and block the attack. At this point, great sovereigns were the only cultivators capable of threatening Ye Guan. Ye Guan put his sword away and opened his hand. The True God Dao manual appeared, and Ye Guan stared at it for a moment before asking, Senior, can I finally start learning the final move of the unbeatable fist art? How about the eternal moments? You can start learning the final move of the unbeatable fist art, but as I said, you have to enter the river of time and comprehend the profundities of time first before you should even attempt to learn it, said the mysterious lady. Ye Guan nodded and said, I'll just go with the final move of the unbeatable fist art for now. Do you even know what unbeatable means? Asked the mysterious lady. Ye Guan shook his head. No. The mysterious lady smiled and said, then, go and find out what it means. Ye Guan was speechless. Are you playing with me? Ye Guan knew that since he was supposed to become even stronger without relying too much on external help, his master Pagoda and the mysterious lady wouldn't spoon-feed him. With that in mind, Ye Guan chose not to ask any further questions. If he had to find out what it meant by himself, then so be it. Ye Guan closed his eyes and started thinking about what the word unbeatable meant. How can someone even become unbeatable? Ye Guan thought about it hard and long. After a while, he stood up abruptly with eyes shining in excitement. Senior, I think I finally understand what unbeatable means in the context of the unbeatable fist art. I think it is a kind of belief similar to my sword. I am unbeatable once I've thrown my punch. The essence of the Dao of the fist is punching your way to the summit of cultivation. However, each punch is a Dao, likewise, each Dao is a punch. This a move meant to stabilize one's Dao heart and to strengthen their belief in their own Dao. It is a move meant to reaffirm that one is unbeatable. Ye Guan punched the air in front of him, shattering it. Ye Guan was thrilled, and he said excitedly, in other words, being unbeatable is a type of belief. If the mind is clear and the belief is firm, the fist is unbeatable. He's too much. The mysterious lady muttered incredulously. Little Pagoda chimed in, just think about who raised him. He has been with me for so long, and I was with Sword Master Qingshan and the Sword Master before I was with him. Are either of them weak? No. The mysterious lady had no idea what to say. Ye Guan was overjoyed as he praised, Senior, your sister is really impressive. To think that she has created a martial art that seemed more like a dao rather than a martial art. I can't help but think that way because the essence of this martial art is one's belief. In other words, learning just the move is just skimming the surface. One has to comprehend the essence and the belief behind it to be able to learn it properly. Ye Guan thrust his sword forward, transforming the fist force in his hand into a sword. Boom! The space-time before him was annihilated. The sword move just now had been emblazoned with the power of the unbeatable fist art's final move Unbeatable. To no one's surprise, it was far stronger than the sword Dao attack. No, it was the upgraded version of the sword Dao attack. Just then, the smile on Ye Guan's face disappeared as he sat down in silence. What's wrong? Asked the mysterious lady. Ye Guan asked solemnly, Senior, how old was your sister when she created the unbeatable fist art? The mysterious lady said, 18. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly and said, I've been thinking that I'm an extraordinary talent, but it seems that I pale in comparison to the true supreme elites. I can't even make something similar to this unbeatable fist art right now, let alone make something like this when I was just 18. Little Pagoda turned to the mysterious lady and asked, wait, really? The mysterious lady admitted, I lied. Little Pagoda had no idea what to say. Meanwhile, Ye Guan stood up with eyes full of determination. Aunt once told me that reaching for the heavens despite knowing its true height is the hallmarks of true courage. Ye Guan closed his eyes and clenched his fists. One day, I'll be a top cultivator and become one of the universe's peaks. I'll one day defeat my father and grandfather. Boom! Ye Guan's sword intent responded to his fierce will and burst out of him, splitting the world in the tiny pagoda into two. The mysterious lady gasped, Ephemeral Transcendence Realm. Ye Guan had just transcended ephemerality to reach the ephemeral transcendence realm. The mysterious lady's expression was complicated. She truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would be able to make a breakthrough from the ephemeral realm to the ephemeral transcendence realm using one of her big sister's books. Ye Guan's terrifyingly high comprehension was comparable to only one person out of the many people the mysterious lady was familiar with, and that one person was none other than her big sister, the true god. Little Pagoda asked, why did you not say that you'll one day defeat your aunt? Ye Guan said solemnly, I was scared that she might beat me up. Little Pagoda couldn't retort to that. Ye Guan opened his palm, and a sword intent appeared. The sword intent had undergone an enormous transformation, and Ye Guan was no longer afraid of Xue Feng, even if the two of them were to fight right now. Well, Xue Feng was just a great sovereign. Ye Guan really wanted to fight a great time sovereign. Yes, a fight. He wanted a fight. Ye Guan decided to stay in the world inside the tiny pagoda for a bit longer to stabilize his cultivation base. Once he was done stabilizing his cultivation realm, he finally went out and discovered that 3 entire days had passed. The items he had ordered had to be here by now, and he would soon be able to strengthen his puppet until it reached the same level of strength as a great sovereign realm cultivator. Just then, frantic footsteps echoed outside the room. Soon, a grey-robed old man walked into the room. His gaze quickly landed on Ye Guan, and he walked up to the ladder to say, Young lord, I have bad news for you. Ye Guan was confused. Bad news? The grey-robed old man nodded and said in a deep voice, the woman who was in charge of purchasing your items has decided to run away with your money. Ye Guan stared quietly at the grey-robed old man. The grey-robed old man sighed softly and said, it was my fault. Ye Guan didn't get angry. He smiled and said, what happened to my items? The grey-robed old man shook his head and said, we can't procure them. Ye Guan nodded and said, then, give me back my money. The grey-robed old man looked puzzled as he asked, money? Ye Guan's gaze deepened as he stared at the grey-robed old man. I gave her 600 million spiritual cores for her to procure the items that I require as soon as possible. You gave her so much money. The grey-robed old man exclaimed in alarm, I'm sorry for your loss, young lord. Ye Guan was silent as he stared at the grey-robed old man. The grey-robed old man sighed and explained, young lord, I do not wish to hide things from you, but the woman who had run away with your money was an emergency last-minute replacement staff of our Yunhai Merchant Guild. She's also just a part-timer, so what she did has nothing to do with our Yunhai Merchant Guild. Our Merchant Guild is deeply sorry for your profound loss. Ye Guan didn't get angry. He merely smiled and said, does it mean that the Yunhai Merchant Guild is going to go back on its word? The grey-robed old man sounded serious as he said, young lord, I've already made myself clear. She was a last-minute hire, and her actions have nothing to do with the Yunhai Merchant Guild. Please don't kick up a fuss. Swoosh! 10 divine sovereigns appeared behind the grey-robed old man. Ye Guan knew what was going on. They're trying to swindle me out of my money? Ye Guan sighed to himself. It seemed that he was unlucky enough to come across a merchant guild with no regard for ethics. I think you should be more reasonable. Either you give the items to me, or you return my money to me. The grey-robed old man laughed out loud upon realizing the naivete of the swordsman before him. The reservations in his heart vanished as he said, I already told you that we are sorry for your profound loss. The grey-robed old man's voice had yet to finish echoing through the air when Ye Guan abruptly disappeared. The grey-robed old man's face changed. He didn't think that Ye Guan would decisively make a move, but before he could even retaliate, swing, a sword pierced his forehead, and he was pinned to the ground. The grey-robed old man was stunned, and fear gripped his heart as he muttered, "You." The powerhouses of the Yunhai Merchant Guild were furious. They pounced on Ye Guan, but Ye Guan was faster than him as he slashed out with his sword. It was an attack emblazoned with the power of the unbeatable fist art's final move, Unbeatable. Boom! A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted, and the entire Yunhai Merchant Guild building collapsed. A few divine sovereigns standing at the front were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, while the fortunate ones were sent flying backward. The surviving divine sovereigns stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. "You," they stammered. Ye Guan turned to the grey-robed old man pinned to the ground. The old man was about to say something when Ye Guan raised his hand, and a sword flew out, decapitating him. Then, he rushed out and slashed out with his sword in a circle. Heaven rend! Slash! The unlucky divine sovereign who had taken the brunt of the sword attack was split in half, while the other divine sovereigns suffered severe injuries as they flew away, cutting sorry figures and looking like kites that had their strings cut. Swoosh! A white-robed old man appeared. He cupped his fist toward Ye Guan and said, "Young lord, I'm Manager Mo of the Yunhai Merchant Guild. I think there's a misunderstanding, please." Ye Guan abruptly vanished. The white-robed old man's face changed drastically, and he responded with a punch. Boom! A figure was blasted away, and it was none other than the white-robed old man. The moment he stopped, a sword pierced his forehead, and he was pinned to the ground like the grey-robed old man. Shocked, the white-robed old man hurriedly said, "Young lord, the Holy Sect is the Yunhai Merchant Guild's backer. You, holy, my ass." Ye Guan exclaimed before decapitating the white-robed old man. "Impudent brat." A furious roar echoed from the distant horizon. The space-time before Ye Guan was torn open, and another grey-robed old man walked out of the rift. Ye Guan disappeared, and the second grey-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He was about to fight back, but he felt a cold breeze sweeping past his neck. The next thing he knew, the world had been upended. He was dead. Ye Guan reappeared behind the second grey-robed old man with a sword in hand. "Trying to cheat me out of my 600 million spiritual cores?" Ye Guan got even more furious the more he thought about the absurdity of the situation. In the end, he couldn't help but roar, "If the guild master of the Yunhai Merchant Guild doesn't turn up in 3 seconds, I'll destroy the entire guild." Rumble! The spacetime in front of him was ripped open, and an old man walked out of the resulting rift. He glared ferociously at Ye Guan and seethed, "Are you really not going to take our Yunhai Merchant Guild seriously? Fuck you." Ye Guan growled. Killing intent billowed out around him as he charged out with his sword, unleashing his sword domain at the same time. Boom! The powerful sword domain suppressed the old man, and a ray of sword light made a beeline for him at the same time. The old man was horrified, and he waved his sleeve to defend himself. A black light rushed out of his sleeve, but Ye Guan's sword light shattered that black light and pierced the old man's forehead. Squelch! Fresh blood spurted out of the hole in the old man's head. Ye Guan turned to look at a divine sovereign standing not too far away from him. The latter's expression changed upon meeting Ye Guan's gaze. He turned around to escape, but Ye Guan was faster than him. A dazzling sword light flashed, and a sword pierced the divine sovereign's head. However, Ye Guan didn't finish him off. Instead, he glared at the divine sovereign and asked, "Where is the headquarters of the Yunhai Merchant Guild?" The divine sovereign's voice was trembling as he replied, "It's in Yunhai World." Ye Guan's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Where's the Yunhai World? Point it out to me." Little Pagoda had no idea what to say at the familiar scene. The divine sovereign hesitated for a little while before he pointed to his right and said, "It's around 9 million kilometers away in that direction." Ye Guan heard that and was about to summon a sword so that he could go there by sword travel for the sake of conserving energy. However, he eventually decided to turn into a ray of sword light instead rather than just use his sword to travel. Little Pagoda saw that and reminded him, "Don't be too reckless. We're not in the Guanxian universe. The mysterious lady and I cannot make any moves at the moment, so you have 0 reinforcements." Ye Guan was furious as he said, "Reinforcements? Are you saying that I have to put up with an injustice like this if I don't have anyone to reinforce me once the worst comes to the worst? Fuck my reinforcements, then." With that, Ye Guan moved even faster. Soon, he arrived at the Yunhai World. A powerhouse appeared in front of him and roared, "How impudent! Who dares to trespass on?" Ye Guan slashed out with his sword without saying anything. Squelch! The powerhouse was killed instantly, allowing Ye Guan to continue his journey deeper into the Yunhai World. The moment he descended upon the Yunhai World, he was instantly surrounded by 100 strong auras. A middle-aged man appeared right in front of Ye Guan, and Manager Qin was standing behind him. Manager Qin was the young woman who had taken Ye Guan's money, and she frowned upon seeing Ye Guan. Clearly, she didn't expect that Ye Guan would kill his way here. Ye Guan's gaze was as cold as a 1,000-year-old icy cavern as he stared at Manager Qin and demanded, "Give me back my money." Manager Qin scoffed and said, "Young lord, I have no idea what you're talking about. You." Ye Guan interrupted Manager Qin by pointing his sword at her before saying, "Today, I will annihilate the Yunhai Merchant Guild." How arrogant. The middle-aged man next to Manager Qin chuckled sarcastically and said, "Massacre my Yunhai Merchant Guild? Who do you think you are? You." Swoosh! Ye Guan vanished with his sword. The middle-aged man barely managed to defend himself as he was blasted at least a kilometer away. The moment he stopped and had recovered his balance, however, he saw another sword flying toward him. Boom! This time, the middle-aged man couldn't defend himself. A powerful explosion swept across the Yunhai world as the spacetime around the middle-aged man exploded, tearing him into pieces in the process. The powerhouses of the Yunhai Merchant Guild were stunned. However, Ye Guan didn't stop there. He turned around and rushed toward the powerhouses of the Yunhai Merchant Guild. There were a few divine sovereigns at the helm, but Ye Guan made quick work of them. Everyone was alarmed by Ye Guan's terrifying strength, and they all rushed to retreat. None of them dared to make the first move against him because they had become fully aware of the young swordsman's true prowess. Manager Qin was beyond stupefied at the incredulous sight. Ye Guan was killing the powerhouses of the Yunhai Merchant Guild left and right. She decided to take advantage of the chaos to retreat and disappear into the horizon. Manager Qin flew non-stop for thousands of miles until she stumbled upon a gate. She entered the gate and rushed toward the island behind the gate. The headquarters of the Yunhai Merchant Guild was on the island. Manager Qin ran frantically to the Great Hall, but an old man stopped her and said, "The guild master is attending to an important guest, you can't go in." Manager Qin said, "Third elder, something big happened on the outside. I have to tell the guild master about what's going on outside." The old man shook his head. He was about to say something when a fierce voice echoed from inside. "Let her in." With that, the third elder stepped aside to make way for Manager Qin. Manager Qin scurried into the Great Hall and saw that there were two people inside the Great Hall. One of them was Yunhai Merchant Guild's guild master, Gu Yunhai, while the other was a man wearing a green robe. The man gave off not even the faintest trace of aura, making him appear as though he was just an ordinary man. Manager Qin turned to Gu Yunhai and said, "Guild master, a young man is massacring our Merchant Guild members at the moment." Gu Yunhai frowned and asked, "Massacring our Merchant Guild members?" Manager Qin nodded and said, "Yes, he said that he's going to annihilate our guild." Gu Yunhai's gaze immediately turned cold, and he sneered, "Such arrogance." He stood up and turned to the green-robed man. He bowed respectfully before saying, "You spirit, about what you said just now. It's interesting how something like this actually happened when I had just offered to become a supporter of the Yunhai Merchant Guild." "How interesting," the U-spirit replied calmly. Gu Yunhai said in a low voice, "You've already declared your intentions to support us, so the fact that he's here to cause trouble despite that can only mean one thing: his origins must not be so simple." Manager Qin quickly added, "Yes, he's very young, but he's incredibly strong. In fact, even divine sovereigns aren't his match, so his origins must be extraordinary." The U-spirit swept his gaze across them and chuckled. "You guys know nothing about my strength," he said. Manager Qin and Gu Yunhai froze and went silent. The U-spirit continued, "His origins? Even if he's from the martial clan or the holy clan, I'm still going to make him kneel before me." With that, he got up. Then, he sighed to himself upon recalling something. In addition to failing to collect loan payments, he even got robbed. The little bastard had robbed him of almost 3 billion spiritual cores. For the sake of entering the eternal secret realm, he had no choice but to come here and make a proposition. The other party had just accepted his offer, but someone was already here to make trouble. Fuck. I have to kill someone today to vent my anger. Still, he felt like any random Tom, Dick, or Harry out there wasn't worthy of his time. He sat back down and said, "It's just a young man, it's a bit overkill for me to make a move against someone like that. Guild Master Gu, you should go and take care of him. If that young man's backer makes a move, I'll step in to intervene." Guild Master Gu smiled as he said, "That is reassuring to hear, U-spirit." Then, he hesitated briefly before asking, "What if he has many backers?" The U-spirit chuckled and replied, "So what? The number of backers he has doesn't matter to me at all because I'm still going to kill all of them. Actually, if he dares to call for help, I'm going to annihilate his family." Gu Yunhai was immediately reassured when he heard what the U-spirit said. The U-spirit was much stronger than great sovereigns. He cupped his fist towards the U-spirit before leaving with Manager Qin. When the two returned to where Ye Guan was conducting his massacre, Ye Guan had already killed about 100 powerhouses of the Yunhai Merchant Guild. Gu Yunhai's expression darkened. It seemed Manager Qin wasn't lying when she said that the young man was strong enough to mow divine sovereigns down in swathes. Boom! The spacetime in the distance exploded, and quite a few cultivators of the Yunhai Merchant Guild perished in the resulting explosion. "How impudent!" Gu Yunhai roared. "Who are you? How dare you come to my Yunhai Merchant Guild and wreak havoc like this?" Ye Guan stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Gu Yunhai. His gaze was full of killing intent as he asked, "You're the guild master of the Yunhai Merchant Guild?" Gu Yunhai's eyes flashed in both pride and ferocity at the same time. "Yes." Expressionless, Ye Guan lifted his sword and pointed it at Manager Qin before saying, "She has cheated me of 600 million spiritual cores. What do you think should be done about it?" 600 million spiritual cores. Gu Yunhai was shocked. He turned to look at Manager Qin, and the latter's expression immediately changed. She took out a storage ring and handed it over to Gu Yunhai before explaining in a serious tone of voice, "Guild Master, the fact that he can casually take out 600 million spiritual cores means that he has more money on him." Gu Yunhai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the storage ring in silence. Well, it was true that the Yunhai Merchant Guild would sometimes swindle people out of their money, but he didn't expect that Manager Qin would be so greedy as to swindle someone out of 600 million spiritual cores. How could anyone capable of taking out 600 million spiritual cores be an ordinary individual? Just then, Manager Qin added, Guildmaster, there's already an irreconcilable enmity between him and us, so why don't we just go all the way and kill him? He definitely has more money, at least a few 100 million spiritual cores more. Gu Yunhai looked at Ye Guan, slightly hesitant. Ye Guan's origins had to be extraordinary. Manager Qin reminded, the U-Spirit is on our side. The U-Spirit? Upon recalling the U-Spirit's terrifying prowess, Gu Yunhai threw all caution to the wind. He put the storage ring away and stared at Ye Guan with disdain before saying, What are you talking about? Our Yunhai Merchant Guild isn't so shameless as to swindle people out of their precious spiritual cores. I think you're just bored and have nothing better to do, so you've decided to extort us. Today, you're going to die of your impudence. Swoosh! Quite a few powerhouses appeared behind Gu Yunhai, and one of them was a great sovereign. Ye Guan vanished into thin air. The great sovereign was enraged. How dare you be so insolent before me? The great sovereign was about to attack, but a shadow rushed over toward him. It was Ye Guan's ancient divine puppet. The ancient divine puppet slashed down with its sword, and the great sovereign was blasted away. The great sovereign was shocked and enraged at the same time, but right then, the ancient divine puppet charged toward him with its sword again. The great sovereign no longer dared to overthink nor underestimate the ancient divine puppet as he rushed toward it. Meanwhile, Ye Guan charged at Gu Yunhai. Gu Yunhai's expression changed drastically. He lifted both of his arms, and a golden shield sprang up before him. Clang! A shrill noise echoed at the moment of impact. The golden shield shattered, and the impact caused Gu Yunhai to fly backward by at least a few kilometers away. Gu Yunhai was horrified. The young swordsman's strength had surpassed his imagination. When he saw that Ye Guan was flying toward him again, he hurriedly shouted, Quick, kill him! Kill him! The powerhouses of the Yunhai Merchant Guild gathered and charged at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes flashed in fierce light. He took a step forward and performed a downward slash with his sword. A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted as kilometers of space-time were instantly obliterated. 10 powerhouses standing at the helm were instantly killed by the resulting explosion, astonishing everyone. Gu Yunhai turned around and ran away. The powerhouses of the Yunhai Merchant Guild saw that, and they decisively gave up the fight to turn around and flee. The young swordsman was killing divine sovereigns as if they were mere chickens. He was too terrifying for them to handle. They were paltry salarymen, and they didn't think that their job was precious enough for them to put their lives on the line for it. Ye Guan stared intently at Gu Yunhai and Manager Qin. His figure flashed as he started chasing after them. Gu Yunhai was flustered, and he shouted, U-Spirit, save me. The U-Spirit? The space-time on the horizon trembled violently. Moments later, an inscrutable and powerful aura swept across the Yunhai world. The aura was so strong that it seemed capable of annihilating everything between heaven and earth. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. The Yunhai world had turned illusory. It seemed that the oncoming individual was so strong that the Yunhai world couldn't withstand even just their aura. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he gripped the sword in his hand. The sword made out of sword intent quivered violently as Ye Guan's expression turned somber. Still, he had no plans of retreating. A green-robed man emerged from the space-time rift. He took one step forward, and he arrived right next to Gu Yunhai in the blink of an eye. The green-robed man was none other than the U-Spirit. Upon seeing Ye Guan, the U-Spirit froze and cursed unconsciously. The fuck? Ye Guan's brows furrowed. He didn't expect to meet the bastard here, and to think that he was in cahoots with the Yunhai Merchant Guild. Gu Yunhai hurriedly said, U-Spirit, kill. Kill him. The U-Spirit looked at him with a frown. Do I know you? Gu Yunhai's jaw fell to the ground as he stammered, Why U-Spirit? The U-Spirit's expression remained indifferent as he said, I don't know you, so don't call me by my name. You. Gu Yunhai was shocked. He was truly horrified now, and he staggered backward. The U-Spirit glanced at Ye Guan and asked, You're actually robbing people in broad daylight now. He was convinced that Ye Guan was here to rob the Yunhai Merchant Guild. That woman swindled me out of 600 million spiritual cores. Ye Guan calmly explained everything. The U-Spirit turned to look at the pallid Manager Qin. You swindled him out of 600 million spiritual cores? Are you crazy? Huh. Manager Qin was beyond pallid upon getting berated. The U-Spirit shook his head. Swindling a member of the Yang family out of their money? Who's even daring enough to do such a thing? Even I do not dare to do something as crazy as that, but she actually. Just then, Gu Yunhai opened his hand, and a command token flew to the skies. He had decided to call for reinforcements. The U-Spirit frowned. Ye Guan looked at the U-Spirit and asked, Are you going to help them? No, I don't know them at all. The U-Spirit quickly shook his head and said, Really, I really don't know them. Hearing that, Ye Guan charged toward Gu Yunhai with a dazzling sword light in hand. Gu Yunhai's expression changed, and he summoned a black shield in front of him. Clang! The shield shattered, unable to withstand even just a single move, and the resulting impact knocked Gu Yunhai by at least a kilometer away. Shockingly, his fleshly body had been torn apart by the attack, and he was reduced to his soul form. Shwick! A sword pierced his forehead and pinned him to the ground. How bold! Someone's furious roar echoed from above. Ye Guan looked up and saw a colossal hand flying toward him in an attempt to grab him. The powerful fluctuations that the colossal hand was emitting gave Ye Guan enough hint to deduce that the owner of the colossal hand was a great time sovereign rather than an ordinary great sovereign. However, Ye Guan wasn't afraid. He stumped with his foot and rushed toward the colossal hand before slashing out with his sword. Boom! An explosion of sword rays tore the colossal hand apart, but Ye Guan was also blasted away. A man wearing a lavish robe appeared just as the colossal hand dissipated into nothingness. He glared at Ye Guan and asked, "Who are you? Why are you messing with the holy sect's business?" It turned out that the true owner of the Yunhai Merchant Guild was the holy sect. Ye Guan stared deeply at the man in a lavish robe. The man was about to say something, but Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Seeing that Ye Guan had totally disregarded the holy clan's reputation, the man in the lavish robe was enraged. "What impudence!" he roared before taking one step forward and sending a punch covered in thousands of fine fist lights. The fist lights converged to form a sea of fist light that threatened to drown Ye Guan. However, a dazzling ray of sword light tore the sea of fist light. Boom! Ye Guan and the man in a lavish robe were both blasted away. When the man in the lavish robe stopped, he looked at Ye Guan far in the distance in both horror and fury as he muttered, "You. How come a heaven immortal realm young man was so terrifying?" He couldn't quite believe it, even though the evidence was right before him. Unfortunately, Ye Guan wasn't interested in mixing words with his enemies. He turned into a ray of sword light and made a beeline for the man in a lavish robe. The man in a lavish robe glared furiously at Ye Guan. "Do you really think that you're invincible?" he bellowed before sending another punch toward Ye Guan. However, the fist was emblazoned with the mysterious time energy, which created an attack so strong that the Yunhai world was starting to collapse before it. A great time sovereign was powerful, and a mere punch from them could destroy an entire world. However, Ye Guan was unafraid. He disappeared and slashed out with his sword emblazoned with the combined power of 45 heaven rands. The sword attack's manifestation destroyed a chunk of the Yunhai world. Boom! A brilliant burst of sword light erupted as both Ye Guan and the Great Time Sovereign were sent flying away. Ye Guan flew for thousands of meters before he could stop. Fresh blood trickled down the corners of his lips, but he cackled and taunted the other party. "Are you sure you're a Great Time Sovereign? Why are you so weak? Come at me again." With that, he transformed into a ray of sword light and streaked across the air toward the Great Time Sovereign. The Great Time Sovereign's expression turned fierce. He took one step forward before unleashing 100 punches at once. Boom! A myriad of sword lights and fist lights collided, and they all exploded into innumerable light crystals at the same time. In the blink of an eye, over 100 blows were exchanged, but neither managed to gain an advantage over the other. The U-Spirit felt a bit scared. Ye Guan was so young, but he was already so powerful. It seemed that the chosen one of this generation was a true heaven-defying talent. Boom! Ye Guan and the man in the lavish robe were blasted away at the same time. They flew for dozens of kilometers away before they managed to stop. Blood flowed incessantly from Ye Guan's mouth, but he was all smiles. Meanwhile, the Great Time Sovereign looked gloomy upon seeing that his fleshly body was riddled with slash wounds. He glared at Ye Guan and roared, "It seems that your origins are extraordinary, but it doesn't matter. My holy sect will kill you today no matter what." Rumble! A rift in space manifested behind the man in a lavish robe. A red-robed man emerged from the space-time rift, and the fluctuations he was emitting told every onlooker that he was a Great Time Sovereign. Ye Guan now had to fight two Great Time Sovereigns at the same time. The red-robed Great Sovereign stared at Ye Guan and said, "His origins must be extraordinary." "I know," the man in a lavish robe revealed a look of dissatisfaction as he said, "I'm sure a Great Time Sovereign is backing him up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so daring as to kill the people of the holy sect. Regardless, he has to die today." With that, he made a beeline for Ye Guan. The red-robed old man hesitated briefly before flying toward Ye Guan. 2 versus 1. Ye Guan's gaze turned cold. He didn't say anything as he turned into a beam of sword light that streaked across the skies. His destination? His enemies? So what if he had to fight two Great Time Sovereigns at the same time? He wasn't afraid at all. The U-Spirit frowned. Just then, he sensed something that prompted him to whip around to look at the distant horizon. A woman was standing in the clouds, a woman wearing a plain skirt. The U-Spirit's expression stiffened. He muttered a few swear words to himself before turning around and running away. He ran so fast that he was out of the chaotic star world in the proverbial blink of an eye. The U-Spirit was already outside the chaotic star world, but he was still scared. He couldn't quite calm down after realizing that she had actually appeared. He had decided to run out of the chaotic star world because that woman was also known as the Map Terminator. Every time she made a move, a whole world would be wiped off of the map. The U-Spirit was afraid that he would get caught up and perish along with the chaotic star world. After escaping, the U-Spirit looked around in a daze. Soon, he felt bitter. He thought that he would become invincible after running away from the Guanxian universe and the true universe. However, in addition to failing to become an invincible existence, that little bastard had even robbed him. This world truly no longer made any sense. He sighed to himself and looked at his surroundings once more before he turned around to leave. His silhouette looked a little solitary as he disappeared. It was time for him to find another lowly world to have fun in. He really liked the feeling of being invincible. Meanwhile, the battle between Ye Guan and the two Great Time Sovereigns was still ongoing. A deafening explosion echoed as Ye Guan was blasted at least a kilometer away after defending himself from an attack. With his current strength, even fighting against one Great Time Sovereign was rather difficult, but he was going against two Great Time Sovereigns at the moment, so the fact that he was being suppressed didn't come as a surprise even to him. When Ye Guan finally landed on the ground, blood dripped down his lips. Just then, a fist imprint flew toward him. Ye Guan rushed forward and slashed out with his sword. Heaven rend? Cracks formed on Ye Guan's severely injured fleshly body. Blood seeped out of the cracks, creating a terrifying scene. Ping! Ye Guan was blown backward by the impact of this sword attack, and the man in a lavish robe was also blasted away. Moments later, the man in a lavish robe landed on the ground, and he looked down at his broken right arm in shock. The young swordsman was incredibly powerful, even though he was just a heaven immortal. The red-robed great time sovereign said in a low voice, he has transcended ephemerality. He's a swordsman at the ephemeral transcendence realm. The man in a lavish robe stared at the red-robed man in disbelief. When did the chaotic star world produce such a monstrous talent? The red-robed old man stared at Ye Guan with eyes full of killing intent. He's too strong. There's already an irreconcilable enmity between us, so we have to kill him to prevent a huge disaster from happening to the holy sect in the future. The man in a lavish robe nodded, and the two immediately rushed toward Ye Guan. Meanwhile, Ye Guan had just popped a spiritual pill into his mouth. When he saw the two great sovereigns charging toward him, he transformed into a beam of sword light and charged toward them rather than retreating. Time to finish this. The beam of sword light tore through the air while a kaleidoscope of fist lights erupted from the great time sovereign's side. The combined power of the three tore apart the surrounding spacetime as though it was made of paper. Ye Guan was at a disadvantage in this fight, but the two great time sovereigns couldn't quite kill him. However, it was just a matter of time before Ye Guan died fighting against them. Ye Guan had been holding back his anger. He had always been a reasonable person and was willing to use reason to resolve issues, but he had just realized upon his visit here that not everyone was as reasonable as him. In addition, only those powerful were respected by everyone. If one were weak and reasonable, others would most likely trample on them using violence. In other words, power was the best language out there to use against unreasonable people. Crackle! Ye Guan's sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying at least a few kilometers away. Eventually, Ye Guan managed to regain his balance and land gracefully, but one of the two great time sovereigns was already flying toward him. Ye Guan slashed out fiercely with his sword. Boom! Ye Guan was blasted away as if he were a kite that had its strings cut. He cut a sorry figure in midair, and his fleshly body crumbled as he streaked across the air. In spite of his injuries, Ye Guan remained unafraid. He gripped his sword tightly and expanded his domain. At the same time, he tapped on his soul to unleash a sword move emblazoned with the terrifying fist energy of unbeatable. Boom! The red-robed great time sovereign flew at least a kilometer away upon impact. When he finally landed on the ground, he was extremely shocked to discover that his fleshly body had been torn apart, leaving him in his soul form. The red-robed great time sovereign reckoned that once Ye Guan became a great sovereign, no great sovereign would be his match by then. Ye Guan's talent was just that terrifying. The man in a lavish robe then rushed toward Ye Guan with a punch. Boom! Ye Guan barely managed to defend himself with his sword. The sword light he had painstakingly gathered was shattered into innumerable light fragments, and he was also blasted away. He streaked across the air for quite a while before he finally recovered his balance and landed on the ground. Ye Guan looked down at his right hand and smiled wryly upon realizing that his fleshly body had perished, leaving him in his soul form. Anyone else would have retreated from the battle at this point, but Ye Guan was different. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and a deafening boom echoed out of him. His aura also surged crazily. He had decided to ignite his soul. The man in a lavish robe roared, "Are you crazy?" Ye Guan's soul was severely injured, but rather than retreating to recover, he had even ignited his soul in exchange for power. In other words, Ye Guan had just signed his own death warrant, and his death was pretty much guaranteed. The man in a lavish robe was taken aback. He didn't want to face Ye Guan's sword head-on, so he turned around to retreat. However, Ye Guan's sword was too fast, and it reached him in the blink of an eye. Boom! The man in a lavish robe was blasted away. His fleshly body disintegrated in midair, and he had become nothing but a soul the moment he landed. The man in a lavish robe was stunned by the damage that he had taken, and he glared at Ye Guan in front of him, who had become a walking fireball. The flames around Ye Guan were so intense that the man in a lavish robe reckoned that Ye Guan's soul would disintegrate in just 30 seconds. In other words, the man in a lavish robe just had to last 30 seconds. With that in mind, the man in a lavish robe no longer attacked Ye Guan. Of course, there was another reason behind it. He was afraid that Ye Guan would kill him before Ye Guan ran out of soul power and died. Ye Guan's sword attack just now was so terrifying that the man in a lavish robe didn't dare to face Ye Guan head-on. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the two great time sovereigns and muttered, "I'm still too weak. Fuck." The man in a lavish robe roared when he heard what Ye Guan said. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Ye Guan was just a paltry heaven immortal realm cultivator, but he managed to severely injure two great time sovereigns. It was already an unbelievable achievement, but he wasn't satisfied with it. What will it take you to become satisfied? Will you only become satisfied once you've reached divine transcendence? The red-robed great time sovereign's face had darkened as well. Ye Guan's words were like a powerful slap to their faces. Just then, Ye Guan's soul was starting to flame out. Ye Guan noticed that, and he decisively ran toward the two great time sovereigns. The two great time sovereigns grew solemn, but they didn't retreat. They took a step forward and attacked at the same time. Boom! Ye Guan turned into a streak of fireball as he flew backward upon impact. The two great time sovereigns also suffered severe injuries from the collision. Their soul forms grew faint, and they looked like they would disappear at any second now. Rumble! All of a sudden, Ye Guan's aura inexplicably surged, and he made a breakthrough into the peak immortal realm. The two great time sovereigns were reeling in shock at the unbelievable sight. Did he just make a breakthrough even though he's about to die? Indeed, Ye Guan was about to die. The two great time sovereigns heaved sighs of relief. If Ye Guan weren't dying, he would have become much more terrifying after his breakthrough. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Ye Guan collapsed to the ground. He looked at the sky, and his vision became blurry. He had no regrets. Even in the afterlife, he would have zero regrets about the actions that he had taken today. People had to fight for themselves, and he wasn't an exception. It was important to be rational, but it wasn't necessary to always be rational. Otherwise, what was the point of living if one's life were full of compromises? Ye Guan's soul grew fainter and fainter as time went on. The two great time sovereigns heaved another sigh of relief. This bastard is finally about to die. It was a great thing that Ye Guan had overheated first. Otherwise, they would have also died if Ye Guan had overheated even just a minute later. Ye Guan's soul was about to vanish into nothingness when a gentle force tugged at his soul. A lady wearing a plain skirt abruptly appeared next to him. However, Ye Guan wasn't happy to see her. In fact, he looked a bit upset. The plain skirt lady waved her sleeve, and the flames around Ye Guan vanished. What is it? She asked after seeing Ye Guan's sour look. Ye Guan lowered his head slightly and muttered, you had to intervene to save me again. Since you had to intervene, it means that I'm just a mere ant in your eyes, right? I'm really pathetic, right? The plain skirt lady stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. And, can you remove your seal on me? The plain skirt lady nodded and said, sure. She waved her sleeve, and the seal on Ye Guan vanished as if it had never existed. Ye Guan stood up and walked up to her. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the path sword appeared in his hands. He stroked it gently with his right hand before saying, thank you for accompanying me on this journey, little path. He stroked the path sword for a while before handing it over to the plain skirt lady. And, I'm returning this sword to you, he said. The plain skirt lady looked at him and asked, why? Ye Guan smiled wryly and said, I don't want to be looked down on by you guys anymore, and I do not want to rely on my relatives anymore. I want to just rely on myself. I will not call for help, even if I'm on the brink of death. His words had yet to finish echoing in the air, but he already felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Grandfather? Aunt? Father? Uncle? Ye Guan decided that they would have nothing to do with him anymore from now on. He had chosen to walk on his path by himself. He would go as far as he could, and if he died in the process, then so be it. From now on, he was going to just be Ye Guan rather than someone's grandson, someone's son, or someone's nephew. The plain skirt lady stared quietly at the path sword. She was about to say something, but the man in a lavish robe suddenly shouted, so you're his backer. The plain skirt lady turned to look at him and said, I'm his aunt. Aunt? The man in a lavish robe's eyes narrowed. So your entire family dared to go against my holy sect, you? How noisy, the plain skirt lady rebuked. She waved her sleeve, and a sword pierced the man's forehead, pinning him to the ground. The man in a lavish robe's face changed drastically. He was scared out of his wits as he stared at the plain skirt lady with wide eyes. You're stronger than a great time sovereign? Why you must be a great destiny sovereign, he stammered. The red-robed great time sovereign next to him was quite shocked as well, but he wasn't really scared of the plain skirt lady. In fact, if it weren't for their injuries, he believed that the two of them would have been able to fight the plain skirt lady. Unfortunately, they had been reduced to nothing but their soul forms. In other words, they weren't her match. Having made up his mind, the red-robed great sovereign opened his palm, and a fiery red token shot into the depths of the starry skies. He had decided to call for reinforcements. Rumble? A terrifying aura suddenly surged from the depths of the starry skies. It belonged to a supreme elite of the holy sect. Soon, the space-time up above was torn open, and a middle-aged man walked out of the rift. The middle-aged man was the sect master of the holy sect, Shengwen Qi. He was one of the 5 great destiny sovereigns of the chaotic star world, and he was accompanied by 4 great time sovereigns along with 9 ordinary great sovereigns. The holy sect's true powerhouses were here, and they were here to fight a supposedly great destiny sovereign too. The holy sect didn't dare to underestimate a great destiny sovereign, but they had decided not to summon every powerhouse of the holy sect. After all, there was only one great destiny sovereign. Shang-Chi glared at the plain skirt lady and asked, when did a great destiny sovereign appear in the chaotic star world? The plain skirt lady didn't even spare him a glance. She stared at Ye Guan and said, I've never looked down on you. Ye Guan lowered his head, not saying a word. The plain skirt lady added, however, I'll support your decision to go down your own path by yourself. Today, I'm still going to help you, but it's going to be the last time. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. The plain skirt lady stared at Ye Guan and realized that even though Ye Guan had become strong enough to be considered a true powerhouse, he was still a child at heart. The plain skirt lady's eyes flashed briefly in pity as she ruffled Ye Guan's hair. I'll bid this mortal world farewell after this. Ye Guan didn't really understand that, and the plain skirt lady didn't explain anything. She raised her head and stared somewhere. A smile crept up her lips as she muttered, I'll be there soon, wait for me. She then looked at Ye Guan and asked, how strong do you think I am? You're strong enough to kill great sovereigns with just a few sword moves. That's a gross understatement, the plain skirt lady said with a chuckle. Ye Guan froze and went silent. He felt something amiss. The plain-skirt lady ruffled his hair again before saying, even great destiny sovereigns are mere ants before me, and there is no need for me to draw my sword toward them. With that, she cast her gaze on Shang-Chi. Boom! Shang-Chi crumbled into dust. The plain-skirt lady had just killed a great destiny sovereign with a mere glance. Everyone reeled in shock at the incredulous sight. 1 means holy. 2. The holy sect assumes that plain-skirt lady is a great destiny sovereign. A deafening silence blanketed the world. The cultivators of the holy sect had their mouths agape, and their eyes were wide open in disbelief. The plain-skirt lady had just instantly killed a great destiny sovereign. Yes, a great destiny sovereign, a supreme elite of this world. The holy sect cultivators were as still as stone statues as they reeled in shock. Even Ye Guan wasn't spared. Isn't she a bit too overpowered? The plain-skirt lady chuckled upon seeing Ye Guan's expression. No one can kill me, while I can kill everyone, she said. Those are my words. Ye Guan clenched his hands. His heart started to beat wildly against his chest. The plain-skirt lady smiled gently and said, you have to defeat me if you want to become invincible in the truest sense of the word. Ye Guan asked, can father beat you, aunt? The plain-skirt lady blinked and replied, yes. Ye Guan was bewildered. The plain-skirt lady added, it's because I don't retaliate when he strikes. Ye Guan smiled wryly and muttered, I see. The plain-skirt lady laughed and said, your journey is still unfolding, but I believe you possess the determination to overcome any obstacles. She then picked up the path sword and whispered, you know, I've been waiting for you to return this sword to me. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. This sword isn't just mine, it also represents my Deo, the invincible sword Deo. Unfortunately, this sword isn't your Deo. However, letting go of this sword signifies the start of your own Deo, your own path to invincibility. I see. Ye Guan nodded with a grin. The plain-skirt lady muttered, I'm leaving. A sudden reluctance washed over Ye Guan as he stared at the plain-skirt lady. Will we cross paths again, aunt? The plain-skirt lady smiled, but she remained silent. Ye Guan felt a twinge of nervousness. The plain-skirt lady noticed that and chuckled. If you move fast enough, you might cross paths with us. Us? Aunt, you. Ye Guan trailed off in shock. The plain-skirt lady grinned and asked, do you know why I'm so happy today? Ye Guan shook his head, but he had indeed noticed that there was something different with his aunt today. Usually, she was all indifferent, but today, she was all smiles. The plain-skirt lady chuckled and explained, brother has agreed to let go of everything. He has agreed to no longer bother with worldly affairs and to accompany me on a journey wherever I please. Moreover, the decision lies to me. The plain-skirt lady broke out into a charming grin as she added, and it's just going to be the two of us. Ye Guan reeled in astonishment. The plain-skirt lady looked up at the starry sky, no longer wearing her mask of indifference. A gentle look suffused her face as she muttered, the Milky Way is nice, so I will make it our first stop. Apparently, the melons there are delicious, and I think I'm going to give them a try. After saying this, she turned to Ye Guan and said, young man, work hard, and don't stop working hard. I'm really looking forward to the day when you've become strong enough to defeat me. Let me tell you a secret, your aunt is really strong, stronger than you can imagine. Ha ha ha, if you're free, come to the Milky Way and call out to me. If you're tired and you no longer want to fight, you can call out for me as well. Under my protection, who will dare to harm you? The plain-skirt lady transformed into a streak of sword light and soared to the skies with the path sword in hand. She could no longer be seen, but her voice was still echoing from the depths of the starry skies. I will do you another favor. I've suppressed the great deist brush master in the Milky Way. His destiny will not be able to affect you in any way so long as he's in the Milky Way. Ye Guan stared at the starry skies in a daze before he broke out into a burst of uproarious laughter. He was truly happy for his aunt. The first time he met his aunt, she exuded a strong killing intent without a hint of mirth on her face. His subsequent meetings with her were the same. This time, however, he felt that his aunt was truly happy. It turned out that her goal all this while was to make her brother accompany her everywhere she wished to go. After many years of waiting, the sword master was finally willing to let go of everything and accompany her. However, he still owed her a great debt. Ye Guan vowed to visit the Milky Way once he was strong enough. His decision was also influenced by the fact that his mother Ye Guan was also from Milky Way. Just then, Ye Guan realized something. The departure of his aunt, his mother, and his father meant that he had become an orphan. No, that's not right. Ye Guan quickly shook his head to vanquish those thoughts. His father was still alive, so how could he be considered an orphan? Still, the fact that the sword master had chosen to let go of everything to accompany destiny meant that Ye Guan would now have to protect the Guanxian universe by himself. As for what the plain-skirt lady said before leaving about calling out for her if he no longer wanted to fight, Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. A man had to rely on himself and make a name for himself. He couldn't leech off of his aunt's power. Little Pagoda suddenly said, are you going to rely on yourself from now on? Are you really not going to ask your aunt for help? Ye Guan nodded and said, yes. Little Pagoda fell silent. There was once a man with similar ideas as Ye Guan. Later on, no, Little Pagoda was curious about how long Ye Guan could hold out. Granted, he also knew that Ye Guan was incredibly prideful, which meant that if he were forced to ask for help, it would be during a time of deep despair. Ye Guan cast his thoughts aside and looked into the distance. His relatives had left, which meant that the road ahead for him would undoubtedly become more challenging. Just then, Ye Guan seemed to have recalled something. He turned to look at the group of cultivators from the holy sect. The faces of the holy sect cultivators turned pale, and they hurriedly turned around to escape. None of them dared to make a move at Ye Guan. Damn it! His aunt had just killed a great destiny sovereign with a mere glance. Wait! Ye Guan shouted. The cultivators of the holy sect all came to a halt. Ye Guan stared at one of the great sovereigns and said, "The Yunhai Merchant Guild owes me 60 billion spiritual cores. Is this matter going to be overlooked?" 60 billion spiritual cores. The great sovereign at the helm was stunned. He turned to look at the trembling Manager Qin not too far away and asked, 60 billion. Manager Qin's expression changed drastically. She started trembling like an aspen tree as she stammered, "No, it's not." "What do you mean it's not?" Ye Guan snapped, "You forgot to multiply it by then. TT, that doesn't make any sense." Manager Qin stammered. Ye Guan glared coldly at Manager Qin. Manager Qin trembled silently in the face of Ye Guan's fierce glare. Ye Guan was strong, so he could do whatever he wanted with them. Ye Guan turned to the great sovereign at the helm and said, "Return my 60 billion spiritual cores, or the holy sect will cease to exist by tomorrow." The great sovereign's face turned ugly. He glared at Manager Qin and demanded, "Hand it over." Manager Qin hastily pointed at Gu Yunhai's corpse. "It's there." The great sovereign cast a cold glance at Manager Qin. He opened his palm, and a storage ring flew toward him from Gu Yunhai's corpse. However, the storage ring only contained 6 billion spiritual cores. The great sovereign frowned and asked, "Why are there only 6 billion spiritual cores here?" Manager Qin glanced at Ye Guan, but she didn't dare to speak. The great sovereign instantly understood what was going on. The young swordsman was trying to extort them. However, the great sovereign didn't dare to explode in fury. After all, his backer was a supreme elite capable of killing a great destiny sovereign with a mere glance. In other words, he wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Left with no choice, the great sovereign suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "Young lord, you see." Ye Guan fixed his gaze on the great sovereign and repeated, 60 billion. The great sovereign sighed and said, "Young lord, let's be reasonable here. There are only 6 billion spiritual cores in here. It's 2. Ye Guan waved his hand dismissively. "I don't want any negotiations. 60 billion spiritual cores. Speak of it again, and you will bear the consequences." The great sovereign didn't dare to voice his anger. "Young lord, please wait. We'll go and gather it," he said frantically. He turned to an old man next to him and roared, "What are you doing standing there? Move." The old man didn't dare to hesitate and vanished on the spot. Ye Guan sat down cross-legged and began to reconstruct his fleshy body. The great sovereign glanced at Ye Guan with fearful eyes, but he was confused at the same time. How come they had never heard of such a young swordsman, even though they knew the names of every heaven-defying talent in the chaotic star world? He had also never heard of the plain-skirt lady. Could they be from the outside world? The great sovereign's face darkened when he thought of that. Indeed, there was a high chance that Ye Guan was from the outside world. Just then, the great sovereign's cold gaze landed on Manager Qin. His eyes radiated thick, killing intent. He had heard about the shady dealings of the Yunhai Merchant Guild, but he didn't expect her to be so foolish as to extort a young man capable of producing 6 billion spiritual cores. 6 billion spiritual cores was such an astounding amount that anyone with that much money on their person had to be with extraordinary origins. The Yunhai Merchant Guild had made a foolish move by attempting to cheat such an individual out of their money without doing any investigations. The Yunhai Merchant Guild was annihilated, and the sect master of the Holy Sect had perished. The Holy Sect's reign was over. Without a great destiny sovereign to lead them, how could they compete with the martial sect? The great sovereign sighed deeply. Manager Qin went pallid upon seeing the cold gaze of the great sovereign. She slumped to the ground and started wallowing in her despair. However, she suddenly recalled something, and she cast a resentful gaze at Ye Guan. "This is all your fault," she roared. "You should have revealed your origins right off the bat." Knowing that her death was certain, she no longer feared anything. Ye Guan's brows furrowed, and he asked, "Are you out of your mind? This is all your fault? I wouldn't have been tempted by your paltry few billion spiritual cores if you had just revealed your identity right off the bat." Manager Qin roared defiantly. Ye Guan was stunned. Manager Qin's logic had caught him off guard. Even the nearby great sovereigns were taken aback. Manager Qin became more and more agitated as she shouted, "Yes, I was greedy, but you're not completely faultless, either." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. "Shut up," the great sovereign next to her shouted and waved his sleeve. Boom! Manager Qin exploded into a bloody mist. The great sovereign who had just killed her cursed, "What the fuck was that?" The great sovereign could no longer watch her tirade, so he decisively made a move. Ye Guan was truly surprised. It seemed that there would always be people unwilling to admit that they had made a mistake and would rather put the blame onto others than accept their mistakes. Ye Guan shook his head and closed his eyes to continue reconstructing his fleshly body. It didn't take him long to reconstruct his fleshly body. Soon, the old man who had left to fetch the required spiritual cores finally returned and handed it over to the strongest great sovereign among their group. The strongest great sovereign examined the storage ring, and his expression turned ugly. His heart was bleeding, but he didn't hesitate to extend it over to Ye Guan while saying, "Young lord, this storage ring only contains 50 billion spiritual cores. It represents the entire treasury of the Holy Sect. We've truly exhausted all means to gather your spiritual cores, so we hope that you'll reconsider." Ye Guan accepted the storage ring and said, just pay me later. Yes, we will, the strongest great sovereign replied almost immediately. With that, he led the others away. Once the cultivators of the holy sect were no longer in his view, Ye Guan stood up and turned around to leave as well. However, a low rumbling suddenly shook the air, and a fist struck Ye Guan's stomach before he could even react. Ye Guan spat a mouthful of blood as he was blasted at least several kilometers away, and he spat a few more mouthfuls of blood in midair. Ye Guan endured the searing pain as he stood up. He wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and then gazed toward a young woman standing not too far away from him. The young woman possessed an elegant figure, her white dress trailing on the ground. Her face seemed covered in frost, utterly cold without a hint of emotion. She gave off the same air as a block of ice. She was the adjudication sword master. Ye Guan was stunned. He never expected her to appear here. Was she here to find him? The adjudication sword master locked eyes with Ye Guan. She smiled coldly and said, so we meet again, pathetic brat. Ye Guan wiped the fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. The esteemed adjudication sword master of the true universe has actually resorted to ambushes? How unexpected. The adjudication sword master's face was full of disdain as she replied, ambush you? Do I need to resort to such a thing? Ye Guan locked eyes with the adjudication sword master and said, we have a scheduled grand battle, and it isn't time for our fight yet. Still, if you want to fight now, then why not? Come at me, then. Ye Guan opened his palm, creating a sword made out of his sword intent. Despite being aware of how weak he was compared to the adjudication sword master, Ye Guan had no choice but to face her. He had always preferred to stand his ground rather than back down in a situation like this. I'll suppress my cultivation base, the adjudication sword master said. You better not accuse me of bullying you, then. She flipped her palm and suppressed her cultivation base to the peak immortal realm. Despite the suppression, the powerful aura radiating from her remained significantly superior to that of Ye Guan. It was great evidence of her superiority to Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan sighed in relief. It was a good thing that the adjudication sword master had integrity. Unexpectedly, the adjudication sword master waved her sleeve, and a pill landed in front of Ye Guan. In the spirit of fairness, heal your injuries first. We'll duel once you've recovered, she said. Ye Guan didn't stand on ceremony. He accepted the pill and consumed it before sitting down cross-legged to focus on healing himself. The adjudication sword master's cold gaze remained on Ye Guan. She seemed to be contemplating tearing him apart on the spot. Just then, dozens of powerful auras swept past the adjudication sword master and Ye Guan. Moments later, a group of powerhouses appeared and rushed toward them. Xue Feng was standing at the helm of the group. Upon seeing Ye Guan, Xue Feng exclaimed, so you were here all along. He was about to make a move when he sensed something and turned his attention toward the young woman not too far away from Ye Guan. Xue Feng's brows furrowed, and he asked, who are you? The adjudication sword master didn't even bother to reply to Xue Feng. Xue Feng examined her before saying, I suggest you leave if you don't want any trouble. The young woman was a paltry peak immortal, and Xue Feng wasn't afraid of her at all. Strength reigned supreme in this world, and many cultivators had no qualms about killing those weaker than them. Leave, the adjudication sword master shouted as she glared coldly at Xue Feng. This is your one and only warning. Xue Feng jeered, what a presumptuous peak immortal. Just then, an old man standing next to Xue Feng chuckled. His gaze toward the young woman was thick with lust as he turned to Xue Feng and said, she must be his lover. Why don't we capture her and humiliate her in front of Ye Guan? I think that'll be a great sight to behold. The old man's suggestion elicited laughter from the surrounding Xue clan members. Swoosh, the adjudication sword master vanished. A dazzling sword light streaked across the air, and the old man's expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, the adjudication sword master's sword was faster than him, and he died before he could retreat. Swing! A sword pierced the old man's mouth, but the young woman didn't kill him. However, the adjudication sword master wasn't done just yet. She turned around and transformed into a blurry figure that rushed toward each and every Xue clan member in the vicinity. In the proverbial blink of an eye, dozens of heads pervaded the air as blood dyed the ground crimson. Xue Feng's face changed dramatically. He stared in terror at the sword-wielding young woman before him, and he trembled incessantly as if he were a tree in the middle of tempestuous winds. Who are you? He stammered. The adjudication sword master stared deeply at Xue Feng and said, you're from the Xue clan, right? Men. A figure clad in heavy armor suddenly appeared next to her. The adjudication sword master said, take these two back to the Xue clan. Then, I want you to kill every single member of the Xue clan right in front of them. Once you've annihilated their clan, I want you to send this man to the pigsty. Feed him nothing but 10 kilograms of dirt every day, and make sure that he won't die. I want him to revel in ecstasy with the pigs for all eternity. The old man almost fainted upon hearing the young woman's command. Meanwhile, the figure clad in heavy armor promptly took him away, along with Xue Feng. Xue Feng was a powerful great sovereign, but he couldn't resist at all. Once the issue was settled, the adjudication sword master's gaze landed on Ye Guan once more. Her gaze was as cold as a 1,000-year-old icy cavern, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop as her eyes narrowed into slits. Clearly, she was still annoyed by what Xue Feng and his group had done. Finally, Ye Guan opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at the adjudication sword master in the distance and said, let's begin. The Adjudication Sword Master replied, "You can use any divine items. I don't mind even if you use that divine sword." Ye Guan smiled and said, "No, thank you." The Adjudication Sword Master went silent. Moments later, however, her figure blurred as she turned into a streak of sword light that rushed toward Ye Guan. The Adjudication Sword Master's sword arrived a few inches away from Ye Guan's glabella in the proverbial blink of an eye. Her sword was so fast that it left Ye Guan reeling from shock. Ye Guan quickly composed himself and tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. However, the Adjudication Sword Master had seen through his move and changed her thrust into a sweep that struck Ye Guan's shoulder. Boom! Ye Guan flew dozens of meters away. Before he could come to a stop, the Adjudication Sword Master was already in front of him. She decisively thrust her sword toward Ye Guan's forehead. However, Ye Guan was unafraid. He thrust his sword toward the Adjudication Sword Master's sword. Crackle! The sword lights shattered, and Ye Guan was blasted away. The Adjudication Sword Master didn't give him any time to breathe as she sent another sword attack. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and thrust his sword, performing a sword thrust emblazoned with unbeatable. Boom! A powerful explosion of sword light briefly blinded everyone. The Adjudication Sword Master retreated a few dozen meters away. She soon came to a halt and glared at Ye Guan. "Unbeatable," she growled. Ye Guan wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and stared deeply at the Adjudication Sword Master. The latter was staring at him with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. It wasn't strange that she was so shocked. Ye Guan's swordsmanship had already transcended ephemerality, and he had also comprehended the final move of the unbeatable fist art that his older sister had left behind. Swoosh! Ye Guan suddenly vanished. The Adjudication Sword Master also disappeared, albeit a beat later than Ye Guan. Soon, a cacophony of shrill noises pervaded the air as sparks flew everywhere. The two moved at incredible speeds, and every collision between their sword lights would generate a light so bright that it briefly blinded everyone, making it impossible to track their movements. However, Ye Guan was clearly being suppressed. His fleshly body was already riddled with wounds, but he had yet to inflict even a single scratch on the Adjudication Sword Master. She had perfectly blocked or dodged Ye Guan's attacks. They were on the same cultivation base, but there was still a significant gap in their strength. Clang! Ye Guan staggered backward. Before he could find his balance, the Adjudication Sword Master appeared in front of him. Ye Guan hurriedly raised his sword in front of him to block the oncoming downward slash. Clang! Ye Guan was blown away. As usual, the Adjudication Sword Master gave chase and slashed out with her sword once she got close enough to Ye Guan. The Adjudication Sword Master was completely dominating Ye Guan, forcing him to keep on defending himself against the former's lethal attacks. Clang! The Adjudication Sword Master's sword struck Ye Guan's sword. Ye Guan managed to block the majority of the force behind the blow, but he was still blasted away by the impact. While he was in midair, the mysterious lady said, "She's using sword steps against you." Sword steps is a famous sword art that she had made by herself. The sword art contains 12 steps in total, and each step has a certain sword move. Every single sword move flows like water to the other, and it is an incessant stream of powerful sword moves. She just has to suppress her enemy on the first sword move, and her enemy will no longer be able to move nor retaliate until they die. Just then, a sword flew toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan held up his sword diagonally to block the attack, and he shifted the trajectory of the latter's sword ever so slightly to the side when their swords made contact. As a result, his neck was spared, but his left shoulder was pierced. Ye Guan decisively abandoned his sword. He endured the sharp pain that shot up to his brain from his left shoulder to unleash a powerful strike powered by the entirety of his cultivation base. World Devastation Art? The punch struck the Adjudication Sword Master's stomach. Boom! Both Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master went flying. It took the Adjudication Sword Master 100 meters before she finally came to a halt. She looked up toward Ye Guan in the distance and saw that Ye Guan had unexpectedly taken a step forward toward her. It was a step accompanied by a sword that slashed out toward the Adjudication Sword Master. Each step was a sword. The Adjudication Sword Master's eyes narrowed into slits. She thrust her sword forward to face Ye Guan's sword head-on. She had quickly arrived at a decision, knowing that her overall strength was far higher than Ye Guan's overall prowess. All of a sudden, the sword in Ye Guan's hand vanished. The Adjudication Sword Master's sword pierced his abdomen, but the gap had narrowed between them, allowing Ye Guan to grab the Adjudication Sword Master and slam her forcefully to the ground. The Adjudication Sword Master was both surprised and furious the moment she found herself in Ye Guan's arms. Before she could react, however, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Ye Guan then slammed his head into her face, leaving both of them in a daze. They were swordsmen rather than physique cultivators, so their stamina wasn't that high. The Adjudication Sword Master attempted to break free, but Ye Guan had no plans of letting her escape. He knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he were to let go of the Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan clung to the Adjudication Sword Master as the two rolled like crazy on the ground. Just then, Ye Guan bent down and bit the Adjudication Sword Master's neck, but the Adjudication Sword Master was faster than him. Having seen through his intentions, the Adjudication Sword Master beat him to the chase and bit Ye Guan's neck first. The two froze and went silent as they stared at each other in disbelief. Moments later, their killing intent surged crazily as they struggled fiercely for supremacy. This was a fight to the death, and one of them would die today. Rumble! A low rumbling suddenly echoed. A black vortex appeared not too far away from the two, and a terrifying suction force sent them tumbling into the black vortex. A few moments later, Ye Guan and the adjudication sword master landed harshly to the ground. However, neither of them paid any attention to the earlier disturbance as they glared fiercely at each other. The adjudication sword master stared at Ye Guan with eyes full of killing intent. Ye Guan's gaze was fierce as well. He had enough of the adjudication sword master's bullying. Their figures were intertwined, but there was no trace of intimacy. There was only the mutual desire to kill each other. The adjudication sword master suddenly shouted, "Let go." Ye Guan retorted, "No." Ye Guan had received a stab wound in his abdomen, so letting her go meant that he would be putting himself at her mercy. The adjudication sword master roared, "Release me." Ye Guan snapped, "No way." The adjudication sword master glared at Ye Guan. "What are you going to do if I unseal my cultivation base?" "I won't be able to do anything, but if you do that, it only means one thing: you're a sore loser who can't accept defeat." Ye Guan replied, "Kill me if you wish, but I'm still going to look down on you even in the afterlife." The adjudication sword master went quiet at that, but her fierce glare remained on Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't avoid the adjudication sword master's gaze, but he actually felt a bit uneasy inside. He was scared that she might unseal her cultivation base. However, he truly had no choice at the moment but to gamble on her pride. He had to gamble that her pride wouldn't allow her to unseal her cultivation base. They were pressed against each other, and the air between them was so thick with tension that it was palpable. Ye Guan didn't think too much about it. He knew that he would die if he were to let go of the adjudication sword master, so he held her down with all his might because his life depended on it. Meanwhile, the adjudication sword master was horrified. She couldn't unseal her cultivation base. No, her cultivation base was sealed by something else. How could this be? The adjudication sword master looked around in shock, and she realized that she had no idea where they were at the moment. Just then, she felt something unusual down below, and her expression changed drastically. "You dare take advantage of me?" "Take advantage?" Ye Guan frowned, seemingly puzzled. "What are you talking about?" The adjudication sword master glared fiercely at Ye Guan and roared, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. What nonsense are you saying?" Ye Guan angrily retorted, "When did I take advantage of you?" The adjudication sword master roared, "Look down." Ye Guan was taken aback, but he quickly understood what she meant. "That's my blood," he shouted. "Blood?" The adjudication sword master froze. She looked down and realized that Ye Guan's blood had indeed drenched her clothes. Her blood was so thick and sticky that she had mistaken it for something else. However, it couldn't be helped as it radiated a heat similar to that thing his older sister had described in her books. Ye Guan looked at the adjudication sword master in disgust. What a pervert. The adjudication sword master noticed the peculiarity in Ye Guan's gaze and snapped, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ye Guan ignored her as the cogs in her mind turned fiercely. He was in a dilemma. He had suffered injuries that were so severe that they required immediate treatment. He had to receive treatment as soon as possible, but he couldn't let go of the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master shouted, "Let go of me." Ye Guan shook his head decisively and refused. "No, you idiot." The adjudication sword master scolded him and shouted, "Circulate your profound energy." Hearing that, Ye Guan attempted to circulate his profound energy, but he couldn't muster even the tiniest particle of profound energy. Startled, he turned to her and asked, "What's going on?" He tried to contact Little Pagoda, but he couldn't reach him. In other words, both Little Pagoda and the mysterious lady were unreachable. Ye Guan was stunned. It was his first time being in such a peculiar situation. The adjudication sword master's tone of voice suddenly turned calm as she said, "Let go of me." Ye Guan shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, you're going to beat me to death if I were to release you. If I can't think of a solution to this dilemma, I'm just going to bite you to death, and we'll die together here." The adjudication sword master stared at Ye Guan and snapped, "Let go of me? I won't attack you, really." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "No." The adjudication sword master suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "I keep my word." Ye Guan fell into silence. His injuries were getting worse, and he would eventually bleed out to death if he didn't address his injuries. The adjudication sword master added, "I said that I won't attack you, so I won't." After a long silence, Ye Guan spoke in a low voice, "I'll believe you, then." With that, he slowly loosened his grip on the adjudication sword master. The moment he did that, however, the adjudication sword master punched his face. The adjudication sword master was still a supreme elite, so even though her cultivation base was sealed, her ordinary punch still managed to send Ye Guan flying several meters away. However, the adjudication sword master still seemed dissatisfied. She got up and kicked Ye Guan in the abdomen. "I'm going to beat you to death." She roared and sent a flurry of kicks to his stomach. The adjudication sword master's kicks and punches sent Ye Guan rolling away. Ye Guan spat a mouthful of blood, but the adjudication sword master didn't stop. She started cursing at him while shouting, "I'll kill you. I'm going to beat you to death, you despicable man." Fists and kicks rained down on the defenseless Ye Guan. After a while, Ye Guan's eyes turned blank. His consciousness grew fuzzy, and he felt numb. "Is this how I'm going to die? It hurts. Is she not going to stop?" In the face of death, Ye Guan suddenly thought of the many people waiting for him, Little Jia, Qian Qian, Ji Xian, Nanggong Shui, and his brothers. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was unwilling to die at the hands of this woman. I can't accept this. Ye Guan's will to live surged. He clenched his fists and roared, "No!" Boom! A deafening noise echoed from within him as his blood started boiling. A powerful bloodline power sent the Adjudication Sword Master flying. The Adjudication Sword Master was stunned when she fell to the ground. Bloodline power? Ye Guan gave chase and rushed toward the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively raised 2 fingers to unleash a sword move with her fingers as a sword, but she was horrified upon recalling that her cultivation base was sealed. In other words, she couldn't perform any sword move with her fingers as a sword? Before she could do anything else, Ye Guan tackled her to the ground. His face was as red as blood, and the Adjudication Sword Master's heart jumped into her throat. "What are you doing?" she cried out. Ye Guan roared and bit her neck. The Adjudication Sword Master was horrified. She rolled away in an attempt to break free, but Ye Guan flipped her over and pressed her down. The struggle had inadvertently torn the Adjudication Sword Master's top, revealing 2 milky mounds. They were snowy white with a tinge of red in the middle. It was a breathtaking sight. Ye Guan had already lost his mind, but the breathtaking scene still managed to stun him. Moments later, his breathing grew ragged, and the light in his eyes changed into something else. Sensing Ye Guan's gaze, the Adjudication Sword Master was both embarrassed and furious. "Take advantage of me, and I will tear you to pieces." Ye Guan leaned closer to the Adjudication Sword Master upon being engulfed by his primal instincts. The intimate details were omitted for brevity. The intense battle raged for a long time, lasting over several hours. The raging mad demon bloodline had mellowed out, and Ye Guan's sanity had returned. "I'm still alive?" Ye Guan frowned as he propped himself up. He turned his head to look not too far away and found the Adjudication Sword Master standing quietly while staring at him. Ye Guan discovered droplets of blood on her calf. Ye Guan was surprised. How come she didn't kill him while he was unconscious? In addition, the coldness in the Adjudication Sword Master's gaze had undergone a qualitative change. Its coldness had become bone-piercing, and it sent shivers down Ye Guan's spine. Ye Guan instinctively took a step back with his guard raised high up. The Adjudication Sword Master glared at him with undisguised killing intent, but she didn't make a move. She had discovered that once pushed to the brink of death, Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline would stir into action, and she wouldn't be his match. They were in a mysterious place where their cultivation bases were sealed, but Ye Guan's bloodline had somehow managed to remain unsealed. The Adjudication Sword Master found it baffling, and her confusion soon turned into fury. In the end, she suppressed her fury and closed her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, and her figure trembled incessantly. What had happened was a great humiliation to her. The only silver lining was that Ye Guan had no memories of it. In the distance, Ye Guan paid no attention to the Adjudication Sword Master. He wrapped himself up with bandages and looked around. He felt a profound sense of unease. This place could even suppress the Adjudication Sword Master's cultivation base, so it had to be a terrifying place. She was a supreme elite at the top of the entire universe, but this place had suppressed her as if she weren't a supreme elite. Ye Guan was extremely wary as she looked around. He soon realized that he and the Adjudication Sword Master were in a small valley. An ancient, dilapidated temple was standing a kilometer away from the valley. Ye Guan suddenly stood up, but his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Ye Guan was alarmed. "Why are my legs so weak?" He was a cultivator, so it was strange how his legs had gone weak for no reason. Ye Guan didn't think much of it. He attributed the weakness to his injuries. He walked outside, but he suddenly recalled something. He glanced at the Adjudication Sword Master. He had decided to leave some distance between himself and that woman. The Adjudication Sword Master suddenly asked, "Can you contact the lady in your pagoda?" Ye Guan shook his head. The Adjudication Sword Master frowned and went silent. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Guan asked, "You don't know where we are?" The Adjudication Sword Master snapped, "Idiot! Would I ask if I know?" Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Why is your temper so bad?" The Adjudication Sword Master glared at Ye Guan. "I'm born this way, what is it to you?" Ye Guan shook his head and remarked, "Ba1 is better than you." "Yeah." The Adjudication Sword Master sneered and said, "Then go find your Ba1, then." Ye Guan was puzzled by the Adjudication Sword Master's change in behavior. He pondered briefly over something before saying, "We're archenemies, but we're trapped in this mysterious place with our cultivation bases sealed. At this rate, one of us would get trapped here for eternity if we were to continue fighting to the death. I honestly don't want to die here, and I believe you feel the same. Why don't we join forces while we're here? We can just settle our grievances once we're out. What do you think?" The Adjudication Sword Master stared at Ye Guan without saying a word. Ye Guan knew her temper, and her silence usually meant yes. "All right, then. Let's go and check out that ancient temple." With that, he turned around and started walking away. The Adjudication Sword Master took a few steps as well, but she frowned upon being struck by a wave of intense pain in her abdomen. She glared at Ye Guan and cursed, "Bastard, bastard, you bastard. Is she mad? Why is she cursing me for no reason at all?" Ye Guan was bewildered by the curses. Ye Guan turned and was stunned to see her limping. Did she injure her foot? Seeing Ye Guan's gaze, the Adjudication Sword Master roared, "What are you looking at? Huh? What are you looking at? Damn it, you bastard." Ye Guan was rendered speechless. He turned around to leave in silence upon concluding that it was impossible to deal with the adjudication sword master. The two walked for quite a while, and Ye Guan noticed that the adjudication sword master's pace was very slow. Her delicate eyebrows were scrunched deeply, and she would sometimes wince in pain. The ancient temple wasn't that far, but Ye Guan felt like night would fall first before they reached the ancient temple. Ye Guan thought for a moment and then walked up to the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master roared, "Why are you coming over here? What are you going to do, huh?" Ye Guan said in a deep voice, "At this rate, it'll take us an eternity to reach that temple." With that, he ignored the adjudication sword master's protest and carried her with one hand by her waist. He carried her as if she were a sack of potatoes, using her left hand while his right hand was ready to defend himself if she were to ambush him. Of course, the two of them would die together if that were to happen. Fortunately, it seemed that the adjudication sword master was aware of that as well, as she eventually stopped resisting. She also didn't want to die here. She was the head commander of the Jin Guards, so dying in this mysterious place rather than on a battlefield would turn her into everyone's laughingstock. Ye Guan suddenly asked, "You've seen many sceneries and have gone through many things. What do you think this place is?" The adjudication sword master closed her eyes and didn't respond. Ye Guan looked down at the adjudication sword master. He had to admit that she was stunning and otherworldly beauty. The adjudication sword master suddenly opened her eyes and snapped, "What are you gawking at me for? Is the view that nice?" Ye Guan shook his head and replied, "Nice? It's repulsive." The adjudication sword master bit his chest. "Damn it!" Ye Guan immediately exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" The adjudication sword master went quiet as she glared coldly at Ye Guan. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan whispered, "Lady adjudication sword master, you're an incredibly strong supreme elite, yet this place still managed to seal your cultivation base. I'm sure the person behind this place is a terrifying existence. We have no idea about the reason this place was created, so can we stop fighting for now? I don't want to die here, and I'm sure you don't want to die here either, right?" The adjudication sword master remained expressionless. She trembled ever so slightly as she said coldly, "I'm going to kill you the moment we get out of this place." Ye Guan nodded slightly, but he didn't say anything in response. He had to be meticulous when it came to handling her temper. Otherwise, she might just throw all caution to the wind and kill him right there and then. Upon noticing that Ye Guan did not argue with her, the adjudication sword master snorted coldly and decided to go silent. Her expression remained as stoic as ice. Ye Guan carried the adjudication sword master and strolled toward the time-worn temple. The entrance was marked by a shattered gate overgrown by vegetation. Raising his gaze slowly, Ye Guan found a weathered iron plaque emblazoned with characters that Ye Guan barely managed to read: Great Dao Temple. Great Dao Temple? Ye Guan's brows knitted. Is this temple related to the Great Daoist Brush Master? The adjudication sword master's brows were furrowed as well as she stared at the iron plaque. Ye Guan set aside his thoughts and carried the adjudication sword master into the temple. A lone statue was standing inside the temple, but the figure didn't belong to a monk. The figure was holding the Great Dao brush. This was a statue of the Great Daoist Brush Master. The statue was holding the Great Dao brush in its left hand, while its right hand seemed to be suppressing something with its palm. Ye Guan's expression darkened. Obviously, this mysterious place was related to the Great Daoist Brush Master, which meant that the Great Daoist Brush Master was the one who had created the restrictions here. The adjudication sword master frowned and pondered deeply over something while staring at the statue. Ye Guan gently placed the adjudication sword master on the ground, releasing his grip on her waist. He then stepped back and created some distance from her. He was still rather wary of her. The adjudication sword master cast a glance at the wary Ye Guan but remained silent, offering only a cold smirk. Ye Guan found himself somewhat troubled by her. He turned to look outside the temple and saw darkness encroaching. Ye Guan suggested, "We should rest here for the night." With that, he gathered some wood from around the temple and started a fire. The two sat around the fire, and the temperature inside the temple gradually increased. Ye Guan threw a broken piece of wood into the fire and then glanced at the bloodstains on the adjudication sword master's legs. A sense of confusion arose within him. When did she injure her leg? He couldn't remember it. The adjudication sword master's expression turned cold upon noticing Ye Guan's gaze. "What are you looking at?" she snapped. Ye Guan quickly looked away and changed the subject. "What do you think about this place?" he asked. He believed that the adjudication sword master might know a thing or two. However, the adjudication sword master's gaze toward Ye Guan remained cold as she roared, "Shut up." Ye Guan was rendered speechless. Her stubbornness was back. The ancient temple was soon enveloped by silence. After a while, Ye Guan suddenly walked up to the statue and picked up the large incense burner next to it. He then walked outside the temple. The adjudication sword master frowned slightly and was about to ask him something, but she ended up staying silent. All of a sudden, a wave of sharp pain shot up to her brain once again, eliciting quite a few curses from her. Ye Guan soon returned. He placed the incense burner in front of the adjudication sword master. The incense burner was filled with clean water. The adjudication sword master was stunned. Ye Guan explained, "I noticed a stream near the temple. You can go ahead and wash up." The adjudication sword master stared quietly at Ye Guan, but the coldness in her gaze was enough for Ye Guan to deduce her thoughts. "I don't have any ill intentions. Our cultivation bases are sealed as well, so I'm not really confident that I can kill you, Ye Guan added. The adjudication sword master sneered, but she started using the water to freshen up. However, she seemed to have recalled something and came to a halt. She turned and found Ye Guan staring at her. Moments later, she hurled a wave of expletives at Ye Guan. Ye Guan ignored the adjudication sword master and lay on the floor with his hands behind his head. Master Pagoda, are you there? He asked inwardly. Ye Guan let out a sigh. He received no response. Little Pagoda and the mysterious lady were both incredibly strong, but Ye Guan couldn't sense either of them at the moment. There was only one explanation: the two had suffered the same fate as Ye Guan's cultivation base. Ye Guan gazed at the statue of the great deist brush master not too far away from him. There was a high chance that the restrictions here had been constructed by the great deist brush master. Run-of-the-mill cultivators couldn't possibly seal Little Pagoda and the mysterious lady. However, the question was why did the great deist brush master bring them here? Ye Guan shook his head and cleared his thoughts. He didn't have the luxury to think about the great deist brush master's motives, as he had to find a way to leave this eerie place first. Just then, Ye Guan turned to look at the adjudication sword master next to him. The bloodstains on her legs were no longer there. Sensing Ye Guan's gaze, the adjudication sword master raised her head abruptly and glared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, "Do you know where we are?" The adjudication sword master tossed aside the skirt she had used to clean herself. She lay down without responding to Ye Guan's question. Ye Guan turned to look outside the temple. It was pitch black outside, which made the place appear even more eerie. There were neither stars nor moons here to illuminate the world. This was a terrifying place for ordinary people, but the two were cultivators, so they weren't afraid of something like this. However, they realized that the pitch-black world outside was giving off an ominous aura. Ye Guan looked at the adjudication sword master and found that she was staring at the statue of the great deist brush master while seemingly lost in thought. The adjudication sword master turned to look at Ye Guan upon sensing his gaze, but she didn't curse at the latter. Ye Guan took advantage of that to ask, "Do you know where we are?" The adjudication sword master replied, "We're in the eternal secret realm." Eternal. Ye Guan furrowed his brows slightly. Is this place related to the eternal sovereign? The adjudication sword master turned to gaze at the statue of the great deist brush master and said softly, "The eternal sovereign created the eternal civilization, and a great battle unfolded between him and the great deist brush master. Do you know the outcome of that battle?" Ye Guan shook his head and replied, "No." The adjudication sword master calmly asked, "Do you want to know?" Ye Guan nodded eagerly. "Then, guess," the adjudication sword master replied. Ye Guan's face darkened. The adjudication sword master felt satisfied to see Ye Guan's disgruntled looks. She chuckled a few times, and her cold chuckle sounded eerily harsh in the ancient temple. Ye Guan went silent and stopped asking questions. He turned his back on the adjudication sword master before closing his eyes. The adjudication sword master frowned as her gaze landed on the statue once more. After a while, the adjudication sword master closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. Late at night, footsteps echoed from outside the temple. Ye Guan immediately jumped to his feet and rushed out of the temple. He scanned the surroundings, but he saw nothing other than darkness. He also couldn't hear anything at all. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. The footsteps he had heard just now were unmistakably real, but there was no one around. Is someone playing tricks on me? Ye Guan's gaze gradually turned icy. After contemplating for a while, he turned and went back into the temple. The adjudication sword master had woken up and was staring at him. Ye Guan asked, "Lady adjudication sword master, you heard those footsteps, too, right?" The adjudication sword master was silent. Ye Guan was starting to get annoyed. The adjudication sword master calmly said, "They're still outside." Ye Guan was taken aback, and he immediately rushed outside the temple to find nothing. The adjudication sword master added, "They're in front of you." Ye Guan felt a shiver down his spine. "Don't scare me," the adjudication sword master said indifferently, "believe it or not." Ye Guan looked around. His gaze inadvertently landed on the ground, and he was horrified to find footprints on the dusty ground. "Oh, shit." Ye Guan hastily retreated into the temple, and he stared outside in horror before crying out, "You were right. There's someone outside." The adjudication sword master glanced at Ye Guan and sneered, "Aren't you the king of the Guanxian universe? Why are you such a scaredy cat? You should be ashamed of yourself." Ye Guan ignored the mocking and asked, "Can they not come in?" The adjudication sword master calmly replied, "They're already here right in front of you." Ye Guan froze, and he took several steps backward in shock. The adjudication sword master chuckled and said, "I was just joking, you idiot." Ye Guan was dumbfounded, but he started walking toward the adjudication sword master with a serious look. The adjudication sword master furrowed her brows. "What do you want?" she asked. After a moment of thought, Ye Guan sat down and said earnestly, "Lady adjudication sword master, I know that you don't like me. However, we're stuck here with our cultivation bases sealed, so we'll be nothing but sitting ducks if we end up encountering an enemy here. I think it's in our best interest to cooperate with each other." Ye Guan had zero knowledge about this place, but he could feel that the adjudication sword master seemed to be a bit familiar with it. The adjudication sword master stared at Ye Guan without uttering a single word while Ye Guan looked back at her with a sincere gaze. Moments later, the two suddenly felt awkward, and they looked away at the same time. Ye Guan coughed before sitting down and picking up a few pieces of wood. He then hurled the wood into the fire. Meanwhile, the Adjudication Sword Master finally started talking. The Eternal Sovereign was defeated, and then he was sealed in the Eternal Secret Realm. The restrictions here were personally constructed by the Great Deist Brush Master. It suppresses all cultivation, divine spells, secret arts, and ancient arts. Ye Guan quickly asked, "Do you know a way out?" "This temple is the key," the Adjudication Sword Master replied. She then looked outside before continuing. "I'm guessing we're not the only ones here. There are others here." Ye Guan asked with furrowed brows. He pondered briefly over something before asking, "Are you trying to say that the Eternal Sovereign is bringing people here to break the seal for him?" The Adjudication Sword Master was quiet. Ye Guan pressed on. "If there are others here, my assumption should be right. In that case, those who got dragged here must possess the means to help break the seal." The Adjudication Sword Master suddenly said, "Spiritual cores." "Spiritual cores?" Ye Guan stood up abruptly. He had billions of spiritual cores on him, and if spiritual cores were necessary to break the seal, then it made sense that he ended up getting dragged here. Ye Guan looked at the Adjudication Sword Master and was about to say something, but his gaze inadvertently landed on her chest. The Adjudication Sword Master's clothes had suffered greatly during their fight, exposing a significant portion of her skin. The Adjudication Sword Master was trying her best to cover herself up, but her efforts were clearly ineffective. The Adjudication Sword Master's gaze flashed in killing intent when she noticed Ye Guan's gaze. However, Ye Guan suddenly took off his blue shirt and handed it over to her. The Adjudication Sword Master was stunned. Ye Guan quietly placed the shirt on the ground in front of her. The Adjudication Sword Master stared deeply at Ye Guan before picking up Ye Guan's shirt and covering her exposed chest. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps abruptly echoed from outside. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and the Adjudication Sword Master suddenly said, "I have a way for us to leave this place, but I need to recover a bit more." "A way to leave this place?" Ye Guan furrowed his brows and was about to start asking questions when three men suddenly entered the ancient temple. The black-robed man with thick eyebrows and black hair standing at the helm of the group seemed to be their leader. The black-robed middle-aged man's gaze was cold. The three of them were momentarily taken aback the moment they saw Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan stood up and sat in front of the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master stared at his back, but she didn't say anything in the end. Without cultivation bases, women were bound to suffer more than men, especially if the women in question were extremely beautiful. The Adjudication Sword Master was extremely beautiful, so when the gazes of the three men fell on her, the two men behind the black-robed man began showing signs of lust. The Adjudication Sword Master's gaze turned cold. She clenched her right fist as a surge of killing intent filled her eyes. However, she also felt a sense of helplessness and bitterness. If they were outside, anyone daring enough to look at her with that kind of gaze would have already died. However, she couldn't do anything about it right now. The Adjudication Sword Master glanced at Ye Guan and cursed inwardly. "It's all this bastard's fault?" Ye Guan stared at the three without saying a word, but he was wary of them. He was a man, so he knew what these men were thinking. The man with a scar on the left side of his face chuckled. "Their cultivation bases are sealed well," he pointed out. The man would have had reservations if they weren't here. However, everyone was under some kind of a seal here, so the dark side of human nature could easily be seen. The scarred man grinned maliciously as he swept his gaze across the Adjudication Sword Master's figure. Bang! Ye Guan kicked the bonfire, sending dozens of embers toward the three men. Caught off guard, the three men's faces changed dramatically, and they hastily raised their arms to protect themselves. Ye Guan snatched a flaming stick out of midair and rushed toward the three men. A fight was inevitable, so he had to strike first, otherwise, he would end up at a disadvantage against these three men. The scarred man and his companions were surprised by Ye Guan's outburst. The latter had appeared calm and composed, so who could have known that he would attack decisively and with such ferocity? Ye Guan's flaming stick struck the scarred man's head. Thwack! The scarred man let out a howl of pain. Blood started streaming down his head, and the impact sent him staggering. However, Ye Guan wasn't quite done just yet. He sent a sweep kick toward the black-robed man, but the latter dodged the attack. However, the third man of the group ended up getting hit in the head by Ye Guan's kick. He cried out in pain and staggered backward to retreat. Just then, the black-robed man charged forward, delivering a kick toward Ye Guan's head. Ye Guan didn't retreat in the face of the kick. He rushed forward and swung his stick toward the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man's expression changed slightly, and he crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! Ye Guan and the black-robed man staggered backward. The other two men saw that and rushed toward Ye Guan with eyes full of killing intent. Ye Guan crouched briefly to take 2 handfuls of ashes. He tossed them toward the two men, creating a cloud of ash. The two men jumped to the side and retreated, but Ye Guan chased after them and gave them 2 servings of the stick. The two men staggered backward and grimaced in pain. Ye Guan's brows furrowed, and he whipped around to see a blurry figure running toward him. Ye Guan swung his stick toward the black-robed man, but the black-robed man suddenly pulled out a dagger. Before Ye Guan could react, he thrust the dagger into Ye Guan's right shoulder. However, Ye Guan was undeterred. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and brought his head back before smashing his head forcefully into the black-robed man's face. Crack! A grotesque noise echoed, and the black-robed man was left dizzy and disoriented by Ye Guan's unexpected attack. Ye Guan pulled out the dagger from his right shoulder and slashed out. Shwick! The black-robed man's throat was slit open, and blood sprayed wantonly into the air. The two remaining men charged at Ye Guan at the same time. Ye Guan ignored the intense pain and met the two remaining men halfway. It didn't take long for a fierce battle to erupt between them. Although injured, Ye Guan didn't dare to retreat. He knew that the winner of this fight was the most ruthless one. Ye Guan rushed at one of the men after sending the other man staggering backward. Ye Guan raised the dagger in his hand and swung downward. A miserable shriek filled the air, and blood spattered onto the floor. A severed arm fell to the ground with a dull thud, but Ye Guan wasn't done yet. He moved even closer to the man and slashed out. Squelch! Blood poured out like a waterfall from the man's slit throat. Ye Guan whipped around and cornered the last remaining man until the dagger in his hand found its way into the last remaining man's bowels. The man's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a dull thud. Ye Guan slumped to the ground. Blood flowed incessantly from his right shoulder. He had won, but he was heavily wounded as a result. His injuries from his fight against the adjudication sword master had yet to completely heal, so this fight had exacerbated those wounds. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something. He sat up and casually bandaged his right shoulder. He turned and looked at the adjudication sword master sitting beside him. The adjudication sword master was also looking at him. A tiny broken piece of wood was in her delicate hand. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he said, "I'm sure this temple is the only temple hundreds of kilometers around us. It's not strange for people to come here because it sticks out like a sore thumb. And you're extremely beautiful, so you're also going to stick out like a sore thumb. I am sure that most men will harbor malicious thoughts toward you once they see you, so we have to leave. It's going to be troublesome if we stay here." The adjudication sword master nodded quietly. Ye Guan asked, "Can you walk by yourself?" The adjudication sword master remained quiet. Ye Guan was at a loss for words, but he didn't dare to delay as he walked briskly toward the adjudication sword master. He picked her up and headed outside. This time, the adjudication sword master didn't resist his touch. It was pitch black outside the temple, but Ye Guan didn't have the luxury to consider visibility. He left the temple in a hurry while carrying the adjudication sword master away. Not long after they left, he noticed many people rushing toward the temple. Ye Guan felt relieved that they had left the temple, otherwise, they would have gotten caught up in a fierce battle. Ye Guan looked away and carried the adjudication sword master somewhere far away despite the darkness. After about half an hour, Ye Guan found an inconspicuous cave. He placed the adjudication sword master down and created a bonfire. The flames rose and soon vanquished the coldness and dampness inside the cave. Leaning against the cave wall, Ye Guan slumped down. He was utterly exhausted, but he couldn't afford to sleep. Apart from the dangers outside, he was still wary of the adjudication sword master not too far away from him, so he didn't dare to relax. The adjudication sword master made a sidelong glance at the wary Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything. After a while, Ye Guan couldn't hold on any longer and succumbed to the temptations of sleep. The adjudication sword master stared quietly at the bonfire in front of her. Just then, she heard faint footsteps echo within the cave. The adjudication sword master turned around and was just about to curse, but she immediately swallowed her words after realizing something. She leaned against the wall and fell into deep contemplation as she glanced at Ye Guan not too far away from her. Eventually, silence reigned supreme in the cave as her eyes closed slowly. Time passed, and Ye Guan suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly and turned toward the cave entrance to find that it was dawn. Ye Guan turned to look at the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master's eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. Her hair was somewhat disheveled along with her visage, but one could still see from her delicate and flawless features that she was an extraordinary beauty. The soft glow of the fire illuminated her slightly flushed cheeks, and the contrast between her flawless beauty as well as her bedraggled appearance made her exude a breathtaking charm. Just then, the adjudication sword master suddenly opened her eyes. "What are you looking at?" she snapped, and her visage quickly grew cold. Ye Guan withdrew his gaze and changed the subject. "Let's go outside." The adjudication sword master looked at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan walked up to her and carried her in his arms. As they exited the cave, a refreshing breeze swept past them. The adjudication sword master suddenly said, "Go to the right." Ye Guan asked, "Why?" The adjudication sword master didn't answer. Ye Guan didn't think much of it and continued to hold her in his arms. A faint fragrance soon enveloped him, and the softness of the adjudication sword master's body made Ye Guan feel self-conscious. Intrusive, lustful thoughts filled Ye Guan's mind, but he quickly dispelled them. Ye Guan walked to the right. After an hour, they found themselves inside a bamboo forest. Eventually, Ye Guan stumbled upon a bamboo hut with a pool of clear and fresh water in its front yard. The adjudication sword master's gaze fell on the pool, and she seemed lost in thought as she stared at the pool. Ye Guan suddenly asked, "How did you know that there's a bamboo hut here?" The adjudication sword master didn't answer the question. Instead, she pointed at the pool. Ye Guan nodded, and he walked to the edge of the pool with the adjudication sword master on his back. Ye Guan placed her down on the edge of the pool, and the adjudication sword master stared at him deeply but without saying anything. Troubled, Ye Guan asked, "If you need something, just say it." The adjudication sword master said, "I want to take a bath." Ye Guan was stunned. The adjudication sword master said, stand guard for me. Ye Guan nodded. All right. With that, he turned around and walked away. The adjudication sword master called out, wait. Ye Guan turned to look at the adjudication sword master. The latter's gaze was fierce and as sharp as swords as she warned, I'm going to kill you if you dare peek at me. Don't worry, Ye Guan calmly replied, I'm not interested in you. Get lost, the adjudication sword master roared. Ye Guan finally left. The adjudication sword master started removing her clothes, and she submerged herself in the pool. She floated on her back, and her hair swayed gently in the water as she closed her eyes. She started thinking about many things, but she suddenly clenched her hands tightly with her face flushed red in fury. After some time, the adjudication sword master emerged from the pool. She put on her clothes and frowned upon seeing Ye Guan's blue shirt. After a moment of silence, she ended up picking up Ye Guan's shirt and wrapped it around her chest. Ye Guan walked over to her with a few wild chickens in his hands. He smiled at her and asked, how was it? The adjudication sword master didn't answer Ye Guan's question. Ye Guan didn't mind it. He crouched and made a fire before roasting one of the wild chickens in his hands. They were mortals without their cultivation bases, so Ye Guan was starting to get hungry after a long while. The adjudication sword master sat across from him, and she stared at him quietly as the latter very gingerly roasted a chicken. I visited the temple, and a fight had indeed broken out, Ye Guan said. However, the adjudication sword master remained silent. Soon, the chicken was cooked, and Ye Guan divided it into two, one for him and one for the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master accepted it without hesitation and began eating. Ye Guan examined the adjudication sword master. She was clean, but her hair was damp, and there were water droplets on her face. Regardless, she looked as stunning as always. The adjudication sword master suddenly looked up at Ye Guan, and the latter quickly looked away. He didn't want her to start cursing him once again. The adjudication sword master said, the eternal sovereign is about to break the seal. Ye Guan furrowed his brows and asked, break the seal. The adjudication sword master explained, the seal has loosened. The eternal sovereign is probably going to break it soon and reappear in the world. Ye Guan asked, can you defeat the eternal sovereign? The adjudication sword master was quiet. Ye Guan stared at her for a few moments, but he decided not to press on. The adjudication sword master turned toward the horizon and said, now, we just have to wait. Once he breaks the seal here, our cultivation bases will be restored. Ye Guan nodded and frowned while staring at the distant horizon. The eternal sovereign is about to break his seal, yet another supreme elite is about to appear. Why is the world so chaotic? Why couldn't my father resolve all these issues before handing over the helm to me? Ye Guan shook his head and smiled upon realizing that he had gotten a bit too optimistic. The adjudication sword master suddenly exclaimed, give me more food. Ye Guan was taken aback. His gaze landed on the adjudication sword master's hand and discovered that the chicken in her hand earlier was nowhere to be found. How is she eating so fast? Ye Guan was taken aback. The adjudication sword master glared at him and asked, what's up with that look? Ye Guan ended up handing over the chicken in his hand, but the adjudication sword master accepted it without any reservations and immediately started eating it. It seemed that she was truly hungry. Ye Guan casually asked, how are your injuries? For some reason, the adjudication sword master became furious upon hearing that question. She threw the chicken in her hand toward Ye Guan and snapped, why do you care? Huh. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Ye Guan suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Was the adjudication sword master really out of her mind? There wasn't even a moment when she wasn't annoyed. Her temper was just outrageous. The adjudication sword master glared fiercely at Ye Guan as if she wanted to devour him alive. Just as Ye Guan was about to speak, they heard approaching footsteps. Without hesitation, Ye Guan jumped in front of the adjudication sword master. He lifted her up and started running away. The adjudication sword master had yet to recover from her injury, so she would be completely useless in a fight. The adjudication sword master stared at Ye Guan without speaking. After running for about an hour, Ye Guan stopped and placed the adjudication sword master on the ground. Taking a step back, he asked, when will the seal break? The adjudication sword master remained expressionless as she replied, no idea. Ye Guan sighed softly and sat down quietly next to her. The adjudication sword master was quiet. Eventually, the silence in the air was broken by the adjudication sword master as she asked, what about Sisha? Ba1? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, she's in Stone Village. The adjudication sword master frowned slightly and asked, she didn't go with you? Ye Guan nodded. The adjudication sword master's curiosity was piqued. Why? Ye Guan was quiet for quite a while before he eventually decided to explain, she cherishes her relationship with her sisters. If she had followed me, she would have to join forces with me to deal with her sisters. She didn't want to do that, and I don't want to force her to do something she doesn't want to do. The adjudication sword master sneered, makes sense. We've always been close, so how could she possibly stand on your side and go against us? Ye Guan nodded at that and went quiet. The adjudication sword master saw Ye Guan's solemn look and taunted, what's wrong? Does it hurt to know that we're more important to her than you? Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the adjudication sword master before asking, have you ever fallen in love? The adjudication sword master narrowed her eyes. Before she could explode in fury, Ye Guan chuckled and said, of course, you haven't. You're so ruthless and proud, so how could you possibly fall in love? The adjudication sword master's visage turned frosty. So what if I'm ruthless and proud? What does it have to do with you? Ye Guan shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with me. With that, he walked away and lay down, putting some distance between himself and the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master sneered, but she chose to remain silent. Just then, a loud explosion tore through the air, and a pillar of red light burst out of the ancient temple in the distance. Ye Guan's expression changed, and he stood up. However, a mysterious force had locked onto him, and before he could do anything, the same mysterious force stripped him of his spiritual cores. Ye Guan tried to resist in a panic, but it was futile. The mysterious force was far too overwhelming, and even if Ye Guan's cultivation base weren't sealed, it would still be impossible to resist the mysterious force. It was simply that formidable. The mysterious force snatched away his spiritual cores. The spiritual cores transformed into radiant beams of spiritual energy that rushed toward the ancient temple. However, Ye Guan wasn't alone. It seemed the other people had been robbed of their spiritual cores as well, and the spiritual energy inside their spiritual cores was rushing toward the ancient temple like a torrent. An hour later, Ye Guan's billions of spiritual cores had finally melted away. He was utterly exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground. Just then, the adjudication sword master walked over to Ye Guan and reached out toward Ye Guan's waist to pull out a dagger. She looked down coldly at the helpless Ye Guan with a cold smile on her lips. Ye Guan stared into her eyes, but he remained silent. The adjudication sword master patted Ye Guan's face and said, "Rest assured, I won't grant you such an easy death." She tossed the dagger in front of Ye Guan and stood up, shifting her focus to the distant temple. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief, but a sense of bewilderment lingered in his mind. How come she had decided to spare him? Rumble? The red light from the ancient temple turned golden as it received more and more spiritual energy. An indescribably powerful aura could be felt from within the ancient temple, and it instantly pervaded the world outside. The adjudication sword master's expression changed drastically. She turned around and grabbed Ye Guan's foot, dragging him away. Ye Guan was confused, but the adjudication sword master didn't say anything as she grabbed Ye Guan downhill. She wasted no time and tumbled down the slope, bringing Ye Guan along for the ride. The two embraced each other as they rolled down, but none of them thought too much about the physical contact, as they couldn't even make sense of their surroundings as they rolled down the hill. Just as they had reached the ground, the hill where they had been standing earlier was obliterated by a powerful force. If they had moved even a beat slower, they would have been obliterated along with that hill. The adjudication sword master lay on top of Ye Guan. She attempted to get up but found herself devoid of strength. Her previous wound had yet to recover, and she had just sustained new injuries. The new injuries were just scratches and bruises, but the previous injury was more complicated. The adjudication sword master glared at Ye Guan and roared, "Stand up." Ye Guan tried her best to stand up, but he was too exhausted to do so. The adjudication sword master was both furious and frustrated at the sight. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was astonished upon realizing that they were so close to each other. They were pressed against each other, and Ye Guan could feel how soft she was. Likewise, Ye Guan reckoned that she could feel the hardness of his dagger. The adjudication sword master snapped, "What are you looking at?" Ye Guan retorted, "Am I supposed to close my eyes?" The adjudication sword master angrily responded, "Yes, close them." Ye Guan grew irritated. "I'm just looking? What's wrong with that?" The adjudication sword master glared fiercely at Ye Guan, and her chest heaved up and down as she stewed in fury. However, Ye Guan was unwilling to compromise this time, and he met her gaze defiantly. Just then, the adjudication sword master leaned down and opened her to bite his nose. Fuck. Ye Guan was stupefied. He used all his might to flip over and pin the adjudication sword master beneath him. He glared at her and shouted, "Are you crazy?" She had bit down so hard on the tip of his nose that it almost came off. There was blood on the adjudication sword master's lips, but she lunged forward and bit him again. Ye Guan saw through her movement and attempted to avoid her bite by trying to stand up, but the adjudication sword master ended up biting his lips. The two froze and looked as if they had been struck by a hammer. They stared at each other in shock. All of a sudden, Ye Guan felt a sharp pain on his lips. The adjudication sword master had decided to bite down hard on his lips. Ye Guan rolled away in an attempt to escape the adjudication sword master's teeth, but the latter took advantage of that opportunity to pin Ye Guan beneath her. She pulled a dagger from Ye Guan's waist and aimed it at his throat. When the dagger was only half an inch away from his throat, however, she retracted it and said, "It's too easy." She dropped the dagger and rolled away, grimacing from the pain that had shot through her entire body. Meanwhile, Ye Guan closed his eyes. His nose and lips were in excruciating pain. The adjudication sword master had gone mad. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from the distance. Ye Guan looked up and saw beams of golden light in the skies. A terrifying pressure bore down on everyone on the ground, and the world itself seemed to be trembling. Ye Guan's expression turned grim. The pressure from the Eternal Sovereign's aura had gripped his heart with dread. The phenomenon in the skies lasted for an hour before a sonorous roar echoed from the ancient temple. Boom! A massive pillar of light shot into the skies, and a massive Great Dao rune appeared in response. Ye Guan gnashed his teeth as the pressure had become a bit too much for his fleshly body to withstand. He gazed at the ancient temple and saw that the beams of golden light were bombarding the Great Dao rune, and it quivered incessantly beneath the bombardment. Ye Guan clenched his fists. His cultivation base would be unsealed the moment the Eternal Sovereign shattered the seal, and he would finally be able to leave this damned place. The great Dao rune in the sky became blurrier and blurrier as time went on. An hour later, Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master watched as the great Dao rune burst into innumerable light crystals with a thunderous boom. Rumble? A figure slowly rose within the ancient temple. The figure belonged to none other than the Eternal Sovereign. Ye Guan abruptly clenched his fists, and a low rumbling echoed from within him. His cultivation base had been unsealed. Ye Guan was overwhelmed by excitement, but he suddenly remembered the Adjudication Sword Master standing next to him. As always, her demeanor was as cold as a 1,000-year-old icy cavern as she stared at him. Ye Guan hurriedly took several steps backward, and he opened his right hand to create a sword made out of his sword intent. He stared intently at the Adjudication Sword Master, ready to defend himself at any moment. The Adjudication Sword Master stared back at him and mocked, "Scared of me?" Ye Guan was silent as he gripped the sword in his right hand. He didn't answer, but his surging sword intent was enough of an answer for the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master suddenly turned and looked up to find a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. His long hair flowed down freely, and his broad shoulders made him look towering. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he was laughing heartily. His laughter echoed throughout the Eternal Secret Realm. He was one other than the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign's laughter eventually died down. He closed his eyes and muttered to no one in particular, "I didn't expect that the Great Dao in this place would one day deteriorate to such an extent. Did something happen to the Great Daoist Brushmaster? It shouldn't be the case. He was so strong, so who could possibly harm him? What if letting me out is a part of the bigger picture that he is drawing?" His frown deepened as he muttered. He had shattered the seal earlier than scheduled, about 10,000 years early. For some unknown reason, the Great Dao that the Great Daoist Brushmaster had left here had weakened greatly. As a result, the Great Daoist Brushmaster's seals weakened. In addition, the Eternal Sovereign could no longer sense even the tiniest vestiges of the Great Dao here. What happened to the Great Daoist Brushmaster? As the Eternal Sovereign stewed in his own confusion, his eyes suddenly landed on Ye Guan. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he opened his palm, sending a wave of mysterious force that instantly engulfed Ye Guan before he could react. Ye Guan was astonished to find the tiny pagoda in the Eternal Sovereign's hand. It seemed the Eternal Sovereign wanted to steal the tiny pagoda. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes flashed in surprise as he marveled, "This is a true treasure of the world." The Eternal Sovereign smiled at Ye Guan and said, "You're quite interesting. Someone has obfuscated you from heaven's will, and you possess a Dao imprint. What's your relationship with the Great Daoist Brushmaster? Is he dead?" Ye Guan stared deeply at the Eternal Sovereign before replying, "You're an esteemed individual known as the First Sovereign, so are you really going to resort to stealing?" The Eternal Sovereign laughed heartily. "Yes, I'm going to resort to stealing. So what? Unhappy? Fight me." Ye Guan frowned. "No, I'm not just going to steal." The Eternal Sovereign chuckled before saying, "I'm going to kill you as well." He threw a punch toward Ye Guan. The Great Daoist Brushmaster was no more, so he considered himself invincible. The Eternal Sovereign's punch made Ye Guan feel as though nothing else existed aside from him and the former's fist. The punch was so strong that he found it difficult to breathe. He could attempt to resist the fist, but death was inevitable, as he was just too weak. Ye Guan knew that he was about to die the moment he saw the fist. "My aunt has just left, and I'm already facing such a powerful enemy. How unlucky." Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. The fist reached Ye Guan in the proverbial blink of an eye, but before the fist could hit him, a hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him away. "Your life is mine." A cold voice pierced his ears as the Adjudication Sword Master appeared in front of him and slashed out with her sword. The powerful burst of sword aura tore through the world itself, splitting it into two. Boom! The fist imprint came to a halt upon colliding with the Adjudication Sword Master's sword. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes shone with surprise as he exclaimed, "A swordsman? How interesting." He sent another punch, shattering the Adjudication Sword Master's sword light. The fist imprint had shattered along with the sword light, but the shockwaves that had burst out of the collision sent the Adjudication Sword Master and Ye Guan staggering backward. The Adjudication Sword Master looked down at her Adjudication Sword and saw cracks on its body. The Adjudication Sword Master's eyes narrowed into slits, and her heart was gripped by intense shock. The Eternal Sovereign looked at the Adjudication Sword Master and mused, "You're actually a bit stronger than I thought." The Adjudication Sword Master looked up at the Eternal Sovereign. Moments later, she transformed into a ray of sword light that rushed to the skies. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled. He had only met one individual whom he hadn't been able to beat since he became world-renowned, and he was none other than the Great Daoist Brushmaster. Aside from the Great Daoist Brushmaster, he found any other opponent to be beneath him, so he never really bothered to fight them properly. This time, however, the Eternal Sovereign laughed boisterously and punched at the Adjudication Sword Master. An inscrutable, seemingly time-worn aura pervaded the sky. The Adjudication Sword Master felt as though she was facing thousands of punches. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the Adjudication Sword Master was blown away. She landed not too far away from Ye Guan, and the sword in her hand shattered, unable to withstand the Eternal Sovereign's fist intent. The Adjudication Sword Master opened her palm, creating a sword made out of sword intent. The Eternal Sovereign smiled at the sight and said, "Let me tell you a secret. Right now, I'm not even at 30% of my powers compared to when I was at my peak. Ha ha ha. The Adjudication Sword Master didn't respond, but she knew that she had underestimated the Eternal Sovereign. It was no wonder he had managed to create the Eternal Civilization. Just then, the Adjudication Sword Master turned to look at Ye Guan. Call your aunt, she said. Ye Guan shook his head and replied, my father and aunt are no longer here. The Adjudication Sword Master frowned slightly. They're not following you anymore. Ye Guan nodded. The Adjudication Sword Master laughed at his misery and said, you're so pitiful. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. The Adjudication Sword Master looked away and cast her gaze on the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign smiled and declared, those I want to kill will die. He turned to Ye Guan and sent a powerful punch. Boom! Time seemed to have ground to a halt as the punch made its way toward the frozen Ye Guan. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. He knew that there was no way he could withstand the oncoming punch. Despite that, he remained steadfast and opened his palm. An intense sword intent burst out of him, the invincible sword intent. He had decided to fight. His opponent was strong, but Ye Guan would fight. The Eternal Sovereign laughed and said, the invincible sword Dao. You're very ambitious. You actually dared to walk down the path to the summit of the invincible sword Dao. But don't worry, I'll spare you the hardships and end your journey. Ye Guan bent his knees to jump, but the Adjudication Sword Master stopped him. She glared at Ye Guan and roared, stay back. Your life belongs to me. With that, she turned into a ray of sword light that collided with the oncoming fist. Boom! The ray of sword light shattered, and the Adjudication Sword Master plummeted to the ground. She landed harshly, and blood dripped down her lips the moment she stood up. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled and said, you're just a slightly stronger ant. The Eternal Sovereign raised his hand to attack, but the tiny pagoda in his hand erupted into a radiant light. A horrifying aura swept past him, prompting him to throw the tiny pagoda away and raise his hands to defend himself. Boom! The radiant light shattered, and a figure was forced back. The figure belonged to none other than the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady turned to look at Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master down below and said solemnly, leave? He has created an entire civilization, and you two cannot handle him, even though he's far weaker than the great Daoist Brush Master. The Adjudication Sword Master glared at the mysterious lady and shouted, leave, my ass? I will finish what I started. She opened her palm, and a kaleidoscope of sword lights burst out of her, forming a long river of sword energy that rushed toward the Eternal Sovereign like a torrent of water. The Eternal Sovereign's expression turned sinister. He stepped forward and sent a kick toward the oncoming torrent of sword energy. Boom! The torrent of sword energy split into two and exploded, but a sword abruptly appeared a few inches away from the Eternal Sovereign's face. The Eternal Sovereign remained unafraid as he pointed at it. Boom! The sword made out of sword intent was destroyed, and the Adjudication Sword Master plummeted to the ground. She crashed down hard, and blood wantonly flowed out of her lips. The Eternal Sovereign closed his eyes and lamented. How weak? Could it be that the vast expanse had yet to give birth to someone stronger than the great Daoist Brush Master, even after 1 billion years? The Adjudication Sword Master shouted fiercely, arrogant, pretentious prick. She took a stance with her sword and rushed toward the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes opened slowly, and he cast an extremely dissatisfied gaze at the Adjudication Sword Master. He flipped open his right hand, revealing a universe in the palm of his hand. Grasp the universe? The Adjudication Sword Master felt like she was an extremely tiny boat in the middle of a typhoon. The Eternal Sovereign punch contained the force of thousands of galaxies. The Eternal Secret Realm started to disintegrate, unable to withstand such a power. Boom! The Adjudication Sword Master was blasted away, and she cut a sorry figure in midair as she flew dozens of kilometers away. Eventually, she managed to land, and she immediately opened her palm upon landing. A burst of dazzling sword lights erupted from her palm, and she created a kilometer-long sword light to swing at the oncoming fist. Shockingly, the kilometer-long sword light erupted into flames the moment it collided with the fist. Ye Guan grew solemn at the sight. The Eternal Sovereign was just a great sovereign, but he was stronger than cosmic spirits. Just then, the mysterious lady vanished and a beam of radiant light shot toward the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign merely chuckled in the face of the beam of light and casually waved his sleeve. Crackle! The beam of light shattered, and the mysterious lady was forced to retreat. Ye Guan opened his palm, and a green light shot toward the mysterious lady and the Adjudication Sword Master. Divine Tree of Nature. The Adjudication Sword Master and the mysterious lady's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Eternal Sovereign made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan again. Surprise flashed in his eyes as he said excitedly, that's an impressive divine spiritual treasure you have there. It's actually capable of healing the injuries that the great Daoist Brush Master had inflicted on me. It seems that even the heavens are on my side. Ha ha ha. He stepped forward and reached out toward Ye Guan. The Adjudication Sword Master and the mysterious lady vanished at the same time. Boom! Two terrifying auras swept across the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign glared sinisterly at the two ladies. He opened both of his palms and pressed downward. The world went silent as the sword light and the ray of radiant light shattered at the same time, forcing the two ladies to retreat. The Eternal Sovereign cast a heated gaze at Ye Guan. He had just broken the seal on him, and he needed to patch himself up as soon as possible. The injuries he had suffered were injuries that ordinary spiritual pills or divine items couldn't heal. However, the tree that Ye Guan had shown to him just now could actually heal him. It seemed that the heavens were truly standing on his side. Ye Guan's origins were mysterious, and powerful cultivators had obfuscated him from heaven's will. It was a fact that would deter cultivators, but it was nothing in the Eternal Sovereign's eyes. Aside from the great deist brush master, no one else was interesting enough for him to give them a second glance. The Eternal Sovereign opened his palm, and a mysterious force bore down on Ye Guan. The space-time around Ye Guan was sealed to create a terrifying cage. The formidable, mysterious force also immobilized Ye Guan. Shwick! A ray of sword light pierced the mysterious force and created a hole in it. The sword light had come from the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master stared coldly at Ye Guan and explained, "I'm not here to save you. I just don't want you to die at someone else's hands. Your life is mine, and I'm going to kill you myself. Do you understand?" She raised her sword and slashed out. Crackle! The mysterious force immobilizing Ye Guan was torn apart. The Eternal Sovereign's gaze turned icy cold. He looked down at the Adjudication Sword Master and said, "Since you've decided to seek death, I shall grant your wish." He clenched his right hand, and a terrifying force abruptly pervaded everything between heaven and earth. However, the surrounding space-time was suddenly ripped apart. Dozens of powerful auras emerged from the rift in space-time that had manifested in the blink of an eye. Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi walked out of the rift, and they were soon followed by 10 great destiny sovereigns. The Eternal Sovereign's brows furrowed. Owners of the Divine Dao bloodline. Left Counselor Feng Qi didn't respond. Instead, she looked up and called out, "Commander Yuan Zhen." Rumble? A low rumbling echoed as a rift in spacetime was torn open. Moments later, a long spear made a beeline for the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign's expression was that of disdain as he shouted, "Mere ants." He raised his hand and punched the long spear. Boom! The long spear instantly came to a halt upon getting hit by the punch, but a saber slashed toward the Eternal Sovereign from the side. The saber was incredibly fast, and it obliterated the spacetime inside the Eternal Secret Realm. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes narrowed, and he pressed down with his right hand. Boom! The long spear and the saber were blasted away, but the Eternal Sovereign didn't escape unscathed. He staggered backward, and it took him hundreds of meters before he could finally stop. A middle-aged man clad in purple armor appeared 1,000 meters away from the Eternal Sovereign on the ladder's left. The long spear that the Eternal Sovereign had blasted away earlier was resting in his hand. He was none other than Commander Yuan Zhen of the Divine Dusk Guards. Meanwhile, a man in black with a saber in hand was standing 1,000 meters away from the Eternal Sovereign on his right. He was Commander Yuan Hao of the Expedition Army. The commanders of the true universe's biggest armed forces were here, but the Eternal Sovereign was unafraid. He looked around and let out a peal of boisterous laughter. "Ganging up on me." He smiled sinisterly and roared, "Let me show you the power of my Eternal Army." The Eternal Sovereign opened his right hand and pumped it into the sky before shouting, "My people, it's been 1 billion years since you've gone to sleep, and it is time for you to wake up. Wake up, and let's make the vast expanse tremble once again." Boom! A seal burst open, and a horrifying aura emerged from the ground. Eternal civilization would soon be reborn. The earth cracked open as 12 crimson pillars of light shot up into the sky. 12 cultivators emerged slowly from the crimson pillars of light. Their combined aura was so strong that it made the entire world appear as though it was boiling. They were 12 great destiny sovereigns. The 12 great destiny sovereigns walked up to the Eternal Sovereign. They then knelt down one by one, looking incredibly excited as they exclaimed, "Greetings, First Sovereign." Boom! It seemed that the spectacle wasn't over just yet as hundreds of pillars of light suddenly soared into the sky. Everything between heaven and earth seemed paltry in comparison to the combined power of the 100 pillars of light. The light soon dissipated, revealing the figures of 100 cultivators. Incredibly, they were all great time sovereigns. Just like the great destiny sovereigns, they all knelt down in front of the Eternal Sovereign and shouted, "Greetings, First Sovereign." Rumble! The voices of the great time sovereigns had yet to finish echoing when a towering aura swept past everyone like a deluge. Soon, a group of over 10,000 cultivators wearing armor that resembled flames emerged from the ground. Each and every single one of them was a divine sovereign. A terrifying pressure bore down on everyone, and the world itself seemed to tremble incessantly before their presence. Low rumbling could still be heard underground. Clearly, there were still quite a few cultivators waiting for their turn to awaken. A tempestuous cloud of horrifying aura loomed over everyone. The Eternal Army was here. The Eternal Army that had once made the vast expanse tremble had reappeared, signaling the revival of the eternal civilization that had once dominated an era. Left Counselor Feng Qi furrowed her brows. Her expression turned grim, and she sounded serious as she said, "It turns out that the great deist brush master had actually suppressed them rather than killing them outright." Left Counselor Feng Qi was genuinely surprised. She was convinced that these people had died long ago, but it turned out that they were just being suppressed all this while. Why? What was the great deist brush master up to? Martial Chancellor Wu Qi asked in a low voice, "Do we fight or retreat? If we choose to fight, I'll mobilize the entirety of our armed forces and tell them to come here." The eternal civilization had many powerhouses, and there were quite a few great destiny sovereigns among them. However, the true universe wasn't afraid of them. Left Counselor Feng Qi glanced at Ye Guan and said, "We're not going to fight. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi turned to look at Ye Guan and understood the reasoning behind Left Counselor Feng Qi's decision. If the true universe were to wage war against the Eternal Army, the true universe would gain nothing, while the Guanxian universe would reap the most profits. The Eternal Civilization was a huge threat, but they were as threatening as the Guanxian universe in the true universe's eyes. Having made up her mind, Left Counselor Feng Qi shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The cultivators of the true universe turned around and retreated. Ye Guan stared at the Eternal Sovereign in the distant sky with his brows slightly furrowed. The tiny pagoda was still in the Eternal Sovereign's eyes. Just then, a blurry figure swept past him, the Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan wanted to speak, but the Adjudication Sword Master grabbed his shoulder, and they vanished into thin air. Soon, the cultivators of the true universe were no longer in the Eternal Secret Realm. A cultivator next to the Eternal Sovereign muttered, "Master, the divine spiritual treasure on his person can heal your injuries." The Eternal Sovereign chuckled and said, "Don't worry. He won't escape." He looked down and saw powerhouses being awakened one after another in the depths of the earth. Soon, the Eternal Sovereign revealed the barest hint of a smile. The great Daoist Brush Master was no more, so who could stand against him in this era? Without the great Daoist Brush Master, the Eternal Sovereign broke out into a grin and declared, "I am invincible." A faint sound suddenly echoed from the seemingly endless vast expanse. The Eternal Sovereign frowned and stared into the depths of the vast expanse. Who could it be? The unfettered swordsman came to a halt. He wanted to turn around, but the blue-robed man next to him stopped him by asking, "What's wrong?" The unfettered swordsman replied, "Someone has asserted that they're invincible." The blue-robed man chuckled and said, "It's probably just a random riff-raff on the street. Don't worry about insignificant bastards. We have important things to do to worry about anyone asserting that they're invincible." With that, the blue-robed man turned into a ray of sword light that vanished into the distant starry sky. The unfettered swordsman pondered briefly over it before nodding and disappearing into the distance as a ray of sword light. He had heard quite a few people asserting that they were invincible, but the majority of them were just pretentious bastards, leaving the unfettered swordsman extremely disappointed. The one who had just asserted their invincibility this time was most likely just another pretentious bastard. The unfettered swordsman knew better than to waste his time on arrogant, pretentious bastards. Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master appeared in one of the true universe's halls. Ye Guan's gaze was calm as he stared at the Adjudication Sword Master right in front of him. He hadn't resisted because it would have been useless, anyway. The Adjudication Sword Master walked up to him and said, "I saved you to kill you with my own hands, do you understand?" Ye Guan nodded. "I understand." The Adjudication Sword Master frowned and asked, "What's with that expression? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" She grabbed Ye Guan's throat with her right hand. With a gentle squeeze, "Your head will go flying," she threatened. Ye Guan was quiet in the face of her threat. The Adjudication Sword Master became somewhat annoyed by his gaze. "What's up with that look?" she asked irritably. Ye Guan asked, "Were you expecting me to plead for mercy?" The Adjudication Sword Master asked, "Are you even going to plead for mercy?" Ye Guan shook his head. Pleading for mercy was useless, as he knew that the Adjudication Sword Master wouldn't possibly spare his life if she truly wanted to kill him. The Adjudication Sword Master glared at him for a while before smiling. "Don't worry, I won't let you die an easy death. I'll make you suffer. I'll make you suffer to the extent that you'd wish you were dead. I'm going to take my time tormenting you." Ye Guan frowned as he replied, "Miss Adjudication Sword Master, I know that you don't like me because of my relationship with Ye Guan, but my relationship with Ye Guan is our affair. Aren't you being a bit too nosy?" The Adjudication Sword Master's glare turned fierce, but she didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan continued, "Something isn't right. I can feel that you're holding a grudge against me, but I don't think we've interacted many times before this ordeal. Why do you hate me so much that even my death will not soothe your anger?" Thwack! The Adjudication Sword Master punched Ye Guan's stomach, sending him flying into the distance. The Adjudication Sword Master chased after Ye Guan and gave him a few knuckle sandwiches and kicks in midair. Her fine control over her strength allowed her to inflict excruciating pain without actual damage. The Adjudication Sword Master continued to beat Ye Guan for an entire 15 minutes before stopping. 15 minutes later, Ye Guan was sprawled out on the floor, unable to move even a single muscle. No, he felt like all his bones had become mush from the beating. The Adjudication Sword Master glared coldly at Ye Guan and sneered. She let out a sigh before turning around to leave. Just then, a lady walked up to her. The mysterious lady? The Adjudication Sword Master's expression remained indifferent. "Are you here to save your good old friend?" The mysterious lady frowned and asked, "Saijing, did you eat the wrong medicine today?" The Adjudication Sword Master retorted, "Siro, did you sleep with him?" "You." Siro was furious. She glared at the Adjudication Sword Master and said, "It seems that you've read too many of those books that Big Sister brought with her. Your glib tongue doesn't make sense otherwise." The Adjudication Sword Master snorted twice before leaving. Siro was furious, and her chest heaved up and down as she stared at the Adjudication Sword Master's departing figure. Eventually, Siro took deep breaths to calm herself down. She then slowly walked up to Ye Guan and leaned over to help Ye Guan up before placing a spiritual pill into his mouth. Ye Guan instantly felt much better. Ye Guan looked at Siro. Siro was wearing a light yellow skirt, and her hair was pulled up into a bun by a purple ribbon. Her eyes were as clear as water, and her skin was as white as snow. She was looking down at Ye Guan with a light smile. Siro asked, "Are you feeling better?" Ye Guan chuckled and exclaimed, "Senior. Call me Siro," said Siro before grabbing his hand. "Let's go. Are we going back to the Guanxian universe?" Ye Guan asked. Siro blinked and said, "No." Ye Guan went silent. "You're going to prison." Siro smiled and explained, "You're our prisoner right now." "Our prisoner?" Ye Guan let go of Siro's hand. He suddenly remembered that the mysterious lady was a divine spirit. Siro grabbed Ye Guan's hand once again and smiled before saying, "I'm from the true universe, but I've never hurt you, haven't I?" Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. "They're having a meeting right now. Let's go inside and listen," Siro said. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, "Is that appropriate?" Siro rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What's not appropriate with it?" "In my heart, you're one of us." Siro dragged Ye Guan without waiting for the latter's reply. Siro brought Ye Guan to the True God Hall. There were dozens of figures gathered in the True God Hall. Standing at the helm of the group were Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi, while Yuan Zhen and Yuan Hao stood next to them. 2 rows of True Universe cultivators were sitting behind them, and they were the upper echelons of the True Universe. Of course, the Adjudication Sword Master was here. All eyes landed on Ye Guan the moment he walked into the True God Hall. The Adjudication Sword Master frowned. Siro smiled and said, "There won't be any issues if we join, right?" The cultivators wore strange looks. They knew Ye Guan, and they knew him as the True Universe's enemy. Siro repeated, "It's okay, right?" No one said anything. They all looked at Left Counselor Feng Qi. Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and said, "It's fine. Men, bring chairs for young Master Ye and Siro." The chairs were soon brought over. Ye Guan felt uncomfortable as he sat in the middle of the hall. His expression looked like he had been surrounded by beasts and was in great peril. Left Counselor Feng Qi chuckled upon seeing Ye Guan's expression before saying, "Let's continue." An old man spoke. "According to the latest news, the Eternal Sovereign has 12 great destiny sovereigns, hundreds of great time sovereigns, and thousands of ordinary great sovereigns. He also has tens of thousands of divine sovereigns. In addition, he also has over 10 ancient great imperial sorcerers who were alive during the Eternal Civilization's era. No one knows the extent of their power, and they're all individuals shrouded in mystery." The old man took a moment to clear his throat before continuing. He is heading to the Eternal World, and he has been awakening the cultivators of the Eternal Civilization whom the great Deist Brushmaster had suppressed. He's also recruiting people from the chaotic Star World. Other than Sovereign Shui, everyone else had already submitted to him. Left Counselor Feng Qi frowned. "There's one more thing," the old man added and said. "The destruction of the heaven-seizing universe destroyed the heaven-seizing boundary, and according to our sources, there's a special world beyond the broken boundary. It's called Swan World, and a powerful clan known as the Zantai clan reigns over that world." Left Counselor Feng Qi suddenly asked, "Where is Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao?" The old man shook his head. "He's nowhere to be found. According to our guesses, he must be trying to recover his prowess. He has already gone through 10 reincarnation cycles, so he's going to become invincible once he has recovered the prowess of all of his 10 reincarnations." Martial Chancellor Wu Qi thought about it before asking, "What is the Zantai clan planning on doing?" The old man responded, "They're ambitious." Martial Chancellor Wu Qi frowned at that remark. The old man continued, "The Eternal Civilization, the Zantai clan, and Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao are a threat to us indeed, but neither of them is as big of a threat as the Guanxian universe." All eyes landed on Ye Guan. Ye Guan calmly said, "Our universe also thinks that the true universe is the biggest threat." Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and said, "Young Master Ye, I really want to hear your opinion." Ye Guan replied blandly, "I don't have anything to say." Left Counselor Feng Qi frowned. Siro tugged at Ye Guan's hand and said, "I know you want to say something, so just say it." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. The Adjudication Sword Master sneered at Siro. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, "From now on, our Guanxian universe will not do anything. The Eternal Civilization will definitely target the True Universe before anyone else. Their goal is to conquer the vast expanse, so the True Universe will be their first target." Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and asked, "How can you be sure that they will not attack the Guanxian universe first?" "If I were him, I would target the weaker universes first before consolidating my forces to attack the strongest one." Ye Guan stared at Left Counselor Feng Qi before saying, "The Eternal Sovereign considered himself invincible, and he looks down on us equally. Such an arrogant cultivator will definitely attack the most powerful force first before the weaker ones." Left Counselor Feng Qi was silent. "Pardon me for asking, but..." Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Can't the True God just make a move?" The True Universe cultivators in the True God Hall frowned at the same time the moment Ye Guan's question echoed throughout the hall. The True God? Everyone's eyes landed on Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi. It turned out that everyone else was curious as well. It couldn't be helped. It had been quite a while since the True God had last made an appearance. The True Good seemed to have vanished into thin air, and the only people aware of her location were Left Counselor Feng Qi, Martial Chancellor Wu Qi, and the Adjudication Sword Master. Left Counselor Feng Qi admitted, "The True God is suppressing the True Universe's universe tribulation." Ye Guan was curious. What happens if the universe tribulation is left unsuppressed? Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and replied, "The True Universe will be destroyed." Ye Guan frowned. Left Counselor Feng Qi added, I know that you don't believe me. Go ahead and ask Siro. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Siro, and Siro nodded and said, Big Sister can indeed suppress the universe tribulation, but the universe tribulation grows stronger after each suppression. It has been suppressed so many times that its power has long grown to unimaginable heights. Once it erupts, the known universes and the all worlds will get caught up, they'll be annihilated along with the true universe. Ye Guan fell silent. Siro suddenly stood up and exclaimed, I have a suggestion. Everyone's gaze landed on Siro. Siro sounded solemn as she said, the universe tribulation isn't an issue that belongs solely to the true universe. It's an issue that every single living being in the vast expanse has to address. In other words, the greatest enemy of our true universe and the Guanxian universe was the universe tribulation. Everyone furrowed their brows at Siro's remark. Why did she tie the true universe together with the Guanxian universe? What was she trying to do here? Siro continued. I said was because it has been replaced by the eternal sovereign, the first sovereign of time immemorial. Big Sister is the only one strong enough to take him on. Siro glanced at Ye Guan and said, only supreme elites from your father's generation can fight him head-on. Ye Guan was silent. Siro looked around and smiled. What did the eternal sovereign do the moment he was unsealed? He asserted his invincibility and said that he was going to make the vast expanse tremble once again. Goodness. He wants to conquer the vast expanse. His declaration was a blatant disrespect to our true universe and the Guanxian universe. Siro waved her hand and said, we should deal with him, let's deal with him together. Everyone from the true universe instantly understood what she was trying to say. She wanted the true universe and the Guanxian universe to collaborate on a mission to deal with the eternal sovereign. Everyone had no idea what to say in response to the suggestion. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Siro. Siro blinked at him and asked, what do you think of my suggestion? It was great. Ye Guan nodded and said, stay quiet next time. Siro's expression darkened. She pinched Ye Guan's palm and muttered, you mean it? Everyone was stunned. What was their relationship? The adjudication sword master stared coldly at Siro, and she didn't bother hiding the disdain in her smile. Ye Guan's head started to ache. He hesitated for a moment before retracting his right hand and saying, stop acting coy. You'll make everyone misunderstand. Siro laughed heartily and explained, please don't misunderstand, everyone. We have a wholesome relationship, and nothing of that sort has ever happened between us. The crowd. Ye Guan face-palmed and said, stop talking, please. Siro was an expert at rendering everyone speechless. Siro continued, don't look at us like that. We're really in a wholesome relationship. The crowd was quiet. Ye Guan's temples throbbed in pain. Left Counselor Feng Qi shook her head with a smile and said, Siro, I understand what you're trying to say here. You want the Guanxian universe and the true universe to join forces against the eternal sovereign, right? Siro nodded and spoke seriously, ladies and gentlemen, the great Daoist Brushmaster is currently being suppressed, and I believe that the vast expanse will soon welcome the second coming of the supreme elites that the great Daoist Brushmaster had once suppressed. Siro smiled lightly and explained, it wasn't just the great Daoist Brushmaster. Big Sister has also suppressed many old fogies during the chaotic era of the divine Dao civilization. I'm sure they're going to reappear soon and take advantage of the upcoming chaos. With their threat in mind, I don't think it's a bad idea for us to hold hands with the Guanxian universe. Everyone in the hall was quiet. They didn't want to hold hands with the Guanxian universe, but it made sense. After all, they had been fighting each other for millions of years now, and it would be an understatement to call their fighting a simple feud. Ye Guan was silent as well. He also didn't want to work with True Universe. Seeing the expressions of Ye Guan and the cultivators of the True Universe, Siro knew that she had to do something here. She pondered briefly before saying, actually, there's no need for us to hold hands. We can just declare a temporary ceasefire and agree that we won't invade each other for the time being. What do you guys think? A ceasefire? Everyone was quiet. Left Counselor Feng Qi looked at Ye Guan and asked, Young Master Ye, what do you think? Ye Guan was silent as well. Siro grabbed Ye Guan's hand and said, Master Pagoda is still in the hands of the Eternal Sovereign. Think about it. The Eternal Sovereign's prowess will skyrocket once he obtains complete control over the tiny pagoda. You know of the tiny pagoda's ability concerning time, so the overall prowess of the eternal civilization will reach terrifying heights in the proverbial blink of an eye if we just let him be. Ye Guan furrowed his brows and asked, will Master Pagoda be in danger? Siro shook her head and replied, rest assured, he won't be in danger. Those lucky enough to obtain control over the tiny pagoda will treat it like a family heirloom. I'm sure they won't disrespect him by hurting him. Ye Guan was relieved. Of course, he was still worried about Master Pagoda. I know you're worried, and I'm not going to ask you to forgive the true universe. It's just that if we remain at war, the Eternal Sovereign and Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao will profit at our expense. In addition, the supreme elites of the divine Dao civilization. Ye Guan interrupted with a mutter, I understand. Siro smiled softly. Ye Guan looked at Siro and sighed. He actually had a good impression of her. She was like a teacher and a friend to him, but he knew that her heart would always be for the true universe, just like Ye Guan. The moment he had to fight the true universe, Ye Guan had no doubt that the lady in front of him, along with the Ye Guan, would choose to stand on the true universe's side. However, it wasn't strange at all, as they were denizens of the true universe. With that thought in mind, Ye Guan felt at ease. At least, their loyalty was clear. Recollecting himself, Ye Guan looked at Left Counselor Feng Qi and asked, "May I know your name?" Left Counselor Feng Qi was taken aback, but she replied, "Feng Qi." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Lady Feng Qi, are you in charge of the true universe?" Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and replied, "You can say that." Ye Guan thought for a moment before saying, "Lady Feng Qi, how about this? From now on, let's declare a temporary ceasefire between the Guanxian universe and the true universe. Your people won't intrude on the Guanxian universe, and my people won't intrude on your true universe. What do you think?" Left Counselor Feng Qi suddenly smiled, "Young master, yeah, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" Ye Guan nodded, "Please go ahead." Left Counselor Feng Qi stared deeply at Ye Guan as she said, "The true universe is willing to open up to the Guanxian universe. As long as they're willing, the denizens of the Guanxian universe can enter the true universe to cultivate. Of course, we'll also allow the denizens of the true universe to do the same, but it's only going to happen if young Master Ye is willing." Ye Guan instantly understood Left Counselor Feng Qi's motive behind such a suggestion. She wanted to poach the geniuses of the Guanxian universe? It was true that the true universe was better than the Guanxian universe when it came to the quality of cultivation methods, amount of resources, and more. If both the Guanxian universe and the true universe were willing, there would certainly be people who would jump ships onto the true universe. After all, it was difficult to resist the tempting benefits that the true universe had to offer. Left Counselor Feng Qi's smile deepened as she stared at the contemplating Ye Guan. Surprisingly, Ye Guan nodded and said, "That sounds great." Feng Qi was stunned, and even the adjudication sword master frowned. They didn't expect that Ye Guan would agree to such a suggestion. Ye Guan looked at Feng Qi. If the Guanxian universe is good enough for them, they'll stay. Otherwise, forcing them to stay is tantamount to harming their future prospects. It is up to them whether they want to stay or leave the Guanxian universe. There's always freedom of movement in the Guanxian universe. Freedom of movement? Left Counselor Feng Qi was awestruck. She examined Ye Guan from top to bottom. What a charming young man. The adjudication sword master stared at Ye Guan without saying anything. Everyone else was extremely surprised by Ye Guan's remark. The young man's courage had exceeded their expectations. Ye Guan suddenly said, "I want to open an Immortal Treasures Pavilion branch in the true universe. Is that okay?" Feng Qi fell silent. She knew about the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The reason the Guanxian universe managed to become a powerhouse among universes was largely thanks to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The business model of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was superb, and it would have a significant impact on the businesses of the true universe's denizens once they were allowed to set up shop in the true universe. Left Counselor Feng Qi was about to object, but she recalled Ye Guan's audacity to allow the denizens of the Guanxian universe to cultivate in the true universe. If she were to object to his demand, she would appear petty to everyone. Left Counselor Feng Qi's gaze deepened as she stared at Ye Guan. She finally understood why Ye Guan had agreed after just a brief moment of contemplation. It turned out that his goal was to establish an Immortal Treasures Pavilion branch in the true universe and hopefully disrupt the true universe's economy. Ye Guan looked at her, awaiting her response. Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and said, "Sure, but we want to have a share in it." Ye Guan frowned. Left Counselor Feng Qi explained, "We want a 50% share. What do you think?" Ye Guan was silent. Left Counselor Feng Qi's expression turned solemn as she said, "Young Master Ye, even if I allow your Immortal Treasures Pavilion to set up shop here, do you really think that it will take off like it did in the Guanxian universe without our support?" Ye Guan nodded lightly and said, "That makes sense." Left Counselor Feng Qi nodded and asked, "Do you have any other requests?" "None." Ye Guan shook his head and stood up. "Farewell." He then turned around to leave. Saru stood up and followed him. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Saru. Saru smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Lady Saru, your injuries should have completely healed. Is there a need for you to follow me?" Ye Guan asked. Saru replied, "Of course." Ye Guan sighed softly and said, "Lady Saru, you're from the true universe." Saru stared at Ye Guan and replied, "You're smart, so you must know my motive." Ye Guan was quiet at that. Saru continued, "Have you ever seen the universe tribulation?" Ye Guan shook his head. "Great." Saru smiled and exclaimed, "I'll let you see it, then." Ye Guan was stunned. Saru turned to look at the adjudication sword master and said, "Saijing, come with us." The adjudication sword master didn't say anything in response, but she stood up. Saru's gaze turned to Ye Guan, and she asked, "Shall we go, then?" Ye Guan was quiet. "If I go there to see the universe tribulation, does that mean that I'll finally see the legendary true god in the flesh?" Ye Guan accepted the offer. Not only did he want to see what a universe tribulation looked like, but he also wanted to see the true god. After all, the true god was as strong as his father. Since Ye Guan had no objections, they swiftly departed. Left Counselor Feng Qi and the Right Counselor walked out of the true god hall. The Right Counselor looked worried. Left Counselor Feng Qi said softly, "Do you want to say something about Lady Saru?" The Right Counselor nodded. "Her relationship with Ye Guan is out of the ordinary." Left Counselor Feng Qi smiled and said, "I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, she'll never help the Guanxian universe to an extent that will put us at a disadvantage." The Right Counselor was silent. Left Counselor Feng Qi continued, "No matter, she will be on our side." The Right Counselor looked at Left Counselor Feng Qi without saying anything. Saru brought Ye Guan and the adjudication sword master to a mountain peak on a mountain that stretched tens of thousands of kilometers. On the summit of the mountain stood a huge teleportation array with quite a few inscrutable runes engraved on it. Saru brought the two of them into the teleportation array. She activated the teleportation array, and they were all whisked away by the teleportation array's dazzling light. While they were waiting to arrive at their destination, Ye Guan decided to satisfy his curiosity by asking, Lady Saru, can you tell me more about the universe tribulation? Saru smiled and said, I'm sure you heard me say something about the Great Dao origin, right? Everything has an origin, and it's the Great Dao. The same goes for the universe tribulation, which means that it can only be suppressed, not destroyed. Ye Guan was confused. Why? Saru looked at Ye Guan and smiled. It's all because it's a part of the Great Dao. Destroying it means destroying a chunk of the Great Dao, which will result in the deaths of a myriad of beings. Ye Guan frowned slightly. Is that right? It can only be suppressed. Yes. Saru nodded. Just like how the myriad of beings in this vast expanse live and die, life and death is also a part of the Great Dao. In other words, Big Sister is slowing down the death of this universe. Ye Guan nodded slightly without speaking. Saru said softly, I'm really worried. Ye Guan looked at Saru. Saru's expression was complicated as she said, your aunt suppressed the Great Daoist Brush Master in the Milky Way all for your sake. She did it with kind intentions in mind, but she seemed to have forgotten something crucial. It is the fact that the Great Daoist Brush Master was once the hegemon of our vast expanse. He had suppressed many powerhouses whom he had deemed as his enemies, and now that he has gotten a taste of his own medicine. Saru shook her head slightly and said, the Great Daoist Brush Master's seal on the Eternal Sovereign has weakened, which allowed the latter to break free. Back then, Big Sister had chased him away as well, but it wasn't as extreme as what the Great Daoist Brush Master had done. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. His aunt had suppressed the Great Daoist Brush Master, but she had inadvertently released the Eternal Sovereign. Your aunt had good intentions, but she failed to take into account that you're incredibly weak compared to the true supreme elites. Ye Guan felt helpless as well upon hearing the remark. Saru continued. We are not very clear about the Eternal Civilization's history and the extent of their strength. However, we're not actually that worried about the Eternal Civilization when compared to something else. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn as he asked, what does that mean? Saru said solemnly, do you know why the boundary of our vast expanse is so strong? Does it have something to do with the Great Daoist Brush Master? Asked Ye Guan. Saru nodded and said, he has created boundaries between vast expanses, separating universes into regions to allow every vast expanse to develop independently from each other. Once the right time has arrived, he'll create a boundary line that denizens from the various vast expanses could use to travel between different universes and worlds from many different vast expanses. However, there are some regions that the Great Daoist Brush Master has yet to connect to us. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he asked, are you perhaps worried about encountering civilizations from outside universes? Saru stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, we're not the only ones looking for traces of civilization outside. The other universes outside are also looking for us. During the Divine Dao Civilization era, the Great Daoist Brush Master once personally enhanced the extremely sturdy boundary of our vast expanse. Why did he do that, and why did he do it personally? Was he afraid that we'd invade the other universes outside, or was he afraid that we would get invaded by the other universes outside? Ye Guan was silent. Saru looked worried as she muttered, it'd be great if it were the former. But what if it's the latter? Of course, I'm just making assumptions here. Perhaps I'm just overthinking it. The Adjudication Sword Master suddenly said, you're not overthinking it. Saru looked at the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master remained expressionless as she said, Big Sister once did the same as the Great Daoist Brush Master. Saru frowned and asked, really? The Adjudication Sword Master nodded. Before she went to suppress the universe tribulation of the true universe, she said something to me. Do you know what she said? Saru shook her head. The Adjudication Sword Master stared deeply at Saru and said, prepare for war. Prepare for war. Saru's expression went solemn. The Adjudication Sword Master looked at Ye Guan before continuing. It is not strange that our vast expanse has gotten so messy. After all, the Great Daoist Brush Master is an existence infinitely close to being our Great Dao, so it would have been strange if we weren't in such a mess. Why don't we stop suppressing him? Ye Guan asked. The Adjudication Sword Master looked away, ignoring him. Ye Guan was speechless. Saru shook her head and said, your aunt's power is paralleled. There must be a reason why she had decided to suppress the Great Daoist Brush Master. I'm guessing that the Great Daoist Brush Master must have done something bad, and your aunt discovered it. Then, she suppressed him as punishment. Ye Guan nodded before sighing to himself. It turned out that the world was much bigger and more complex than he thought. Saru smiled and said, I brought you here to let you see the universe tribulation as well as to allow you to become even stronger. Ye Guan cast an astonished and curious gaze at Saru. He opened his mouth to speak, but the space-time tunnel where they were in was abruptly torn open. Several powerful lightning bolts made a beeline toward them. Saijing, protect him. Saru shouted. She pushed both of her palms outward, sending golden beams of radiant light toward the lightning bolts. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn upon witnessing the might of the lightning bolts. Shockingly, each lightning bolt seemed to be much more powerful than the lightning bolts a cultivator had to withstand while attempting to become a great destiny sovereign. Ye Guan had no doubts that he would die instantly once he was hit. The Adjudication Sword Master abruptly appeared right in front of Ye Guan. She opened both of her palms, and a kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted and rushed toward the lightning bolts. When did these lightning bolts become so powerful? Saru shouted. They're becoming stronger every day, replied the Adjudication Sword Master. Saru's face fell, and she muttered, Big sister. Rumble? Just then, a low rumbling echoed as the space-time tunnel around them started to collapse. Saru quickly cast her gaze upon Ye Guan and said, Brat, make sure to hold on to Saijing. This teleportation array won't last any longer. We have to get out of here. Saru waved her sleeve, creating 10,000 radiant rays of golden light in the blink of an eye. The dozens of oncoming lightning bolts shattered the moment they collided with the radiant rays of golden light. Ye Guan stuck closer to Saijing at Saru's warning. He embraced Saijing's waist, and her face changed drastically. She glared at him and roared, Do you want to die? She told you to hold me, not hug me. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Guan took a step backward and grabbed Saijing's waist instead. For some reason, an indescribable emotion surged in Saijing's heart as she felt Ye Guan's touch. Annoyed and confused, she glared at Ye Guan to say something. However, Saru suddenly shouted, Let's go. She swung both of her hands outward, clearing a path with her radiant rays of golden light. The Adjudication Sword Master went quiet and didn't hesitate. She took to the skies with Ye Guan and left the space-time array. Saru followed closely behind them upon transforming into a beam of golden light. Ye Guan looked around in astonishment. In between the two golden lights, an endless array of tribulations shot towards the distance like meteors. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them all. How terrifying! Every lightning bolt was several times more powerful than the lightning bolts from a destiny tribulation. Recalling something, Ye Guan suddenly turned back to look. There was a mysterious golden seal several hundred kilometers behind them. A mysterious force would shatter every lightning bolt that got too close to the seal. Saru's voice echoed in Ye Guan's ears. You're staring at the true God Law imprint that Big Sister left behind here. The Law imprint is the reason the true universe our vast expanse is still alive. Ye Guan fell silent with a grave expression. If these powerful lightning bolts somehow made their way to the Guanxian universe, the Guanxian universe would undoubtedly perish. Only a handful of secluded experts could possibly survive such a calamity. Saru continued. These lightning bolts are just a tiny glimpse at the universe tribulation's power. The real universe tribulation is 1,000 times more terrifying than the lightning bolts you've seen so far combined. Ye Guan's expression changed. Saru made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and muttered, I'm not lying, and I'm not exaggerating as well. I had the privilege of witnessing the universe tribulation's wrath, and all I could say is that it is capable of instilling despair into the hearts of just about anyone. However, the scene I had witnessed happened millions of years ago. Today, the universe tribulation must have reached terrifying heights than millions of years ago. Ye Guan reeled from shock as he swept his gaze across the lightning bolts streaking across the starry sky. Ye Guan would have no choice but to call out to his father to deal with these lightning bolts if they somehow made their way to the Guanxian universe. He truly couldn't handle even one of these lightning bolts. Just then, dozens of crimson lightning bolts abruptly appeared in the distance. Saru and Saijing's expressions changed, and Saru exclaimed, Watch out! Ye Guan felt a shiver down his spine. The crimson lightning bolts were dozens of times stronger than the lightning bolts he had witnessed so far here. Ye Guan inadvertently grabbed the Adjudication Sword Master and held on for dear life. The Adjudication Sword Master was infuriated by Ye Guan's strong grip, but she didn't have the luxury to grumble at the moment. She waved her sleeve, and beams of sword light rushed toward the oncoming crimson lightning bolts. Rumbling sounds echoed from the starry sky as explosions erupted one after another. However, even the Adjudication Sword Master's sword energy couldn't handle every single crimson lightning bolt, and some of them made their way over to the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master's eyes flashed coldly. She used her fingers as a sword and slashed out. The sword light and the crimson lightning bolts exploded, blasting both Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master away. Meanwhile, a crimson thunderstorm flew toward them at incredible speeds. The Adjudication Sword Master made a finger with her sword, and then she placed those fingers in front of her glabella. Moments later, she pointed at the crimson thunderstorm with her finger swords. Break, she shouted. A sword thousands of meters in length abruptly manifested. Boom! The sword slashed out at the approaching crimson thunderstorm, but a crimson bolt of lightning flew from out of nowhere and struck the gargantuan sword, shattering it into innumerable light fragments. The sword master's face changed drastically. She waved her sleeve, and a shield made out of sword light appeared in front of her. The shield shattered, and the impact sent both the Adjudication Sword Master and Ye Guan flying as though they were kites with their strings cut. The impact had made Ye Guan inadvertently let go of the Adjudication Sword Master's waist. He had to do something, or he would die. The Adjudication Sword Master saw that and decisively turned around to grab Ye Guan's hand, ignoring the lightning bolt in the process. Dozens of sword lights shot out of her, and they all converged into a singular concentrated beam of sword light that struck the lightning bolt behind Ye Guan. Crackle! Unfortunately, the Adjudication Sword Master ended up getting hit by the lightning bolt she had decisively ignored. She was blasted away, and she cut a sorry figure in midair as she flew across the starry sky. Despite that, she refused to let go of Ye Guan's hand. She knew that Ye Guan would definitely die if she were to let go of him. Crackle! Just then, a horrifying volley of crimson lightning bolts flew toward the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master's pupils constricted at the sight, but before she could even make a move, Ye Guan suddenly pulled her behind him. Ye Guan glared fiercely at the oncoming crimson lightning bolts and shouted, "Activate!" Boom! The Dao imprint on his glabella let out a burst of radiant light, and it instantly brought Ye Guan's cultivation realm to the time immortal realm. However, it seemed that Ye Guan wasn't done just yet, as a terrifying energy rushed out of him. The energy belonged to nature, it was the force of nature. Ye Guan glared at the oncoming crimson lightning bolts and slashed out. Boom! A terrifying conflagration of sword energy erupted as Ye Guan performed the most powerful attack he had ever done. Ye Guan's sword managed to stop the crimson lightning bolts, but his fleshly body started burning as a result. The adjudication sword master cast a dumbfounded gaze upon Ye Guan. Ye Guan's Dao imprint had allowed him to temporarily reach the time immortal realm, and the divine tree of nature's force of nature gave him an incredible recovery rate, but he could still not withstand the crimson lightning bolts. Ye Guan knew that he would have had a high chance of success if he had the path sword, but he still decided to charge at the crimson lightning bolts. The reason wasn't that hard to deduce. He had simply gotten tired of being protected. He had to do things by himself at some point, and he couldn't rely on the protection of others forever. Just before Ye Guan's fleshly body and soul were annihilated by the crimson lightning bolts, a dazzling light erupted in front of him and blasted the crimson lightning bolts away. The radiant light had come from Sero, and she exclaimed, "Let's go." She grabbed the adjudication sword master's hand and blasted away every nearby crimson lightning bolt before disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. On a remote island somewhere, Sero's expression was heavy as she looked down at Ye Guan lying on the sand. Ye Guan was severely injured. He had bitten more than he could afford to chew, and he would have died if it hadn't been for the divine tree of nature. It wasn't strange that Ye Guan had suffered such extensive injuries. Those crimson lightning bolts would only appear whenever a cultivator attempted to make a breakthrough and become a part of the universe by becoming a cosmic spirit. It was a good thing that he had the divine tree of nature. The adjudication sword master watched Ye Guan in silence, seemingly deep in thought. Sero sat down next to her and caressed her face gently with a smile. "Saijing, what do you think of this brat? He's pretty handsome, right?" Saijing stared at Sero and said, "You're following him because you're hoping that the true universe and the Guanxian universe can coexist in peace in the future." Sero smiled and admitted, "That's one of my motives." Saijing frowned slightly and asked, "One of your motives? Do you have other motives?" "I hope that he'll help Big Sister in the future." "You're hoping that he'll help Big Sister overcome the universe tribulation?" "Yes. I don't think it's fair for Big Sister to carry the existence of this vast expanse on her shoulders by herself." "So, you're using him?" asked Saijing. "You're making it sound worse than it is," Sero replied. The adjudication sword master shook her head and went silent. Sero stroked Ye Guan's face and asked, "Do you really think that Big Sister can keep on suppressing it forever?" A trace of sadness fleeted across the adjudication sword master's face as she said, "I haven't seen her in a long time." Sero looked down at Ye Guan and said, "Apart from Big Sister, there are only 2 other people capable of withstanding the universe tribulation." The adjudication sword master looked at Ye Guan as well and asked, "Him?" "Yes." Sero nodded and explained, "The other is the great Daoist brush master. Of course, he's too weak to do it on his own. However, if he attempts to take on the universe tribulation, then she will make a move." "So, you want to force her to make a move by putting him in danger," the adjudication sword master remarked. Sero nodded without saying anything. The adjudication sword master shook her head and said, "Sero, I can tell that he's quite fond of you. Once he discovers that you're just using him." Sero hurriedly said, "Ye Guan is also." The adjudication sword master narrowed her eyes and said, "Ye Guan is doing the same thing as you." Sero smiled wryly without saying anything. No wonder Ye Guan had decided to sleep with him all of a sudden. If she truly liked him, she wouldn't have given up her body to him so easily. The adjudication sword master muttered to herself. Moments later, she glared fiercely at Sero and asked, "What exactly are your plans?" "I already told you," Sero said. "We're trying to make him take on the universe tribulation." The adjudication sword master asked, "Does he not know of Ye Guan's motives?" "You know what this brat's greatest flaw is?" Sero asked with a smile before proceeding to answer her own question. "It's his kind heart. He's kinder than his father and his grandfather. It's not that difficult to take advantage of such a good person, you just have to use the right methods." "Sero, this is a bit too despicable," the adjudication sword master muttered. "I know," Sero replied with a nod. "Is that so? He's our enemy, yes, but what you and Ye Guan are doing is really despicable." "I'm sure Big Sister will find it despicable as well," the adjudication sword master grumbled. "Do you have any suggestions? How are we supposed to help Big Sister, then? Once Big Sister can no longer withstand the burden on her shoulders, then I'll go and die with her. Have you never thought about what you're doing here? And Ye Guan, who does she think she is? She even went as far as to seduce him just to deceive him. Fuck. This is really too despicable. If she were here, I would have already beaten her up." The adjudication sword master was outraged. "Who are you to judge us? All you know is to resort to violence, you don't know anything at all. If Big Sister fails to overcome the universe tribulation, do you have any idea just how many people will die?" "Since when did you become so afraid of death?" asked the adjudication sword master. Saru stood up and seethed. I'm going to be the first one to follow her to the afterlife the moment she can no longer withstand the universe tribulation. The adjudication sword master fell silent at that. She took a moment to compose herself before making a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. Eventually, she shook her head and said, Saru, I wouldn't object if you wanted to kill him, but your scheme is just too despicable for me to stomach. Saru was furious, and she exclaimed, I have to do this. Otherwise, she won't make a move, and the vast expanse will be destroyed. And why should Big Sister shoulder the entire burden by herself? I don't care. I'm telling him the truth once he wakes up, replied the adjudication sword master. It's too late. Saru pointed at Ye Guan's glabella and shouted, Look. A deep crimson scar was on Ye Guan's glabella. A tribulation imprint? The adjudication sword master reeled from shock, and she stammered, why does he have that? It's because he made a move against the crimson lightning bolts earlier. The adjudication sword master suddenly remembered Ye Guan pulling her behind him and throwing all caution to the wind just to attack the oncoming crimson lightning bolts earlier. This is the second part of my plan. I was supposed to put myself in peril for him to save me. I'm confident that he would have done that, but I didn't expect that he would also be willing to throw all caution to the wind just to save you? Saru. The adjudication sword master roared, what's the third part of your plan? I'm not telling you, Saru said with a smile. You're too upright and righteous. You're only going to spoil my plans. The adjudication sword master clenched her fists tightly. Moments later, she asked, you know that he likes Ye Guan, right? Saru nodded. The adjudication sword master asked once again, Ye Guan is in cahoots with you. Saru nodded without saying anything. The adjudication sword master nodded and went silent. Her gaze was complicated as she stared at Ye Guan lying on the sand. The tribulation imprint on her glabella was starting to disappear. Saru said, Saijing, we know what kind of a person you are, and we know that there's no way you'll join us. That's why we've been hiding our plan from you. So you decided to tell me because the universe tribulation has already marked him. In other words, you're hoping that I'll cooperate with you from now on, as it's already too late to disrupt your plans, is that right? Asked the adjudication sword master. Yes, Saru replied with a nod. Saru, I have no doubts that you and Ye Guan just want to help Big Sister, but I can tell you with full confidence that Big Sister will not like what you are doing right now. We know. Big Sister is exceedingly prideful, and she won't stoop so low as to approve of something like this. However, we're willing to accept the consequences of our actions so long as she ends up surviving the universe tribulation. I won't cooperate. Is that so? What about him? Are you not going to help him? What do you mean? This brat is exceedingly prideful as well. He even returned the path sword to that lady and swore not to ask for her help from then on. Sigh, he really caught me off guard, and he had inadvertently spoiled some of my plans. It is indeed true that one can never predict the future. His courage has truly surprised me. I think he made the right decision, the adjudication sword master said. Really? Saru asked before explaining, he's going to face the Eternal Sovereign soon. The Guanqian universe is too weak to fight the Eternal Sovereign and his army. The Eternal Sovereign is also a part of your plan, asked the adjudication sword master. Saru avoided the question and said, we have to make him even stronger. I was hoping that we could work together to help him get the lightning god imprint from this place and allow him to refine his sword intent using the lightning pool. The adjudication sword master scoffed, what makes you think that I will help you? Because it's for Big Sister's sake. I'll help him, but it won't be for Big Sister's sake. Saru was surprised to hear that. Just then, Ye Guan's right hand twitched. Saru walked up to him as Ye Guan's eyes fluttered open. His vision captured the blue skies up above, and the pristine scenery made him mutter, am I dead? Of course not, Saru replied. Ye Guan turned and smiled upon seeing Saru. I really thought I would die, he said. He felt a shiver down his spine upon recalling his encounter with those crimson lightning bolts. Saru smiled at him and asked, how are you feeling? Ye Guan examined himself and realized that his fleshly body and soul were on the cusp of making a complete recovery. He pondered briefly before saying, I should be all healed up in just a few hours. That's great. Saru exclaimed in joy. Ye Guan looked around and asked, where are we? We're in a small, independent world that Big Sister created. This world is called the True World, and the legendary universe tribulation is just outside of this world. Of course, we can't see it right now. We can only see it once we go up. Unfortunately, we can't go to it right now. If we do, we're certainly going to die. Saru took out a pill and helped Ye Guan ingest it. Rest some more. Later, we'll bring you around to look for good things. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Good things. Yes, good things, Saru replied with a nod. Ye Guan stared deeply at Saru. For some reason, there was something strange in the air about Saru, but he couldn't quite put a finger on it. In the end, he set his thoughts aside and focused on recovering. With the help of Saru's pill, he achieved a complete recovery in just 30 minutes. The two of us will protect you later, Saru said. Ye Guan glanced at the adjudication sword master and muttered doubtfully, she's going to protect me too. The adjudication sword master glared at Ye Guan and said, I'll cut you down if you dare to lose focus later. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. The adjudication sword master's words made Ye Guan shake his head and laugh. Of course, he was not going to take her words seriously. If she really wanted to kill him, she would have already done it when he was still unconscious. The adjudication sword master was furious upon seeing Ye Guan laugh. Do you really think that I won't dare to do it? Come here, I'll cut you down right now. A sword suddenly appeared in her hands, and she got into a fighting stance. Ye Guan's expression changed, and he started to get afraid that she would actually cut him down. Just then, Saru interrupted and said, all right, let's talk about what matters now. The adjudication sword master glared angrily at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was speechless. She is way too irritable. Saru looked at Ye Guan and said, there's a newborn lightning god imprint here, and because it's so close to the universe tribulation, it hasn't gotten the chance to become sentient just yet. We'll work together to help you get it. Ye Guan was slightly curious, and he asked, lightning god imprint? Yes. Saru nodded and explained, however, there are two prerequisites. First of all, you must use the lightning tribulations to train your sword intent and bring it to a whole new level. Using lightning tribulations to train my sword intent. Never heard about it before, huh? Ye Guan nodded. Saru continued. The lightning tribulations in this place are unique. If your sword intent can survive even after being struck by the lightning bolts here, then even a great destiny sovereign will not be able to destroy your sword intent. Ye Guan reeled from the shock upon hearing that. His sword intent was powerful, but it wasn't strong enough to withstand a great destiny sovereign's attacks. Saru smiled and exclaimed, get ready. She formed a seal with her hands and chanted an ancient incantation. All of a sudden, the sky split open, and a purple lightning bolt descended. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. The purple lightning bolt couldn't be compared to the crimson lightning bolt, but it was still extremely terrifying. He couldn't handle it with his current strength. Saru yelled, release your sword intent. Ye Guan opened his hand, and his sword intent congealed before flying toward the skies. It shattered upon colliding with the purple lightning bolt, and the purple lightning bolt made a beeline for Ye Guan afterward. Swoosh! A ray of sword light slashed at the purple lightning bolt. Boom! The purple lightning bolt shattered into nothingness. Ye Guan turned to look at the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master was staring at Ye Guan as well, and she asked, do you know how a swordsman can create their own sword intent? Ye Guan replied, it is created by asserting one's will. The adjudication sword master nodded. The adjudication sword master started. However, Ye Guan interrupted her and said, I understand what you're trying to say. Sword intent is created by asserting one's will, but my will shrank back in fear upon seeing that purple lightning bolt. My will was weak, and so was my sword intent. It couldn't have withstood that purple lightning bolt. Ye Guan closed his eyes and said, fear had unknowingly gripped my heart. Senior, I want to try it again. The adjudication sword master was stunned. He got it right away? Saru smiled and said, all right. Saru chanted the same ancient incantation, and another purple lightning bolt plummeted toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan decisively took to the skies and slashed at it. Boom! His sword intent shattered in an instant, and he fell straight to the ground. The impact of his fall made the earth tremble violently. He had failed. Nevertheless, he was thrilled. He opened his hand, and his sword intent congealed to become a sword. He turned to Saru and shouted, one more time. Saru nodded and chanted the same ancient incantation. Ye Guan stumped with his right foot and turned into a ray of sword light that took to the skies. He had decided to give it another shot with all of his might. And just like that, Ye Guan failed again and again. However, he would always emerge even stronger after every failure, and he eventually lost his fear of the lightning bolts. Failure wasn't scary at all. What was scarier was losing one's courage to stand up once more after failing. Ye Guan stood up every time he was knocked down. Eventually, his sword intent started to change. The adjudication sword master and Saru watched Ye Guan train from the side. Saru sighed with admiration and muttered, he could have chosen to live the good life, but he chose to train so hard and become a true supreme elite. Isn't that a good thing? The adjudication sword master asked. His goal is to become as powerful as his parents. Unfortunately, he has no idea just how difficult that is. I think that it's a good thing that he's training so hard, though. The fact that he has the courage to see who he truly is as well as the heart to become stronger already makes him better than most people. Saru turned to look at the adjudication sword master. She looked slightly bewildered as she said, Saijing, you don't seem to hate him as much as you did before. Saijing coldly replied, the people I hate now are you and Ye Guan. Saru smiled without saying a single word. She had already gotten used to Saijing's awful temper. Saru knew that her actions were despicable, but she had no regrets. For her big sister, she was willing to do anything. She was even willing to do things that went against her conscience. The adjudication sword master cast a thoughtful gaze at the hard-working Ye Guan in the distance. He had failed hundreds of times by now, but he had yet to give up. Just like that, half a month passed. Ye Guan's sword intent was still too weak to disperse the purple lightning bolts, but his sword intent had become strong enough to withstand it. In addition, his sword intent was starting to emit a faint lightning intent. It was a sign that his sword intent was slowly going through a qualitative change. Ye Guan looked up at the oncoming purple lightning bolt and flicked his wrist, sending his sword intent to meet it halfway. Boom! The sword intent was blasted away upon making contact with the lightning bolt, and the lightning bolt continued to descend toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan transformed into a ray of sword light and charged to the sky. He raised his sword up high and slashed at the lightning bolt, tearing it into two pieces of smaller lightning bolts that struck the ground along with a thunderous explosion. Ye Guan had managed to split the lightning bolt from a lightning tribulation into two, but he didn't manage to escape unscathed. He plummeted to the ground, and the resulting impact created a huge, human-shaped crater in the ground. Ye Guan's gaze turned upward, and he clapped his eyes on the innumerable but fleeting arcs of lightning in the air. The arcs of lightning quickly vanished, but they left motes of lightning that sparkled like stars. Ye Guan's lips curled up. He opened his hand, and his sword intent converged on his palm. It quickly congealed and became a sword that gave off the same glow as lightning. Tribulation Lightning Sword Intent. Ye Guan smiled. He felt gratified that his efforts over the past half a month had finally paid off. His sword intent had finally undergone a qualitative change. Suro walked up to Ye Guan and grinned. How do you feel? I feel like I can beat anyone so long as they're not great destiny sovereigns. Ye Guan replied boldly. Pfft. Suro let out a peal of boisterous laughter and said, okay, sure, but don't get too overconfident. A skillful great destiny sovereign will still defeat you with no issues. You're still not that strong, after all. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and said, yeah, I think that was a bit arrogant of me. Suro examined Ye Guan's sword intent and said, the Tribulation Lightning Sword Intent. Your sword intent is imbued with the power of Tribulation Lightning, and it is quite rare even throughout the vast expanse. Ye Guan smiled and asked, what are we going to do next? We'll have to strengthen your fleshly body. My fleshly body? Yes. Really? I have to cultivate my fleshly body as well? Ye Guan asked. I understand your concerns, but think about it. If your fleshly body is strong enough, your Heaven-Rend Quick Draw will reach a whole new level. Suro explained. Your father and your grandfather had managed to cultivate the same Quick Draw to a terrifying level, and it's largely because their fleshly bodies were horrifyingly strong. Ye Guan nodded. He had long realized that the Heaven-Rend Quick Draw was taking a huge toll on his fleshly body. In fact, his fleshly body would always start breaking apart the moment he pushed the technique to its limits. Suro was right. He would reach new heights with the Heaven-Rend Quick Draw so long as his fleshly body was durable enough. Suro continued, the lightning bolts here are special because they're countless times purer than what you can find outside. Once your fleshly body has become strong enough to withstand the lightning bolts here, even great destiny sovereigns will find it difficult to injure you. And Suro trailed off and chuckled before saying, that thing also becomes stronger with your fleshly body. What thing? Ye Guan froze in confusion, and then he cast a questioning gaze at Suro. Meanwhile, the Adjudication Sword Master immediately understood Suro's words. She glared at her and shouted, are you out of your mind? Ye Guan was thoroughly confused. What thing? Suro blinked a few times and then replied with a serious tone of voice, of course, I'm talking about your sword. Your sword will become even stronger along with your fleshly body. Ye Guan nodded and said, makes sense. The explanation made sense, but Ye Guan still found her words odd. The Adjudication Sword Master was still glaring fiercely at Suro as well. Suro's mind was so dirty that the Adjudication Sword Master wanted to beat her up for it. Suro smiled and said, let's begin. Ye Guan asked, do I have to take the lightning bolts with my fleshly body? Of course not. Suro rolled her eyes at Ye Guan and said, do that, and you will die instantly. Your soul will instantly dissipate into nothingness. Anyway, take your clothes off. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Suro repeated, take them off. Why? Ye Guan asked, sounding confused. Suro sounded serious as she said, I'm going to cast a spell on your body. A spell? Yes. Ye Guan was quite hesitant. He didn't think it was a good idea to remove his clothes right in front of her. Suro grinned and said, what? Are you thinking that I'm trying to take advantage of you here? Everyone is the same in my eyes, regardless of their gender. Just think of me as a doctor. Ye Guan felt guilty the moment he caught a glimpse of the pure light in Suro's eyes. Indeed, he was thinking too much into it. Eventually, he set his thoughts aside and decisively took his clothes off. The Adjudication Sword Master's expression turned strange as she instantly looked away. She couldn't help but recall that day. Ye Guan had lost his mind on that fateful day, but the Adjudication Sword Master's mind was as clear as day. Again and again, again and again. Of course, it hurt at the beginning, but once she got used to it. The Adjudication Sword Master desperately shook her head to empty her mind. She turned around to face Ye Guan and saw him in his birthday suit. Her cold demeanor instantly collapsed and was overtaken by a furious blush. Fortunately, it only took her a moment to compose herself. Ye Guan was a bit uncomfortable standing naked in front of the two ladies. Suro's poker face was perfect as she said, lie down. Ye Guan nodded and obliged. Suro took out a white jade bottle and put it to his lips. Open your mouth, she said. Ye Guan opened his mouth and immediately felt liquid going down his throat. The liquid was slightly cold as it went down his throat and landed in his stomach. Soon, however, he felt like he was on fire. Ye Guan's expression changed drastically. A few seconds later, the heat had gotten so high that Ye Guan felt like he was melting from inside. Calm down, Suro exclaimed. She took out another white jade bottle and handed it over to the Adjudication Sword Master. Apply this ointment on him, and I'll cast a spell that'll suppress the medicinal power that is running amok inside of him. Suro shouted. No, the Adjudication Sword Master coldly exclaimed, I'm not doing that. Suro glared at her and said, he's going to melt and die if you don't do this. I can do it for you, but do you even know how to cast spells? The Adjudication Sword Master remained silent. Hurry up, Suro urged. Then, she closed her eyes and started channeling. After a few moments of silence, the Adjudication Sword Master walked up to Ye Guan. She opened the white jade bottle and poured the liquid inside onto Ye Guan's belly before rubbing it all over him. The way her eyelids and hands quivered ever so slightly made it obvious that she was a bit nervous. Ye Guan got a bit distracted as her soft hands glided all over him. All sorts of dirty thoughts appeared in his mind, and he knew that he couldn't get distracted here. He simply couldn't help it. The adjudication sword master slapped something and roared at it. Don't get hard. Don't get hard. Ye Guan felt slightly embarrassed when he heard what the adjudication sword master said. He also didn't want it to get hard, but it was out of his control. The adjudication sword master glared at Ye Guan and shouted, "What are you thinking about? Stop nagging." Saro interjected and said, "Big Sister's books mentioned something about his reaction and that it's completely normal." The adjudication sword master redirected her glare at Saro. "You're just as bad as he is," she said. Saro was rendered speechless. The adjudication sword master went silent and continued rubbing the ointment all over Ye Guan. She pretended to be calm, but her trembling hands betrayed her. Ye Guan's dirty thoughts had vanished when the heat had gotten too much for him to withstand. He felt like flames were raging inside of him. Saro was helping him suppress the flames, but it didn't seem to be effective. The burning sensation became stronger and stronger, and he felt like his organs were going to melt. After a while, the adjudication sword master stood up and stepped aside with a frosty expression. Saro placed her right hand on top of Ye Guan's belly and pressed down gently. Boom! A powerful energy burst out of Ye Guan, and it transformed into a thin film of energy that enveloped him. Saro got up and smiled. "It's done." Ye Guan slowly stood up. He looked down at the thin film that stuck to him. He then turned to look at Saro. Saro's smile deepened, and she said, "Activate the divine tree of nature." Ye Guan nodded, and a burst of the divine tree of nature's force of nature enveloped him in the blink of an eye, bringing about a refreshing and cool sensation all over him. "Now that we're done with the preparations," Saro said, "let's start." Saro looked up and started channeling with both of her hands in the air. A few moments later, she pointed at the skies and shouted, "Open." Whoosh! The skies opened up, and a purple lightning bolt descended. Saro and the adjudication sword master retreated at the same time. Ye Guan jumped into the air and took a stance with his sword. Saro shouted, "Don't fight it. Don't fight it." Ye Guan froze, and the moment it took him to ponder over Saro's words was enough for the lightning bolt to close in on him and hit him. A crackling noise pervaded the air as innumerable arcs of lightning burst out of Ye Guan. Ye Guan fell to the ground. The purple lightning bolt had scorched him, but a dark green energy burst out from within him and enveloped him in the blink of an eye, along with the divine tree of nature's force of nature. Moments later, he was completely healed. Saro heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thankfully, you have the divine tree of nature. Otherwise, something really bad would have happened." The adjudication sword master glanced at her, but she didn't say anything. "Go and continue." Saro shouted and summoned another purple lightning bolt. Boom! A piercing shrill suffused Ye Guan's ears when he was struck by the lightning bolt, but he recovered in just a few moments. He repeated his new routine over and over again. It was a rather primitive method of strengthening his fleshly body, and it wasn't that exhausting as well. He didn't need to do anything aside from sitting cross-legged and letting the lightning bolt hit him. However, it was an excruciatingly painful training method, but Ye Guan would gnash his teeth every time he was hit and refused to let out even a groan. He had no qualms about going through such hardships so long as he would emerge stronger from it. Ye Guan's fleshly body was being tempered like a piece of metal, and Ye Guan eventually realized that his fleshly body was going through a qualitative change, albeit it was slower than his sword intent. Ye Guan had noticed his improvement upon realizing that the lightning bolts were no longer that painful. In addition, the lightning bolts could no longer wreak havoc throughout his body. He would twitch uncontrollably for a few seconds upon getting hit, but that was about it. A month later, Ye Guan's fleshly body became strong enough to withstand the purple lightning bolts. Shockingly, lightning arcs would occasionally jump out of his fleshly body and orbit him, creating a terrifying sight. He had attained the lightning tribulation body. Crackle! A lightning bolt rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan stood up and stomped before taking off to the skies in one fluid motion. Heaven rend quick draw 60 at once. Slash! The lightning bolt shattered and exploded into a myriad of tiny lightning bolts that scattered in all directions. Ye Guan was beyond thrilled. He had just confirmed that his Heaven rend quick draw had become stronger by more than 10 times than before. At this point, even Great Time Sovereign wouldn't be able to withstand his Heaven rend quick draw anymore. As for a Great Destiny Sovereign, he wasn't sure, but he felt that they would have to exert some effort to withstand it. Ye Guan seemed to have recalled something as he suddenly appeared in front of Saro and Saijing. He looked at them and asked, "Can I keep on strengthening my fleshly body?" Saro shook her head and replied, "Not at the moment." Ye Guan said in a serious tone, "I'm not afraid of pain." "I know." Saro smiled and explained, "But your fleshly body has reached its utmost limits. If you want to strengthen it any further, you need to be tempered by that crimson-colored lightning we call blood lightning. Unfortunately, your fleshly body is still too weak to withstand it." Blood lightning? Ye Guan went silent. He could still remember how even the adjudication sword master and Saro had struggled against those blood lightning bolts. Surely, he would perish if he were to take them on. The adjudication sword master suddenly said coldly, "Are you not going to wear any clothes?" Ye Guan's expression stiffened, and he blushed upon hearing her words. Moments later, he waved his hand and changed into a clean and plain blue robe. Ye Guan's demeanor seemed to have changed now that he was wearing clothes. He was tall, and his posture was as straight as a spear. He was smiling lightly after becoming stronger, so he seemed less fierce and more elegant. Ye Guan was a swordsman, but the fierce side of him had always been quite restrained. Anyone would think of him as a very gentle person at first impression. He gave off an air similar to scholars rather than swordsmen. Saru smiled and praised, "What a fine and handsome young man." The adjudication sword master examined him from top to bottom and said, "What's the point of being handsome when he's dumb?" Ye Guan had long gotten used to the adjudication sword master's insults, so he wasn't offended at all. He made a sidelong glance at Saru and asked, "Lady Saru, I remember you mentioned that there's a lightning god imprint here. Is it still here?" Saru smiled and exclaimed, "I knew you would say that." She opened her hand, revealing a gold imprint that rushed to the skies. The sky split open, and an imprint the shape of a lightning bolt and the size of a fist appeared. It was none other than the lightning god imprint. Ye Guan was taken aback. The imprint filled his heart with dread, and it contained a terrifying amount of lightning energy. Saru explained, "You're staring at an unranked divine item. If you manage to conquer it and get it to merge with you, you can use it to strengthen your fleshly body and sword every day." Ye Guan was shocked. "Really? I can do that?" "Yes." Saru nodded and said, "It doesn't have a spirit yet, so if you manage to conquer it before its spirit is born, you'll become its first master. And becoming its very first master is important." "It's important?" Ye Guan asked. "Why? Yes, it's just like a girl's first crush. Her first crush will always be the most memorable to her, regardless of how many men she meets in the future," Saru explained. Ye Guan's face darkened. The adjudication sword master's expression turned cold, but she didn't say anything as she unleashed a sword move toward the Saru. Saru's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect that Saijing would attack her all of a sudden. Saru waved her sleeve, and a multicolored light rushed to meet the adjudication sword master's sword in midair. Boom! The multicolored light shattered, but Saru was still blasted a few kilometers away. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Saru yelled. "Your face pisses me off," the adjudication sword master roared. Saru frowned, and her expression turned to that of bewilderment as she asked, "I noticed it, but I haven't mentioned it yet. Why have you been acting so strange lately?" The adjudication sword master retracted her gaze and ignored her. When she saw that Ye Guan was looking at her, she snapped at Ye Guan and shouted, "What are you looking at, huh?" Ye Guan promptly looked away. He didn't want to fight her at all. His gaze fell on Saru, and he asked, "How can I conquer it?" "It's simple. Do it by force." "By force?" "Yes." "Let me try," said Ye Guan before turning into a ray of sword light that took to the skies. "Suppress the lightning tribulation around the lightning imprint," Saru said. The adjudication sword master didn't move nor say anything in response. Meanwhile, the lightning god imprint seemed to have sensed Ye Guan's approach, as it suddenly hurled 100 lightning bolts toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stupefied. The lightning bolts had come from the lightning tribulation orbiting the imprint, but he didn't retreat in the face of them. In fact, he picked up the pace and slashed out with his sword. Boom! The lightning bolts shattered, but even more lightning bolts surged toward him. Boom! Ye Guan was blown away. Upon recovering, he looked down at his right arm and was shocked to find it numb. Thankfully, he had strengthened his fleshly body, otherwise, his fleshly body would have been obliterated. Saru looked at the adjudication sword master and said, "Your sword can suppress those lightning bolts. Help him." The adjudication sword master glared coldly at her. Meanwhile, Ye Guan charged toward the lightning imprint. Unfortunately, the lightning bolts coming from the lightning tribulation around the imprint were too fierce and numerous for him to vanquish with just his sword. He ended up plummeting to the ground with a loud explosion. He stood up quickly and was about to jump into the air when a dazzling ray of sword light fleeted across his vision and rushed toward the oncoming lightning bolts, shattering them in one fell swoop. The dazzling sword light dissipated, revealing the adjudication sword master's figure. The adjudication sword master's gaze was cold, and she stared at Ye Guan without a single word. Ye Guan was moved, and he said, "Thank you." With that, he took to the skies once more. Rumble! The lightning god imprint shook violently, and a myriad of lightning bolts burst out of it. Ye Guan was stupefied, but the adjudication sword master appeared next to him and waved her adjudication sword, suppressing the myriad of lightning bolts in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan was shocked speechless. The adjudication sword master was annoyed. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and go." Hearing that, Ye Guan turned into a ray of sword light that made a beeline for the lightning god imprint. The moment he grabbed it, Saru shouted, "Put it in your consciousness." Ye Guan obliged, and a thunderous boom echoed inside Ye Guan as a terrifying lightning energy pervaded his fleshly body in the blink of an eye. It was a good thing that he had strengthened his fleshly body before all this. Otherwise, the powerful jolt of lightning just now would have obliterated both his soul and fleshly body. Unfortunately, the excruciating pain was a different story. The lightning god imprint was resisting him, and it inundated his fleshly body with wave after wave of lightning bolts from the lightning tribulation around it. Ye Guan felt like both his fleshly body and soul were about to explode as his consciousness grew hazy from the intense pain. The adjudication sword master frowned at the sight. She descended and cast her gaze at Saru. Saru shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know what else we can do at this point. It all depends on him now." The adjudication sword master was furious. "You know that he might die from this, right?" Accidents are commonplace in the world of cultivators, Saru replied in a low voice. Accidents, my ass. The adjudication sword master roared. Do you have any idea of how disgusting you are right now? You're all kind and gentle on the surface, but you're actually a vile and manipulative bitch deep inside. He trusts you so much, and he treats you like his tutor, but we're enemies, and we've always been enemies. Saru interrupted. Have you already forgotten that? Yes, he's an enemy, but we didn't have to resort to such a shameless and disgusting method to make him do our bidding. The adjudication sword master didn't relent and glared coldly at Saru. Saru's gaze turned cold. I don't care how shameless a method is so long as it's going to help Big Sister. I don't care if you get angry, I'm still going to make him withstand the universe tribulation in Big Sister's place. I strongly disagree with the method that you and Ye Guan have chosen, said the adjudication sword master with a shake of her head. Afterward, she rushed over to the trembling Ye Guan whose face was distorted in pain and said, You fool. You have no idea that you're being deceived. She placed a finger on Ye Guan's glabella, and a myriad of lightning bolts from inside Ye Guan rushed toward her in the blink of an eye. One heart, one life, she shouted. Are you crazy? Saru was outraged. You actually cast that ancient protection spell that Big Sister taught you on him. One heart, one life. From now on, their hearts, lives, and destinies were one. They would live together and die together. One heart, one life? It was an ancient spell that the true god created when they were still living in Stone Village. Once cast, two individuals would share one heart and one life. They would share life's sorrow and joy from then on. The four of them had cast it onto each other back then, and it was a declaration of their determination to save each other from peril. Saru didn't expect that the adjudication sword master would cast it onto Ye Guan. It had to be known that the four sisters had never cast it onto someone else other than themselves. The adjudication sword master and Ye Guan were now linked, and it would be like they were sharing one body. She helped Ye Guan absorb half of the damage. Saru was extremely furious. Has she gone completely insane? The adjudication sword master frowned deeply, and her expression turned pale. She had underestimated the power of the lightning bolts. Saru glared at her without saying a word. However, she had already secretly channeled the same ancient spell. Once the adjudication sword master could no longer withstand the lightning tribulation, she would activate the one heart, one life spell that they had cast onto each other long ago to help her with the burden. Just like that, Ye Guan and the adjudication sword master remained steadfast as they dealt with the lightning god imprint. Ye Guan was having an easier time now that the adjudication sword master had decided to absorb half of the damage for him. Regardless, he didn't stay idle. Soon, he attempted to conquer the lightning god imprint. Half an hour later, the power of the lightning tribulation dissipated, and a faint lightning-shaped imprint appeared on Ye Guan's glabella. It was the lightning god imprint. The adjudication sword master staggered back by about 10 steps and almost fell to the ground. Ye Guan took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Boom! A terrifying lightning force burst out of him and rattled the earth even thousands of meters away from him. Ye Guan looked at his own hands. He then closed his eyes to feel the lightning god imprint's endless power from within him. Saru was right, the lightning god imprint would constantly temper his sword and fleshly body. Ye Guan suddenly recalled something and opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning flashed in each of his eyes, and a burst of electricity exploded from him, making him look like the lightning god. Ye Guan's gaze landed on the weakened adjudication sword master. He waved his sleeve, and a green ray of light flew toward her. Ye Guan walked up to her. The adjudication sword master frowned and asked coldly, What? Thank you, Ye Guan said softly. The adjudication sword master asked, What are you thanking me for? I decided to save you so that I could kill you myself later. Ye Guan's eyes flashed in a complicated light as he cast a deep gaze upon her. The adjudication sword master snapped at him, What are you looking at? You're nice to look at, he said unconsciously and immediately froze upon realizing what he had just told her. What the hell did I just say? The adjudication sword master froze as well. Visibly taken aback, she hurriedly said, You're courting death. She drew her sword and unleashed a sword attack on him. The sword attack started out fierce and powerful, but it got weaker and weaker as it approached Ye Guan. In the end, it became so slow that Ye Guan managed to dodge it without any issues. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and said, Don't misunderstand. I was just being honest. You're really beautiful. Hearing that, the adjudication sword master glared at him, but she didn't say anything nor make any moves. Ye Guan was starting to feel a little uncomfortable under her gaze, so he quickly changed the topic and turned to look at Saru. Lady Saru, where is your big sister? Saru slowly eased the pressure on her right hand that was hidden underneath her sleeve to disperse the spell that she had channeled. She smiled at Ye Guan and replied, She's not here. Ye Guan was confused. She's not here. Saru nodded and explained, Her power is here, but her body isn't. We don't know where she is either. Ye Guan looked at the skies, feeling slightly puzzled. He didn't expect that the true god wouldn't be here. Now that your strength has improved significantly, it's about time for us to leave, said Saru. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and replied, We're leaving. Yes. Saru nodded and said, Your most urgent is to fight the Eternal Sovereign. And once I'm done with that, we'll talk about it once we get there. Lady Saru, let me guess. Once I'm done dealing with the Eternal Sovereign, it'd be time for me to face the universe tribulation, right? Saru blinked and feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Ye Guan replied softly, Lady Sero, you treat me really well, like how a tutor would treat his student. I really hoped that your feelings toward me were sincere, but I realized long ago that you have a hidden motive behind why you're following me. At first, I thought you were simply my treasures, but it quickly became obvious that it's not the case. I mean, you weren't even interested in the tiny pagoda, the divine tree of nature, and surprisingly, even my path sword failed to move you. It was only after you brought me here that I realized something. Your motive has something to do with your big sister. Let me guess. Your ultimate goal is to make me take on the universe tribulation in the stead of your big sister. Of course, I can't possibly go against it yet with my current strength, so you must be aiming to implicate my father and my aunt, am I right? Sero's smile vanished upon hearing that. The adjudication sword master stared at him, but she didn't say anything. Ye Guan continued. From our conversations, I can feel that the bond between the four of you is very deep, especially your bonds with the true god. What you've done and are doing right now is all for her sake, right? Sero stared intently at Ye Guan. Moments later, she chuckled and said, I guess I underestimated just how smart you are. Actually, I was worried that you'd see through me once I executed my plan. I've been trying to be as covert as possible, and everything seemed to be going smoothly, but who would have thought that you had already seen through me? And a long time ago at that. Ye Guan shook his head lightly at Sero's confession. He had his suspicions, but the fact that they all turned out to be true made him feel complicated deep inside. Sero asked, when did you find out? Ye Guan opened his hand, and the lightning god imprint appeared on his glabella. The moment I absorbed the lightning god imprint was the moment my karma was linked to the universe tribulation. Am I right? Sero laughed and praised, you're way smarter than I thought. Ye Guan stared into Sero's eyes and asked, was it also a part of your plan when you asked me to go and seek out Ye Guan? Sero nodded and admitted, yes. I've always found it baffling. Ye Guan shook his head and said, if Ye Guan hadn't recovered her memories, she wouldn't have done it. In fact, she wouldn't even know how to do it. On the other hand, if she had recovered her memories prior to that, I would have been just a stranger to her. Why would the esteemed true selflessness sleep with me, then? A mere stranger? Was it really because she just thought that I was handsome? I highly doubted it, but I've been avoiding it because of my feelings for her. Sero smiled and said, as expected of the Sword Master and Pavilion Master Qin's son. If it weren't for the feelings involved, I wouldn't have been able to deceive you at all. Lady Sero, I have another question. Ask away, Sero replied. Why did Ye Guan sleep with me? Ye Guan asked, sounding confused. What was there for you guys to gain? At last, Ye Guan had finally blurted out the question that had baffled him the most. Sero blinked and asked back, why don't you take a guess? Ye Guan shook his head and said, just tell me the answer. If you can't guess it, I won't tell you what it is. Just guess, and I'll tell you if you made the right guess, Sero said. Ye Guan stared at her without saying anything. Sero smiled and pointed out. You can't kill me. How about my aunt? Ye Guan asked. Sero's smile stiffened, but she quickly recovered and said, who was it that said that he would no longer ask for his aunt's help? It hasn't even been that long since you made that declaration, but you're already going back on your word. Ye Guan gave her a thumbs up and said, that was a great comeback. I know you don't want to be a pawn, but you no longer have a choice. Sero sighed and said, honestly, you're smart, but you're not cunning at all. If I were you, I would have feigned ignorance and pretended to fight the eternal sovereign along with the true universe. Since my goal is to make you take on the universe tribulation, I would have definitely made the true universe assist you, but now, the Guanxian universe's help is all you're going to get against the eternal sovereign. Ye Guan retorted, I wanted that to happen, too, but do you know why I chose not to proceed with it? Sero asked curiously, why? Ye Guan looked straight into her eyes and said, because I have dignity, and I'm not willing to stoop so low. Sero's eyes narrowed. Ye Guan said, Lady Sero, you're from the true universe, and I'm from the Guanxian universe. In retrospect, it's not strange that you've plotted against me. I can only blame myself for falling into your trap, so I'm not angry at all. However, there's something I hope you won't hide from me. You know where Ye Guan is, right? Sero nodded. Yes. I'd like to meet her, Ye Guan said. Are you sure about that? The matters between me and her must be settled eventually, don't you think so? I agree. Is she still in Stone Village? Sero shook her head and replied, no, she's right here. Boom! The space-time behind Sero was abruptly torn open, and a young woman slowly walked out of the space-time rift. She was an extremely beautiful young woman wearing a long skirt. Both her hands were behind her back, and her eyes exuded a domineering light reminiscent of invincibility. The three sisters were as beautiful as each other, and it would be an understatement to say that their beauties were at mythical levels. Ye Guan slowly walked up to Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared calmly at him, and there wasn't a hint of turbulence in her placid eyes. It felt like she was staring at a complete stranger rather than at Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked at her for a long time before he smiled and said, I've been thinking for a long time about what I would do and say once I meet you again. I've always been anxious about it, but now that I've seen you again, I finally realized it. The person I loved was the Ye Guan I met in that tiny village. The Ye Guan who was always excited to eat my meals, the Ye Guan who cried over an old cow, the Ye Guan whose stomach was seemingly an endless pit, and the Ye Guan who rushed into the true universe to protect me with her life at stake. Tears started falling from Ye Guan's eyes as he continued. Now that I've seen you again, I'm finally convinced that she's never going to come back. That Ba1 will never come back. Ye Guan turned on his heel and walked away. Before he met the Ba1 standing in front of him, he felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. He wished to encounter the past Ba1, the Ba1 whose hunger seemed impossible to satisfy. The woman standing in front of him had made it clear that the past Ba1 would never come back. She wasn't Ba1, she was true selflessness. He finally understood why she had chosen not to go with him back then. Staring at Ye Guan's departing figure, true selflessness right hand, hidden inside her sleeve, slowly clenched into a fist, but she remained calm. There wasn't even a hint of emotions in her eyes. The adjudication sword gripped the sword in her hand tightly as she stared at Ye Guan, but her expression remained stoic. Soon, Ye Guan vanished from their eyes. True selflessness shut her eyes, and her right hand balled into a fist quivered violently. Saru suddenly said, "The Eternal Sovereign's men should be here by now." The adjudication sword master's eyes narrowed as she stared at Saru. "You've colluded with the Eternal Sovereign?" she asked. Saru calmly responded, "Don't look at me like that. The Eternal Sovereign is simply determined to obtain his divine items. After all, he has the divine tree of nature and the sword master's Dao imprint." The adjudication sword master stared deeply at Saru, but she remained silent. "Won't it be great if the eternal civilization and the Guanxian universe end up destroying each other?" Saru asked the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master didn't respond. She turned around to leave. Saru immediately blocked her path. "Saijing, what are you going to do?" she asked, sounding furious. "It's none of your business," the adjudication sword master responded fiercely. She didn't even look back at Saru as she stepped onto her sword and disappeared into the distant horizon. Saru stomped around in frustration. Just what is she trying to do? True selflessness looked up without saying a word. "She always kicks up a fuss during important times. She really knows how to make me go crazy," Saru remarked and got ready to fly. She wanted to stop the adjudication sword master herself. However, true selflessness interrupted her by saying, "Let it go." Saru cast a surprised gaze upon true selflessness. However, true selflessness remained silent as she turned around and left. Ye Guan streaked across the starry sky at the fastest speed possible. His goal was to return to the Guanxian universe. His intuition was screaming at him about the possibility that Saru had colluded with the Eternal Sovereign against him. He had to return to the Guanxian universe to warn them of what was to come. He didn't dare underestimate the Eternal Sovereign. To make matters worse, Saru had decided to collude with the Eternal Sovereign, so it wouldn't be long before the true universe and the Eternal Civilization established an alliance. An alliance between them would put the Guanxian universe in extreme peril. Just then, the spacetime a kilometer away from Ye Guan was torn open, and a middle-aged man rushed out of the spacetime rift. At the same time, a fist imprint rushed toward Ye Guan like a tidal wave. Boom! A low rumbling echoed from the starry sky as the fist imprint made its way over to Ye Guan. The powerful undulations from the fist imprint were enough for Ye Guan to deduce that the middle-aged man was a great destiny sovereign. A great destiny sovereign. Ye Guan's face darkened. He had his suspicions that Saru had decided to collude with the Eternal Sovereign, but he didn't expect to get attacked so soon. Since only the true universe knew that he was here, Saru had obviously told them of his whereabouts. Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and drew his sword. Heaven rend quick draw 60 as 1. Ye Guan's sword let out a shrill cry as it carved a path in the starry sky. The spacetime in a few dozen radius around Ye Guan collapsed with a thunderous roar. The sheer power contained within Ye Guan's sword shattered the oncoming fist imprint. Boom! Both Ye Guan and the middle-aged man were blasted away. It took Ye Guan a few kilometers of flying before he could finally stop. He looked up and finally saw his opponent, a black-robed middle-aged man with a towering physique. The man's fists were so massive that they looked like huge hammers. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, an ephemeral transcendence realm swordsman at such a young age. "No wonder the Eternal Sovereign decided to send me to deal with you personally." The middle-aged man stepped forward and unleashed a punch. Boom! The punch sent forth a torrent of power that was akin to a dam breaking loose. A terrifying wave of energy loomed over Ye Guan. The wave of energy was so strong that he found it hard to breathe, even at the mere sight of it. Indeed, great destiny sovereigns were true powerhouses. Ye Guan took a moment to compose himself before taking a step forward and activating the lightning god imprint. He slashed out with his sword, unleashing Heaven Rend once again. The moment his sword fell, a powerful force capable of splitting the world apart erupted. The two forces clashed with a deafening boom, and a shockwave swept across the starry sky. Ye Guan and the black-robed middle-aged man flew backward, and they came to a halt at the same time. Ye Guan looked up to stare at the black-robed middle-aged man, and the latter disappeared the moment Ye Guan's gaze fell on him. Slash! Ye Guan responded quickly with a slash imbued with the lightning energy of the lightning god imprint. The resulting slash seemed capable of tearing apart anything, but the black-robed middle-aged man seemed excited as he faced the attack. He rushed forward and transformed into a streak of light before unleashing a punch that sent forth a tempest of fist light. The fist light engulfed the sword, and the nearby stretch of the starry sky seemed to crumble around them. Kaboom! The nearby stretch of the starry sky was obliterated. Ye Guan and the black-robed middle-aged man found themselves in a mysterious patch of space-time. They couldn't see anything at all, but they remained fierce as they rushed at each other. This was Ye Guan's first fight after his massive increase in strength, and this was a clash of raw power. Schemes and tricks were useless at their cultivation base. After all, they had already gotten strong enough to obliterate a chunk of the starry sky. Boom! A loud boom echoed as the fist light and the sword light annihilated each other. The two were forced to retreat yet again, but a sword snuck its way over to the black-robed middle-aged man's flank. The black-robed middle-aged man smirked and retaliated with a punch. Boom! The sword was blown away, but another sword quickly replaced it. However, there was a massive difference. Ye Guan was wielding the sword himself. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he clapped, catching the blade of Ye Guan's sword between his palms. However, the black-robed middle-aged man decided to let go of his sword and punched the black-robed middle-aged man. World Devastation Art? Ye Guan's World Devastation Art reached greater heights because of the changes to Ye Guan's fleshly body. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing Ye Guan decisively abandon his sword. He didn't dare to underestimate Ye Guan as he let go of the sword and raised his arms in front of him. Boom! The black-robed middle-aged man was blasted a kilometer away after barely managing to protect himself. As he came to a stop, astonishment suffused his face, and he stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. You're a martial god as well. Ye Guan was quiet. His figure flickered and turned blurry as he rushed at the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man opened his palm, and a golden light burst out. The golden light enveloped the black-robed middle-aged man's fist as he let out a punch toward Ye Guan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black-robed middle-aged man unleashed multiple attacks in the blink of an eye. Bang! Ye Guan was blasted at least a few dozen kilometers away. As he came to a stop, the black-robed middle-aged man in the distance erupted into laughter. Young swordsman, I'll let you witness my true power as a great destiny sovereign. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice faded as he took a step forward. Boom! A mysterious force surged from within him, and a colossal golden astral projection soon materialized behind him. The space-time of the nearby starry sky started to crumble as the golden astral projection materialized. The black-robed middle-aged man laughed. Come and try to withstand these punches of mine, he exclaimed, and the golden astral projection behind him leaned forward to unleash a terrifying punch at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression turned grim at the oncoming punch. However, he was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and thrust his sword, unleashing a sword thrust emblazoned with the final move of the unbeatable fist art. Unbeatable? A kaleidoscope of sword light erupted. Ye Guan's sword seemed as tiny as a grain of dust when compared to the golden fist of the golden astral projection, but the moment the sword and the colossal fist collided, the golden fist violently trembled and exploded. Almost simultaneously, Ye Guan and the black-robed middle-aged man vanished. Moments later, a burst of fist light and sword light erupted into multiple collisions. Rumble! A terrifying shockwave swept across the starry sky. Ye Guan staggered backward. He got ready to counterattack, but his pupils suddenly constricted. He turned around and found a long spear flying toward him from behind. Another great destiny sovereign was here. The long spear moved at astonishing speeds, and it caught Ye Guan off guard. He couldn't react in time, and the long spear pierced his chest. Boom! Ye Guan flew like a kite that had lost its strings. He cut a sorry figure in midair, and when he stopped, he saw a hole in his chest oozing with blood. Raising his head, Ye Guan looked up and found a white-robed man holding a long spear. The black-robed middle-aged man sounded displeased as he asked, Sovereign Xian, why did you intervene? Sovereign Xian glanced at the black-robed middle-aged man and replied, Sovereign Mang, the first sovereign has ordered us to bring back his head and his divine items. The first sovereign's commands? Sovereign Mang's brows furrowed. We can't afford to waste any more time, Sovereign Xian said, let's do it together. His words had yet to finish echoing when he vanished into thin air. Shwick! The long spear tore through everything in its path as it made a beeline for Ye Guan. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sovereign Mang also disappeared. 2 against 1. Ye Guan's expression darkened. Damn it, these guys are shameless. In addition to bullying the weak, they're also ganging up on me? Left with no choice, a powerful sword energy erupted from Ye Guan as a colossal sword that stretched over a kilometer manifested in his hands. He gripped the colossal sword tightly and swung it toward the oncoming great destiny sovereigns. Boom! The colossal sword was made out of sword energy, but it seemed like it was made out of paper instead, as it shattered the moment it collided with the 2 great destiny sovereigns. Ye Guan had gotten dramatically stronger, but 2 great destiny sovereigns were still too much for him to handle. To make matters worse, they were ancient great destiny sovereigns born during the Eternal Civilization era. Sovereign Xian glared at Ye Guan and shouted, shatter his fleshly body first. With that, he transformed into a beam of spear light and rushed toward Ye Guan. The long spear pierced everything as it made a beeline for Ye Guan. Sovereign Mang had also made the same decision as he unleashed a powerful fist attack. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Ye Guan's eyes. He was about to activate his bloodline when a dazzling sword light appeared from out of nowhere and struck the oncoming long spear. Clang! Sovereign Xian was blasted away by the sword light, while Sovereign Mang immediately came to a halt and directed his gaze toward a woman not too far away from Ye Guan. The Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan looked at the Adjudication Sword Master with a face full of astonishment. The Adjudication Sword Master stared coldly at him. Return to Guanxian Universe, she exclaimed. Ye Guan asked, why? Do you really have to ask that? The Adjudication Sword Master snapped, hurry up and go back to your Guanxian Universe. Ye Guan shook his head and said, if I go back, you will be outnumbered and overwhelmed. Rumble! Ye Guan's words had just left his mouth when the space-time behind him and the adjudication sword master trembled violently. Moments later, two great destiny sovereigns walked out of the space-time rift. The adjudication sword master was annoyed. She glared fiercely at Ye Guan and shouted, "Perfect. Now you can't escape. Damn it, you infuriating man." Four great destiny sovereigns. As he observed the formidable lineup, Ye Guan's face darkened. The fact that the Eternal Sovereign had dispatched four great destiny sovereigns to kill him had truly caught him off guard. His cultivation base was too low compared to them, so how could he possibly contend with such an overwhelming lineup? Adding to the unexpected turn of events was the adjudication sword master's intervention. Ye Guan regarded the adjudication sword master with a complex mix of emotions and asked, "What brings you here?" The adjudication sword master didn't even glance at him as she coldly declared, "To witness your demise." Her words were cold, but Ye Guan found a subtle warmth in them, and the discovery made him smile. The adjudication sword master shot him an icy glare. "What's funny? There's nothing funny about this situation." Ye Guan responded sincerely, "You disrupted Saro's plans." Turning away, the adjudication sword master stared into the distance with an emotionless visage. "I'll fight those four, and you can make your escape." Before Ye Guan could speak, the adjudication sword master softly warned, "Don't feign act like you're strong. If you stay here, you're definitely going to die." Shaking his head, Ye Guan met the adjudication sword master's ire with a calm expression. "Stubborn and foolish," the sword master grumbled. Ye Guan's gaze shifted towards Sovereign Meng in the distance. "What's going to happen to you if I leave?" The adjudication sword master turned toward him, but she didn't respond. Sovereign Meng broke the silence and asked, "What kind of game is your true universe playing?" The adjudication sword master turned towards Sovereign Meng. Sovereign Meng asked, "Adjudication sword master, did Lady Saro not inform you of her alliance with our eternal civilization?" The adjudication sword master stared intently at Sovereign Meng. "Her allegiance has nothing to do with me," she said. "It appears that your true universe lacks unity," Sovereign Meng said with narrowed eyes. "We can just kill her if she remains adamant on saving him." "Why waste words with her?" said Sovereign Xian. His words echoed throughout the starry sky, and he suddenly vanished. The other two also made their moves, while Sovereign Meng quickly followed suit. Facing the terrifying assault of four great destiny sovereigns, Ye Guan felt as though he was facing four immovable mountains. Just their combined aura was enough to obliterate a few worlds. The adjudication sword master's gaze turned cold. She took a step forward and gestured with her fingers. "Open," she roared and slashed out with her finger sword. A sharp sword flew out from her glabella, and it made a beeline for Sovereign Meng. The attack sent Sovereign Meng tumbling backward. The adjudication sword master quickly followed out, and a myriad of sword lights erupted, forcing the three great destiny sovereigns to retreat. The four great destiny sovereigns were left astonished and uneasy. They hadn't expected the adjudication sword master's overwhelming strength. She glared coldly at the four great destiny sovereigns with a sword made out of her sword intent in her hands. She exuded a terrifying sword might that Ye Guan left Ye Guan deeply surprised. Ye Guan initially thought that he was on par with the adjudication sword master, but it finally became clear to him that the gap between them was incredibly huge, and she had held back during their previous fights. Otherwise, he would have already died 10 times. A mix of complex emotions surged within Ye Guan. The adjudication sword master suddenly grabbed Ye Guan's shoulder and dragged him away with her across the starry sky. Sovereign Meng's expression turned cold, and he roared, "Chase them." His words had yet to finish echoing when they all transformed into streaks of light that chased after the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master tore through the fabric of spacetime, guiding Ye Guan toward the Guanxian universe inside the spacetime tunnel. Ye Guan turned toward the adjudication sword master next to him. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her facial features were perfect, devoid of any flaws. Even though only half of her face was visible to him, he still couldn't take his eyes off his breathtaking beauty. The adjudication sword master seemed to have sensed his gaze as she suddenly turned her head toward him and asked, sounding furious, "What are you staring at?" Ye Guan retracted his gaze and looked into the distance without uttering a word. The adjudication sword master glared at him and said, "I saved you just because I didn't want you to die by such despicable means. Don't read too much into it, understand?" Ye Guan nodded, "I know. You want to kill me with your own hands." The adjudication sword master coldly replied, "As long as you understand." Ye Guan suddenly chuckled. The adjudication sword master was furious. "What are you laughing at? Is there something funny about what I said? Laugh again, and I'll stab you to death." Ye Guan hastily said, Okay, I won't laugh anymore." The adjudication sword master glared fiercely at Ye Guan, and then she turned to look toward the distant edge of the starry sky. She fell silent upon sensing the four destiny sovereigns' pursuit. After a while, she asked, "Can you contact someone from your Guanxian universe?" Ye Guan shook his head and replied, "This place is too far away from the Guanxian universe." The adjudication sword master furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Ye Guan was about to say something when he noticed that she had come to a stop. "What's wrong?" Ye Guan asked. The adjudication sword master silently gazed into the distance. Ye Guan turned to look and found an old man not too far away from them. The old man was dressed in daoist robes with a horsetail whisk in hand. His aura seemed like it had become one with the starry sky, and it was enough clues for Ye Guan to know that the old man was an expert. Two great destiny sovereigns were standing in front of the old man. Just then, Sovereign Meng and the other Great Destiny Sovereigns appeared a kilometer away from Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master. 6 Great Destiny Sovereigns and an old fogey. Ye Guan frowned deeply. The Eternal Sovereign had 12 Great Destiny Sovereigns, and he had dispatched half of them just to kill him. Wait. Ye Guan's brows knitted. The Eternal Sovereign was exceedingly prideful and confident. It was unlikely that he would go to such lengths to deal with a mere Ye Guan. In other words, Siro had to have said something to the Eternal Sovereign. Her words, whatever they were, had made the Eternal Sovereign take him seriously. Ye Guan felt bitter. He had never been wary of Siro because it seemed like she had been in the tiny pagoda for a long time. He always thought that Siro was there to assist him at the behest of his father. Indeed, she had assisted him for quite a while. However, he truly didn't expect the depths of Siro's schemes. Did father place her by my side to increase the difficulty of my life? Ye Guan genuinely felt that his grandfather had been too lenient with his father many years ago. The Yang family members were getting tougher and tougher, so his grandfather should have given his father more hardships. The old man stared at the Adjudication Sword Master and smiled before asking, Adjudication Sword Master, did Siro not inform you of the alliance between your true universe and our eternal civilization? The Adjudication Sword Master stared at the old man and asked, is it really necessary to dispatch so many Great Destiny Sovereigns just to kill a peak immortal realm cultivator? The old man made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and chuckled. Young Master Ye is not an ordinary peak immortal realm cultivator. Of course, this is all thanks to Lady Siro's words. He could have escaped if we had only sent one Great Destiny Sovereign. Ye Guan's expression darkened. He was right. His days ahead were undoubtedly going to be even more challenging because Siro knew everything there was to know about him. Just then, the old man continued. Adjudication Sword Master, we don't want to be enemies with the true universe, so if you wish to leave, you can do so at any time. If you don't want to leave, then we'll have to apologize in advance for offending you. The Adjudication Sword Master turned to Ye Guan and whispered, can you just go? Ye Guan stared at the Adjudication Sword Master and said, I want to leave. If I go, they will come after me, which means that I won't be in danger. However, I'm afraid that you'll desperately try to stop them from chasing me if I were to do that. The Adjudication Sword Master looked away and spat coldly. You have a wild imagination. I won't risk my life for you. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and clenched his fist. Boom! Ye Guan's aura surged crazily after activating the Sword Master's Deo imprint. The Sword Master's Deo imprint allowed him to temporarily reach the Time Immortal realm. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He activated the Lightning God imprint and the Divine Tree of Nature. Ye Guan's aura reached unprecedented heights in the blink of an eye. The old man's eyes narrowed in astonishment, and he exclaimed, the Sword Master's Deo imprint. They had come here to kill Ye Guan and plunder his divine items. Every piece of divine item on Ye Guan was a godly divine item of unparalleled value. The Sword Master's Deo imprint was especially overpowered as it allowed one to break even the great Deist Brush Master's seals. In fact, their main objective here was the Sword Master's Deo imprint. All of a sudden, Ye Guan reached out for the Adjudication Sword Master's face. This time, the Adjudication Sword Master didn't kick up a fuss, nor did she look away. Ye Guan suddenly stopped when it was just half an inch away from her face. In the end, Ye Guan retracted his hand and stared deeply at her. He had so many words that he wanted to say to her, but he could only say 2 words. Thank you, he said. His figure turned blurry as lightning erupted beneath his feet. A thunderous boom echoed afterward as he vanished into a beam of sword light that rushed toward the distance. Siro, true selflessness, I know you two are here. Don't let her intervene again, Ye Guan said, leaving these words behind as he disappeared. The old man and the Great Destiny Sovereigns ignored the Adjudication Sword Master and chased after Ye Guan. The Adjudication Sword Master's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. She bent her knees and was about to jump into the air to chase after them when Siro in true selflessness suddenly appeared next to her. The Adjudication Sword Master glanced at the 2 women and frowned. Siro stared deeply at the Adjudication Sword Master and said, why are you going this far for him? You, don't tell me that you like him. True selflessness frowned. She cast a doubtful gaze at the Adjudication Sword Master upon sensing that something was awry. Initially, she hadn't entertained such thoughts, but Siro's words hinted at a troubling reality. The Adjudication Sword Master paid no attention to Siro's remarks. She started walking away, but Siro swiftly stopped her. She glared at the Adjudication Sword Master and shouted, have you lost your mind? Did you actually fall for him? Do you not know that his goal is to annihilate the true universe? The Adjudication Sword Master was quiet. Eventually, she decided to speak and said, didn't you say that he's handsome? Siro was frustrated and furious. Calling him handsome is just. Saijing, please don't let your feelings cloud your judgment. He's far from reliable. I've been with him long enough to know that. He's not just flirtatious, he's also fickle and unreliable. Undeterred, the Adjudication Sword Master continued walking away. Just then, a mysterious force enveloped her. The Adjudication Sword Master turned to Siro and asked, do you really think that attacking me now will change anything? Siro's cold gaze seemed to dig into the Adjudication Sword Master as she said, he holds a grudge against the eternal civilization, and our true universe can take advantage of that. Anyone else can rescue him, but not you. You have to remember who you are. You're a divine spirit of the true universe, the head commander of the Jin Guards, and you're from the Stone Village. Are you truly willing to betray the true universe, the stone village, and big sister for one man? The adjudication sword master glared coldly at Suro. Her words were like sharp knives piercing her heart. Saijing spoke before Suro could say something, and she sounded like she was pleading as she said, I don't want to see him die. Ah, Suro was dumbstruck. How can you fall for him? How can you? Suro interrupted herself and stared wide-eyed at the adjudication sword master. Eternal secret realm. What happened there? You too, she muttered. The adjudication sword master stared at the fuming Suro and said, You're right. He's an enemy of the true universe, and you didn't do anything wrong by scheming against an enemy. We're enemies, so everything is justified, but... The adjudication sword master turned toward the distance and continued. I still want to save him. Why? Why? Suro shouted. She couldn't quite accept it. I don't want to see him get bullied, the adjudication sword master exclaimed and smiled wryly. Then, she turned into a beam of sword light that disappeared into the distance. How reckless. Suro's voice echoed throughout the starry, and a mysterious voice enveloped the adjudication sword master, immobilizing her. Suro then appeared in front of the adjudication sword master. She cast a cold gaze upon the latter and said, Come, let me see if your swordsmanship has improved over the years. Since her persuasion had fallen on deaf ears, it was time to use force. The adjudication sword master ignored Suro and turned to look at true selflessness. If she had any feelings for Ye Guan, the latter would live to see another day. However, true selflessness was quiet for a while before shaking her head. The adjudication sword master closed her eyes. Moments later, she opened her eyes, revealing the determined light within them as she roared, Both of you, come at me together. A shrill noise echoed as the adjudication sword master unsheathed her sword. Ye Guan flew across the starry sky on his sword. Thanks to the sword master's Dao imprint, he was temporarily a time immortal realm cultivator, which meant that he was significantly faster than when running away with his peak immortal realm cultivation base. Still, he couldn't shake off his pursuers. The great destiny sovereigns behind him stuck to him like a koala to a tree. An ancient incantation abruptly rang out from behind Ye Guan. A sense of unease crept into Ye Guan's heart. The next moment, spacetime in front of him trembled violently. Shockingly, the flow of spacetime around him and in front of him had reserved. He was now moving backward rather than forward. Ye Guan quickly recovered from his shock and decisively swung his sword. Swish! A dazzling sword light slashed down. The old man wearing daoist robes was already standing in front of Ye Guan. 6 great destiny sovereigns surrounded him, and with the old man wearing daoist robes, Ye Guan was now surrounded by 7 great destiny sovereigns. The old man wearing daoist robes was even a sorcerer. Ye Guan's expression turned grim. He might stand a chance in a one-on-one battle with his current strength, but going against 7 great destiny sovereigns at the same time was just impossible. Even if he were to burn his fleshy body, soul, and bloodlines, he had 0 chance of winning. The old man wearing daoist robes observed Ye Guan with a smile and remarked, You've truly defied our expectations. You are but a paltry peak immortal, but you're capable of contending with great destiny sovereigns. Even in the era of my eternal civilization, you'll stand out as an anomaly among anomalies, a genius among geniuses. Ye Guan looked at the old man wearing daoist robes and asked, Are you a sorcerer from the eternal civilization? The old man wearing daoist robes nodded. Indeed. Ye Guan continued, I've encountered ancient divine sorcerers and divine mages, but I've never seen what a sorcerer from the eternal civilization can do. The old man wearing daoist robes chuckled. Are you challenging me to a one-on-one duel? Ye Guan's eyes were fixed on the old man wearing daoist robes. Enlighten me if you would, he said. The old man wearing daoist robes grinned and gestured with his hand. The formidable great destiny sovereigns moved aside. You move first, the old man wearing daoist robes said. Without hesitation, Ye Guan vanished. A streak of sword light streaked across the starry sky, and Ye Guan appeared in front of the old man wearing daoist robes. He executed the heaven-rend quick draw 70 times in one sword move. In addition, he also harnessed the might of his lightning god imprint, the divine tree of nature, and the sword master's Dao imprint. He had gone all out. A mighty conflagration erupted from Ye Guan's sword, and it reduced every inch of space-time in its way into ashes. The surrounding space-time eventually became illusory, it just couldn't handle Ye Guan's sword. However, the old man wearing daoist robes remained calm. Just as Ye Guan's sword was a few meters away from him, he calmly opened his palm, and a golden light poured out of his hand to create a golden shield in front of him. Boom! The golden shield trembled violently before letting out a crisp cracking noise. The old man wearing daoist robes gently pushed his right hand forward. It was just a simple push, but it generated a deafening boom that sent Ye Guan flying tens of kilometers away. When he came to a stop, a trickle of blood slowly dripped down his lips. Ye Guan looked down and saw that his fleshly body was covered in cracks. The old man wearing daoist robes had moved only once, but he already suffered severe injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye Guan looked toward the old man wearing daoist robes not far away. The latter chuckled and said, If you were a great sovereign, perhaps you could challenge me. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. The old man wearing daoist robes pointed a finger at Ye Guan. Divine lightning of the 9 heavens, descend, he muttered. Boom! A lightning bolt plummeted toward Ye Guan's head. However, Ye Guan neither dodged nor avoided it. He allowed the divine lightning to engulf him. The old man wearing daoist robes furrowed his brows. Ye Guan was unscathed. In fact, Ye Guan was actually devouring the divine lightning. The old man wearing daoist robes stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before exclaiming in shock, "Lightning tribulation force." Ye Guan took a deep breath and clenched his fists, prompting a terrifying wave of lightning force to surge out of him. Just then, the old man wearing daoist robes pointed at him again, and a tempestuous wind swept across the starry sky toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes widened. The wind blade seemed ordinary, but it carried a horrifying amount of power that made Ye Guan frown. He didn't dare to be careless. He gripped his sword with his right hand and slashed out. Ye Guan's current stacking limit was 70 strikes in one, so he performed that against the oncoming wind blade. However, his right arm let out an audible crack. Clearly, his fleshly body couldn't quite withstand the toll of executing such a move 2 times in a short period of time. Boom! Ye Guan's sword light crumbled in the face of the wind blade. Ye Guan was forced to retreat, and the wind blade chased after him relentlessly. He cast a gaze of disbelief at the wind blade. What kind of wind is that? How come it shattered my sword move as if it were made out of paper? A glint of determination flashed in Ye Guan's eyes. He was forced to interrupt his train of thought as the wind blade was already a few meters away from him. Left with no choice, he slashed out once more a sword move emblazoned with unbeatable. Boom! The wind blade trembled violently, and it was forced to come to a halt. Ye Guan's right hand was torn open, and blood incessantly poured out of the wound. Despite that, Ye Guan was horrified to find that the wind blade was still after him. Ye Guan roared and pressed forward with his sword. Boom! The wind blade was blasted away. The old man wearing daoist robes opened his palm, and the wind blade flew toward him. It orbited him as though it was alive. The old man wearing daoist robes stared at Ye Guan with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "Your sword intent is pretty durable. I didn't expect that it'd withstand my nether wind." Ye Guan was unwittingly transfixed on the old man wearing daoist robes. He gripped the sword in his bleeding right hand. Blood also poured out of his mouth without any signs of stopping. The old man wearing daoist robes was far stronger than the majority of the great destiny sovereigns out there. "Come again," the old man roared and tapped his nether wind with his left hand. It surged and congealed into a colossal saber that made its way toward Ye Guan. The terrifying sight made Ye Guan's heart skip a beat. Regardless, he remained steadfast as he stepped forward and unleashed his sword domain. It didn't take long for the colossal saber to reach his sword domain, and Ye Guan went pale the moment the colossal saber was under the influence of his domain. Ignoring the pain, Ye Guan turned into a streak of sword light that rushed at the colossal saber. He raised his sword and struck it with his sword emblazoned with unbeatable. Kaboom! The colossal saber quivered violently upon getting hit. Ye Guan took advantage of the momentary lull to raise his sword and slash out once more. Boom! The colossal saber shattered with a resounding explosion, and the nether wind was also blasted away. However, Ye Guan wasn't quite done just yet. He vanished and sent a diagonal slash toward the old man wearing daoist robes. The old man reacted quickly. He opened his palm, and a conflagration erupted. It consumed Ye Guan's sword light, startling Ye Guan into a retreat. When he looked up once more after retreating, he was shocked to find that the spacetime in front of him had been obliterated by the flames. Ye Guan looked down at the sword in his hand and found that it was blurry. The sword intent that had been maintaining its form seemed to have run dry. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn. He gazed at the old man wearing daoist robes in the distance and saw a white and eerie flame in the old man's palm. The spacetime a few hundred meters around the old man was melting layer by layer, creating an incredibly horrifying sight. The old man smiled at Ye Guan. "Do you know what this flame is?" Ye Guan replied, "I'm eager to hear about it." The divine tree of nature inside of him was patching him up at the moment. He just needed to buy enough time. The old man smiled and explained, "I know you're buying time to heal up, but it's useless. I'm too strong. Even if you somehow managed to raise your cultivation base to the great sovereign realm, you still won't be my opponent." The old man paused before continuing. "You're an exceedingly rare talent, and it is a pity for you to die here. How about this? I'm willing to give you a way out. Offer the Guanxian universe to us and submit, do that, and you may live along with the Guanxian universe." Ye Guan was stunned. "He's actually persuading me to surrender?" Even the great destiny sovereigns behind the old man were surprised. They were here to kill Ye Guan and plunder his divine items rather than to ask him to surrender. Still, they didn't dare to say anything. The old man's position was much higher position than theirs in the eternal world. Ye Guan was silent, seemingly thinking about the offer. The old man wasn't in a hurry at all. He stared at Ye Guan with a light smile on his lips. The young man before him was an extraordinary talent beyond extraordinary talents, but he was still too young. Unfortunately, Ye Guan's young age also meant that he was no match for the old man. Ha ha ha. Ye Guan suddenly laughed and exclaimed, "The Yang family members would rather die in battle than kneel in submission. I see." The old man nodded lightly before exclaiming, "Then, die with your Guanxian universe." The old man opened his palm, and a terrifying conflagration erupted. The space within a few kilometers of the old man began to disintegrate. Ye Guan chuckled and shouted, "Come here." With that, Ye Guan got ready to ignite both his own fleshly body and soul. However, the spacetime behind Ye Guan was suddenly torn open. Moments later, Ye Guan heard someone approaching him from behind. The old man's gaze turned solemn as his gaze landed on the newcomer. The great destiny sovereigns reacted the same. Ye Guan slowly turned around and was stunned to see the newcomer. He was stunned because he couldn't recognize them. Who were they? The newcomer was a woman. Clad in a long, flowing white robe, her posture was reminiscent of a sword. A wine gourd was hanging on her waist. The woman stared at Ye Guan with a light smile. Ye Guan asked, "Aunt?" The woman's lift became charming as she remarked, "You're sharp." "Aunt?" Ye Guan grinned brightly. Aside from his plain skirt aunt, he had a few more aunts. The woman in front of him felt so close to him, which was why he had unknowingly blurted out the word aunt. The woman in the white robe's smile deepened as she said, "You really resemble my brother." Ye Guan asked, "Did my father send you to protect me?" "Yes, but I also wanted to see you." The woman in the white robe chuckled and ruffled Ye Guan's hair before saying, "Step aside, Aunt will handle this for you." However, Ye Guan shook his head and said, "Aunt, can you let me take on one?" The woman in the white robe was surprised. "Take on one?" Ye Guan nodded. "Facing 7 is too much for me, but 1, I can give it a shot." The woman in the white robe smiled and said, "Sure." Ye Guan grinned and turned to the old man wearing daoist robes. "Send a great destiny sovereign to face me one-on-one. How about that?" The old man glanced at Ye Guan and chuckled. "Can your aunt even handle 6? Swoosh! A white flowing sword light suddenly appeared and rushed toward the old man. The old man frowned and opened his palm, conjuring a wall of fire a few hundred meters high. Bam! The wall of fire was instantly extinguished, and the impact sent the old man flying hundreds of meters away. Another woman was standing at the old man's previous location. She was wearing a pristine white skirt, and the way she held her sword exuded unprecedented grace reminiscent of a goddess. The expressions of the great destiny sovereigns turned serious. Ye Guan looked at the woman in the white skirt and exclaimed, "Aunt." The woman in the white skirt looked at Ye Guan. She broke out into a grin and exclaimed, "You really are handsome. It's just my good genes." Ye Guan exclaimed with a chuckle. The woman in the white skirt chuckled at that and said, "You're good with your words as well." Ye Guan smiled, but he was inwardly surprised to see 2 of his aunts at the same time. The woman in the white robe looked at the old man and said with a smile, "Since he wants a one-on-one, what do you think of letting him do it?" The old man looked at the flame in his hand and saw that it had grown weaker. The old man was stupefied. The woman in the white skirt could actually harm an eternal fire one? Clearly, he had underestimated the Guanxian universe's overall strength. The old man swept his gaze across the 2 women before saying, "Since he wants a one-on-one, then let there be a one-on-one. Who's up?" he asked the great destiny sovereigns behind him. Sovereign Xian stepped forward with his long spear. He looked at Ye Guan in the distance and chuckled. "Why bother with a one-on-one? Let your 2 aunts move, and you'll have a great chance of escaping with their help." Ye Guan smiled, "No need for unnecessary words. How about this? I want us to fight one-on-one without anyone's interference." Sovereign Xian stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you sure?" Ye Guan nodded, "Yes." Sovereign Xian glanced at the woman in the white robe and the woman in the white skirt. Then, he smiled without saying anything. Ye Guan instantly understood what he meant. He turned around and stared at the 2 women with a serious gaze. "Aunts, I'll have a one-on-one battle with him. Please don't intervene even if I start losing." The woman in the white robe looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you sure?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." After a moment of silence, the woman in the white robe nodded. "Okay." Hearing that, Ye Guan turned to look at Sovereign Xian. Sovereign Xian burst into laughter and said, "Gentlemen, please don't intervene even if I start losing in our one-on-one. Anyone who does so won't earn my gratitude. I'll consider them my mortal enemy instead." With that, the rest of the great sovereigns withdrew to the sidelines. The 2 women did the same. The woman in the white robe muttered, "He's a really prideful young man." The woman in the white skirt's eyes shone with a hint of concern. She wasn't aware of Ye Guan's capabilities, so she didn't know what to expect. She had chosen to trust Ye Guan because the latter's eyes exuded confidence. Sovereign Xian commented, "Daring to challenge a great destiny sovereign at the peak immortal realm, I must admit, you're quite bold. Your boldness is rare, even during my glory days. Rest assured, I won't stoop so low as to bully the weak." Sovereign Xian suppressed his cultivation base to the peak immortal realm. The old man wearing daoist robes frowned, but he couldn't say anything. Ye Guan was daring enough to challenge a great destiny sovereign at the peak immortal realm, but it would actually be shameless of them to send a great destiny sovereign against a peak immortal realm cultivator in a one-on-one fight. In addition, Sovereign Xian had his own pride. He was considered a heaven-defying talent himself for even reaching the great destiny sovereign. With that in mind, there was no way he could allow a paltry peak immortal to challenge him. After suppressing his realm, Sovereign Xian looked at Ye Guan and said, "Let's get started." Ye Guan stared into Sovereign Xian's eyes and said, "I'm going, then." Swoosh! Ye Guan vanished into a streak of sword light. Sovereign Xian laughed heartily and charged forward with a thrust of his long spear. The long spear moved like a dragon, causing the starry space to surge with energy. His aura remained oppressive and dense despite his suppressed cultivation base. In fact, it felt as though he had become stronger. The 2 chose to face each other's attack head-on for the first move. The moment the spear and the sword collided, a burst of sword light and spear light erupted. The resulting force sent both of them staggering backward, but at the same time, Sovereign Xian threw his spear toward Ye Guan. Swish! The long spear flew forward, tearing through the air with terrifying force. Every inch of space-time in its way was torn apart, creating a horrifying scene. The long spear instantly reached Ye Guan. It was no longer in Sovereign Xian's hand, but it was still incredibly powerful. However, Ye Guan didn't retreat. No, he couldn't afford to retreat. He raised his sword and swung it down fiercely. It was a sword move emblazoned with unbeatable. The sword's aura was no weaker than the aura of Sovereign Xian's spear. Unbeatable? Ye Guan was neither afraid nor hesitant, even in the face of a great destiny sovereign. Unfortunately, his sword was slightly weaker than Sovereign Xian's spear. Bang! Ye Guan's sword struck and blasted the long spear away, but Ye Guan himself was sent flying backward by at least a few kilometers. When he came to a halt, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth and onto the ground. Tiny cracks had also appeared on his arms, and his blood slowly dripped onto his sword, giving it a crimson hue. It was a blood-stained sword? The old man and the other great destiny sovereigns cast a solemn gaze at the fight. The young man's prowess had astounded them to think that he could face Sovereign Xian head-on. Sovereign Xian had indeed suppressed his cultivation base, but great destiny sovereigns were strong not just because of their realms. Sovereign Xian opened his palm, and the long spear returned to him. He glanced at the cracks on the spear, and he broke out into a grin. Moments later, he laughed heartily and shouted, "Interesting. This is interesting. Here, come at me again." His words had yet to finish echoing throughout the battlefield when he suddenly vanished with his long spear pointing at Ye Guan in the distance. He didn't make any flashy moves, and it was just a simple thrust. However, the long spear contained enough power to annihilate small worlds. It made sense as Sovereign Xian had infused all of his power into the spear. He knew that Ye Guan would undoubtedly choose to fight him head-on, and Sovereign Xian was convinced that Ye Guan wouldn't be able to withstand the energy contained within his spear. It didn't matter if he had a sturdy physique. He wanted to end the fight with one thrust. As a great destiny sovereign from the era of the eternal civilization, he naturally had his pride. If he were to engage in a long battle with a young man, it would be embarrassing even if he won, so he wanted to achieve a landslide victory. One thrust to end the battle. Ye Guan's heart was gripped by trepidation upon sensing the terrifying might contained within the spear. Clearly, Sovereign Xian wanted to determine victory or defeat with a single thrust. Retreat? It was impossible. If he retreated, his sword would become weaker than the spear. To make matters worse, any hint of indecisiveness would lead to certain defeat. Ye Guan charged forward decisively. He gripped the blood-stained sword as his gaze turned ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. Soon, the distance between the two shrank from kilometers to meters. Sovereign Xian exerted all his strength, thrusting the spear toward Ye Guan's chest. Just as everyone expected Ye Guan to counterattack with his sword, Ye Guan allowed the long spear to pierce his chest. He wasn't going to fight back? Everyone was shocked, and the two women were startled as well. They didn't expect that Ye Guan wouldn't make any move to protect himself, so the two women quickly became nervous. Sovereign Xian was also nervous. He could feel something amiss. However, it was already too late the moment he bent his knees to jump backward and retreat. Ye Guan was just too close to him, and a sword pierced his belly. Ye Guan's goal was to exchange a life for a life? Sovereign Xian roared in pain and threw a punch forward, but Ye Guan let go of his sword and punched Sovereign Xian's fist. World devastation art? Boom! A deafening explosion rocketed the starry sky, and both Ye Guan and Sovereign Xian cut sorry figures in midair as they flew backward. When Sovereign Xian came to a stop, his expression changed dramatically. Something was burning inside him? Sovereign Xian looked down at the blood-stained sword and was horrified. Bloodline power, he exclaimed. Ye Guan's blood had entered his body, and it was ruthlessly devouring his bloodline. Sovereign Xian decisively destroyed his own fleshy body. However, Ye Guan's bloodline had already entered his soul. The great destiny sovereigns were horrified by the sight. What bloodline was that? It was terrifying. Sovereign Xian sat down cross-legged and desperately attempted to suppress the bloodline power inside of him. His expression was filled with terror, and he was scared for his life. Meanwhile, two hands caught Ye Guan just as he collapsed to the ground. Ye Guan's aunts managed to catch him in time before he fell to the ground. The woman in the white skirt looked down at Ye Guan in her arms. Blood was pouring out of Ye Guan's mouth, and his right arm was twisted and deformed. Every bone in his body was shattered, and the wound in his belly was bleeding profusely. Ye Guan looked at the two women before him and grinned. The blood pouring out of his mouth made it difficult for him to speak, but he tried his best and stammered, "Aunts, you saw it, right? I can take on one of them. Only if they hadn't ganged up on me. One unclear whether it's just a type of flame or if it's the name of the flames, so I decided to keep it capitalized but adding an indefinite article." The women in the white skirt and the white robe shared a brief, surprised look. It seemed that he had decided to fight one-on-one to prove himself to them. The woman in the white skirt gently wiped away the blood at the corner of Ye Guan's mouth and offered a reassuring smile. "I understand. You don't have to carry so much burden, all right." Ye Guan grinned but remained quiet. Seeing Ye Guan's determined expression, the woman in the white skirt shook her head and smiled. "Take care of your wounds. We'll take it from here." Ye Guan nodded and closed his eyes. The divine tree of nature started patching up his wounds. Standing up, the woman in the white skirt turned her attention to Sovereign Xian in the distance. His soul was gradually stabilizing as he suppressed the mad demon bloodline. The mad demon bloodline was powerful, but trace amounts of it couldn't possibly kill a great destiny sovereign. Holding a long sword, the woman in the white skirt addressed the crowd from the eternal world with a playful smile. "One-on-one or a group fight? You can choose, I am fine with anything." The old man eyed the woman in the white skirt. "We have a mission to do, so I'm afraid we can't fight you one-on-one. The old man opened his palms, and the eternal fire and the nether wind appeared in both of his palms. They took to the skies and transformed into two colossal dragons that rushed toward the woman in the white skirt. Practically simultaneously, the other great destiny sovereigns disappeared from their positions and headed straight for the woman in the white skirt. The woman in the white skirt remained calm. She transformed into a streak of sword light that took to the sky. Moments later, a kilometer-long white sword energy descended like a waterfall. Just then, the woman in the white robe also transformed into a streak of sword light and joined the fray. A kaleidoscope of sword lights painted a devastating scene across the starry sky. Boom! The two colossal dragons crumbled, and the woman in the white skirt's sword reached the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed. He gestured with his hand, and a golden light appeared to protect him. Crackle! A piercing noise echoed as the golden light shattered in the face of the woman in the white skirt's sword thrust. The backlash sent the old man back a few hundred meters away, but before he could land, the woman in the white skirt appeared in front of him. The old man was alarmed. The woman in the white skirt was a terrifying swordsman, and he didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. He gestured with both hands and leaned forward before chanting an ancient incantation. Moments later, a colossal illusory humanoid figure appeared behind him. The humanoid figure exuded an air reminiscent of a towering mountain. It was entirely golden, and it erupted into a radiant golden light before sending a punch toward the woman in the white skirt. Bang! This fist forcefully halted the woman in the white skirt in her tracks, and at that moment, the starry sky seemed to boil. The punch was strong enough to annihilate a few worlds. The old man stared at the woman in the white skirt, and a malicious glint fleeted in his eyes. He suddenly opened his palm and then clenched it into a fist. The colossal illusory figure behind him mirrored his movements and unleashed a punch. Boom! Countless golden lights surged forth from the enormous fist. The woman in the white skirt lightly tapped with her toes and turned into a beam of sword light that soared to the skies. She had decided to fight the colossal illusory figure head-on. The woman in the white skirt seemed as insignificant as an ant before a towering mountain, but when her sword struck the oncoming fist, the fist was torn apart, and the woman in the white skirt reached the old man in the blink of an eye. Her hand lifted her sword high, and a sword light that was a few kilometers long slashed down. Boom! The colossal illusory figure behind the old man shattered, and he was blasted away. The space-time around him collapsed and disintegrated. The old man eventually came to a stop, but he was horrified to find another sword light flying toward him. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he placed a finger on his glabella before shouting, "I invoke the three calamities with my blood as the sacrifice." The starry sky descended into an abrupt silence. The woman in the white skirt's fleshly body suddenly erupted into flames. The three calamities? It was an ancient art from the era of the eternal civilization, and it was derived from the calamities a great time sovereign would have to face to become a great destiny sovereign. The ancient art allowed the old man to unleash those calamities upon his enemies. The first of the three calamities, fire calamity. Boom! The flames of this calamity weren't from the heavens, they were from the mortals themselves. The flames would envelop the organs of the mortal daring enough to challenge the heavens, and it would quickly engulf their fleshly bodies. A slight misstep meant their organs would be reduced to ashes. Their limbs would decay, and their many years of cultivation would be reduced to nothingness. The woman in the white skirt frowned as her fleshly body burned. Meanwhile, the old man was thrilled. He was about to unleash the second calamity, but a mysterious force burst out of the old man and extinguished the flames. The power of transcendence. Before the old man could recover from the shock, the woman in the white skirt rushed toward him. Boom! A burst of sword light erupted, sending the old man flying kilometers away. As he came to a stop, he hastily formed hand seals, and countless ancient runes surged out from within him. Meanwhile, a sword emblazoned with the power of transcendence rushed toward him, causing the ancient runes around the old man to dissipate. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly summoned a golden barrier made out of ancient runes. Bang! The golden barrier shattered, and the old man was forced to retreat again. However, yet another sword made a beeline for him. The old man was alarmed. Realizing that he was no match for the woman before him, he shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The old man's words had yet to finish echoing, but he had already transformed into a streak of golden light that disappeared into the distance. The great destiny sovereigns fighting the woman in the white robe quickly receded like a tide. They were overwhelming the woman in the white robe with numbers, but the fight remained extremely challenging. The old man had sounded the retreat and had already disappeared, so they didn't dare to stay any longer and continue the battle. The two women in white didn't chase after them. They sheathed their swords and returned to Ye Guan's side. Ye Guan's injuries had mostly recovered by the time they walked up to him. Ye Guan slowly opened his eyes and smiled when he saw the two women. The woman in the white skirt asked, "How do you feel?" Ye Guan clenched his fists. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth from within him. Deo Immortal Realm? He had suffered severe injuries in the battle against Sovereign Xian, but the fight had also given him enough insight to reach the Deo Immortal Realm. The woman in the white skirt smiled and cheered, "Congratulations." Ye Guan slowly stood up and earnestly said, "Thank you both for your assistance." The woman in the white skirt chuckled and asked, "Why are you so polite?" Ye Guan smiled but remained silent. He knew that the reason they had come here to help him was all because of his father. Their deep affection for his father had led them to extend their help to him as well. In their eyes, it was only natural for them to help him, but he couldn't take it for granted. He wanted to reflect deeply upon this incident. The woman in the white skirt suddenly said, return to the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan gathered his thoughts and looked at the two women. Are both of you going back to the Guanxian universe? The woman in the white skirt shook her head. Brother isn't there, so we won't go. Ye Guan nodded. He was about to say something else, but the woman in the white robe smiled and said, just go ahead and return. Ye Guan bowed deeply to the two women. Thank you, aunties. With that, he turned around and hopped onto his sword. Soon, he disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The woman in the white skirt watched as Ye Guan vanished into the distance. Then, she chuckled and remarked, what an extraordinary young man. He's already so strong despite his young age. He's impressive, but he's a bit too stubborn. The woman in the white robe pointed out. It seemed like he was afraid that we'd look down on him. No, the woman in the white skirt shook her head and said, he simply doesn't want to rely too much on the strength of the previous generations. He wants to show us that he's as outstanding as the members of the old generation. The woman in the white skirt chuckled once more before saying, and he's not exactly wrong. He has chosen the invincible sword Dao, after all. Since he's on the path of invincibility, he naturally cannot rely too much on the support of others. The woman in the white robe expressed some concern. But his enemies are even stronger than brother's enemies during his time. You're right, the woman in the white skirt nodded and said, I guess we'll stay here a while and protect him as we go. Sounds great, said the woman in the white robe with a smile. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged somewhere on the eternal world. The sky above him was filled with stars, but the sight seemed eerie for some reason. The middle-aged man was none other than the eternal sovereign. 6 individuals dressed in white stood a few meters away from him. They were all carrying a long saber, and they stood quietly while staring at the eternal sovereign. Just then, a group of cultivators made their way over to the eternal sovereign. It was the old man wearing daoist robes and his group of great destiny sovereigns. The old man bowed deeply and said, First sovereign. The eternal sovereign slowly opened his eyes. You failed. The old man's face darkened as he explained, he has 2 exceptional swordsmen helping him. The eternal sovereign chuckled lightly. 2 exceptional swordsmen. The old man nodded and said, they were incredibly powerful. The eternal sovereign slowly stood up and stretched his arms. Now it's getting interesting, he said with a smile. After stretching, he turned to the side and said, Jing Chen. A man walked slowly toward him. The eternal sovereign looked at the elegant man in front of him and asked, how are your investigations? Have you found out everything there is to find about that young man? Jing Chen nodded and said, he's the sword master's son, and he's the current ruler of the Guanxian universe. He's exceptionally talented, and he also has several mysterious experts behind him. The most notable of those experts are a lady dressed in a plain skirt and sword master Qingshan. The eternal sovereign waved his hand dismissively and said, those 2 aren't important. I just want to know if he's related to the great Daoist brush master. Jing Chen shook his head and replied, he bears the Dao imprint, but he's not with the great Daoist brush master. He also doesn't have the great Dao destiny on him, so he's not the chosen one of this generation. So you're saying that the great Daoist brush master isn't the founder of the Guanxian universe? The eternal sovereign asked. Jing Chen nodded. Yes, that's right. Puhahaha. The eternal sovereign erupted into a peal of laughter and said, since he's not related to the great Daoist brush master, and he's also not the chosen one of this generation, we don't have to hesitate about killing him. Jing Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, it's not that straightforward. The eternal sovereign replied, explain. Jing Chen spoke in a deep voice, First sovereign, the divine Dao civilization was born after the eternal civilization, but the divine Dao civilization was short-lived, as it was eventually overturned by the true god of the true universe. The true god of the true universe once clashed with the great Daoist brush master, and she might have defeated the great Daoist brush master back then. The eternal sovereign's eyes widened, and he waved his hand dismissively. That's impossible, he exclaimed. Jing Chen looked at the eternal sovereign, and the eternal sovereign said, I have fought against the great Daoist brush master. His strength is incomprehensible, and he's invincible. Jing Chen hesitated to speak. The eternal sovereign smiled and explained, I am not exaggerating here. I remained invincible for millions of years despite having a myriad of remarkable talents as my peers. I can confidently say great destiny sovereigns and even cosmic spirits are mere ants before me, but the great Daoist brush master. The smile on the eternal sovereign's lips vanished as he continued. His strength is unprecedented, and I have never encountered anyone like him. I'd never believe the claim that someone has defeated him. But the divine Dao civilization was eventually defeated by the true god. Jing Cheng exclaimed. Why did she not kill the great Daoist brush master, then? Asked the eternal sovereign. Jing Chen went silent. He couldn't answer because he didn't know the answer to the eternal sovereign's question. It was a fact that had been puzzling him as well. The eternal sovereign laughed and said, of course, we cannot underestimate the true universe. Jing Chen finally composed himself and said, the true universe is incredibly powerful, but they've been in conflict with Guanxian universe for millions of years and still haven't been able to destroy it. Therefore, we must approach the Guanxian universe with extreme caution. I understand what you're trying to say here, Jing Chen. The eternal sovereign smiled and replied, you've become cautious after our defeat against the great Daoist brush master back then. Caution is great, but one must not be overly cautious, as extreme cautiousness will make you overly hesitant. In other words, you'll lose your boldness and mettle. Jing Chen remained silent. The Guanxian universe and the true universe are our enemies, the Eternal Sovereign added. He then looked into the distance and smiled. Since I've been granted a second chance at life, the eternal civilization shall be reborn, and I'll make sure that the myriad beings of the vast expanse will honor my eternal great Dao. This era still belongs to us. That woman, Siro, has ill intentions. He wants us to attack the Guanxian universe, Jing Chen said. How can I not see through her scheme? The Eternal Sovereign replied, I've simply decided to go along with the flow, as what she wants to happen is what I want to happen as well. Jing Chen looked at the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign explained, I need that young man's divine items, especially the divine tree of nature. It's going to heal me from my deep-seated injuries. In addition, the Guanxian universe is weaker than the true universe, so they are easier to eliminate. With that in mind, let's annihilate the Guanxian universe first, and then we'll deal with the true universe. First Sovereign, the old man wearing daoist robes said, the two swordsmen behind that young man are much stronger than great destiny sovereigns. The Eternal Sovereign closed his eyes and said, what do you think we should do then? Should we annihilate the Guanxian universe first or the true universe first? Jing Chen spoke in a deep voice, I think we should observe and hide until we've gotten strong enough. There's no need for us to hurry to dominate this vast expanse. The old man wearing daoist robes nodded. It was the most conservative approach, and he thought it was a great idea because the Guanxian universe was obviously not as simple as it seemed. It would be too risky to wage war on the Guanxian universe until they had enough information and were strong enough to do so. The Eternal Sovereign suddenly asked, what do we need the most right now? The old man wearing daoist robes and Jing Chen were stunned, but their expressions turned ugly in the next moment. What did they need the most? Money? Spiritual energy? They had conquered the chaotic star realm, but it was a garbage dump. There was barely any spiritual energy here, and there were a myriad of tribulations and calamities. It would be a struggle to flourish here. Every single one of them needed vast amounts of spiritual energy to cultivate, but the chaotic star realm barely had any spiritual energy, so it was difficult to achieve anything substantial here. The Eternal Sovereign said, we currently have two choices, conquer either the Guanxian universe or the true universe first, or exit the boundary of this vast expanse and conquer the worlds outside. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes fell on the old man wearing daoist robes and Jing Chen. Which choice is easier? The two were quiet. Undoubtedly, seizing what was already there was easier than going out there. In addition, the Eternal Sovereign was probably not strong enough to shatter the boundary of the vast expanse and venture outside. The Eternal Sovereign said, prepare yourselves. We'll annihilate the Guanxian universe first. Jing Chen spoke in a deep voice, we have to be careful of the true universe. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled and said, that woman thinks she's clever, but she doesn't understand me at all. She doesn't realize that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are like fleeting clouds. Once I obtain the divine tree of nature and recover from my injuries, she'll understand what despair truly means. At that time, I will personally crush her head beneath my foot. Jing Chen hesitated to speak again. He wanted to remind the Eternal Sovereign not to underestimate the enemy, but upon second thought, no one could really threaten the Eternal Sovereign now that the great daoist brush master was no more. The Eternal Sovereign had the right to be arrogant. After all, he had only been defeated once throughout his entire life. Jing Chen, you will lead the war against the Guanxian universe, said the Eternal Sovereign. Jing Chen looked at the Eternal Sovereign, Your Majesty, since you've already decided to eliminate the Guanxian universe, why don't you take action and annihilate its denizens yourself? Why give them any chance? The Eternal Sovereign said, I have more important matters to attend to. Jing Chen was curious, more important matters. The Eternal Sovereign smiled and explained, the Guanxian universe is just our first stepping stone. Our real enemy is the true universe. Therefore, I must go and unseal the elites in this world and bring them to our side. Jing Chen nodded slightly and asked, how many people should I bring? The old man wearing daoist robes chimed in, the Guanxian universe isn't weak, so we should be careful. The Eternal Sovereign calmly said, bring everyone with you. After taking over the Guanxian universe, I want you to use it as our base to attack the true universe. Jing Chen nodded. Understood. The Eternal Sovereign turned into a streak of light and disappeared. In no time, he arrived in the middle of the starry sky. The Eternal Sovereign opened his palm, and a tiny pagoda appeared in his hand. Pagoda spirit, have you not made up your mind yet? Let me tell you, in my era, countless divine items wanted to acknowledge me as their master, but I ignored them with disdain. Little Pagoda remained silent. The Eternal Sovereign laughed heartily and said, Pagoda spirit, you've been around for quite a while. Have you ever seen someone stronger than me? Little Pagoda was quiet for a while before answering, no. The Eternal Sovereign burst into laughter and asked, then why don't you acknowledge me as your master? I have an unfinished business that I really want to be resolved. Little Pagoda said, if you can help me fulfill it, then I will acknowledge you as my master. What do you think? The Eternal Sovereign smiled and said confidently, tell me about it, then. Little Pagoda said, I once had a feud with someone. If you can help me kill her, I will acknowledge you as my master. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled and said, I just have to kill someone? Who do you want me to kill? Little Pagoda said, Plain Skirt Destiny. The Eternal Sovereign furrowed his brows slightly and asked, Plain Skirt Destiny? Who is that? Little Pagoda said, she's a great Sword Immortal. She's just a mere great Sword Immortal. The Eternal Sovereign shook his head and said, once I'm done with my business, I'll help you kill her, then. With that, he disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. After returning to the Guanxian universe, Ye Guan immediately sought out Nanjing. The two walked slowly in the clouds. Nanjing made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, we know about the eternal civilization. The great Daoist Brushmaster didn't kill the upper echelons and elites of that era. He sealed them instead, and now that the seal on them has shattered, all of them will soon appear in the world. Ye Guan spoke in a deep voice, they are going to make a move against us soon. Nanjing nodded and said, no, they've made a move on us long ago. Ye Guan looked at Nanjing. Nanjing calmly explained, the mysterious lady inside you has turned against us, hasn't she? Ye Guan was astonished. Senior, did you already know that she'd turn against us? Nanjing shook her head and said, I just guessed. Ye Guan was puzzled. Guessed? She's a denizen of the true universe, after all, Nanjing explained, there must have been a reason she decided to keep following you. Ye Guan finally decided to ask the burning question that had been plaguing his mind. Why did my father allow her to follow me? He asked. Nanjing made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, didn't you profit quite handsomely, all thanks to her? Ye Guan fell silent. Nanjing was right. Nanjing changed the subject and asked, once the eternal civilization wages war on the Guanxian universe, the one who will ultimately benefit is undoubtedly the true universe. Have you met the eternal sovereign? What kind of person is he? Ye Guan spoke in a deep voice, he's invincible. Nanjing nodded slightly and replied, I understand. Ye Guan looked at Nanjing. Understand what? Nanjing calmly said, I understand that we have to prepare for battle. Ye Guan's expression froze. Nanjing added, I'll go and gather our people. With that, she turned into a streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. Ye Guan stared into the starry sky for a long time. After a while, he turned around and left. However, a woman was standing in front of him. The woman was none other than Nailin. Nailin looked at him, and a captivating smile blossomed on her stunning face. Ye Guan smiled as well as he walked up to her and brought her into his arms. Nailin's cheeks blushed slightly. There are other people around us, she chided. So what? Ye Guan chuckled and said, it's completely normal for a husband to hug his wife. Nailin smiled and asked, why are you so happy? Ye Guan hugged Nailin and whispered into her ears, because I'm seeing and holding you right now. The charming smile on Nailin's lips widened, and she wrapped her hands around Ye Guan's waist before whispering, I'm also happy to see and hold you. Ye Guan wanted to speak, but Nailin interrupted him before he could even open his mouth. Lady Nangang Shui is very beautiful and charming. Ye Guan froze, and his demeanor resembled a statue as he stood unmoving. Nailin chuckled and said, I didn't want to monitor you, but mother was worried about you, so she left behind someone to keep tabs on you. That's why I know. Ye Guan chuckled, his mother was truly outrageous. Nailin suddenly asked, is Lady Nangang Shui as beautiful as I am? A trap? Ye Guan grabbed Nailin's hand and said, let's not talk about this, alright. Nailin looked at Ye Guan with a slight frown. Why? Ye Guan embraced Nailin and whispered as gently as he could into her ears, I just don't want to talk about other women in front of you. Nailin heart melted at that. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He leaned over and kissed Nailin on the lips. His right hand unconsciously grabbed something, which melted Nailin's body along with her heart. Absence would truly make the heart grow fonder. It could be done as many times as one wanted so long as one wouldn't end up dying as a result of it. A few days later, Ye Guan decided to pay Ye Qing a visit. The Guanxian universe had poured all of its best resources into cultivating Ye Qing, and the Guanxian Academy even gave him his own chunk of the starry sky as his training ground. Ye Guan was shocked to see Ye Qing. The latter was already a time immortal. The two brothers were incomparably happy to see each other. Ye Qing grinned and said, Brother Ye Guan, how about we spar? Sure. Ye Guan said with a chuckle. He also wanted to spar with Ye Qing to see how strong he was at the moment. Ye Qing sounded serious as he said, Brother Ye Guan, let's use one move to decide the winner. Ye Guan nodded and said, sure. Ye Qing suddenly retreated hundreds of meters away. He opened his palm, and the 9 Dao laws appeared behind him. Soon afterward, an ancient light door manifested above him. The Door of Laws. The entire training ground trembled violently at the appearance of the Door of Laws, and a mysterious energy enveloped the entire chunk of the starry sky where Ye Qing's training ground was located. Ye Guan was stupefied. Ye Qing had become a bit stronger than he thought. Ye Qing laughed heartily and remarked, Brother Ye Guan, you have to be careful. He stumped with his right foot and turned into a multicolored beam of light that rushed toward Ye Guan. The energy of the 9 Dao laws inside of him strengthened him to the extent that every inch of space-time before him was annihilated as he made his way over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was shocked. The 9 Dao laws were much stronger than what he expected. He didn't dare to underestimate Ye Qing, and he stepped forward, slashing out with the heaven-rend quick draw. 50 swords in one. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a figure was blasted away. The figure belonged to Ye Qing, and he cut a sorry figure in midair, leaving trails of annihilated space-time behind him. It took Ye Qing a kilometer before he could stabilize himself in midair and stop flying. The 9 Dao laws orbited him for quite a while, seemingly patching him up. Ye Qing wiped away the blood that had trickled down the corner of his lips. Ye Qing chuckled bitterly and said, I concede defeat. He could only admit defeat, knowing that Ye Guan hadn't given it his all. Ye Guan walked up to him with a smile and opened his hand. A storage ring floated over to Ye Qing. Puzzled, Ye Qing asked, "Brother Ye Guan, what is this?" "It contains an ancient inheritance that I had obtained in the chaotic star world," Ye Guan replied. "The inheritance suits you, so I brought it away with me." Ye Qing wanted to turn it down, but Ye Guan shoved it into his hands and said, "Take a look at it first before you turn me down." Ye Qing obliged, and his eyes lit up when he saw a few billion spiritual cores inside the storage ring along with the ancient inheritance Ye Guan had mentioned. He quickly put the storage ring away and said, "Thank you, brother Ye Guan." He wanted to be modest, but a few billion spiritual cores were just too tempting. Ye Guan smiled and said, "Let me know if you need anything." Ye Qing grinned. "I actually don't need anything. The academy provides me with everything I need, and they only give me the best." "That's good, then," Ye Guan said with a nod. "Actually," Ye Qing hesitated for a little while before saying, "There's something I want to tell you, brother Ye Guan." "What is it?" asked Ye Guan. Ye Qing replied, "Clan leader says they'd like to make me the official heir of the Ye clan." Ye Guan was stunned. Moments later, he grinned and exclaimed, "That's great." Of course, he could no longer become the Ye clan's heir. However, the Ye clan still needed an heir. Ye Guan was just filling up a role that he could never fulfill, so it was about time the Ye clan found a new heir. Ye Guan smiled and said, "Tell the clan leader that I'll always be a member of the Ye clan." "I will," Ye Qing replied. They chatted for a while before Ye Guan left for the ancient heavenly dragon clan. He had come here to visit Ao Qian. He had never seen Ao Qian again since he returned from the true universe, and Ao Qian didn't attend his wedding as well. Ye Guan's arrival sent the entire ancient heavenly dragon clan into an uproar. The clan leader quickly came out to welcome him personally. "Uncle, I'd like to meet Qian," said Ye Guan. The clan leader hesitated for a little while before saying, "Please give me a minute, Academy Master." He then turned around and left for somewhere. Ye Guan stood quietly without moving. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling slightly nervous. At the same time, he was excited to meet her. It had been quite a while since they met each other, after all. Regardless, he was a bit nervous meeting her. The clan leader soon returned. He looked hesitant to speak, but he eventually said, "Qian said that she's cultivating and that she doesn't wish to meet anyone." Ye Guan fell silent for a few seconds before he said, "Then I'll just wait for her here." The clan leader was instantly stuck between a rock and a hard place. "Should I chase him away? I don't dare, but if I don't chase him away, people will say that I'm too arrogant to keep even the Academy Master waiting. Let him in." Ao Kinkin's voice echoed from the Great Hall. The clan leader was relieved, and he hurriedly said, "Academy Master, this way, please." Ye Guan nodded, and he immediately saw Ao Qian upon entering the Great Hall. Today, Ao Qian was wearing a simple white skirt that made her look prim and proper. As usual, her long hair fell past her waist to her hips, and her slender figure was a head-turner. She also sported two tiny dragon horns that made her look extremely adorable. Ao Kinkin's back was facing Ye Guan, and she didn't say anything even after sensing his arrival. Ye Guan cast a complicated gaze at Ao Qian. He was silent for a few moments before he walked up to her and muttered, "Qian. Academy Master, may I know what's your business with me today?" Ao Qian replied cordially no, coldly. "Academy Master?" Ye Guan froze and went silent. He didn't expect that the distance between the two of them would grow so expansive in the proverbial blink of an eye. "Should I leave?" Ye Guan pondered over it, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He walked around to face her and saw that Ao Kinkin's expression was as cold as her gaze. Ao Qian was staring at him with an indescribable hostility. Ye Guan had many things he wanted to say to her, but he couldn't find any words to speak upon seeing the coldness in her expression and gaze. Ao Qian turned her back on him again and said coldly, "Academy Master, yeah, if there's nothing else, then I will excuse myself and cultivate." With that, she started walking away. However, Ye Guan grabbed her hand. Ao Qian trembled ever so slightly, and she turned to look at him before saying, "Academy Master, yeah, men and women shouldn't casually touch each other. Please have some self-respect." Ye Guan took one step forward to get closer to her and said, "We've been together through thick and thin, our souls and hearts were once fused and connected. Our relationship is beyond ordinary." Ye Guan's words caused many scenes of the past to appear in Ao Kinkin's mind. Tears started falling from her eyes as she said, "How great it would be if I had met you earlier. I don't blame you, I only blame destiny for letting me meet you and falling in love with you." She stumped and flew out of the Great Hall. The clan leader rushed up to Ao Qian, and his heart ached when he saw her tear-stricken face. "Qian," he exclaimed. Ao Qian shook her head and transformed into a ray of multicolored light that disappeared into the distance. Ye Guan slowly walked out of the Great Hall. The clan leader could barely resist the urge to give Ye Guan a few delicious knuckle sandwiches. "Look at this fucker. My daughter is willing to give up her own life for you, and she almost died on a few occasions because of you. He's gone too far. If this little bastard weren't the Sword Master's son, I would have already killed him." The clan leader was enraged, but he merely sighed and said, "Academy Master, yeah, Qian has almost died on a few occasions just to protect you. Is she really not good enough for you? She really likes you, and never mind. Perhaps our ancient heavenly dragon clan simply cannot meet your standards." Academy Master, please do not visit us after this, your visits will only bring her pain. With that, the clan leader turned around to leave. Ye Guan was quiet for a while before he decided to leave as well. Ye Guan wandered aimlessly across the starry night sky. Junior disciple Ye, someone exclaimed. Ye Guan turned and found Nanling Yi. She was wearing a plain skirt that depicted images of the mountains and the rivers of the continent. Her hands were placed behind her back, and she was grinning at Ye Guan. Ye Guan walked up to her and greeted, Senior disciple Yi. You returned, but you didn't even think of coming to see me, she whined. I was just about to go and visit you. Ye Guan replied. Really? Yup. Were you at the ancient heavenly dragon clan just now? Ye Guan stiffened and went silent. You look sad, Nanling Yi asked. You seem unhappy. What happened? Things didn't go well with Lady Qian. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Nanling Yi shook her head and said, You are seriously an idiot. Ye Guan cast a befuddled gaze at Nanling Yi. Nanling Yi sighed and said, Lady Qian likes you a lot, you know that, right? Ye Guan nodded. But you're married to Lady Nalan, Nanling Yi pointed out. Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. How is she supposed to face you knowing your status and her feelings? Were you hoping that she would say, Young Lord Ye, it's fine, I'm willing to be your second wife? If you were in her shoes, I bet you wouldn't be able to say something like that, either. Your silence probably made her even angrier. There was no way she was going to face you with a smile. Ye Guan hesitated for a short while before asking, Then, what do you think I should do? From now on, I want you to be honest with me. Honest with you. Yes, do you like Lady Qian or not? Ye Guan froze, not knowing how to answer. Nanling Yi pointed at him and chided, Is there a penny on the ground? Don't look away. Answer me honestly. Hearing that, Ye Guan nodded. Nanling Yi continued. You like Lady Qian, but you also like Lady Nalan, right? Ye Guan became uncomfortable upon hearing that, and he couldn't help but feel like he was a scumbag. This father and grandfather's fault for being womanizers, they must have passed down the womanizer trait to me. Nanling Yi smiled and said, You like Lady Qian, but you're afraid that Lady Nalan will become unhappy if you were to respond to her feelings. It's a dilemma that has put you in a tough spot, and it's the reason you've been hesitating. It's also the reason you've decided to run away from them. In fact, you don't even want to think about them for now, knowing that you don't have any answers. Ye Guan sighed and admitted, Senior disciple Yi, I truly can't hide anything from you? Nanling Yi suddenly asked, Who else do you like apart from Lady Qian? Ye Guan went silent before muttering, about that. Lady Qian, she asked. Ye Guan nodded. Anyone else? There are two more. Who are they? No, let's not talk about this anymore. Were you hoping to live together with all the ladies that you like in peace and harmony? Ye Guan laughed sheepishly and said, Well, it is normal for men to have such desires, but, Nanling Yi took one step forward and pinched his cheek before saying, Junior disciple, you're the #1 womanizer of the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan didn't dare to resist, and he allowed her to pinch his cheek. He was thick-skinned, anyway, so it didn't hurt him at all. Nanling Yi retracted her hand before saying in a serious tone of voice, Junior disciple, it's not good to be so indecisive when it comes to romantic relationships. You have strength, good looks, an excellent background, a great personality, and you're rich, so girls are bound to be fond of you. Under such circumstances, your indecisiveness will only hurt many more people in the future. Once they've fallen for you and you rejected them, it'll become difficult for them to love someone else in the future. It's not that big of a consequence for you, but she might remain unmarried her entire life. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ye Guan nodded and said, I will keep my distance from any women I meet in the future. Nanling Yi burst out in laughter. Do you really think that every single woman who meets you will fall in love with you? Wow, you really are full of yourself, junior brother. Ye Guan smiled and said, I feel much better after chatting with you. You should talk with me more often. Then, Nanling Yi replied. Sure. Ye Guan nodded. Then, he seemed to have thought of something as he added, You haven't told me how to solve the dilemma yet. Nanling Yi said nonchalantly, Since you like her, just marry her. Ye Guan froze. Nanling Yi explained, If you don't marry them, only two things can happen to them. First of all, they might choose to live alone for the rest of their lives. Is that something you want them to do? Ye Guan shook his head. Finally, they might take a really long time to get over you and then marry someone else in the end. Do you want to see them marry anyone else? Ye Guan shook his head once again. Apart from Ji Xian and Lady Qian, you said you like two more women. Who are they? Do you really wish to know? Nanling Yi nodded. Ye Guan leaned closer to her and whispered. Nanling Yi froze upon hearing what he had to say. Ye Guan suddenly grabbed Nanling Yi's hand. He took out an ancient book and placed it into her stiff hand. This is a divine spellbook written by the true god. It is slightly different from what the great deist Brushmaster has written, so I think it'll be really helpful to you as a reference. Ye Guan smiled at her before turning around to leave. Nanling Yi called out in a trembling voice, J Junior disciple, what you said just now, is it true? Ye Guan nodded. Nanling Yi grinned, but tears abruptly streamed down her face. She felt incomparably happy inside. Ye Guan arrived at the Nether Palace, but he didn't see Ji Xian. He asked around and found out that Ji Xian had departed for Milky Way on the day of his wedding. Milky Way? He stood for a long time outside the Nether Palace before he turned around to leave. When he returned to the Sahan Holy Hall, he handed over the ancient divine puppet refinement method to Nalan Jia. Only the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was rich enough to make these divine puppets. Nalan Jia immediately mobilized the entire Immortal Treasures Pavilion to seek the necessary materials to craft a great sovereign ancient divine puppet. Afterward, Ye Guan went to meet with Arya and Little White. He had decided to visit Arya in the hopes of getting her help to strengthen his fleshly body. If he could bring his fleshly body to the next level, the power of his heaven-rend quick draw would increase dramatically. Ye Guan was already strong enough to fight Sovereign Xian, but it wasn't exactly a fair fight. Sovereign Xian had suppressed his cultivation base, and if he hadn't done that, Ye Guan would have lost their fight. In other words, Ye Guan couldn't really fight Great Destiny Sovereigns just yet. There was still a huge gap between him and Great Destiny Sovereigns. As usual, Arya was licking her hawthorn candy. Little White was sitting on her shoulder. Arya smiled at Ye Guan and said, "You want to improve your fleshly body?" Ye Guan nodded. "What's in it for me?" Arya asked. Ye Guan had come prepared. He took out a storage ring and placed it in Arya's hand. The storage ring was full of candied hawthorns. Arya smiled in satisfaction. She examined Ye Guan's fleshly body with her hands all over him. "You're strong, but this isn't enough." Ye Guan sounded confused as he asked, "What's not enough?" "You're not strong enough. You're too weak to withstand my blood." "Really?" asked Ye Guan, sounding doubtful. Arya patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "Grandson 1, you're still too young." Ye Guan's face immediately darkened. "Lady Arya, can you just call me Ye Guan or Little Guan?" he asked. "Little Guan." Arya replied. She eventually nodded and said, "Sure, grandson." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Arya licked her candied hawthorn before saying, "Your fleshly body cannot withstand my blood. It's too weak." Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "My fleshly body has become really strong." Arya calmly replied, "Shall I test it out, then?" "Sure." Arya unceremoniously punched Ye Guan's chest. Boom! Ye Guan was blasted a few kilometers away. Upon stopping, he looked down at himself and saw cracks on his fleshly body with fresh blood oozing out of them. Ye Guan was in disbelief. Arya looked at him and nonchalantly said, "That wasn't my full strength." Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. Lady Arya's strength was indeed frightening. If she had given her all, he would have been pulverized. "Follow me, we'll go somewhere," said Arya before turning around to leave. Ye Guan followed closely behind her. Soon, they found themselves in a quiet region in the starry sky. Arya stared at Ye Guan before asking, "You said you want to strengthen your fleshly body, right?" "Yes." Ye Guan nodded. "I know a way to strengthen your fleshly body. Do you want to give it a try?" "Yes." "What is it?" "It's easy. I just have to beat you up." "Beat me up?" Ye Guan was horrified. Arya explained, "Getting beaten up is the best way to improve your fleshly body's durability. In addition, your sword Deo will also improve if you train with me. It's not just going to be your fleshly body." "Really?" "Yes. Don't believe me? You can go and ask Little White." Ye Guan cast his gaze upon Little White, but Little White only blinked. Arya gave her a stick of candied hawthorn, and she hurriedly nodded. Ye Guan was silent for a few moments before saying, "Come on, then. Let's do it." He decided to trust Arya. Arya was a progenitor, so there was no need for her to deceive him if she wanted to harm him. Arya's lips curled up in a sinister smile at Ye Guan's response. Seeing that, Ye Guan immediately grew a bit fearful. He wanted to say something, but Arya was already flying toward him. Boom! Ye Guan couldn't even react as he was blasted away with a punch. True Universe. Left Counselor Feng Qi and Siro were walking side by side in front of the True God Hall. "The Eternal Civilization will soon make a move," Left Counselor Feng Qi said. "I know," Siro replied with a nod. Left Counselor Feng Qi looked at her and said, "They'll start killing each other soon, and the True Universe will reap a ton of profit once they end up destroying themselves." Siro shook her head and said, "We can destroy the Eternal Civilization, but not the Guanxian Universe." Left Counselor Feng Qi asked, "Why not? You can beat that young man and even bully him, but you cannot kill him. His father, aunt, and grandfather wish to see him grow on his own, but they definitely do not wish to see his death. I don't think they're going to stand by and do nothing as we attempt to kill that young man. If they do make a move against us, the entire True Universe will be annihilated," Siro said. Left Counselor Feng Qi frowned deeply. "Are you saying that Ye Guan was born to be invincible? It's useless to get angry over it." Siro smiled and explained, "It's his birthright, anyway." Left Counselor Feng Qi was silent. It would be a lie if she said that she wasn't angry. "Our true motive is to lure them into taking on the universe tribulation. Big sister has to be freed from that tribulation," said Siro. Then, she looked up and muttered, "I'm sure she has been having a hard time all this while." Siro, Left Counselor Feng Qi sounded worried as she said, "I feel like you're playing with fire here." Siro smiled without saying anything. Left Counselor Feng Qi continued, "His backers are extremely powerful. Are you not afraid of provoking them by plotting against him? They might end up destroying the True Universe, anyway." "No, they won't," Siro reassured. "Why not?" asked the Left Counselor. "BA1 and I have another trump card," BA1 explained. "A trump card?" Left Counselor Feng Qi frowned. After a few moments of contemplation, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes narrowed as she muttered in disbelief, "BA1, is she?" Siro pressed a finger on her lips and shushed her. "Don't say it out loud." Disbelief filled Left Counselor Feng Qi's face as she stuttered, Sisera, you. Sera started walking away as she said, this is the only way for Big Sister to come back and dissolve the hatred between us and them. Left Counselor Feng Qi remained silent. She wanted to object, or rather reprimand her, as she truly felt that Sera's actions were both despicable and shameless. However, she knew that she had to betray her feelings and accept the cold truth. The true God? The true God had been suppressing the true universe's universe tribulation for the longest time now, and she had contributed way too much for the true universe. According to Sera's words, the true God seemed to be struggling to hold on. What was she talking about? Was the true God's life in danger? It would make sense. Otherwise, she wouldn't be struggling to suppress the universe tribulation. Left Counselor Feng Qi wasn't sure because she had no idea about the true extent of the true God's strength. In addition, the enmity between the true universe and the Guanxian universe. Left Counselor Feng Qi felt slightly upset and conflicted. Don't think too much about it. Sera smiled and said, I'll bear the consequences of my actions. Left Counselor Feng Qi shook her head and said, Sera, I've investigated him before, and he is unique among swordsmen. He treats people with respect, and he's really kind, but he's more ruthless and decisive than his father once angered. I'm afraid you'll suffer a backlash from your plans. Even if you succeed in your plans, I don't think he's going to let you go. Sera swept a stray piece of hair behind her ear and said, I know his temper, and I also know the consequences of my actions. However, there are some things that have to be done at all costs. Left Counselor Feng Qi sighed and went silent. Sera continued, I'm only worried about the future. The future? Left Counselor Feng Qi asked. Sera nodded and explained, the Eternal Sovereign is strong, but he only cares about the Great Daoist Brushmaster, so he's not a big cause for concern. I'm more worried about the Great Daoist Brushmaster. There's only one explanation while the supreme elites of the Eternal Civilization are still alive, including the Eternal Sovereign. Someone must have intervened and made sure that they were suppressed rather than killed, and I'm sure they're planning something. The Great Daoist Brushmaster? Left Counselor Feng Qi said in a low voice, did he lose on purpose? No, he truly couldn't beat Big Sister, Sera said with a shake of her head. Then, she sighed and continued, I really can't guess his true intentions, but even if I have enough wisdom and knowledge to deduce his true intentions, I don't think I'm going to play any games with him. Left Counselor Feng Qi asked, are you saying that all this is a part of his scheme? Sera nodded without saying anything. Do you want me to send someone to investigate this matter? Asked Left Counselor Feng Qi. No. It is not our place to interrupt his scheme. It's best if we just stick to our own tasks and do them properly, Sera said. Once they start fighting, the true universe has to. We don't have to do anything, Sera interrupted. We just have to observe how it plays out. Of course, we can go and agitate the Eternal Sovereign so that he'll attack the Guanxian universe with all his might. Left Counselor Feng Qi reminded her, you said that we shouldn't destroy the Guanxian universe. Yes, we're not going to destroy them, Sera said with a nod. We're going to stay our hands and observe unless the Guanxian universe is on the cusp of getting annihilated. If the Guanxian universe somehow manages to defeat them, it's all because that little bastard has decided to ask for help. Sera shook her head and sighed before continuing. That little bastard is pretty good in all aspects, but he's too proud. Honestly, what's so bad about having a powerful family? Many people can only dream of being in his shoes. Left Counselor Feng Qi nodded lightly and muttered, sighing. I'll go and talk to her, Sera replied. Then, she transformed into a ray of multicolored light that disappeared into the distant horizon. Stone Village. Sisha was sitting quietly while holding a large bowl in her hands. She looked down at the large bowl for a long time, and she suddenly grinned before placing a right hand on her belly. Just then, the door was flung open, and a woman walked in. She was the Adjudication Sword Master. Sisha hurriedly moved her hand away from her belly. The Adjudication Sword Master stared quietly at her. Sisha smiled and asked, what is it? The Adjudication Sword Master replied, the Eternal Sovereign is about to attack the Guanxian universe. Sisha nodded without saying anything. The Adjudication Sword Master walked up to her. She stared deeply at Sisha before saying, so you don't like him at all? Did you sleep with him because of that devious and shameless plan of yours? It seems that you like him a lot, Saijing. Let me ask you this, then. Sisha smiled and asked, if you can only save one of them, who are you going to save? Would it be Big Sister or him? The Adjudication Sword Master turned away and said sternly, I don't like him at all. Sisha chuckled and said, do you really think that you can hide that from me and Sera? The Adjudication Sword Master was quiet. Sisha added, answer my question. The Adjudication Sword Master thought about it for a while before saying, I will not harm him because of Big Sister, and I will not harm Big Sister because of him. If they really have to fight, I'm just going to kill myself out of sight, out of mind. Sisha chuckled and pointed out, it's no wonder that he likes you, too. The Adjudication Sword Master frowned, and she sounded exasperated as she said, what the hell are you talking about? Sisha chuckled once more before saying, he's a fool, and so are you. Birds of the same feather flock together. One not literally, just a term that she uses to belittle him? The Adjudication Sword Master frowned and asked, are you not tired of living like that? Is it not exhausting to always scheme against someone? Sisha chuckled and said, it's exhausting. The Adjudication Sword Master said, then why not live a simple life? Who's going to protect the true universe? Sisha retorted. The adjudication sword master stared deeply at Sisha before turning around to leave. She stopped at the door just before taking a step outside and said, Sisha, regardless of your intentions, Big Sister will definitely not approve of what you guys are doing. With that, the adjudication sword master left the stone hut. Left all alone, Sisha was quiet for a long while. Eventually, she picked up the large bowl and started smiling while looking down at it. However, she suddenly got upset, and her expression was soon clouded by extreme conflict. It seemed that even she could no longer tell if she was even doing the right thing. The adjudication sword master stumbled across Saru outside the stone hut, and her gaze immediately turned cold upon seeing the latter. Don't look at me like that, you brainless woman, Saru said. The adjudication sword master asked, the eternal civilization is about to launch an attack on the Guanxian universe. Are you happy now? Saijing, do you really think that you and that little bastard are compatible? Saru asked. The adjudication sword master didn't say anything, but she tightened her grip on her sword. Saru stared at her and demanded, tell me. The adjudication master looked at Saru and muttered, I know that we're not compatible. Still, I can't bear to see him get bullied by others. With that, she transformed into a ray of light that disappeared into the horizon. Left all alone, Saru could only stomp angrily and curse, fuck. Sisha walked out of the stone hut upon hearing the commotion, and she was just in time to see Saru curse one more, that brainless woman really only knows violence and how to fight. Sisha remarked, I'm slightly envious of her, though. Saru frowned and asked, do you still like him? Instead of replying, Sisha turned around to leave. Saru's face darkened. Don't you guys dare make me suffer a double whammy after we've paid such a huge price to get this far. Fuck. Boom. A deafening noise echoed through the desolate starry sky somewhere in the Guanxian universe. A figure was flying away at incredible speeds, and he inadvertently collided with a meteoroid. Fresh blood trickled down his lips. He wiped it away and looked at his chest. A fist-shaped dent was in his chest. Arya licked her candied hawthorn and shouted, again. Ye Guan nodded lightly before rushing toward her once again. Boom. However, the outcome remained the same. Fighting Arya was just asking for a beating. Ye Guan couldn't retaliate at all, and the most terrifying part was that even though his sword had managed to hit her in the head, it felt like he had struck an iron pillar rather than a head. Arya's fleshly body was insanely strong. Ye Guan composed himself and charged out once more. Just like that, he would get blasted away again and again, but he would always pick himself up and charge at Arya once more. Of course, Ye Guan was getting stronger, his fleshly body was becoming more and more durable with every beating. Thanks to the Divine Tree of Nature, he could recover quickly regardless of the severity of his injuries. The Divine Tree of Nature had made this training session with Arya possible. If it weren't for the Divine Tree of Nature, Ye Guan would have been crippled long ago. Just like that, Ye Guan trained non-stop with Arya every single day. He decided not to care about matters regarding the Guanxian Academy and passed most of his responsibilities onto Nalan Jia and the Academy chiefs. Meanwhile, the Guanxian Academy was getting ready for battle. The Eternal Civilization would attack them soon. In the True God Hall, Nalan Jia and Li Banzi sat opposite each other. Nalan Jia took out a secret note and read out the information written on it. Known strong cultivators of the Eternal Civilization, 12 great destiny sovereigns, 100 great time sovereigns, 200 ordinary great sovereigns, more than 10,000 divine sovereigns, and thousands of great sorcerers. In terms of overall strength, we're still at a disadvantage. After saying that, Nalan Jia turned to Li Banzi. Li Banzi remarked in a low voice, that's not our biggest problem. Our biggest problem is the Eternal Sovereign. Only Martial Goddess An is strong enough to fight him. Even then, her chance of winning isn't that high. Li Banzi then shook her head and continued. He's also extremely arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously, but since he wants to obtain Little Guan's Divine Tree of Nature, we must fight him no matter what. The Guanxian universe didn't have any other choice but to fight. Nalan Jia nodded and said, so be it. Li Banzi looked at her and said, how's your progress with the items in the cloth sachet? Nalan Jia smiled and replied, I've learned how to use the majority of them. Li Banzi nodded in approval and said, great. The items that Qin Guan had left behind in the cloth sachet couldn't be underestimated. Back then, she had used those items to slaughter the divine spirits of the true universe. I'm more worried about the true universe, Nalan Jia expressed. The true universe will definitely be waiting to reap the benefits. I'm worried that they'd attack us the moment we've repelled the eternal civilization. Li Banzi frowned. She had the same sentiment as Nalan Jia. Nalan Jia stood up. She walked over to the window and muttered, the burden of protecting the Guanxian universe is truly a heavy mantle to carry. Li Banzi chuckled and said, well, there's nothing else you can do. Everyone else doesn't want to do your job, so who's going to protect the Guanxian universe if the two of you no longer want to protect it? Nalan Jia shook her head and chuckled. Li Banzi walked up to her and grabbed her hands. She then smiled and said, don't be too worried. His father, aunt, and grandfather will definitely not stand by and watch as the Guanxian universe is annihilated. Nalan Jia nodded lightly and said, Little Guan and I will try our best to keep the Guanxian universe safe. She grabbed the cloth sachet hanging by her waist and added, Mother left some things here that I was supposed to use against the true universe. It seems that I'll be able to try them on the eternal civilization. Li Banzi felt anticipation rising in her heart as she stared at the cloth sachet. she started wondering as to what Ye Guan had left behind. Chaotic Star World. No, the Eternal World. Under Jingchen's orders, the powerhouses of the Eternal Civilization gathered at the former Martial Sect. The Martial Sect and the Holy Sect had been taken over by the Eternal Sovereign. The Martial Sect and the Holy Sect didn't object. After all, they once belonged to the Eternal Civilization, just that they were a minor power at the time. Throughout the entire Eternal World, Sovereign Shui of the Starry Sea Sect was the only outlier. She had refrained from joining the Eternal Civilization, but the Eternal Civilization couldn't care less about her. She was a great destiny sovereign, but it didn't matter to the Eternal Civilization. Jingchen took out a secret note and started reading it. After a few moments, he looked at the old man wearing daoist robes and said, Zhanxi, the Guanxian Academy is much stronger than we initially thought. He handed over the secret note to Zhanxi. Zhanxi accepted it and schemed through it before saying, their strongest powerhouses are Martial Goddessin and a few others. As long as we keep them occupied, the rest of our people can massacre the others. Jingchen nodded. The Guanxian universe had many supreme elites, but their common troops couldn't compare to the common troops of the Eternal Civilization. Zhanxi continued. You must remember the two swordsmen I had mentioned. They're stronger than great destiny sovereigns, so you must not underestimate them. Jingchen nodded and said, I will not. Zhanxi put the secret note down and said, overall, we're stronger than them. There's someone else that we can't afford to underestimate. Someone from the Holy Sect chimed in. Zhanxi and Jingchen looked at the man who had just spoken with their eyebrows raised, gesturing for him to continue. The same man said in a low voice, not long ago, Ye Guan came to the chaotic star world with another swordswoman wearing a plain skirt, and she killed a great destiny sovereign with just a glance. Just a glance? Zhanxi and Jingchen immediately frowned. Jingchen asked, are you sure? The man nodded and said, yes, I'm not lying. I can't possibly lie because the person she killed was the sect master of our holy sect. Jingchen was quiet for a few moments before saying, is it possible that she used some kind of strange method to kill your sect master? Perhaps a method you won't recognize. The man became a little hesitant. He started doubting himself because killing a great destiny sovereign with a mere glance was just outrageous. However, one thing was for sure, the plain skirt lady was extremely terrifying. Jingchen saw the man's hesitation and was convinced that the so-called plain skirt lady had to have employed a trick unknown to the holy sect. The man was a great sovereign, but he was just an ordinary great sovereign. He had also been living in a backwater world, so his experience and knowledge had to be inferior to the elites of the Eternal Civilization. Regardless of the trick she must have used, we can't underestimate that plain skirt lady, Zhanxi said. Jingchen nodded. Yes, she must be very strong because she managed to make quick work of a great destiny sovereign. The only issue is that we are not aware of the depths of her strength. Well, that's not an issue at all. Zhanxi smiled and said, UST get a great destiny sovereign to fight her, and we'll know. Zhanxi turned to the man from the holy sect and asked, do you know where she went? The man replied in a low voice, she said that she's going to travel the vast expanse and that her first stop is Milky Way. All right, Zhanxi said, let's send someone over to Milky Way, then. He swept his gaze across the great destiny sovereigns in the hall and asked, who wants to go? Sovereign Mang instantly stood up. I'll go. I want to see if she can really kill a great destiny sovereign with a mere glance. You cannot be reckless. Zhanxi reminded sternly. Of course, I won't be reckless. Sovereign Mang grinned and said, I'll escape the moment I start losing. I don't think she can stop me if I want to escape. Zhanxi nodded. Sovereign Mang was one of the strongest great destiny sovereigns in their roster. Not many people could stop him and kill him if he wanted to escape from a battlefield. See you later, then. Sovereign Mang exclaimed before transforming into a multicolored beam of light that disappeared into the starry sky. Jingchen stood up upon Sovereign Mang's departure. His gaze was cold as he said, get ready. In 3 days, we'll attack the Guanxian universe. Zhanxi was confused. In 3 days? Why? Jingchen smiled and explained, it's a courtesy. He then looked to a great destiny sovereign beside him and said, Sovereign Gu, go to the Guanxian Academy and tell them that we're going to spare them if they surrender to us. Otherwise, we'll annihilate the Guanxian sovereign. Sovereign Gu nodded slightly before turning around to leave. Zhanxi said solemnly, I feel like they won't surrender to us. Jingchen chuckled and said, the battle sovereign will be ready to fight in 3 days. Zhanxi was shocked. He has recovered. Jingchen nodded. More or less. Victory is ours, then, Zhanxi remarked. Sect Master Wu Xian of the Martial Sect was walking with a young man just outside the Martial Sect. The young man was none other than Tianhe, the youngest and most talented swordsman of the Martial Sect. Wu Xian suddenly said, Tianhe, you are no longer our sect's disciple. Tianhe was shocked. What do you mean by that? Sect Master. Wu Xian muttered, the Eternal Civilization's return was supposed to be a great thing, and we could certainly leave this place and explore the vast expanse outside so long as we follow him. It also means that we will be able to live in a world rich with resources and escape this barren world. Wu Xian shook his head slightly and said, but I think that the Eternal Sovereign is too arrogant. He looks down on everyone aside from the Great Daoist Brush Master. He thinks everyone else is insignificant aside from him and the Great Daoist Brush Master. His attitude will soon bite him back, and everyone will suffer with him. I'm afraid that following him will do you more harm than good. Tian, he said in a deep voice, Sect Master, I don't want to leave the martial sect. Wu Xian sounded solemn as he said, we can't place all our chips on the eternal sovereign. If something happens to the martial sect in the future, our legacy will live on with you. That's why I want you to leave. Tian, he opened his mouth to speak. However, Wu Xian said fiercely, leave. Tian, he clenched his fists. Wu Xian's expression became complicated as he sighed under his breath. You are our last ray of hope. Do you understand? With that, he turned around and left. Ye Guan was still eating Arya's knuckle sandwiches as usual. He had gone all out a few times against Arya. He had even condensed the combined power of 60 heaven rens in one sword move and emblazoned it with his sword Dao, but he still failed to inflict even a scratch on Arya's fleshly body. She stood unmoving, akin to a stone statue. Ye Guan felt defeated and depressed. He felt like his efforts so far had been worthless. However, his attitude quickly changed upon realizing that he had been fighting Arya, someone who was a part of his grandfather's generation. In comparison, he was just 18 years old. In other words, it was perfectly normal that he had been eating her knuckle sandwiches rather than the other way around. Ye Guan felt speechless at the realization. It seemed that he had forgotten his place. However, it wasn't like Ye Guan had gained absolutely nothing throughout his sparring with Arya. He had discovered that his endurance had improved massively, and he could now eat a few of her knuckle sandwiches without getting blasted away. Of course, Arya wasn't using her full power against him. It also had to be known that Ye Guan was now capable of executing multiple heaven rens at once and emblazoning it with 70 layers of his sword Dao at the same time. It was an attack that ordinary great sovereigns would not be able to withstand. Swoosh! Chief Yu suddenly appeared next to Ye Guan. He bowed respectfully and said, Young master, the Eternal World has sent a representative over to us. Eternal World. Ye Guan frowned. For what? Chief Yu responded, they want us to surrender to them. Ye Guan was momentarily stunned, but he soon smiled and said, let's go. With that, he disappeared with Chief Yu. Arya saw that and said, Little White, we should go there as well. She then disappeared along with Little White. Sovereign Gu's hands were behind his back as he looked down at the Suhen Holy Hall. Ye Guan suddenly appeared in front of Sovereign Gu. Sovereign Gu looked at Ye Guan and said, surrender or die. Choose. Ye Guan smiled and suggested, shall we exchange blows first? Sovereign Gu frowned slightly and was about to attack, but he seemed to have recalled something, so he shook his head and said, fighting you is meaningless. He stood nothing to gain if he won, but if he lost, he would become a laughingstock. Ye Guan was slightly disappointed that Sovereign Gu didn't fall for his provocation. He had grown a lot stronger and wanted to fight someone to measure his strength, but Sovereign Gu was unwilling to accept his challenge. Ye Guan was about to say something, but Sovereign Gu spoke once again, you have 3 days. If the Guanxian universe is unwilling to surrender, the Guanxian universe will vanish off the face of the vast expanse. With that, he turned into a ray of white light that disappeared into the starry sky. 3 days? Ye Guan furrowed his brows, deeply puzzled. What's up with the delay? Just then, Nalanjia appeared next to Ye Guan. She looked into the distance and asked, what do you think? Ye Guan replied, they're buying time for something. Nalanjia nodded and looked at Ye Guan. Go to the chaotic star world. Ye Guan was surprised. Nalanjia explained, the battlefield can't be the Suhen world. Ye Guan pondered for a moment, and then he looked up at the starry sky. A woman was standing quietly in the stillness of the void. She was none other than a Nanjing. Ye Guan appeared beside a Nanjing and asked, Senior, what do you think? Let's go to the chaotic star world, she replied. Ye Guan smiled. All right. A Nanjing suddenly shouted, Miss Nian Nian. Hum? A resonant sword hum echoed from the depths of the starry sky. Moments later, Mu Nian Nian appeared. She was dressed in a green robe and was holding a sword that exuded an ethereal aura. Mu Nian Nian sized up Ye Guan and chuckled. Little guy, your rate of improvement is astonishing. Ye Guan smiled and said, it's all thanks to Lady Arya. That's right. Arya exclaimed. She walked over to Ye Guan with Little White on her shoulder. She licked her candied hawthorn and said, under my guidance, little grandson. Little Guan's strength improved dramatically. He has grown strong enough to eat 3 of my knuckle sandwiches. Ye Guan smiled wryly and shook his head. Mu Nian Nian also smiled. Lady Arya, we are going to fight. Want to join us? Arya was about to agree, but she seemed to have recalled something as she turned to a Nanjing. It seemed that she needed a Nanjing's approval to fight. A Nanjing nodded lightly and said, let's go together. Arya grinned. Great. Ye Guan looked at a Nanjing and asked, just us? A Nanjing nodded. Just us. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, are we more than enough? Indeed, we are quite few in numbers, a Nanjing admitted. Ye Guan was confused. He was about to speak when a Nanjing called out, Lady Weiren. Boom! A powerful aura burst out underneath them and rushed to the skies. Soon, a woman appeared in front of them, and she was none other than Zhuang Weiren. Zhuang Weiren was wearing a long white dress, and she looked both tranquil and serene. A painted polearm was in her hand. A Nanjing nodded at Zhuang Weiren before calling out once more, Sky Maiden. Boom! An oppressive aura descended upon them, and a woman walked out leisurely from the depths of the starry sky to appear in front of the group in the blink of an eye. She was the Nether Palace's Sky Maiden. A Nanjing looked at Ye Guan and said, we should be enough. Ye Guan grinned and replied, all right. We have a teleportation array, Nalanjia suddenly said. She turned to look at somewhere and called out, Chief Anu. Chief Anu appeared, and he opened his palm. A golden light flew out of his palm, and it soon transformed into a massive teleportation array that landed in front of everyone. Naelanjia said, I've already ordered someone to connect the nodes nearest to the chaotic star world to the Guanxian universe. Our people can go to the chaotic star world at any time. Let's go, then, Ye Guan said. He started walking toward the teleportation array, but he came to a halt after just a few steps. Naelanjia was walking next to him, and he stared wide-eyed at her. You. Naelanjia blinked and said, I'm going with you. Ye Guan smiled wryly and said, Little Jia, you need to protect the academy. Naelanjia said seriously, I'll be helpful. Ye Guan was about to say something when a Nanjing chimed in, let her go with us. Ye Guan was puzzled. Naelanjia had never really gotten the chance to cultivate, as she was too busy dealing with the administrative affairs of the Guanxian Academy. In other words, she was too weak to fight against the supreme elites of the eternal world. Naelanjia glared at Ye Guan and asked, Are you underestimating me? Ye Guan had no idea what to say, but he suddenly recalled something and asked, Wait, is it because you've learned how to use the items inside the cloth sachet? Yep. I like how quick-witted you are, Naelanjia said with a chuckle. Ye Guan chuckled and pulled Naelanjia into the teleportation array. Soon, the teleportation array whisked them away to the chaotic star world. Jing Chen and the others were currently in the middle of planning their attack on the Guanxian universe inside the martial sect's Great Hall. All of a sudden, an old man appeared in the Great Hall and said in a deep voice, The Guanxian universe is here. Jing Chen frowned. They're here. The old man nodded and said, Yes, they're at the entrance of the chaotic star world. Jing Chen squinted his eyes. How many are here? The elder spoke gravely, there are just a handful of them. A handful. Jing Chen and the others frowned, looking doubtful. Zhang Shi suddenly said, Let's go and see. Jing Chen nodded, and they disappeared from the Great Hall. Jing Chen soon appeared in front of Ye Guan with a group of great destiny sovereigns. He smiled at Ye Guan and said, Young Master Ye, are you here to surrender? Ye Guan pondered for a moment before replying, There is no enmity between the eternal world and the Guanxian universe, so why have you decided to attack us? Jing Chen stared in astonishment at Ye Guan. After a while, he chuckled and replied, Young Master Ye, your naivete is amusing to me. We're living in a society where the strong are respected. The strong takes all, and the weak can only bow down to the strong. Can you not comprehend such a simple law? Ye Guan stared deeply at Jing Chen, but he remained quiet. Jing Chen continued, There is indeed no enmity between us, but does that matter? We want the Guanxian universe's territory and your divine items. You won't give them up willingly, so we're left with no choice. Ye Guan remained quiet. Jing Chen was about to speak once again when Zhang Shi exclaimed, Something's off. Jing Chen frowned, and his mouth fluttered open to speak, but a terrifying aura blossomed to life behind him. He looked back and saw a mushroom cloud, an expansive mushroom cloud that covered the entire chaotic star world. Jing Chen and the others froze. Ye Guan finally said, You're homeless now. Everyone had no idea what to say. Somewhere above the chaotic star world, Naelanjia smiled softly while staring at the mushroom cloud. She turned around and was about to leave when a young woman appeared in front of her. The young woman was dressed in white with a head full of white hair. Naelanjia looked at her without saying anything, but she was familiar with her. She was none other than Nangang Shui. Naelanjia was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect the sovereign Shui to come looking for her. The two beautiful women stared at each other without saying anything. After a while, Sovereign Shui lowered her head and muttered, You're really beautiful. No wonder he likes you so much. With that, she turned and walked away. Naelanjia cried out, Lady Shui. Nangang Shui halted and turned to look at Naelanjia. You know me? Naelanjia nodded. Yes. Nangang Shui gazed at Naelanjia and calmly asked, Do you have something to say? Naelanjia wanted to say something, but she found that nothing she wanted to say seemed appropriate. Nangang Shui turned away and muttered, I came here to see his wife. Miss Naelan, you're really beautiful. I even find you beautiful, even though I'm a woman. She then turned around and left. Naelanjia called out, Lady Shui, please wait a moment. Nangang Shui stopped and turned to look at her, waiting for her to continue speaking. Naelanjia walked toward Nangang Shui with a complicated expression and said, Lady Shui, I know a bit about what happened between the two of you. How do you think he treated you? Nangang Shui looked at Naelanjia, is that still important? Naelanjia exclaimed, he likes you. Nangang Shui clenched her hands, and her icy gaze trembled. However, the trembling quickly abated as she shook her head with a tinge of sorrow and said, but he chose you. Lady Shui, if you don't mind, can you tell me if you still have feelings for him? Nangang Shui fell into silence. She couldn't answer the question. However, one thing was for sure, she couldn't quite forget him no matter how hard she tried to focus on cultivation. She had even refused the Eternal Civilization's offer to join them upon learning that they were planning to attack the Guanxian universe. She was angry at him, but she didn't hate him at all. He hadn't done anything wrong, after all. Naelanjia stared at Nangang Shui before asking, he had someone notify you to leave the chaotic star world before we came here, right? Nangang Shui froze and asked, how did you know? Indeed, the reason she knew that Naelanjia was here was that Ye Guan had told her that they would bombard the chaotic star world. Naelanjia sighed softly, and her expression was complex as she said, Lady Shui, to be honest, my feelings are incredibly complicated toward you. It would have been fine if he didn't like you, but he does like you. Nangang Shui lowered her head slightly and said, Miss Nalan, I had no idea that he was already married. If I had known. Nalan Jia looked at Nangang Shui and said, Lady Shui, Little Guan is great at everything aside from the fact that he's so indecisive when it comes to matters of the heart. Nalan Jia shook her head at that and corrected herself. No, wait, that's wrong. How can such a smart person not see through a woman's feelings? If he really likes someone, how many can resist his charm? He probably pretended to be ignorant of your feelings because he loves me and is afraid of hurting my feelings. Nangang Shui looked at Nalan Jia in astonishment and asked, how many women does he like? Nalan Jia felt aggrieved as she exclaimed, there are quite a few of them. Qian Qian, Jix Xian, Nanling Yi and that Bawan from the True Universe. He has also gotten a bit too close to the adjudication sword master. He thinks that I don't know, but I actually know everything. Yes, I know everything. Nalan Jia smiled and asked, are you shocked? Nangang Shui nodded hastily and stammered, he. Nalan Jia stared deeply at Nangang Shui and asked, do you still like him? Nangang Shui looked down at the ground and said, Miss Nalan, you're so beautiful that I feel inferior in front of you. Your husband must have accumulated a ton of good karma in his past life, and if I were him, I would devote myself to you without looking at any other women, so, how come he likes so many women? He's changing preferences like changing clothes. Nalan Jia calmly replied, he still likes you. Nangang Shui blushed instantly and stammered, that's I. Nalan Jia sighed softly, if it were possible, it would be great if he remained devoted to me. Isn't that every woman's wish? However, his heart is fickle, so what can I do? I thought about leaving him, but I just can't do it. Nangang Shui looked at Nalan Jia in front of her, a sense of sympathy welling up in her heart. The coldness she had felt earlier had long disappeared without a trace. Nalan Jia suddenly asked, Lady Shui, have you and him? No. Nangang Shui blushed like a piece of tomato, and she waved her hands frantically as she hurriedly explained, I haven't done that with him. Really? I like him, but I wouldn't do that before marriage. Speaking of that, wait, why am I saying these things? Looking at the charming and lovely Nangang Shui, Nalan Jia shook her head and smiled. The bitterness in her heart was assuaged ever so slightly. Lady Shui, I was just asking. Nangang Shui lowered her head slightly, unable to look directly at Nalan Jia. Miss Nalan, your questions are really scary, she remarked with a furious blush. Nalan Jia sighed softly and said, the Guanxian universe is about to face the eternal civilization, and the true universe is lurking in the shadows. Who can say for sure if we'll live to see another day? Lady Shui, take care. With that, Nalan Jia turned around to leave. Nangang Shui suddenly said, Miss Nalan, if you don't mind, I'm willing to help the Guanxian universe. Nalan Jia was astonished. Lady Shui, you. Nangang Shui smiled and said, I'm a great destiny sovereign, so I'm a bit strong. Nalan Jia thought for a moment before saying, the chaotic star world is no longer habitable, so how about you take your disciples to the Guanxian universe? What do you think, Lady Shui? Nangang Shui hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay. Nalan Jia smiled and said, go ahead and lead your people to the Guanxian universe, then. Once you've settled down, you can join the Guanxian committee if you're willing. I'm in need of manpower, so I'd really appreciate your help. Nangang Shui's hands clenched. She was moved by the offer, but she still had some concerns. She surreptitiously glanced at Nalan Jia's gaze, and she relaxed upon seeing Nalan Jia's sincere gaze. Okay, she said with a nod. I'll see you in the Guanxian universe, then. Nalan Jia replied. Nangang Shui nodded and said, Miss Nalan, take care. With that, she turned into a beam of white light that disappeared into the starry sky. Left all alone, Nalan Jia shook her head and sighed, feeling slightly sour. Ye Guan was fickle, but he wasn't a true womanizer. In other words, he was making her worry about his women when he was supposed to deal with them himself. Nalan Jia sighed once more before turning around to leave. The remaining cultivators of the eternal civilization appeared next to Jingchen. Nalan Jia's attack just now was formidable, but cultivators above the divine sovereign realm were akin to cockroaches, incredibly difficult to kill. Jingchen's face was extremely ugly. He glared at Ye Guan and his group. He truly didn't expect that the Guanxian universe would attack their world rather than them. The battle had yet to begin, but they were already without a home. Jingchen roared, your Guanxian universe will pay. Shut up. Swoosh. A beam of light flew toward Jingchen. Jingchen smirked maliciously before stepping out with a punch. He had decided to fight. Boom. Jingchen was blasted a few kilometers away. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, blasting the surrounding cultivators away. The residual spear might of the spear that had struck Jingchen was extremely horrifying. Jingchen looked down at his arm in disbelief. He looked up at a Nanjing and was about to speak when a Nanjing vanished. Boom! A towering spear might swept toward him. Jingchen felt suffocated. All traces of contempt toward the Guanxian universe vanished, and he rushed at a Nanjing with a black rod in hand. He swung the black rod, creating a myriad of shadows that looked similar to the rod. A Nanjing thrust her spear forward and bang! The shadows were vanquished, and the backlash sent Jingchen flying. Every inch of space that collided with his body disintegrated as he flew across the starry sky, creating a terrifying sight. The eternal civilization cultivators wore solemn expressions at the sight. Even Ye Guan himself was somewhat astonished. He thought that a Nanjing would have difficulties facing a great destiny sovereign, but it turned out that a Nanjing was capable of suppressing great destiny sovereigns, and in a head-on fight at that, Qingshen's right arm was torn open, and blood incessantly seeped out of the wound. Jing Chen cast an icy gaze upon a Nanjing and said, "So you're strong, huh? What's the use of your strength if we gang up on you? Everyone, let's attack her together." Upon realizing that he couldn't beat a Nanjing in a one-on-one fight, he decisively chose to gang up on her with the others. The 11 great destiny sovereigns in Jingshen's group rushed toward a Nanjing and the others. In terms of numbers, a Nanjing and the others were at a disadvantage. The Eternal Civilization had 13 great destiny sovereigns, hundreds of great time sovereigns, a few hundred great sovereigns, and thousands of divine sovereigns. The Guanxian universe was indeed too weak to compare to such a terrifying lineup. To make matters worse, Jingshen's command allowed every single one of them to let loose. Why fight one-on-one when they could gang up on their enemies and overwhelm them with their numbers? A Nanjing didn't choose to face them head-on. She retreated to Ye Guan's side and turned to look at Little White. "Little White, go," she urged. "Little White is going?" Ye Guan was momentarily stunned. This brat can take them on? He was convinced that a Nanjing had something up her sleeve, which was the reason she dared to bring only a handful of people here. However, the fact that a Nanjing's trump card was Little White had truly caught Ye Guan off guard. Is it a joke? He thought to himself. He wasn't looking down on Little White. In fact, he was scared of Little White. Little White had almost killed him twice. It wasn't on purpose, of course, but there were many times he thought that Little White was an enemy spy. Little White grinned at a Nanjing's words. She took to the sky and put both of her claws parallel to each other. Soon, a strand of sword light manifested between her tiny claws. Ye Guan relaxed upon seeing the strand of sword light. He was getting to run, afraid that Little White would pull out a bomb. He sighed in relief upon seeing the strand of sword light, but he was confused at the same time. Was this little fellow trying to become a swordsman? The Eternal Civilization cultivators didn't take her seriously at all. Little White suddenly pointed with her left claw. Boom. The strand of sword light flew toward the Eternal Civilization cultivators, but they didn't think too much of it. Little White was just too cute, so they were convinced that she was harmless. The way she was holding the strand of sword light made her look very cute. No, she just had to exist, and she would be considered extremely cute. However, Zhanshi had a different idea. He noticed something amiss, and his expression changed drastically as he ran to the other side while shouting, "Retreat! Retreat!" The faces of the great destiny sovereigns changed dramatically. They felt something amiss, and their hearts were gripped by anxiety. They could finally feel that they were in mortal danger. The great destiny sovereigns decisively ran to the other side, but some were less fortunate. Swoosh! The sword light swept past the Eternal Civilization cultivators, annihilating nearly 100 great sovereigns and thousands of divine sovereigns. Despite that, the strand of sword light remained strong. It continued flying into the depths of the starry sky. Thousands of corpses were strewn across the starry sky, and their blood poured down like rain. The remaining Eternal Civilization cultivators were stunned, and they were instantly filled with overwhelming fear and uncertainty. Ye Guan was stupefied as well. He turned to Little White and became certain that the strand of sword light didn't belong to Little White. Little White only knew how to play with bombs. There was no way that strand of sword light belonged to her. The cogs in Ye Guan's mind turned, and he quickly deduced that his grandfather had to have left it behind for Little White. Now, the issue was that Ye Guan had no idea if Little White still had a few more strands of that sword light. A Nanjing looked at the terrified Jing Chen in the distance and calmly said, "What's the use of having many people?" Jing Chen was extremely horrified. A mere strand of sword light had annihilated half of their forces. Who was the owner of that sword light? Jing Chen was flustered. The Guanxian universe still had hidden supreme elites? If all of them were on the same level as the owner of that strand of sword light, what were they supposed to do? The Eternal Civilization cultivators looked at each other with uncertainty. Evidently, the strand of sword light had left them in great shock. Zhanshi suddenly glared at Little White and asked, "Do you still have more?" Little White blinked before taking out an egg-shaped object the size of a watermelon. Ye Guan's face instantly changed. He hurriedly ran away, afraid that he would get hit. Zhanshi and the others sighed in relief upon seeing the egg-shaped object the size of a watermelon. They believed that they would be fine so long as she wouldn't take out another strand of that sword light. Just then, a great destiny sovereign suddenly said, "She's a spirit progenitor." A spirit progenitor? All eyes fell on Little White. The strand of sword light had scared them witless, and they had inadvertently ignored Little White herself. Upon taking a closer look at Little White, they realized that the seemingly harmless creature in front of them was actually a spirit progenitor. Spirit progenitors were controllers of spiritual energy, and they were highly sought after. The Eternal Civilization cultivators stared at Little White with a greedy glint in their eyes. Meanwhile, Sovereign Gu turned to Jing Chen and muttered, "Jing Chen, this matter isn't as simple as it seems." Jing Chen was silent. Sovereign Gu didn't have to tell him for him to know that the waters of the Guanxian universe were deeper than they initially thought. A mere strand of sword light had annihilated half of their forces in the truest sense of the word. In other words, those people couldn't be revived. Sovereign Gu continued, "We've greatly underestimated the strength of the Guanxian universe. I'm sure they have more supreme elites hiding in the shadows." Jing Chen looked at Sovereign Gu and asked, "In your opinion, what should we do?" Sovereign Gu spoke with a heavy tone of voice, "We should retreat first." Jing Chen shook his head and said, we'll become a laughingstock if we retreat. Sovereign Gu frowned slightly and lampooned inwardly. Does reputation even matter at this point? We also have nowhere to go, Jing Chen pointed out. The chaotic star world was no longer habitable, so where were they supposed to retreat? Sovereign Gu sighed under his breath. His instinct was screaming at him that if they didn't retreat, they would eventually find themselves in a world of hurt. They were strong, but they were supposed to prioritize stability before expansion. After all, they had just been unsealed. To make matters worse, they underestimated the Guanxian universe and failed to make an accurate assessment of it. They were careless, and they had just paid the price for that grave mistake. Jing Chen made a sidelong glance at Little White and said, I believe that she has run out of that sword light. Little White noticed Jing Chen's gaze and blinked. She drew a circle with her tiny claw, and then she used her right claw to pat it before making a twisting gesture. Everyone was confused. Ye Guan walked up to Arya and asked curiously, what did she say? Arya licked her candied hawthorn before replying, jump, sing, and play ball. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Little White blinked and hopped onto Arya's shoulder. She rubbed her face on Arya's face while waving her claws, seemingly expressing herself. Just then, Jing Chen flinched and shouted, let's go to the Guanxian universe. The eternal civilization cultivators turned to look at Jing Chen. Jing Chen stared at Ye Guan and said, let's move this battle to the Guanxian universe. The eternal civilization cultivators looked at each other and nodded. Jing Chen added, avoid that white beast at all costs. We can't say for sure whether she still has more of that sword light or not, so avoid her while making a beeline for the Guanxian universe. Let's go to the Guanxian universe. Jing Chen transformed into a multicolored ray of light that vanished into the starry sky. The eternal civilization cultivators followed closely behind him. Head to the Guanxian universe? Fight to the death. The eternal world was no more, so they had nowhere to go. In addition, the enmity between the two of them had already gone beyond the point of no return. What if they beg for mercy? The eternal sovereign would be the first to reject such a proposition. He had just been unsealed after nearly 100 million years, so how come he would beg for mercy? The eternal civilization would become a laughingstock if that were to happen. Moreover, the current eternal civilization was in desperate need of resources, whether it be spiritual elements or spiritual veins. Jing Chen had decided to go all in rather than retreat and give the Guanxian universe enough time to consolidate their forces. However, they couldn't fight here. The Guanxian universe cultivators would definitely be wary if they were to move the battlefield to the Guanxian universe. The white beast's sword light seemed capable of destroying universes, so she would definitely not use it lightly, even if she had more strands of that sword light. Ye Guan's expression grew solemn upon seeing Jing Chen's decision. He immediately shouted, stop them. He transformed into a beam of sword light that chased after the eternal civilization cultivators. Zhan Shi turned around and opened his palms. His flames created a wall of flames that loomed over Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan was undeterred by the wall of flames. He raised his sword and slashed out heaven-rend quick draw emblazoned with 70 layers of his sword Dao. Boom! The wall of flames was torn apart, but Zhan Shi and the others could no longer be seen. Ye Guan's face turned ugly. A Nanjing walked up to him and calmly said, don't rush. Ye Guan looked at a Nanjing and asked, do you have a plan, senior? A Nanjing nodded. Ye Guan was about to ask when two spacetime rifts manifested up above. Two powerful sword energies rushed out of the spacetime rifts, and Ye Guan was delighted at the sight. Ant, he shouted. Those two sword energies belonged to his white-robed ant and his white-skirt ant. Those two ants of his had saved him when he was being chased by Zhan Shi and his group. A Nanjing said, go. Swoosh. Everyone vanished and rushed toward the enemies from behind, while Ye Guan's ants stood in front of Zhan Shi and his group. Their terrifying aura was reminiscent of war gods, instilling fear in those staring at them. Jing Chen's gaze turned heavy as he swept his gaze across the two women. Zhan Shi's face turned ugly as well. Seeing these two women again brought back memories of that battle. The two women had suppressed several great destiny sovereigns at the same time, and it was a sight Zhan Shi would never forget. Zhan Shi couldn't deduce their cultivation realms, but one thing was certain, their strength far exceeded that of great destiny sovereigns. Jing Chen looked at Zhan Shi and asked, can you stop them? Zhan Shi's eyelids twitched, and he said, Jing Chen, I'm a sorcerer. Are you seriously asking me to single-handedly confront two extremely powerful swordsmen? What are you trying to do here? Jing Chen's face fell, and he replied, what if a great destiny sovereign were to stay here and help you? How about you? Zhan Shi asked, would you do it with two great destiny sovereigns? Jing Chen stared deeply at Zhan Shi. However, Zhan Shi wasn't afraid at all. He was convinced that even Jing Chen knew the absurdity of his proposal. It would be impossible to stop those two women even if he had 5 great destiny sovereigns with him. Zhan Shi was willing to fight hard, but he wasn't willing to die a vain death. Jing Chen's face darkened at Zhan Shi's question. He swept his gaze across the two women and realized that he had grossly underestimated their strength. The woman in the white skirt laughed and said, why hesitate? If you're not going to make a move, then don't mind if we do. Swoosh! The woman in the white skirt and the white-robed woman turned into dazzling beams of sword light that rushed toward Jing Chen and his group. They were about to face dozens of great destiny sovereigns and hundreds of great time sovereigns, but they remained unafraid. Jing Chen's gaze turned icy as he roared, attack. Left with no other choice, Jing Chen decided to confront the two women with his group. A battle to the death? Meanwhile, a Nanjing turned to look at Ye Guan and said, "Take care of yourself." Her words had yet to finish echoing when she and Mu Nian disappeared. Arya swallowed the candied hawthorn that she was chewing before thrusting Little White in Ye Guan's face. "Both of you take care of each other," she exclaimed before turning around and dashing toward the nearby group of great time sovereigns. Ye Guan stared at Little White in his hand, and Little White looked back at him with wide eyes. Swoosh! Naelanjia suddenly appeared next to the two of them. Upon seeing Naelanjia, Ye Guan held her hand and asked, "What took you so long?" Naelanjia pinched Ye Guan's palm, and a hint of anger clouded her brows. "It's your fault," she exclaimed. "My fault?" Ye Guan was puzzled. He opened his mouth to speak, but Naelanjia looked away from him and said, "I got lost." Ye Guan was a bit confused. There was something wrong with Naelanjia. He wanted to ask questions, but the awful din nearby brought him back to reality. They were still in the middle of a fight, so they couldn't afford to focus on anything else. Ye Guan thrust Little White in Naelanjia's face and said, "Little White, protect my wife." Swoosh! He vanished and became a ray of sword light in the distance. Little White waved her tiny paw at Naelanjia. Naelanjia blinked and admitted, "I don't understand." Little White pointed at Naelanjia's cloth sachet and reached for it with her paw. Clearly, she had recognized the cloth sachet. Naelanjia hurriedly grabbed Little White's paw. Little White showed a fawning expression while waving her little paws. Naelanjia shook her head with a smile. "The things in there are dangerous," she warned. However, Little White seemed thrilled upon hearing that. She waved her tiny paws excitedly, seemingly trying to say something. Naelanjia pondered before taking out something, an egg-shaped object as big as a fist. She handed it to Little White, and her eyes lit up with delight. She quickly found the button on the egg-shaped object, and then she unceremoniously hurled it at the group of enemies to their right. Boom! An incredible explosion rocked the starry skies, and a mushroom cloud bloomed. The shockwaves of the explosion alone blasted quite a few divine sovereigns away, while the great sovereigns staggered backward upon getting hit by the shockwaves. The mushroom cloud lasted for only a brief moment before it was replaced by a black hole. The explosion had created a black hole that annihilated everything within a kilometer of it. Ye Guan's cloth sachet contained spiritual artifacts of the latest version. Their earlier versions had been improved upon by Ye Guan for the last millions of years, and their power had grown exponentially after every version. In other words, Ye Guan's cloth sachet could be considered the Guanxian universe's strongest trump card. The eternal civilization cultivators were completely bewildered when their fleshly bodies melted right before their eyes. They were at least a kilometer away from the explosion, but the explosion's shockwave somehow struck them, obliterating their fleshly bodies. What? Quite a few divine sovereigns felt as if they had been struck by a hammer as they cast stunned gazes at Little White and Naelanjia. Just then, a powerful aura swept toward Little White and Naelanjia. A great sovereign? Naelanjia's eyes narrowed upon seeing the oncoming great sovereign. She opened her palm, and the symbol of yin and yang manifested beneath her feet. She then took out two egg-shaped objects the size of watermelons and hurled them at the oncoming great sovereign. Boom! Two enormous mushroom clouds, tens of thousands of meters in width and length, blossomed on the battlefield. Little White and Naelanjia were blasted away, and the approaching divine sovereigns were not spared. A chunk of space-time had also been annihilated, becoming a black hole that greedily sucked everything into nothingness. The eternal civilization cultivators were aghast at the sight, and they were forced to retreat in the distance. The explosion swept across the battlefield. Naelanjia and Little White had been blasted away, but the yin-yang symbol beneath their feet ensured that they would remain unscathed. However, the symbol had become translucent, and Naelanjia looked as pale as a sheet of paper. It seemed that she was still too weak to use the items in the cloth sachet like how Ye Guan would use it. Meanwhile, Little White was thrilled beyond belief at the powerful explosion that rocketed across the battlefield. She noticed Naelanjia's exhaustion and waved her tiny paw, sending myriad strands of spiritual energy toward Naelanjia. The yin-yang symbol brightened in an instant, and Naelanjia recovered on the spot. Naelanjia cast an astonished gaze at Little White. Little White grinned at her, showing her teeth. The great sovereign, who had just been blasted away, was in a daze. What just happened? He couldn't quite grasp what had just transpired, and he suddenly felt like he was out of touch with society. It made sense, as it had really been a long time since they were unsealed. Technological changes were bound to happen. The great sovereign reckoned that the explosion just now was caused by a weapon born from the technological advances of the current era. The great sovereign trembled as he turned to look at Naelanjia. Despite that, he decisively rushed out and made a beeline for her once again. Naelanjia took out an egg-shaped object the size of a watermelon. She was about to throw it out when she suddenly recalled that Little White was next to her. She handed over the egg-shaped object to Little White, and Little White was delighted to accept it. She pressed the button on the egg-shaped object and hurled it away before looking away and covering her ears. Boom! A mushroom cloud blossomed just ahead of the two, and the oncoming great sovereign was blasted at least a few kilometers away. The yin-yang symbol grew faint, but Little White restored it in the proverbial blink of an eye with just a wave of her tiny paws. Naelanjia was thrilled. Her biggest flaw was that she didn't have enough profound energy to maintain the yin-yang symbol for an extended period of time. The yin-yang symbol was essential, as it would keep her safe from the shockwaves of the explosions. Without it, she would most likely die upon getting hit by the shockwaves, as the spiritual artifacts inside the cloth sachet were simply too powerful for her paltry cultivation base and fleshly body to withstand. Fortunately, Little White was here. Little White was a spirit progenitor, which meant Nailanjia could practically unleash as many bombs as she could from the cloth sachet. They were perfect for each other. The great sovereign looked down at his right hand and saw cracks. His eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grasp the remnant energies of the explosion. They converged on his palm, and he looked down at it with furrowed brows. The energy was special, and he had never seen it before. Just then, Jingshan's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Kill the two weakest ones. He was referring to Little White and Nailanjia. The two did seem to be the weakest on the surface, but they were the most well-equipped throughout the vast expanse at the moment. The great sovereign turned to look at Nailanjia and Little White in the distance. His eyes flashed sinisterly as he muttered, "I don't believe that you have an infinite number of those spiritual artifacts." He turned into a beam of light that shot toward Nailanjia and Little White. Little White turned to look at Nailanjia. Nailanjia took out a bomb and hurled it at the oncoming great sovereign. Afterward, she took out another one and threw it again. At first, Nailanjia was afraid of using multiple bombs at once, as she wasn't sure if the yin-yang symbol could withstand it. However, Little White was here, and she was capable of restoring her yin-yang symbol in an instant, so Nailanjia was no longer worried. She was at ease as she hurled two powerful bombs one after another. Boom! Two mushroom clouds blossomed in the blink of an eye, and the combined power of their shockwaves alone blasted the great sovereign a few kilometers away. The other cultivators on the battlefield weren't spared, and they were forced to retreat from ground zero. The two explosions had annihilated everything within reach, aside from Little White and Nailanjia. The Eternal Civilization cultivators stared in disbelief at the pair. What was going on? The great sovereign in the distance finally came to a halt. His fleshly body was riddled with cracks, and he looked like he had taken a shower in his own blood. He broke out into a sinister grin as he stared fiercely at the pair. "You've run out of those things, right?" he asked. However, his words had yet to finish echoing throughout the battlefield, but he had already disappeared into thin air, becoming a ray of light that made a beeline for the distant pair. Nailanjia spread her arms, and three egg-shaped objects the size of watermelons appeared in front of her. The oncoming great sovereign froze. "There are more." Boom! The great sovereign retreated, but he was still hit by the shockwave of the explosion. He soon came to a halt, but every nook and corner of his fleshly body was now riddled with cracks. The great sovereign glared at Nailanjia and saw that she was trembling ever so slightly while holding Little White in her arms. "We've run out of bombs? What should we do?" Nailanjia whispered. However, Nailanjia's words didn't escape the great sovereign's ears, and he cackled maniacally before charging toward Nailanjia. Little White cast a confused gaze at Ye Guan's cloth sachet. She poked it with her tiny claw and then opened it before sticking her head inside. She took just one glance before looking up at Nailanjia and blinked in confusion with an expression that seemed to say, "What are you talking about? There are still a few million bombs here."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.